Ning Yechen was once a peerless demon lord, unifying the demon realm with his own strength, ruthlessly defeating the celestial realm, instilling fear across the six realms. Weary of bloodshed, he ultimately chose to quietly retreat into the mortal world, living as a carefree recluse. Until one fateful night, a celestial empress, afflicted by a seductive poison, fell from the heavens, landing in his chamber. That night was a tumultuous affair, filled with passion and chaos. Afterward, the empress departed silently, leaving him to believe it was merely a fleeting dream. Little did he know that 10 years later, she would reappear before him, accompanied by a child claiming to be his daughter, demanding he take responsibility. "She is your daughter, you must be accountable for both of us." Ning Yechen could only respond with a bewildered, "Huh?" Chapter 0, Prologue in the Depths of Night. Above the demon domain forest, a streak of light resembling a shooting star swiftly traversed the dark sky. Upon closer inspection, the light revealed the silhouette of a woman. The woman, unsteady, plummeted from the night sky towards a wooden house nestled among the trees. With a resounding crash, she broke through the roof and fell into the room below. Ning Yechen, who had been peacefully asleep, jolted awake, staring in astonishment at the woman who had unexpectedly landed in his chamber. Adorned in a phoenix-hued celestial gown, with silver hair and crimson eyes, her skin was fairer than snow, her features exquisitely delicate, and her lips like cherry blossoms. She was a mesmerizing vision of ethereal beauty. Her enchanting visage was tinged with a blush, and her captivating eyes shimmered with a spring-like glint, exuding an irresistible allure. Even someone as seasoned as Ning Yechen, who had encountered countless celestial beings and demonesses, found himself entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. From the elegance of her celestial attire, it was evident she hailed from a prestigious sect within the celestial realm. Could it be that his secluded haven had been discovered? Had the celestial realm sent forces to hunt him down? That seemed unlikely after all. He had concealed himself here for nearly a century, and his measures were foolproof. Moreover, the celestial realm should lack the courage to provoke him. Surely, it was merely a coincidence? What to do? Could he simply take advantage of the situation and dispose of her discreetly? He had no desire to reveal his true identity. As Ning Yechen hesitated over how to address the sudden arrival of the woman, she too was intently observing him with her enchanting eyes. The youth before her bore a striking countenance, refined and elegant, exuding an indescribable aura. To her surprise, such a handsome young man existed in the mortal realm. But now was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to leave at once to seek an antidote, or she would soon be unable to restrain herself. Feeling the potency of the poison swelling within her, consuming her senses, Luo Ruiying's complexion flushed, her enchanting gaze growing increasingly dazed, her lips releasing waves of intoxicating fragrance. Struggling to stand, she found herself weak and unsteady. Just as she managed to rise, her body faltered, and she inadvertently collapsed into Ning Yechen's embrace. What was happening? Was this a trap? To avoid any misunderstandings and to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, Ning Yechen opened his hands, refraining from touching her delicate form. He gazed down in astonishment at her increasingly alluring and peculiar expression. As a former demon lord, he quickly recognized the poison coursing through Luo Ruiying with the infamous thousand-demon lust poison, notorious in the demon realm. This poison, crafted from various aphrodisiac herbs along with the essence of powerful creatures, contained a multitude of lustful toxins, with no antidote available. Once afflicted, if one could not indulge within a limited time frame, the poison would erupt, leading to certain death. It appeared that the woman before him was on the brink of succumbing. Lao Ruiying, collapsing in his arms, realized she could no longer suppress the poison within her. Her body burned with an unbearable heat, her strength waning. Upon inhaling the robust masculine scent emanating from Ning Yechen, she could not help but swallow hard, her body aflame with desire. Lao Ruiying lifted her captivating gaze to meet Ning Yechen's handsome visage, her lips slightly parting as she made a resolution. I could see this point. Her only recourse was to utilize this man to alleviate the poison. There was no other option. She would take advantage of this mortal. With a flick of her wrist, celestial ropes ensnared Ning Yechen's limbs, forcing him to lie on the bed in a vulnerable position. With delicate fingers, She removed the golden hairpin from her head, letting her silver hair cascade down her back. With a gentle motion, her celestial gown slipped away, revealing her exquisitely alluring form, completely bare before Ning Yechen's eyes. What was happening? Was he about to be assaulted? What should he do? Should he resist? He felt an urgency to act. This was his precious first experience. Though he had dominated the six realms for centuries, he had never engaged with a woman, adhering to the belief that women only hinder one's speed in drawing a sword. He had never grown close to any. Now, being pinned beneath a woman, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. This was far more nerve-wracking than when he battled the celestial realm, that if he wished to resist, he could easily break free from the celestial ropes. However, doing so would surely lead to the woman's demise due to the poison. While he was no paragon of virtue, the thought of such a beautiful creature perishing before him was undeniably tragic. Should she die here, it might expose his identity and lead to complications. Being bound in such a manner felt rather peculiar. After all, he was not inclined toward such preferences. Lao Ruing exhaled a fragrant sigh, her silver teeth grazing her lip as she leaned down onto Ning Yechen. In the next moment, her expression turned pale, a pained grimace crossing her features as she involuntarily emitted a soft, enticing moan. After a moment of respite, the sounds of pain gave way to a symphony of seductive coos and sighs. Under the influence of the poison, the sounds of their passion reverberated throughout the room for a full 3 days and nights. On the morning of the fourth day, Lao Ruing slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, she found herself naked, resting against Ning Yechen's chest. The room was in disarray, the bed beneath them having collapsed at some point. They lay entwined on the floor, bare and vulnerable. Reflecting on the frenzied intimacy of the past 3 days, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, soon giving way to a melancholic expression. She had surrendered her body to this mortal. Lao Ruing gazed at the slumbering Ning Yechen, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes as she slowly raised her hand. As a celestial empress, her loss of virtue to a mere mortal could not be allowed to spread. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she sighed softly, lowering her hand. He had not acted of his own volition. He had saved her life. How could she repay kindness with malice? Moreover, they had shared a bond akin to that of a married couple. Lao Ruing, still feeling weak, rose and donned her celestial gown with a wave of her hand. Before departing, she approached Ning Yechen once more, casting a soft glance his way as she whispered, "There is a separation between the celestial and the mortal. This was merely a fleeting dream. Let's consider this as if we never met." With that, she lightly stepped and vanished from the room. In the instant of her disappearance, Ning Yechen opened his eyes, sitting upright with a resigned smile on his lips as he murmured, "Merely a dream? Very well." He had awakened long before, uncertain of how to confront Lao Ruing, feigning sleep instead. Seeing her depart quietly as he had wished, he felt a sense of relief. Thus, she continued to be the fairy of the celestial realm, while he persisted in his carefree, secluded life. Both undisturbed by the other, gazing at the disarray surrounding him, Ning Yechen scratched his head. It seemed a bit too intense, didn't it? He wondered about her well-being. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed to one of alarm. Oh no, he had forgotten to take precautions. However, as she was a celestial fairy with considerable cultivation, it was unlikely she would conceive easily. He should not be overly concerned. Chapter 1. Mother takes you to find your father. 10 years later, in the Demon Domain Forest, amidst towering mountains, a wooden house stood out prominently in the vast woods. In the courtyard, Ning Yechen lounged in a rocking chair, donning a pair of self-made sunglasses, a glass of freshly squeezed celestial fruit juice in hand, his expression languid. And content that the chair swayed gently, he basked in the sun, relishing the moment. This was the essence of life. Each day, waking naturally without interruption, free from the burdens of school or work, devoid of conflict. When hunger struck, he feasted upon the celestial fruits, herbs, and elixirs he cultivated himself. He even enjoyed fishing in the lake where he had released his own stock. Life was carefree. Compared to the incessant battles and the chaos of the past, this tranquil existence was what he had longed for. The only downside was that he had lived alone here for over a century, and a sense of boredom had indeed begun to creep in. Although a few beings could converse with him, they were frightful to the point of being utterly dull. Over the past decade, whenever he felt boredom gnawing at him, he would inevitably recall that fateful night. The growth he experienced that night was indelibly etched in his mind, making it hard to forget. Was it possible that after being single for several hundred years, he had grown lonely? Ning Yechen mused at that time. He had merely intended to save the woman's life, never intending to disrupt his secluded lifestyle, yet had left an indelible mark on his thoughts. Alas, he didn't even know her name, and it was unlikely they would meet again. Ning Yechen shook his head, casting aside his distractions and closing his eyes. If he had resolved to live in seclusion, he ought not to dwell on such matters. Just then, he abruptly opened his eyes. Someone was approaching. His senses distinctly detected not one, but two figures making their way toward him. How unusual for someone to reach this place. Intriguing. In a century of seclusion, only that woman had intruded upon his solitude a decade prior. No one else had ever managed to find him here. With a slight smile, he clapped his hands, and the protective barriers surrounding the wooden house dissipated, eager to discover the purpose of their visit. In the dense woods, a graceful woman with delicate features and enchanting beauty strolled through the trees. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and she seemed weary. On her back was a charming little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, her face exquisitely doll-like. With her long, lustrous black hair and cherubic features, the little girl gazed about with bright, curious eyes, innocently asking her mother, "Mother, where are we going? Didn't Yi say she wanted to meet her father? Mother is taking you to find your father." Though her face bore a warm, loving smile, a flicker of sorrow and worry crossed her eyes. 10 years had passed, and she never anticipated returning to the mortal realm with a child to seek that man from that night. Strangely, despite following her memories for so long, she could not locate the wooden house from before. Had he already departed? It was plausible. For a mere mortal, a decade was quite a lengthy span. He might have moved on, perhaps married elsewhere. With this thought, a deep-seated worry surfaced on Luo Ruiying's face. What would she do if she couldn't find him? Really? Mother, are we really going to find father? Upon hearing her mother's words, Luo Hongye was instantly elated, pressing her face close and repeatedly asking, "Indeed, we are going to find father." Seeing her child so joyful, Luo Ruiying couldn't bear to shatter her dreams and smiled in agreement, though she herself harbored no certainty about finding Ning Yechen. After her moment of joy, a large question formed in the little girl's mind, and she tilted her head, asking, "Mother, didn't you say father passed away when Yi was born?" After Luo Hongye became aware, she often tugged at her mother to inquire about where her father had gone. Luo Ruiying had told her that he had unfortunately passed away at her birth. Now, suddenly stating they were going to find him felt rather strange. Yi, actually your father isn't completely gone. Luo Ruiying racked her brain, managing to conjure up such an excuse. Luo Hongye blinked her large, innocent eyes and genuinely believed her mother's words, innocently asking, "So, father is still alive, right, mother?" "Correct. Absolutely." Luo Ruiying nodded vigorously. She thought she had successfully deceived her child, yet Luo Hongye continued to probe. Then why hasn't father come to find Yi and mother? Is it because father doesn't want Yi and mother anymore? As she spoke, Luo Hongye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Luo Ruiying was taken aback and quickly pulled Luo Hongye into her arms, soothing her back. "Not at all. Yi, why would your father not want you? He is just seriously injured and has been hiding here to recover." He didn't tell Yi to avoid making her worry. This was the best excuse Luo Ruiying could muster. She certainly couldn't tell her that her father was completely unaware of her existence. Luo Hongye believed her mother's words without a hint of doubt, immediately stopping her tears, her small face filled with concern. "Is father all right now?" He's fine. Luo Ruiying smiled gently. Just then, she suddenly stopped, her expression turning grave and serious, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. There was the presence of demonic beasts, and it felt formidable. When she had come 10 years ago, she had not noticed such powerful beasts in this area. Given her current state, she wondered if she could cope. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye tightly with one arm, while her other hand reached for the celestial sword at her waist, prepared for an ambush. However, in the next moment, the faint presence of the beasts vanished entirely, as if they had scattered in fear, disappearing without a trace. Why had the presence vanished? Had they sensed her aura and fled? As Luo Ruiying pondered this, a delicate wooden house suddenly came into view not far ahead. How peculiar. She hadn't noticed a house there just moments ago, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Though her heart was filled with confusion, seeing the familiar wooden house brought an involuntary smile of joy to her face. She had found it. This was the place. Chapter 2. I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Luo Ruiying approached the wooden house, cradling Luo Hongye, her heart a tumultuous mix of anxiety and anticipation as she gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened. May I ask who this young lady is seeking? Ning Yechen stood at the door, smiling as he inquired. For some reason, gazing at the woman before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Gazing at the familiar visage from her memories, Luo Ruiying slightly pursed her crimson lips, lowering her gaze as uncertainty enveloped her, leaving her at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively parted her lips and inquired, Do you not remember me? Ning Yechen scrutinized the young woman before him once more. With her ink-black hair and crimson eyes, she possessed a beauty that was reminiscent of a blooming flower under the moonlight. Familiar indeed, yet he simply could not recall who she was. Having encountered countless beauties in his lifetime, he found it difficult to pinpoint her identity. Moreover, having lived in seclusion for an extended period, it should have been the case that no one knew of him. Miss, may I inquire, who are you? After much contemplation and finding no matching recollection, Ning Yechen could only awkwardly ask. Seeing that Ning Chongli truly did not recognize her, a mixture of anger and disappointment crossed Luo Ruiying's face, compelling her to scold him in a delicate yet furious tone. You heartless scoundrel. Not only had he taken her first experience, but she had gone to great lengths to protect this child. Now, having finally escaped from the realm of immortals to seek him out, he failed to recognize her at all. She understood that perhaps, for mortals, a decade could indeed blur many memories. However, the fact that Ning Yechen had completely forgotten her left her feeling both disappointed and enraged. Ning Yechen was momentarily taken aback by the scolding. Logically speaking, since his arrival in this world, having become the unrivaled demon lord of the demon realm for centuries, he had not engaged in any romantic endeavors. How could he be branded a heartless scoundrel? It was utterly absurd. Slander. Naked slander. Miss, is there perhaps a misunderstanding between us? Could it be that you are mistaken about my identity? Ning Yechen inquired once more. He was convinced that the woman before him must have been misidentifying him. Seeing that Ning Yechen genuinely seemed to have no memory of her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment. Cradling the child in her arms, she cast a mournful glance at him and said, She's your daughter. You must take responsibility for both her and me. Excuse me? Ning Yechen was astonished. This revelation was nothing short of explosive. Had he suddenly become a father without warning? He looked down at the delicate child, akin to a porcelain doll, who was shyly observing him. Luo Hongye. The little girl was undeniably beautiful and endearing, evoking a sense of inexplicable closeness and familiarity that he felt drawn to her at first glance. Yet, being told that she was his child left him momentarily bewildered. Aside from that fateful encounter a decade prior, he had not been involved with any woman. With this thought, Ning Yechen suddenly grasped something, pointing at Luo Ruiying in astonishment as he asked, You're the fairy from that night? Upon receiving confirmation, Ning Yechen's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could it be? It truly was her. The aura of her cultivation was significantly diminished compared to before, rendering her a vastly different being. He simply could not reconcile her with the woman from that night. After a night of passion, the once ethereal fairy had returned after a decade, demanding his accountability. A dignified fairy from the celestial realm, with her prowess possibly akin to that of a holy maiden or empress from sacred land, had come to the mortal realm in search of him. What perplexed him further was the understanding that the higher one's cultivation, the lesser the likelihood of conceiving an immortal fetusa, fact well known throughout the world. Some immortal sovereigns labored tirelessly with multiple partners for years to achieve such a result. How could he have been the one to succeed so effortlessly? As if that were not enough, as a cultivator, one could prevent the conception of an immortal fetus at any moment with their celestial energy. He had assumed that after that night, Luo Ruiying would certainly have taken measures to avoid becoming pregnant. After all, she was a celestial fairy, generally incapable of easily conceiving an immortal fetus. Yet it turned out she had indeed carried an immortal fetus for years and had given birth, raising the child to this day. Is she truly my child? Ning Yechen could hardly believe his own words. His inquiry was merely a casual confirmation, though deep down, he already had a sense of the truth. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Yechen instantly regretted his phrasing. It seemed an inappropriate question. Sure enough, upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed tightly, her expression darkening as she seethed. Humph. If you do not wish to take responsibility, I shall simply leave with the child. But do not insult me or my child. With that, Luo Ruiying turned without hesitation, a glimmering tear shimmering in her eyes. Luo Hongye, perched on her shoulder, gazed intently at Ning Yechen with her large eyes, and in a lively voice, asked her mother, "Mother, does father not want us?" Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Luo Hongye felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She had always been shy, yet she felt no fear of Ning Yechen, instinctively knowing he was the father she had longed for. Her words struck a chord within Ning Yechen, stirring something profound in his heart. As a supreme being of the demon realm, he was not the type to abandon his wife and child without taking responsibility. He was more than capable of shouldering that burden. In a swift motion, Ning Yechen pursued Luo Ruiying, grasping her arm firmly. "Wait, I never said I would not take responsibility. Let go of me. I do not require your responsibility." Luo Ruiying, filled with anger, attempted to shake off Ning Yechen's grasp. Fearing for the well-being of the mortal Ning Yechen, she restrained her strength, using only a gentle touch. Yet even with her diminished force, she could easily escape the grip of an average adult. Yet she could not free herself from Ning Yechen's hold. Before she could express her surprise, a sudden sweetness filled her throat, and she coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. A spatter of crimson appeared in her palm, her delicate complexion paling considerably. "You're injured." Ning Yechen seized her wrist, his expression instantly turning icy. "I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying attempted to break free, only to find her strength waning. As she took a step forward, darkness clouded her vision, and she collapsed into Ning Yechen's embrace, unconscious. "Mother, mother!" Luo Hongye cried out, tugging at Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen swiftly wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, holding her securely, while also cradling Luo Hongye in his other arm. He spoke soothingly to her, "Do not worry. With father here, your mother will be just fine." Chapter 3. Father misses us every night. In a wooden dwelling, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruiying upon the bed, his hand delicately pressing against her pulse. His expression increasingly frigid. After a century's passage, a rare surge of murderous intent rekindled within him. Upon a meticulous examination, he discerned that her condition was far more dire than he had anticipated. Her meridians were severely damaged, her celestial bones had been extracted, and even her heart was absent. She was clinging to life with an artificial heart. Numerous wounds adorned her back, seeping blood. The fact that she had managed to endure thus far was a daunting feat. A wave of guilt washed over Ning Yechen as he gazed at Luo Ruiying, his eyes softening considerably. He could only speculate about the tribulations she had faced in the celestial realm over the past decade. But it was evident that her journey had been fraught with hardship. Otherwise, a once mighty celestial emperor would not have fallen to such depths. In her moment of utmost despair, she had sought him out with her child, and he had nearly turned them away. Ning Yechen tenderly caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek, channeling his spiritual energy to protect her frail body. Preserving her life posed no challenge for him. However, restoring her cultivation to its former zenith, given her damaged meridians and the loss of her celestial bones and heart, would prove a formidable task. Luo Hongye, filled with concern, perched at the edge of the bed, silent tears akin to pearls trickling down her cheeks, bravely stifling her sobs. "Come here, my daughter." Ning Yechen's icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a warm smile as he beckoned to Luo Hongye. He intended to call her name, but was embarrassed to realize he did not even know his daughter's name, let alone that of his wife. Timidly, Luo Hongye approached him, her large, watery eyes fixed on him as she softly called out, "Father." That single utterance almost melted Ning Yechen's heart. He eagerly scooped the petite Luo Hongye into his embrace, gently stroking her adorable head. "My daughter, what is your name?" "Luo Hongye," she replied sweetly. "Luo Hongye." Ning Yechen repeated her name softly, committing it to memory, then smiled at her reassuringly. "Do not worry. Your mother is safe now. No more tears." "Mm." Luo Hongye nodded vigorously, but then looked at Ning Yechen with concern, asking, "Father, are you hurt?" Ning Yechen was taken aback by the question. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had suffered an injury. He could hardly recall the last time he had been wounded. "Mother said that you couldn't come to see us because you were badly hurt. Is that true?" Luo Hongye gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen understood that Luo Ruiying had likely concocted an excuse to shield their daughter from the harsh truth. He chuckled helplessly, playing along. "Indeed, father has been recuperating here, which is why he couldn't visit you. I miss our little family so much. Just seeing you would heal all my wounds." "Really? Then you won't abandon me and mother, will you?" Luo Hongye's innocent smile brightened her face as she asked. Ning Yechen felt a rush of affection, holding Luo Hongye tighter, gently caressing her little head as he assured her, "Never. From now on, I will always be by your and your mother's side, protecting you both." "Mm." Luo Hongye beamed, snuggling against his chest, clutching his clothing tightly. She had finally found her father. "Tell me, my dear, where did you and your mother live before? How was your life?" Ning Yechen inquired with a smile, though his expression concealed deeper intentions. He needed to uncover the truth behind the events of the past decade. Who dared to extract his wife's celestial bones and heart and inflict such harm upon her? Luo Hongye, perceiving her father's curiosity about her past, began to recount her experiences with unbridled joy. Since her birth, she had mostly lived in a small closet. Her mother had told her it was a game of hide-and-seek, instructing her to remain silent. However, during one instance, she had been hidden away for days without her mother coming to find her. Bored, she had stealthily ventured out, only to be discovered by others. Consequently, she was confined within a dark iron cage. Alone in the blackness, she had felt immense fear. Sometimes people would come to see her, but they would scold her, calling her a wretched child. Those individuals appeared frightful, and she despised them, curling up in the corner to hide. Eventually, her mother returned to rescue her from the dark cage and took her away. Yet, no matter where they went, many pursued them. Those villains had injured her mother. Luo Hongye expressed her displeasure, her small face flushed with anger. Ning Yechen's expression turned icy, his heart boiling with rage. How audacious was the celestial realm to bully his wife and daughter. From Luo Hongye's words, he could surmise the nature of her life. Luo Ruiying had secretly given birth to Luo Hongye, concealing her to avoid detection, and had resorted to a game of hide-and-seek. Eventually, when discovered, she had no choice but to break free and escape the celestial realm with Luo Hongye. She must have endured countless injuries and hardships along the way. Ning Yechen felt an overwhelming urge to charge into the celestial realm and annihilate those who had harmed his wife and daughter. Regrettably, Luo Hongye did not know the specific location of her life in the celestial realm, only that it was a vast and beautiful palace. Such exquisite structures were abundant in the celestial realm, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint their whereabouts. Perhaps he could obliterate the entire celestial realm? That was a possibility, given that they had insulted his precious daughter. He had ample justification. "Father, you look so fearsome." Luo Hongye observed Ning Yechen's murderous expression, shrinking her head in slight trepidation. "Do not fear, my dear. Father is merely contemplating how to deal with those who bully you." Ning Yechen hastily suppressed his murderous aura, donning a gentle smile. "All right, father must also avenge mother. Those villains always torment her." Luo Hongye nodded in agreement, her tiny fist clenched in indignation. "Rest assured, those villains will not escape." Ning Yechen ruffled Luo Hongye's hair with a smile, already devising his course of action. It appeared that he would need to venture out. Just then, Luo Ruiying, lying on the bed, stirred slightly, her brows fluttering as she gradually opened her eyes. Awakening from her slumber, Chapter 4. My wife is enchanting mother. Luo Hongya swiftly leaped into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying tenderly stroked Luo Hongya's head, her eyes brimming with affection and warmth. Ning Yechen smiled softly and rose to prepare medicine. Here, it's time to take your medicine. He sat at the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of medicine in one hand while gently helping Luo Ruiying to sit up. The weak Luo Ruiying found it difficult to sit upright and leaned against Ning Yechen's chest. By the way, what is your name? Luo Ruiying inquired, her voice weak and tinged with shyness as she leaned against him. Although she had brought her child to demand this man take responsibility, she was unaware of his name. Ning Yechen. And you, my wife? He replied with a smile. Wife. Upon hearing the term of endearment, a faint blush colored Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks, and her expression grew awkward. She found herself unaccustomed to such a title. Once an empress in her realm, being addressed in this manner felt strange. Is it not appropriate? We have shared a marital bond and have a child together. Should you not call me wife? You may also refer to me as husband, Ning Yechen stated with a natural audacity. As his woman, she would henceforth be his wife. Though it was sudden, he felt an unexpected joy at having a wife and becoming a father. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words, ultimately acquiescing to Ning Yechen's address. After all, she feared her time was limited. Allowing him to call her wife for a few days was inconsequential. However, she simply could not bring herself to address him as husband. I am Luo Ruiying, she murmured, instinctively about to refer to herself as this empress before softly stating her name. She was no longer the empress of the celestial realm. At this moment, they truly began to know one another. Ning Yechen smilet faintly, scooping a spoonful of medicine and blowing on it to cool before bringing it to Luo Ruiying's lips. Here, drink your medicine. Luo Ruiying hesitated, gazing at Luo Hongya in her arms. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up solemnly at Ning Yechen and said, If I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you. She wanted to ensure everything was in order while her condition was stable. She was acutely aware of her injuries, her meridians damaged, her heart severed. Ordinary remedies would be utterly ineffective for her. Thus, whether she drank the medicine or not made little difference. All right, I understand. Just drink the medicine. Ning Yechen replied dismissively, wanting her to take it quickly. Luo Ruiying felt her words were wasted. After she ingested the medicine, there was nothing to worry about. She was already in a state of preparing for her fate, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. Did you hear? Just as she was about to continue, Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to spoon-feed her medicine. The concoction he had prepared was indeed a rare treasure, even in the celestial realm. The potency of the medicine dissipated quickly, and wasting it was not an option. Suddenly force-fed, Luo Ruiying was taken aback, her expression shifting. She could feel the overwhelming essence of the medicine spreading throughout her body, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Her injuries began to heal almost instantaneously, her meridians rapidly mending themselves. What on earth is this medicine? How can it possess such remarkable potency? Even in the celestial realm, I have never consumed such a powerful concoction. It's merely some mountain yam I casually picked in the woods, Ning Yechen said, feeling somewhat guilty as he hurriedly continued to bring the medicine to her lips. It was indeed difficult to explain how a mere mortal like him had produced such precious celestial herbs. Luo Ruiying remained skeptical. How could an ordinary forest yield such invaluable mountain yam? The flavor she had tasted suggested at least several varieties of herbs aged for millennia. However, to avoid wasting the precious effects, she chose not to pursue the matter further, obediently drinking each spoonful of medicine he offered. This was the first time she had been cared for in such a manner. By a mere mortal, Ning Yechen relished the experience of feeding her, as life suddenly seemed to hold so much more joy. Luo Ruiying gently parted her delicate lips, savoring each spoonful of medicine, leaving nothing behind. She had not anticipated that feeding could be so delightful. Noticing Ning Yechen's gaze upon her, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, Is something the matter? Nothing. I merely find my wife quite enchanting, Ning Yechen candidly complimented. What impudence. The directness of his words caught Luo Ruiying off guard. and in conjunction with the medicine's effects. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she shyly lowered her gaze. In the past, she would have scolded anyone daring to speak so lightly of her, but now she felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. She was not particularly angry. "My wife, may I ask what has transpired?" After feeding her another spoonful, Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to inquire. If he could glean any clues from Luo Ruiying, it would facilitate matters greatly. Luo Ruiying's expression darkened, and she resolutely shook her head. "Please do not inquire further about this matter. The less you know, the better. It could be dangerous for you." She did not wish for Ning Yechen to become entangled in her affairs, even if he were to learn the truth. What could he do? She sensed no trace of cultivation or power within him. A mere mortal could not contend with the forces of the celestial realm. By withholding information, she aimed to protect him from danger. Though aware that Luo Ruiying might not disclose any details, Ning Yechen felt a pang of regret. If only he knew which celestial faction was involved, he could strike with precision. The vastness of the celestial realm, with its countless sacred places, sects, and hidden clans, would make it a daunting task to track down the culprits. It seemed he would have to venture into the celestial realm himself. After administering the medicine, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruiying back down on the bed, pulling the covers over both her and Luo Hongye. After consuming the potent medicine, Luo Ruiying soon felt drowsy and drifted into a deep slumber, her body continuing to absorb the medicinal essence. Ning Yechen, feeling a pang of tenderness, caressed her cheek before rising and stepping outside. With a leap, he transformed into a dark streak of light, soaring towards the heavens. The barrier between the mortal and celestial realms shattered in that instant. After a century, celestial realm, I return once more. Chapter 5. The Man Returns. In the eastern celestial domain, at the Ascension Gateway, several towering ascension gates, each standing dozens of feet high, loomed majestically above the clouds of the celestial realm. Exudino Ampuzinhoha. This location marks the boundary between the human realm and the celestial realm, serving as the first destination for those who ascend. There are similar ascension gateways throughout various regions of the celestial realm, functioning as a reporting station for the celestial domain. Whenever someone ascends from the lower realm, the ascension gate automatically opens. A group of guards clad in celestial armor gathered nearby, engaged in lively conversation over drinks, their laughter echoing in the air. Did you know? Hundreds of years ago, the dark demon monarch, Ning Yechen, led the forces of the demon realm to attack our celestial realm, igniting a storm of bloodshed. The entire celestial realm united in an effort to repel him, but the chaos was overwhelming, and it seemed like the sun and moon had lost their light, nearly leading to the destruction of our realm at the hands of that demon lord. Even the combined might of dozens of celestial emperors could not subdue him. It was only after he had laid waste to much of the celestial realm that he grudgingly retreated with his forces. That was the third celestial demon war in history, and it remains the most devastating conflict the celestial realm has ever faced. The corpulent captain of the guards animatedly recounted the ancient battle, his audience captivated and engrossed. In these peaceful times, the celestial realm had long been free from turmoil, leading to a monotonous and tedious routine for the guards. What became of that demon lord? Why haven't we heard any news of him lately? Has he perhaps perished? One guard inquired, raising his hand in curiosity. The stout captain puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "Some speculate that he sustained serious injuries and has met his demise. The demon realm has deliberately suppressed any news, hence the silence surrounding the demon lord. So, it seems our celestial realm has triumphed." Another guard chimed in confidently, "Indeed, who could possibly compare to our celestial realm?" They boasted, reveling in their pride. "By the way, you still haven't described what that demon lord looks like." Another guard asked after their laughter subsided. Suddenly, an unusual commotion arose at the Ascension Gate. What is happening? Why is the gate reacting so violently? The guards, dumbfounded, quickly stood up to investigate. They had never witnessed such turbulence at the gate before. It felt as if someone were forcefully attempting to breach the gate and ascend to the celestial realm. Who would dare to be so audacious? All the guards took defensive positions, their spears aimed at the gate. Moments later, the gate overloaded, a surge of spiritual light erupted, enveloping the area in a thick mist, and a figure emerged from the shattered portal. The guards, witnessing someone capable of shattering the Ascension Gate for the first time, were left speechless. As the figure became visible, they swiftly surrounded him, weapons drawn. The stout captain shouted angrily, "Who dares to trespass into the celestial realm and damage the Ascension Gate?" As the mist dissipated, the figure of Ning Yechen came into view. He surveyed his surroundings lazily, stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. It had been too long since he last roamed the celestial realm. He almost lost his way. Over a century had passed, yet the celestial realm appeared unchanged, just as he had left it. Everything he had once dismantled had been painstakingly restored. How delightful! "Captain, shall we apprehend him?" One of the guards observed Ning Yechen with keen eyes, inching closer. However, the captain was frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, his face pale with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. "It's him, that man. He is not dead." Noticing the captain's distress, a nearby guard whispered, "Sir, what is wrong? Everyone is awaiting your orders. Shall we take him down?" Take him down?" The captain stuttered, his voice trembling. Before he could finish, another guard, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded and commanded the others to advance. On the captain's orders, "Apprehend him." The guards charged forward, spears at the ready. Ning Yechen cast a cold glance at the advancing guards. With a swift motion of his sleeve, dark flames surged forth, and before any sound could escape their lips, the guards were reduced to ashes. Though he had grown weary of violence, he showed no mercy to those who provoked him. "Wah!" The ordering guard stood frozen, dumbfounded. Only he and the stout captain remained. Finally, the captain completed his interrupted sentence. Take your big-headed ghost away. He is the demon monarch." "What?" The guards instantly felt their legs give way, collapsing in fear. Ning Yechen was surprised. After more than a century, there were still those who recognized him. "You know me? Your name has long echoed throughout the celestial realm. I was fortunate enough to see you once more than 100 years ago," the captain stammered, kneeling in trepidation. Ning Yechen nodded, a friendly smile gracing his face as he asked, "It has been so long since I visited the celestial realm. Where is the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace?" It's that way." The captain pointed shakily in a direction, too terrified to hide anything. To him, Ning Yechen's smile felt like the Grim Reaper beckoning him forth. He only hoped that, when his time came, it would be as painless as the fate that befell the guards. "Thank you." Ning Yechen expressed his gratitude to the captain before transforming into a dark streak, racing towards the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. As they watched Ning Yechen vanish into the distance, the stout captain and another guard collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, the Qianghua Celestial Palace, towered atop the celestial realm, with magnificent golden halls shimmering in the sunlight, a scene of grandeur and majesty. This was one of the 9 supreme powers of the celestial realm, the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen arrived above the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace and shouted with all his might, "Old man, you're still alive, aren't you? If you are, come out and face me." His words reverberated throughout the palace, causing everyone within to feel as if their minds were shattering. They clutched their ears in agony, collapsing to the ground. Those with lower cultivation levels even bled from their orifices, fainting on the spot. The sudden disturbance startled everyone in the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. How dare someone speak so disrespectfully within the celestial realm? Who is this audacious young one, daring to invade the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace and treat our people with such contempt? Chapter 6. How did he return again? A middle-aged man clad in golden robes, exuding an aura of majesty, bellowed as he soared from the main hall of the celestial Tao Palace, hovering before Ning Yechen. Upon catching sight of Ning Yechen, Tian Dao Chongrong slightly furrowed his brow. The figure before him appeared hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of someone he couldn't quite place. "Who are you? What has become of that old wretch, Tian Dao Winnie?" Ning Yechen inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, regarding Tian Dao Chongrong with a puzzled expression. It had been far too long since he last visited the celestial realm. Had the celestial Tao Palace undergone a change in personnel? Ning Yechen's haughty demeanor, brimming with arrogance, was such that few in the entire celestial realm would dare speak to a member of the celestial Tao Palace in such a manner. The more Tiandao Changrong scrutinized him, the more familiar he felt, and he gradually recalled Ning Yechen's true identity, his expression shifting dramatically. "It is you, the supreme of the demon realm, Ning Yechen," Tiandao Changrong exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, as the fears he had harbored for over a century surged back to life. More than 100 years ago, he had once clandestinely witnessed the demon lord's might. Compared to that time, the current Ning Yechen bore a benign countenance, resembling an unremarkable mortal, which is why he had momentarily failed to recognize him. Indeed, it seems there are still those in the celestial Tao Palace who remember me. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I'm the former supreme of the demon realm. I have since retired, Ning Yechen corrected, shaking his finger dismissively. "Ning Yechen, you dare to intrude upon the celestial realm again, disturbing our peace and wreaking havoc upon the celestial Tao Palace? Do you truly believe the celestial Tao Palace is so easily bullied?" Tiandao Changrong's heart quaked with fear, but as the current master of the celestial Tao Palace, he steadied himself and admonished Ning Yechen with a furrowed brow. Ning Yechen's brow creased slightly, his expression darkening. The skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. Does the celestial Tao Palace believe it has regained its former prowess? It appears that the last time the celestial Tao Palace was dismantled was not thorough enough. Ning Yechen, do you truly think that the celestial realm has remained unchanged over the past century? I too have ascended to the rank of celestial emperor, all in pursuit of avenging the destruction you wrought upon the celestial Tao Palace a century ago. Ah! Tiandao Changrong's countenance sharpened, and with a furious roar, an overwhelming aura of celestial emperor erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. The colossal pressure shattered palatial structures within 100 miles, forcing countless individuals to the ground. Gasping for breath, those with even a modicum of strength could only manage to lift their heads slightly, cheering for the might of their master. Truly, our master of the celestial Tao Palace is unparalleled, a young prodigy who has ascended from celestial sovereign to celestial emperor in just over a century. It is the first time I have witnessed the full might of our master. How magnificent and imposing. Within the celestial realm, the power of our master is indeed amongst the rarest. The master is enraged. This insolent brat shall receive a proper lesson. Ning Yechen sighed helplessly, lifting his deep, dark eyes to glance at Tiandao Changrong. With a casual flick of his hand, a colossal black demonic hand tore through the void, descending upon Tiandao Changrong's head. The vast black palm overshadowed a significant portion of the celestial Tao Palace. All the denizens of the celestial Tao Palace, including Tiandao Changrong, trembled uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. With a resounding crash, the entire celestial realm quaked, as a substantial part of the celestial Tao Palace was reduced to dust. Tiandao Changrong, pinned beneath the demonic hand, coughed up blood, his body embedding into the ground, feeling as though all his bones had shattered, his expression filled with horror and dread. How is this possible? I have already ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. Why do I feel like a mere chick in the hands of the demon lord? One blow, and I nearly lost my life. Those who forget their lessons shall suffer. It appears the celestial Tao Palace no longer needs to exist, Ning Yechen declared, standing with arms crossed, striding through the void as he called out towards the depths of the celestial Tao Palace. Old wretch, I know you are not dead. If you do not come out now, I shall flatten the celestial Tao Palace, leaving no stone unturned. I will count to 3, 1. Just as his words fell, a green long rainbow shot forth from the depths of the celestial Tao Palace, followed closely by several other radiant streaks. An elderly man, with an ethereal presence and flowing white beard, hurriedly approached Ning Yechen, accompanied by several elder celestial emperors from the celestial Tao Palace. Excellent. The ancestral figure of the celestial Tao has emerged from seclusion. A few elders have also concluded their retreats. We need not fear that fellow now. Could he possibly contend against the entire celestial Tao Palace alone? Underneath the celestial Tao Palace, countless disciples looked up in anticipation at the ancestral figure and the esteemed elders, who represented not only the true strength of the celestial Tao Palace, but also stood among the pinnacle powers of the celestial realm. "Old wretch, you have finally deemed it fit to emerge," Ning Yechen remarked with a faint smile directed at the ancestral figure, Tiandao Wenyi. Tiandao Wenyi gazed at Ning Yechen, his aged eyes trembling, his expression more pallid than that of Tiandao Changrong. This harbinger of death was truly alive. If given the choice, he would prefer to muster all the strength of the palace to confront the other 8 great powers of the celestial realm rather than encounter this demon lord once more. Upon hearing the commotion from the celestial Tao Palace and Ning Yechen's voice, he had an inkling that it was he who had arrived. He had intended to evade this encounter, but if he did not emerge now, he feared the entire celestial Tao Palace might be lost. "What, old wretch? Have you brought so many people to engage in a contest with me? Just in time. It has been over a century since I last fought. I could use the exercise." Ning Yechen beamed, his smile radiant. During their exchange, they spoke as though they were close friends, yet every word sent chills down Tiandao Wenyi's spine. Without a trace of hesitation, Tiandao Wenyi hastily shook his head, forcing a sycophantic grin. "Tiandao Wenyi greets the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is jesting. How could our celestial Tao Palace dare to oppose the Demon Lord?" The disciples below the celestial Tao Palace stared in astonishment at Tiandao Wenyi, their faith crumbling in an instant. Was this truly the formidable, unyielding ancestral figure they had always known? He was actually groveling and smiling ingratiatingly. "Might I inquire if the Demon Lord could spare my great-grandson?" Tiandao Wenyi glanced at Tiandao Changrong beneath the demonic hand, noting he was still alive, and felt a sense of relief, adopting an exceedingly courteous demeanor. Having witnessed dozens of celestial emperors fail to subdue this demon lord, Tiandao Wenyi understood that the celestial Tao Palace had no need to confront him. If the palace were to be destroyed, it could simply be rebuilt. As long as the foundation remained intact, that would suffice. Ning Yechen cast a glance at Tiandao Changrong, waved his arm, and the gigantic demonic hand dissipated into the ether. Ancestral figure, having narrowly escaped death. Tiandao Changrong rushed to Tiandao Wenyi's side, pointing at Ning Yechen to report. The response he received was a sharp slap. "Smack! Unruly wretch! For offending the demon lord, you shall be confined to seclusion for a century." Tiandao Wenyi was exceedingly irate. Tiandao Changrong had dared to contemplate striking the demon lord, truly fearing that he would not raise the celestial Tao Palace to the ground. He possessed not a shred of self-awareness. If he could act, why would he need to be conciliatory? Tiandao Changrong was sent flying 100 meters, dazed and bloodied at the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that his ever-indulgent ancestral figure would be so furious as to strike him. For over a century, Tiandao Changrong had been shielded, never having confronted the demon lord directly, and thus had no inkling of his true might. Tiandao Wenyi, however, had experienced firsthand the futility of the entire celestial Tao Palace against him. This slap and punishment are deemed a means of salvation for him. "I hereby declare the abolition of the position of the sovereign of the celestial path, and the expulsion of the lord of the celestial path imperial palace into the forbidden grounds for a century. Bring forth the enforcers. Remove him at once." Chapter 7. I believe you are still lacking. Several guards stepped forward to drag the seated Tiandao Changrong away. Ning Yechen observed this scene with a silent smile. It was merely a show for his benefit. His purpose for visiting the Tiandao Imperial Palace was not to obliterate it, so he chose to let it go. Otherwise, he would have struck down Tiandao Changrong with a single blow. "I wonder what brings the demon lord to our Tiandao Imperial Palace." Tiandao Wenyi inquired politely, cupping his hands. At that moment, he was eager to see this harbinger of death depart. As long as he remained, an unbearable pressure weighed heavily on his heart. Countless disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Their ancestral figure was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the celestial realm. Never had he displayed such deference towards anyone. Yet, He bowed low before the demon lord, even going so far as to reprimand the current palace master, Tiandao Chongrong, and confine him to a forbidden area. I have come today to request the assistance of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Ning Yechen spoke calmly. What task does the demon lord have in mind? Tiandao Wentian asked, perplexed. I wish for you to collaborate with the other 8 major powers of the celestial realm to gather all information concerning a woman named Luo Ruiying, particularly her family background. Ning Yechen articulated the purpose of his visit. Instead of spending an indefinite amount of time searching the celestial realm on his own, it would be far more efficient to enlist the aid of the locals. Tiandao Wentian was taken aback that Ning Yechen had returned to the celestial realm merely to inquire about a woman and her lineage. Has this woman offended you, demon lord? If so, the Tiandao Imperial Palace is more than willing to assist you. Tiandao Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly, his words laced with a hint of menace. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, his gaze hardening with a hint of frost. No need. Simply provide me with the relevant information. I shall handle the rest. I understand, Tiandao Wentian replied, startled. He felt the chilling intent radiating from Ning Yechen, which sent a shiver down his spine. Internally, he cursed the forces behind Luo Ruiying. Damn it, why provoke this harbinger of death? And now, he has returned to the celestial realm and dismantled a significant part of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Ning Yechen's restraint nearly drove him to act against them. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. If I do not receive the information I seek, the Tiandao Imperial Palace shall cease to exist. With that ominous statement, Ning Yechen transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from above the Tiandao Imperial Palace. The ladies may awaken soon. Tiandao Wentian sighed in relief upon Ning Yechen's departure, but the thought of his return in 3 days filled him with dread. Should he fail to procure the desired information? He had no doubt that the Tiandao Imperial Palace would be obliterated, for with that man's terrifying strength, it was entirely within his capabilities. All disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, heed my command. From this moment forth, abandon all cultivation and proceed to the various celestial domains to seek information regarding Luo Ruiying. Investigate anyone with the surname Luo. Additionally, inform the other celestial powers, such as the Wujideo Palace, to assist in this search. Understood. We shall act in the name of our ancestors. For the first time, the disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace witnessed such seriousness and urgency, sparking a flurry of activity as they transformed into streaks of divine light and dispersed across the celestial realm. In an instant, the news of the demon Lord Yimachen's return spread throughout the entire celestial realm. What? The demon Lord Yimachen has returned to the celestial realm? Is the demon realm preparing to invade us again? It's over. Quick, inform the elder. Oh no, the elder has already fled. The entire celestial realm was thrown into turmoil at the news of the demon lord's reappearance, leaving countless individuals sleepless, enveloped in an atmosphere of fear. This night would surely be one of unrest throughout the celestial realm. Meanwhile, in a dark palace within the demon realm, several figures gathered around a large round table, their diverse demonic eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. The demon lord has manifested. If I knew it. The great demon lord could never perish. But why has the demon lord returned to the celestial realm? Why not call upon us to attack? I shall lead a charge to the celestial realm. Hold your horses. Reports indicate the demon lord has already departed from the celestial realm. Regardless, having news of the demon lord makes things much easier. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but we will locate the demon lord. In the human realm, within a cabin in the demon domain forest, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes. After consuming the celestial medicine and sleeping through the night, she could distinctly feel that her injuries had nearly fully healed. Although her cultivation could not be restored, her physical wounds were largely mended, and the remaining ailments would only require some careful nurturing for a while. She was astonished to discover such miraculous celestial medicine existed in the human realm. A wave of joy and wonder surged within her. Noticing Luo Hongya curled up in her embrace, still sleeping, she lovingly stroked the child's head. She had been prepared to say goodbye to the child at any moment. Now, she could continue to be by her side. Not wanting to disturb the slumbering Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying gently propped herself up and glanced around the room, only to find no sign of Ning Yechen. Just as she was about to rise and search for him, the door creaked open. Ning Yechen entered, carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Seeing Luo Ruiying awake and leaning against the headboard, he smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, my dear. Wake up and enjoy some porridge." "Did you really get up early just to make porridge?" Luo Ruiying inquired. Through the window, she could see the outside world shrouded in a soft mist. The sun not yet fully risen. "I took a stroll outside first and decided to prepare some porridge," Ning Yechen said, settling on the edge of the bed, scooping a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it, and offering it to Luo Ruiying's lips, mirroring the way he had fed her medicine the night before. "I'm fine now. I can manage on my own." Luo Ruiying was not accustomed to such intimate feeding. She had only been unable to do so due to her severe injuries the previous night. Now that she was better, she wished to take the porridge herself. However, Ning Yechen did not afford her that opportunity, retracting the porridge as her hand reached out, declaring with righteous firmness, "No, your body has yet to fully recover. I will feed you. I truly am fine now," Luo Ruiying explained. "No, I still believe you're not fully recovered." "Come, ah." Ning Yechen completely disregarded her protest, once again offering the porridge to her lips with a smile, his gaze fixed on her. Luo Ruiying felt a surge of indignation, sensing that this man was deliberately insisting on feeding her. Chapter 8. This is far more interesting than being the Demon Lord. Luo Ruiying, unable to resist Ning Yechen's kindness, reluctantly parted her crimson lips to accept the spoonful of medicinal porridge. Though she had lived for over 400 years, she felt as though she were a child being fed. The fact that he was merely a mortal made the situation even more embarrassing, should this be known. She would have no face to show to the world. As she chewed the porridge, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. The medicinal gruel melted in her mouth, filling her senses with a rich aroma of herbs mingled with the fragrance of the ingredients, and a warm sensation flowed through her body, nourishing her meridians. This was no ordinary porridge. It was infused with numerous celestial herbs and spirit medicines, along with the exquisitely delicate silver-scaled spirit fish, which bore no unpleasant taste. She had often indulged in this delicacy within the celestial realm and recognized it immediately. The silver-scaled spirit fish not only healed internal injuries, but also cleared the meridians and enriched one's spiritual energy. Even in the celestial realm, this fish was a rare find. Yet, here she was, savoring porridge made from silver-scaled spirit fish in the mortal world. It tasted delightful. "Did you make this porridge?" Luo Ruiying asked, her eyes wide with incredulity. "Indeed. Is it to your liking?" Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "It's delicious. But that's not the question at hand. How was there silver-scaled spirit fish in the mortal realm? Where did you procure it?" "There's a pond not far behind the house. I caught the fish there." "From a pond?" Luo Ruiying stared at him, astonished. The silver-scaled spirit fish required an environment rich in spiritual energy, thriving only in spiritual springs. It could not possibly survive in a mortal pond. She suspected he was deceiving her. First, it was the celestial herbs, and now the silver-scaled spirit fish. How could such rare treasures be found in this little forest? "My dear, I assure you, I did catch them in the pond. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourself," Ning Yechen earnestly explained, meeting her scrutinizing gaze. He spoke the truth. The celestial herbs were gathered from the mountains, cultivated by him a century ago. The silver-scaled spirit fish were also from the pond, where he had raised them himself. Very well. Seeing that Ning Yechen genuinely did not seem to be lying, Luo Ruiying decided not to press further. Though her heart brimmed with doubts, she chose to trust his words. After all, he was merely immortal. It was unlikely he could conjure such celestial herbs or silver-scaled spirit fish from thin air. She would verify it later herself. "My dear," he said, continuing to lift the porridge to her lips. Luo Ruiying opened her mouth to take another bite, gradually casting aside her earlier concerns. The two continued their intimate feeding, oblivious to the fact that a little one had already awakened, gazing with wide eyes at their actions. When Luo Ring noticed Luo Hongya watching her being fed, just as she fed him, her face flushed crimson, and in her fluster, she choked slightly, coughing a few times. The embarrassment of being seen being fed by her husband was mortifying. Cough, cough, Yi, you're awake. Luo Ruiying collected herself, reaching to scoop up Luo Hongya, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. Father is feeding mother, just like mother feeds Yi, Luo Hongya observed, glancing at Ning Yechen before looking up at Luo Ruiying with a smile. Luo Ruiying felt a wave of shyness wash over her, playfully glaring at Ning Yechen. It was all his fault. She had insisted she could eat by herself, yet he had insisted on feeding her. Now their child had seen it. This display of affection only caused Ning Yechen to admire her even more. He had not expected her slight irritation to be so endearing. Father, I want you to feed me too, Luo Hongya said, undeterred by the display between his parents, and eagerly opened his mouth, reaching out for a bite. Ning Yechen gently ruffled Luo Hongya's little head and scooped a spoonful of medicinal porridge for him. This rare concoction was also a substantial nourishment for the growing child. Luo Ruiying's eyes squinted with joy as she puffed out her adorable cheeks, gently rocking in her embrace. In a sweet, childlike voice, he declared, delicious. Father S. cooking is better than Mother S. Luo Ruiying's expression flickered with embarrassment and a hint of melancholy. Had her previous dishes been so unpalatable? As a once great empress of the celestial realm, was it not natural for her culinary skills to be lacking? Yet, hearing that she was inferior to a mere mortal, even if it pertained only to cooking, filled her with a profound sense of defeat. If it's delicious, then eat more, Ning Yechen responded, pleased to hear his child's delight, feeding another spoonful of porridge to Luo Hongya. For some reason, his heart swelled with pride and satisfaction, far surpassing the fulfillment he felt from defeating a celestial emperor. All those years spent honing his culinary skills had not been in vain. Who would have thought that his practiced cooking would come to fruition in such a way? It was a fortuitous turn of events. Ning Yechen noticed the forlorn look on Luo Ruiying's face and couldn't help but chuckle as he offered her another spoonful of porridge. My dear, it's your turn now. Luo Ruiying felt a sense of being treated like a child, deepening her expression of discontent. However, seeing Luo Hongya gazing up at her with eager anticipation, she quietly opened her mouth and accepted the offered porridge. Deep down, she couldn't help but admire it. It truly seemed to be just a touch better than her own cooking. Observing Ning Yechen feeding them while neglecting his own meal, Luo Ruiying questioned, aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. You and the child should enjoy it, he replied with a smile. He relished the act of feeding them. As the demon lord, he could go without food indefinitely. Eating occasionally was merely a matter of indulgence. Luo Ruiying, unaware of Ning Yechen's notorious reputation as the demon lord, regarded him simply as a mortal. She had heard that food was particularly precious in the mortal realm, especially for those living in the impoverished mountainous regions who might resort to gnawing on tree bark. Glancing around the room, she noted the apparent lack of food supplies and assumed he was sacrificing his own needs to provide for her and their child, which touched her heart deeply. With a shy blush, she seized the remaining porridge from Ning Yechen's hands and, despite her embarrassment, offered him a spoonful, saying, I am full now. You should have the rest. As a former empress of the celestial realm, she was actually feeding a mortal. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, it was a gesture of gratitude for his kindness. Besides, he was her husband now, making it a reasonable act. Ning Yechen, taken aback, had not anticipated Luo Ruiying would wish to feed him. With a gentle smile, he accepted the offering. This sensation of being fed was not new to him. His subordinates had done so in the past. Yet it felt entirely different. This was far more entertaining than being the demon lord. Chapter 9. My dear, your preference is sufficient. The family of three joyfully shared their morning, feeding one another in a heartwarming manner. After finishing the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruiying felt that her body had sufficiently recovered and her strength was gradually returning. She expressed to Ning Yechen her desire to take a stroll outside. As this would soon be her home with her child, she wanted to ensure that the place was sufficiently secluded and safe. Additionally, she was curious to see if the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines Ning Yechen had spoken of were truly harvested from the back mountain. With her injuries healed, Luo Ruiying was eager to venture outside, and Ning Yechen gladly accompanied her. As they stepped out of the wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying carefully observed her surroundings. The cabin was nestled in a spacious clearing, surrounded on all sides by dense woods. Gazing upward, she could see the towering mountains encircling them, making it quite a concealed location. The only downside was its isolation, with no towns or signs of civilization nearby. However, for Luo Ruiying, this solitude was not unwelcome. Spending her remaining days in such a tranquil retreat seemed quite appealing. "My dear, allow me to show you the back mountain," Ning Yechen said, extending his hand toward Luo Ruiying. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his, while cradling Luo Hongye in her other arm. Ning Yechen gently led her toward the back mountain. In the woods behind the mountain, a peculiar sight unfolded before them, divided by two towering trees. The inner side was lush and vibrant, revealing a profusion of sparkling celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. In contrast, the outer side resembled an ordinary forest, with nothing but common weeds and shrubs growing beneath the trees. The stark contrast amazed Luo Ruiying. Within the same grove, two entirely different landscapes coexisted. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, guiding Luo Ruiying across the boundary formed by the two great trees. As they crossed over, Luo Ruiying distinctly sensed as though she had passed through an invisible barrier. Inside this boundary, celestial herbs and spiritual medicines flourished in abundance, with countless varieties dotting the ground. The air was thick with visible spiritual energy, sparkling like starlight. Brimming with vitality, it felt as if she had immersed herself in a mist of spiritual essence, bathing in the energy of the heavens and earth. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened in astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy here rivaled that of the celestial realm. No wonder such rare herbs could thrive here. It was utterly incredible. How could such a place exist in the mortal realm? After her initial surprise, a profound question arose in Luo Ruiying's heart. From the sensation of crossing into the boundary, it appeared that this was a formation left by some elder, designed to nurture celestial herbs with concentrated spiritual energy. The nature of this formation was to gather and confine the essence of heaven and earth, allowing spiritual energy to enter but not exit, while allowing beings to come and go freely. The ability to create such an extensive gathering formation indicated that the individual was of considerable skill. Curiously, however, the elder had only established this gathering formation without any defensive measures, showing a complete lack of caution. Was the elder truly unconcerned that their carefully cultivated herb garden could be exploited by others or beasts? Luo Ruiying found herself perplexed. Who could this elder be that had arranged such a garden in the mortal realm? "My dear, did I deceive you? All those herbs were harvested right here," Ning Yechen proudly proclaimed to Luo Ruiying. He had transplanted numerous celestial herbs and buried tens of thousands of seeds, dedicating a century to cultivating the vast array of herbs now covering the mountainside. Luo Ruiying nodded, finally believing Ning Yechen's words. She hadn't anticipated that the back mountain behind the cabin would be precisely this herb garden. His fortune in discovering the garden of some elder was quite remarkable. With curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes, Luo Ruiying surveyed the multitude of celestial herbs, delight filling her heart. So many of these were exceptionally rare even during her time in the celestial realm. The millennium-old Tinshuelingji, the ice cicada herb, the drunken immortal flower. Oh my, even the seven-colored liu-leaf flower. Approaching a resplendent flower, she was filled with wonder. Its petals shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, flowing like liquid light, utterly stunning. The seven-colored liu-leaf flower was renowned for its ability to purify and solidify one's foundation. Consuming it would allow for rapid progress in cultivation and make most bottlenecks easily surmountable. Even in the celestial realm, countless sects sought after this flower for their descendants. Yet here it was a perfect specimen. Luo Ruiying glanced at the adorable Luo Hongye in her arms, her fingers itching to pluck the seven-colored liu-leaf flower. However, she hesitated. Although she longed to give it to Luo Hongye, she refrained, knowing it might be a precious herb intentionally cultivated by that elder. Taking it could be seen as an offense. In that moment of hesitation, Ning Yechen stepped forward and plucked the flower, presenting it to Luo Ruiying. "My dear, this is for you." "You? How could you pick this flower?" Luo Ruiying exclaimed, her face paling in shock. This was the seven-colored liuli flower, which would wither and die within 3 days once plucked. Even if the roots remained, it would take an unknown amount of time for it to regrow. "Oh no, this is a disaster." While Luo Ruiying panicked, Ning Yechen remained calm and composed. "My dear, do you not desire this flower?" I do want it, but..." Luo Ruiying struggled to articulate her thoughts. He was merely a mortal, unaware of the flower's true value, which was understandable. Moreover, he had plucked it for her sake. If blame were to be placed, it would be on her for not paying attention sooner. "As long as you like it, that is enough for me." Ning Yechen once again offered the seven-colored liuli flower to Luo Ruiying. Compared to the happiness of his wife and the future of their child, a mere flower held little significance for him. With a soft sigh, Luo Ruiying accepted the seven-colored liuli flower and fed it to Luo Hongye. Even if it was not consumed, it would be a waste. If that elder were to come looking, she would find a way to atone with some heavenly treasures. After consuming the seven-colored liuli flower, Luo Hongye radiated a dazzling seven-colored glow, which gradually faded, leaving her skin as smooth and flawless as jade. This was merely the initial effect. The true benefits would manifest throughout her meridians and bones over time. Afterward, Luo Hongye stuck out her tongue and pouted, looking pitifully at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. "Daddy, Mommy, this doesn't taste good." Luo Ruiying couldn't help but laugh and cried her childish remark. Little did they know, this was the coveted seven-colored liuli flower that many in the celestial realm would yearn for. And here was her child, expressing disdain. Chapter 10. He is merely a mortal and cannot be blamed. "Father has found you some delicious treats." Ning Yechen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's little head and skillfully approached a dense thicket of vines. The vines were adorned with grapes that sparkled like crystals. Each grape was the size of a child's palm, translucent, with the succulent flesh visible within. "These are crystal grapes. So many of them." Luo Ruiying gazed in astonishment at the sprawling expanse of dense crystal grapes, flourishing so abundantly. Although crystal grapes are commonly found in the celestial realm as a staple fruit, their rich juice can restore one's spiritual energy. In the human realm, each vine of crystal grapes must be exceptionally rare and precious. This vast orchard of crystal grapes has completely reshaped her understanding of celestial fruits in the human world. Ning Yechen casually plucked a single crystal grape and offered it to Luo Hongye, playfully inquiring, "Yay, is it delicious?" "It's so sweet," Luo Ruiying replied with a delighted smile as she bit into the crystal grape. In his delight, Ning Yechen plucked an entire bunch of crystal grapes, feeding them one by one to Luo Hongye. Luo Ruiying had intended to intervene, considering that this might belong to a senior's medicinal garden. They had already inadvertently taken the seven-colored glazed flower. Taking any more celestial herbs or fruits would be rather inappropriate. However, seeing the joy on Luo Hongye's face and the excitement of the father-daughter duo, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. Surely, that esteemed elder would not mind such a small amount being consumed. She reassured herself inwardly. At that moment, as Ning Yechen prepared to eat a crystal grape himself, Luo Ruiying's expression turned frantic, and she quickly grasped his arm. You cannot eat that." Though the spiritual energy contained in the grape juice was minimal, it could still be lethal to an utterly unrefined mortal. One careless bite could lead to fatal consequences. Ning Yechen looked puzzled, wondering why he could not partake in something he had grown himself. But then it dawned on him that in Luo Ruiying's size, he was indeed a mortal and should not indulge in such celestial fruits. Normally, he would consume them by the pound, yet now he could have none. Otherwise, she might discern the truth and inadvertently expose his identity. Though slightly disappointed, Ning Yechen felt a swell of happiness seeing Luo Ruiying's concern for him. To appear more convincing, he feigned ignorance and asked, "My dear, why can't I eat?" Luo Hongye also gazed at Luo Ruiying with wide, curious eyes, as if asking why Ye could eat while he could not. Because this fruit is, in fact, a celestial fruit, and consuming it would pose a danger. She cautioned Ning Yechen earnestly. Many things here are not safe for direct consumption. You must promise me that you won't eat anything from here carelessly. She was astonished that he had managed to survive thus far. While wasting a portion of spiritual energy to cook medicinal porridge was one thing, consuming it directly could have resulted in his demise. Very well, I shall heed your words. Thank you for your concern, my dear, Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush slightly as she turned her gaze away. She herself was puzzled as to why she worried for him. Perhaps it was because he was the father of her child. The little darling in her arms, clutching a crystal grape, had overheard Luo Ruiying's words and looked on with tearful eyes, on the verge of crying. Mother, is Ye in danger? Ye want to be greedy anymore. Boo-hoo, don't cry, dear. It's all right. As long as you don't eat too much, you'll be fine. Luo Ruiying hurriedly comforted Luo Hongye, gently patting her back. Really? Luo Hongye asked with tear-filled eyes. Indeed, Mother will ensure that you are safe. Luo Ruiying reassured her softly. With her unique bloodline, Luo Hongye was inherently different from ordinary mortals, and thus, she would be unharmed. Only then did Luo Hongye cease her sobbing, nestling contentedly against Luo Ruiying, and quietly asked then, Mother, can Ye still eat? Of course. Ye can eat as much as she wishes. Before Luo Ruiying could respond, Ning Yechen, with a doting smile, swiftly offered another crystal grape to Luo Hongye's mouth. The apprehensive child, who had been on the verge of tears, suddenly beamed with joy. Luo Ruiying, both exasperated and affectionate, could only smile slightly. Well, as long as the child is happy. After Ning Yechen had finished feeding Luo Hongye, he plucked another grape and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips, still wearing that tender smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks reddened as she slightly parted her lips to accept it. She seemed to gradually become accustomed to being fed. Under Ning Yechen's guidance, the trio continued their journey, sampling every edible celestial fruit and herb they encountered along the way, primarily with Ning Yechen feeding both mother and daughter. Before long, they arrived at a vast lake. The water was clear and shimmering, the surface dancing with ripples, and the sunlight casting glimmers upon it. Silver-scaled spirit fish occasionally leaped from the water. As Luo Ruiying approached the lake, she could feel an incredibly rich and pure spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the entire lake was composed of natural spiritual liquid. Such a vast, natural spiritual lake was exceedingly rare. Even a single sip would significantly enhance one's cultivation. No wonder it could sustain so many silver-scaled spirit fish. The wonders of this medicinal garden were overwhelming. It made her even more curious about the esteemed individual who had created it. Not far from the spiritual lake, there lay a large expanse of farmland, divided into several sections, each cultivating various crops, all thriving tantalizingly. Luo Ruiying, filled with astonishment, stepped into the fields, casually picking a stalk of rice to smell. The rice was crystal clear, imbued with faint spiritual energy, and a subtle aura wafted into her nostrils. This paddy was irrigated with spiritual liquid. Did you cultivate this? Its growth is so vigorous. It must require regular irrigation with spiritual liquid. An ordinary person would never waste such precious spiritual liquid on crops. That esteemed elder would never engage in such wasteful acts. It must be Ning Yechen, residing nearby. Ning Yechen nodded proudly. My dear, I have grown these splendidly. This was the grain he had painstakingly cultivated. He had intentionally planted numerous crops to satisfy his cravings. Seeing the proud look on Ning Yechen's face, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain in her heart. Such precious natural spiritual liquid. To think he used it to grow food. It was an utter waste. With a resigned sigh, Luo Ruiying repeatedly reminded herself, he is merely a mortal, unaware of the preciousness of spiritual liquid. I cannot blame him. Chapter 11. A husband who would not devour you. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye, wandered curiously through the enchanting medicinal herb garden. At that moment, Ning Yechen was struck by a sudden inspiration and discreetly made his way to a nearby open expanse of grass. This area had originally been intended for cultivating other crops, but now he harbored a new idea. With a flourish of his sleeve, he scattered countless seeds across the meadow like raindrops. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the meadow burst into a riot of blossoms, transforming the landscape into a vibrant tapestry of flowers. The fragrant bloom spread its intoxicating scent for miles around. Attracted by the rich aroma, Luo Ying was drawn closer, her gaze fixed on the breathtaking panorama of blossoming flowers before her. As the gentle breeze swept through, it stirred a flurry of colorful petals. Luo Hongya joyfully leaped from Luo Ruying's embrace, bouncing and frolicking into the flower bushes. "How do you like it, my dear?" Ning Yechen asked with a smile as he approached Luo Ruying. Turning to him, she was visibly astonished. "Did you cultivate all of this?" she inquired, her mind racing. Ning Yechen nodded, and her heart swelled with awe. Such a magnificent floral sea. How much time must it have taken to nurture? He guided Luo Ruying to sit among the blossoms, where they reveled in the gentle breeze and the soothing fragrance. Since their escape from the celestial realm, Luo Ruying had remained on edge, constantly fearing pursuit. Yet, in this moment, her tension finally began to ease. Gently tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, stirred by the breeze, she allowed a crescent moon smile to grace her exquisite features. "Be careful, Hongya," she called out softly to her child playing nearby. "Don't run too fast or wander too far." Ning Yechen gazed at her enchanting profile, a stirring sensation welling within him. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. He had encountered countless celestial beings before, yet none had evoked such profound feelings in him. Could it be that she was his first love, now his wife? Startled by his embrace, Luo Ruying's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of panic. Yet she offered no resistance. Though she could easily break free with her current cultivation level, she hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently harm him, a mere mortal. Moreover, she harbored no disdain for Ning Yechen. She had never looked down upon him for his humanity. Although she had once resented him for taking her body, they now shared a child, and they were, in truth, a married couple. Embracing as spouses seemed a perfectly natural act. Noticing her body stiffen as if carved from wood, Ning Yechen couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, "Relax, my dear, I would never harm you." "I am not nervous," she retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Ning Yechen found her indignation endearing, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Frustrated, Luo Ruying turned her head away, ignoring him. This insufferable man dared to tease her, fully aware of her prowess as a cultivator. Had it been anyone else, she would have smote them without hesitation. As they enjoyed their moment together, Luo Hongya, nestled among the flowers, spotted a vividly colored butterfly fluttering by. Having never seen one before, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she scampered after it. Unbeknownst to her, she ventured to the edge of the flower patch, where the butterfly finally landed on a blossom. Curious, she leaned closer, wishing to touch it, but the startled butterfly flitted into the thicket. "Wait, Hongya!" she called out, chasing after it, only to find herself lost in the dense, silent woods. Turning around, she was met with the terrifying sight of a massive dragon, its scales glinting like sharpened blades. Emerging from the foliage, its dark, slitted eyes were fixed on her, brimming with greed and surprise, drool dripping from its maw. "Look what I found! A human. It has been ages since I feasted on human flesh." Terrified, Luo Hongya trembled and began to retreat, but stumbled and fell, bursting into tears. "Mana, Papa!" The sound of her cries reached Ning Yechen and Luo Ruying. Unable to locate Luo Hongya, Luo Ruying's heart raced with fear, and she dashed toward the source of the sound. "Huh! Calling for your parents won't save you. Allow me to devour you. Fear not, you will not feel a thing." The dark-scaled dragon lunged at Luo Hongya with its gaping maw. In that critical moment, Luo Ruying sprang forth, her sword slicing across the dragon's face. "Begone, beast! What do you intend to do to my child?" She stood protectively in front of Luo Hongya, her expression icy as she glared at the dragon. In pain from the wound, the dragon seethed with rage, its gaze fixated on her. "You wretched human! How dare you mar my visage? No one, save that master, has ever dared to do so. With that, the dragon unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp scales, emanating a formidable aura of spiritual power. A dragon of the celestial realm. An existence of the highest caliber among beasts. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened in astonishment and caution. Such a creature, at the pinnacle of power within the human realm, had appeared here. Had it been lured by the scent of the divine herbs? She should have been more vigilant. Regret gnawed at her. Her negligence had nearly endangered her child. In her prime, she could have easily slain this dragon with a mere stroke of her sword. But now, her cultivation was limited, and while she might not necessarily lose in battle, she feared for Luo Hongye's safety. What should she do? Should she flee with her child? As she pondered her options, Ning Yechen's figure emerged from behind her. Upon seeing him arrive, Luo Ruiying's expression shifted to one of panic. This was dire. If it were just her and Luo Hongye, she would have been confident in their escape. However, with Ning Yechen alongside her, their chances of evading the dragon diminished significantly. Luo Ruiying found herself trapped in a dilemma. Chapter 12. Just be careful in the next life, take the child and go. I will hold it off. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying whispered her instructions to Ning Yechen. This was the best course of action. By allowing Ning Yechen to lead the child away, she could dedicate herself entirely to confronting the formidable Xianlin giant dragon. Ning Yechen did not respond to Luo Ruiying. Instead, he gently lifted the frightened Luo Hongye from the ground, soothing her by softly patting her back. Do not cry, my dear. Father and mother are here. Everything will be all right. Luo Hongye ceased her tears, fearfully curling up in Ning Yechen's embrace. He tenderly stroked her head, then raised his gaze, coldly regarding the Xianlin giant dragon. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the dragon's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, its previously menacing aura dissipating in an instant. It's him. That child is his. We are doomed. We must flee. The Xianlin giant dragon turned and bolted without a moment's hesitation, its massive form vanishing like a shadow through the treetops at an astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying was left bewildered. How could the once ferocious Xianlin giant dragon suddenly take flight? Was it possible that even in its true form, it could move so swiftly? The fear etched upon its visage led her to ponder if it had been intimidated by her presence. Regardless, the dragon's retreat brought her a sense of relief. Are you all right, my dear? Luo Ruiying sheathed her sword and hurriedly approached Luo Hongye, anxiously checking for injuries. Fortunately, the child had merely stumbled, twisting her ankle and suffering a minor scrape. Just as Luo Hongye had settled down, she once again cried out, leaping from Ning Yechen's arms into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Wah! Mother! Do not cry. Mother is here. Luo Ruiying gently cooed, rocking her child. The fright had taken its toll on the young one, and Luo Ruiying felt a pang of guilt. Had she been more vigilant, such a perilous situation could have been avoided. This place is dangerous, Luo Ruiying advised Ning Yechen. Given the fright Luo Hongye had experienced, it was clear that continuing their outing was ill-advised. They could easily encounter other ferocious beasts. Ning Yechen softly cautioned her, then turned to stroll into the forest. Luo Ruiying wanted to call out to Ning Yechen, urging him to abandon any concerns about insects. The appearance of beasts in the vicinity was a clear sign of danger. A mere mortal could easily fall prey to a wild creature. However, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen had already vanished into the woods. High above the mountain forest, a massive black silhouette darted swiftly through the air. The Xianlin giant dragon flapped its wings with all its might, glancing back in fear. It had inadvertently provoked a powerful being. It could no longer remain in the demon domain forest. If it hesitated any longer, death was certain. Where do you think you're going? Just as the dragon turned its head, a chilling voice echoed from ahead, sending a shiver down its spine as if greeting from the depths of the underworld. Master, this is a misunderstanding. I truly did not know she was your child. The Xianlin giant dragon halted before Ning Yechen, its immense body kneeling in supplication. It's all right. Just be careful in your next life. Ning Yechen raised a hand, and in an instant, the dragon's colossal form twisted and compressed into a sphere no larger than a palm. Why you? The dragon attempted to plead further. but its iron-like body had already been reduced to a mere ball. You frightened my daughter and made her cry. Your death is a small price to pay. Ning Yechen regarded the spherical form of the Xianlin giant dragon with indifference, then waved his hand, reducing it to ashes. He then called out, Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Giant Ape, Sky's Swallowing Serpent, come forth. His voice, though not loud, rippled outward like a gentle wave, and soon 3 figures hastened towards him from different directions. Master, the trio exclaimed, bending deeply in respect, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, unable to meet Ning Yechen's gaze. They understood well that the man before them was not someone to be trifled with. Once, nearly 100 demon kings had resided deep within the demon domain forest, but now only 4 remained. No, now only 3 remained. They had all witnessed Ning Yechen casually crush the Xianlin giant dragon. Sensing that Ning Yechen was not in a particularly amiable mood today, the 3 were filled with trepidation, their legs trembling in fear. They could not fathom how that unfortunate Xianlin giant dragon had managed to provoke such a formidable being. This was a death knell for them. Ning Yechen's cold gaze swept over them as he spoke. The Xianlin giant dragon not only frightened my daughter, but nearly harmed her. Thus I dispatched him. That wretched creature dared to lay a hand on your daughter. Such a crime deserves 1,000 deaths. The Titan giant ape, with its thick white hair, exclaimed in fury. Indeed, had I known, I would have slain him myself without your intervention. Chimed in the Chaos Bull Demon, towering at nearly 2 meters in height with a sturdy build. Another figure, a lithe woman akin to a water serpent, nodded fervently. Yes, Master, your decision to eliminate him was merciful. It seems you all concur with my actions. Ning Yechen remarqued. Of course. The 3 demon kings responded in unison. That is reassuring. I was concerned you might frighten my daughter or pose a threat to her. Should I then consider eliminating you as well? Ning Yechen smiled lightly, his words devoid of malice. Yet to the 3 demons, it struck like thunder, sending chills through their spines. With a resounding thud, the 3 demons hastily knelt, trembling as they begged for mercy. Please spare us, Master. We would not dare offend you or your family, even if we had tenfold the courage. Ning Yechen pondered for a moment, but remained silent. The 3 demons dared not move, anxiously awaiting his decision. Each passing second felt agonizingly lengthy, as they feared it could be their last moments in this realm. After a long pause, Ning Yechen addressed them. Remember your words and keep a tight rein on your subordinates. Should a single demon frighten my daughter, prepare to face annihilation. With that, he vanished from sight. Yes, the 3 demons remained prostrate, not daring to stir until a considerable time had elapsed. Cautiously, they lifted their heads, confirming that Ning Yechen had indeed departed, and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. From this day forth, they vowed never to approach that wooden cabin again. It was far too terrifying. Chapter 13. Truly only for the child before long. Luo Ruing hastily appeared before Ning Yechen. What relief! I finally found you. Upon seeing Ning Yechen safe and sound, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, noticing his nonchalant demeanor, a surge of frustration welled up within her. He seemed utterly unfazed, as if danger were but a distant notion. With a hint of reproach, Luo Ruing cast a glance at Ning Yechen and admonished, do not go meddling with any creatures in this vicinity again. It is quite perilous here. Is my dear wife so concerned for her husband? Ning Yechen feigned ignorance, a playful smile gracing his lips. Luo Ruing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a playful glare. I merely do not wish for the child to lose her father. Really? Only for the child? Ning Yechen leaned closer, a knowing smile illuminating his face. As their eyes locked, the space between them seemed to diminish. A mere step away from closeness, Luo Ruing's heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to take a step back, the blush on her face deepening. With indignation, she glared at Ning Yechen. How could he jest with her at such a moment? As an esteemed empress of the celestial realm, she should not be subjected to the playful mockery of a mere mortal. It is truly only for the child, she retorted, flustered and vexed, turning to leave. Observing her haughty and irritated figure, Ning Yechen smiled faintly. He glanced down at his feet, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind, and he deliberately twisted his right foot, simulating an injury. My dear, it seems I have inadvertently injured my foot. Ning Yechen lamented, taking a couple of limping steps towards the indignant Luo Ruiying. The fracture in his right foot was grave indeed. Hadn't he seemed perfectly fine just moments ago? Why did you not mention this sooner? How careless of you. What if I hadn't come to find you? Luo Ruiying scolded him angrily, her eyes filled with concern. With such an injury, should they encounter a beast in the woods, his life would be in grave danger. I sincerely apologize for causing you worry, Ning Yechen said, secretly delighted by her genuine concern for him, his smile unwavering. Luo Ruiying, unable to resist, quickly wrapped his foot with a makeshift bandage before turning her back to him and crouching down. The woods were fraught with formidable beasts, and caution was essential. With a triumphant smirk, Ning Yechen took the opportunity to lean against her back, wrapping his arms around her delicate neck. Her back was warm, and a delightful fragrance enveloped him. He pressed his cheek against her, savoring the moment, though a flush crept to Luo Ruiying's face. She remained silent, acknowledging the necessity of accommodating Ning Yechen's injury. In a single bound, she ascended into the trees, swiftly navigating towards the wooden cabin. Father, I was so worried about you, Luo Hongye exclaimed, her concern palpable. Ning Yechen affectionately embraced her, ruffling her hair. Luo Ruiying smiled at the scene, her heart warming. After reminding Ning Yechen to refrain from wandering too far, she departed from the cabin, intent on patrolling the area for any lurking beasts, ensuring a protective barrier around their dwelling. A solitary cabin offered scant security, without any early warning measures. One could only wonder how Ning Yechen had managed to survive here for so long. Encountering a single beast could spell disaster for them all. It was her duty to safeguard this home. In the medicinal garden, Luo Ruiying swiftly gathered the herbs she required. Subsequently, she initiated a thorough inspection of the area surrounding the cabin, determined to find no traces of beasts within a 50-mile radius. After covering a significant distance, she began to feel perplexed. Not a single beast was in sight. She could not even sense their presence. Previously, she had detected numerous creatures. How could this be? With such a vast medicinal garden exuding potent spiritual energy and fragrant herbs, not a single beast had been drawn to it. This was utterly illogical. The previously encountered Shenlin giant dragon was nowhere to be found either. How strange. This unusual phenomenon caused Luo Ruiying to furrow her brow. However, the absence of beasts was, in fact, to her advantage, sparing her the need to confront them. Seizing the opportunity, she buried spirit stones at various points 50 miles away, forming a protective barrier around the cabin. Once activated, the barrier transformed from a faint hue to transparency, rendering it nearly invisible even upon close inspection. With everything in place, Luo Ruiying felt a sense of relief. Although the barrier she established with her current cultivation was not particularly powerful, it would suffice to ward off threats below the divine realm. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were engaged in playful antics, frolicking together. Mother, Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile, her eyes scanning the interior of the cabin. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she inquired, "How do you bathe here?" Since escaping the celestial realm, she had not bathed in days. In the celestial realm, she had maintained a daily bathing ritual. The absence of such simple comforts had become a considerable trial for her. She could forego food and drink, but not bathing. Yet, upon careful examination, she found no bathing tub within the cabin, nor any facilities for heating water outside. This predicament left her at a loss. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's desire for a bath, Ning Yechen instantly perked up. "My dear, you wish to bathe? I know just a perfect place." Chapter 14, just a bit overheated. Having gone several days without a bath, I longed for a cleansing. Luo Ruiying shyly nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued as she eagerly inquired, "Where is this good place?" "My dear, if you head southwest from the back mountain for about 2 or 3 miles, you will find a hot spring atop a cliff." Ning Yechen replied with a smile, holding Luo Hongye close. "Hot spring." Upon hearing those words, Luo Ruiying's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face betraying her eager anticipation. She had initially thought a warm bath would suffice, given that this place could not compare to the divine palaces of the celestial realm. Yet, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a hot spring nestled within this forest. Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively, for he had specially uncovered that hot spring. Living in seclusion here was all about savoring life, and naturally, one must have the essentials. A former demon lord certainly shouldn't deprive himself of such pleasures. Come, my dear, let's go wash, Luo Ruiying exclaimed joyfully as she took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's arms. May I join you? Ning Yechen asked earnestly, his expression serious. He had never yearned for anything as much as this moment. However, much to his dismay, Luo Ruiying swiftly declined without hesitation. Absolutely not, she exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed outside, disappearing in an instant, leaving Ning Yechen alone in the house. Disappointment washed over Ning Yechen as he shook his head, hesitating over whether to follow her. To spy on his wife bathing would surely be considered perverse, wouldn't it? But then again, was it really so unusual for a husband to gaze upon his wife in such a manner? In the woods, Luo Ruiying soared through the air with Luo Hongye cradled in her arms. The little one looked up with wide eyes, puzzled. Mother, why can't we let father join us for a bath? It's so lonely for him at home. Well, Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Although she had accepted Ning Yechen as her husband, it did not mean she was ready to meet him with complete honesty. The mere thought of being naked together in a bath made her blush deeply. Even as the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she had never allowed any maidservants to attend to her during her baths, let alone share one with a man. Under the curious gaze of Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying forced a smile and offered an explanation. Your father has hurt his foot, and it's inconvenient for him. Then mother can carry father here, just like she does with me, Luo Hongye innocently suggested. Luo Ruiying could only respond with a weak rebuttal, changing her explanation. Tonight, mother needs to focus on giving you a proper bath, so father cannot join us. Is that so? Luo Hongye said with a hint of disappointment. Seeing that her daughter seemed to accept the reasoning, Luo Ruiying nodded vigorously. Yes, mother will make sure to wash you thoroughly. It will take a while. Luo Hongye pondered for a moment before looking up with unwavering determination. Mother, then I won't wash. Let us have you and father wash together. Coughing, Luo Ruiying nearly stumbled midair at her child's unexpected declaration. This child. Next time, mother will bathe with your father, all right? Tonight, I will help you get clean first. Luo Ruiying found herself unable to convince Luo Hongye, reluctantly agreeing. All right, but next time, can you bathe with both mother and father? Luo Hongye looked at her expectantly. Okay, what else could Luo Ruiying do but smile wryly and agree? Perhaps in a few days, her child would forget. As they conversed, Luo Ruiying leaped onto a cliff. The area was thick with trees, revealing a small path leading deeper into the woods. Before long, a steaming hot spring, vast and inviting, came into view. There truly was a hot spring. Luo Ruiying's face lit up with joy as she quickly helped Luo Hongye out of her clothes and into the warm water. Mother, the water is so warm. Come in, Luo Hongye exclaimed happily, splashing around in the spring while waving at her mother. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, lifting her hands to remove her celestial gown and undergarments. Her exquisite figure, with cascading black hair, shimmered in the moonlight, standing amidst the rising mist, a sight to behold. Hidden among the trees, someone gazed in awe. After careful consideration, Ning Yechen decided to follow discreetly. But do not misunderstand. He had no intention of spying. Rather, he aimed to protect Luo Ruiying and their daughter from any unforeseen dangers. Should anything arise, he would be prepared to act swiftly. Yet, an unsettling feeling nagged at Luo Ruiying, as if she were being watched. Despite having set up a barrier within a 50-mile radius, ensuring no beasts or intruders could breach her sanctuary, she wondered if it could be him. At first, she thought of Ning Yechen, but quickly shook her head in denial. It was impossible for him to catch up with him so soon, given his injured foot. Surely it must be her imagination. Not dwelling further on it, she submerged herself in the warm spring, a look of comfort and bliss spreading across her face as if she had been rejuvenated. Luo Hongye swam over to her mother, settling in her embrace, content as she had her body and hair dried with gentle care. Ning Yechen, perched on a branch, watched the mother and daughter with an amused smile, his thoughts free of any distractions. However, when Luo Ruiying rose from spring, Ning Yechen could not contain the blood that flowed from his nose. After centuries without injury, he found himself wounded once more in this manner. Having just bathed, Luo Ruiying's damp hair gleamed as it cascaded down her waist, her complexion radiating a rosy glow. "Why are you bleeding?" she asked worriedly, approaching Ning Yechen, concerned he might be hiding an injury. Ning Yechen turned his head in embarrassment, hastily explaining, "I'm fine, please don't worry. I'm just a bit overheated." Chapter 15. The husband who always sleeps bare. Ah, how fragile mortals are. Just a bit of heat, and so much blood flows. Luo Ruiying retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away Ning Yechen's nosebleed, then crouched down to grasp his right foot. She took out various herbs she had foraged and chewed them, spitting the crushed mixture onto the broken bone. Finally, she applied a bandage to secure the treatment. These celestial herbs possess potent healing properties for injuries, requiring no special preparation. Merely chewing and applying them suffices for effect. Do not move around recklessly for the time being, Luo Ruiying advised. Your foot will heal in a couple of days. There is no need for concern. She felt grateful for the abundant medicinal garden on the back mountain. Otherwise, she would have had no means to heal Ning Yechen's broken foot. "Thank you, my dear wife," Ning Yechen replied with a grateful smile. In truth, if he wished, he could restore his foot to its original state in an instant. However, being cared for by his beloved, he found no urgency to rush his recovery. Luo Ruiying, feeling a bit bashful from his gratitude, blushed as she said, "It is getting late. You should rest early." "Okay, I will sleep," Luo Hongye exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto the soft couch and burying her head in the bedding. Peeking out, she looked expectantly at Luo Ruiying. "Mother, let us sleep together." Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen sitting on the edge of the bed, and, feeling shy, said, "Hongye, the bed isn't very large. How about you sleep with your father tonight?" "Mother can sleep below," Luo Hongye insisted, already climbing onto the bed, which meant sharing it with Ning Yechen. She had never shared a bed with any man before. Even though he was her husband, she felt unprepared. This home belonged to Ning Yechen, and, considering his injury, she certainly wanted to give him the bed, not wanting Luo Hongye to sleep on the floor either. She reluctantly decided that the two could sleep together. "Why can't mother sleep with father?" Luo Hongye asked, her big eyes filled with disappointment as she gazed at Luo Ruiying. Faced with Luo Hongye's hopeful gaze, Luo Ruiying found it hard to refuse and, with a resigned smile, replied, "All right, mother will sleep with you and father." Ning Yechen immediately cast an approving glance at Luo Hongye, secretly giving her a thumbs up. "Well done, my precious daughter." Luo Hongye's charming face broke into a mischievous smile. Luo Ruiying removed her outer garments and donned a thin, form-fitting white silk nightgown, accentuating her graceful curves. You should sleep inside," Luo Ruiying said shyly, gesturing toward the inner side of the bed. This way, with the child between them, she felt somewhat less anxious. "All right," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. He did not hasten to the bed, but stood up and removed his outer clothing as well. However, he wore no night clothes underneath, leaving only a pair of white underpants. Before Luo Ruiying lay a robust, flawless physique, gleaming and seemingly devoid of imperfections. What a perfect form! Luo Ruiying found herself momentarily entranced. Could this truly belong to a mere mortal hunter? How could it be so exquisite, radiating strength? Perhaps it was a result of years spent hunting in the mountains and consuming various celestial herbs, which contributed to such a physique. Luo Ruiying pondered. This assumption seemed plausible. Celestial herbs inherently possess the ability to cleanse impurities from the body, and coupled with his years of living in the wilderness, it was not surprising he had developed such form. "My dear wife, what are you gazing at?" Ning Yechen teased, noticing her dazed expression. Quickly averting her gaze, she playfully scolded, "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" Because I always sleep bare," Ning Yechen replied innocently. "Bora sleep." No, Luo Ruiying exclaimed in alarm, her cheeks flushing as she immediately retorted. "Why not?" Ning Yechen asked, perplexed. "The child is here," Luo Ruiying said, biting her lip and glaring at him, her face a deep crimson. "Realización davnet on Ning Yechen." An knowing smile appeared as he nodded and quietly put his clothes back on. If the child is here, I understand now. All right, I will dress. Luo Ruing was puzzled. What did he understand? Luo Hongye, sitting on the bed, looked curiously at both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing with her big, innocent eyes. Why can't mother let father sleep without clothes? Ning Yechen ruffled Luo Hongye's hair and climbed onto the bed, lying on the inner side while pulling her into his embrace. Her petite form felt like a doll in his arms. Luo Ruing gently extinguished the oil lamp in the room, then lay down beside them, wrapping her arms around Luo Hongye from behind. The room fell into a quiet darkness as the child, nestled between her parents, wore a blissful smile and drifted into slumber. Luo Ruing gazed at the sleeping Luo Hongye, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she lovingly caressed her cheek. Ever since Luo Hongye was born, she had often hidden her away in a closet to avoid detection, even fearing that she could not sleep soundly beside her. After escaping the celestial realm, they had been on the run, never ceasing their flight. Finally, she could allow this little one to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Luo Ruing thought, feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, in the darkness, a hand suddenly brushed against her back. Startled, Luo Ruing quickly identified the source of the hand. Besides her and the child, there was another person on the bed. The bed was small, barely accommodating 3 people lying side by side. With both Luo Ruing and Ning Yechen turned on their sides, they were nestled closely around Luo Hongye. A slight turn of the head would bring their foreheads together. Why had Ning Yechen's arm suddenly crossed over Luo Hongye to encircle her waist? Luo Ruing raised her head in surprise to sneak a glance at him. He appeared calm, his breathing steady, seemingly lost in slumber. Had he unknowingly brushed against her while asleep? Luo Ruing felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, the instant Ning Yechen's touch grazed her, her heart raced, startled by the suddenness. Just as she relaxed, Ning Yechen's leg slid over her, and his arm tightened around her waist. Unable to suppress her playful annoyance, Luo Ruing shot a glare at the sleeping Ning Yechen. This man, why was his sleeping posture so poor? Chapter 16. The Empress of the Celestial Realm decides not to act the following morning. Luo Ruing slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of an exquisite face hovering closely before her. Ning Yechen, still deeply asleep, had nestled close enough that she could feel the gentle rhythm of his breath. One of his arms served as a pillow for Luo Hongye, who lay between them, while the other hand rested perilously on Luo Ruing's waist. To top it off, one of his legs had been draped over her throughout the night. A slight frown creased Luo Ruing's brow as she clenched her delicate fist, tempted to teach this man with his atrocious sleeping posture a lesson. Throughout the night, she had repeatedly nudged Ning Yechen's foot off her, only for it to return shortly after. After much tossing and turning, she had ultimately resigned herself to the situation. It was one thing to endure it, but his hands were also quite unruly. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly unclenched her fist, deciding to let him off this time. He was asleep, after all, and not doing it intentionally. Besides, she had managed to enjoy a rare peaceful night with her child. Gently, she shifted Ning Yechen's hand and foot away, carefully climbing out of bed while biting down on a hairpin, and sat at the edge of the bed to arrange her hair. Ning Yechen, secretly opening his eyes, admired the elegant curve of Luo Ruing's back, unable to suppress a smile. His wife looked stunning while styling her hair. Observing Ning Yechen, whose lips curled into a smile even in slumber, Luo Ruing felt a mix of curiosity and amusement. What delightful dream could he be having that brought such joy? A glance at Luo Hongye revealed the child wore a sweet smile as well, prompting a soft chuckle from Luo Ruing. This child was just like her father. With a fond gaze at the pair on the bed, she refrained from disturbing them, donned her clothes, and busied herself in the kitchen. Though she could forego food and drink, her child was still small, and Ning Yechen was merely a mortal man. As a devoted wife, it was her duty to care for them both. As Luo Ruing prepared breakfast, Ning Yechen squatted at the entrance with the waking Luo Hongye, both brushing their teeth. While the child did not comprehend the activity, she happily mimicked the use of the slender brush. Curious about the duo's antics at the door, Luo Ruing shook her head in amusement. She could only wonder what he was teaching their child. Yet, Seeing them both so joyful, she decided to let it be. Before long, Luo Ruiying had prepared a feast and called out to the playful duo still frolicking outside. Time for breakfast. Yay, coming mother, Luo Hongye exclaimed, riding on Ning Yechen's shoulders, a flower adorning his head. Enough of the mischief. Luo Ruiying nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Ning Yechen with a flower atop his head and quickly lifted Luo Hongye from his shoulders. Ning Yechen, unfazed, smiled happily as he took his seat at the table. The dishes before them were crafted from produce and herbs harvested from the celestial garden. Concerned that Ning Yechen's constitution might not tolerate the stronger medicinal properties of celestial herbs, Luo Ruiying had chosen only those that were mild or safe for mortals. Her thoughtfulness was commendable, though he could have consumed anything without issue. Due to her tender age, Luo Hongye could only sit in Luo Ruiying's lap, burying her face in her bowl and emerging with grains of rice adorning her cheeks. With tender affection, Luo Ruiying produced a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's mouth, then began feeding her directly. Come, eat more, little one. Darling, you've worked hard too, Ning Yechen said as he served food into both Luo Hongye's and Luo Ruiying's bowls. A barely perceptible smile graced Luo Ruiying's lips as she reciprocated by offering a dish to Ning Yechen. You too. My cooking may not be exquisite, but please try it. To her surprise, Ning Yechen leaned forward and took a bite directly from her chopsticks, beaming with delight afterward. Delicious. Your culinary skills surpass my expectations. This was Ning Yechen's honest thought. He had not anticipated that Luo Ruiying, a celestial empress, would possess such culinary prowess. She was indeed embodying the essence of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. The act of feeding had transformed into a shared intimacy, causing a faint blush to rise on Luo Ruiying's cheeks. How had he managed to take her chopsticks along with the food? Luo Hongye, witnessing this scene, looked up with wide eyes and said in her sweet voice, I want some too. Ah, all right. All right, Luo Ruiying chuckled softly, feeding another morsel to Luo Hongye. Ning Yechen, with affection, took turns feeding the child as well. Luo Hongye eagerly accepted every bite, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk, a radiant smile illuminating her face. As Luo Ruiying observed the serene and blissful scene of their small family gathered at the table, a smile of contentment spread across her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even during her time as an empress. If only they could remain hidden here, living together in seclusion for a lifetime. Then perhaps being the empress of the celestial realm would be of little consequence. Outside the demon domain forest, 4 figures gathered, their gazes fixed intently upon the vast expanse of the forest. Old ghost, are you certain they're hiding within this demon domain forest? A man clad in a green robe and wielding a sword inquired, his brow furrowed as he looked at a hunched, spotty-faced elder beside him. Kikik, does the esteemed Lu Jianxian doubt my ghostly puppet tracking technique? The elder, known as the old ghost, grinned wickedly, holding a terrifying puppet resembling an infant. The puppet's mouth clutched a strand of hair, its gaze fixated intently on the depths of the forest. The old ghost's soul-tracking technique was renowned throughout the realm. With a single item from a person, he could track them across thousands of miles. It was evident that the celestial woman was indeed hiding within the demon domain forest. A robust man, bare-chested, let out a hearty laugh. Is the head of the Confucian palace afraid? The scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, frowned slightly in response to the jibe from the brawny man. Does the head of the Confucian palace fear anything? Absurd. Then it seems you wish to challenge me? The martial artist, known as Wu Kuang, gazed fervently at the scholar, exuding an overwhelming aura. The scholar, refusing to be outdone, emanated a presence that matched Wu Kuang's intensity. Enough. Our gathering here is not for contests of strength. Let us not forget our true purpose. Lu Jian interjected, stepping between the two with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, both the scholar and Wu Kuang immediately reined in their auras. Compared to their rivalry, they had a far more significant mission at hand, to capture the mother-daughter duo, Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, at all costs. Chapter 17. Yet another arrival. Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Gui Fu, and Wu Kuang, the 4 of them, are the foremost leaders of the most elite sects in the world. They can be regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation within the human realm, standing on the verge of breaking through to ascend to the celestial realm. The sole reason for their gathering here is the promise made by a certain exalted being from the upper realm. Should they capture Luo Ruiying and her mother, who have fled from the celestial realm, not only would they assist in their ascension to the heavenly domain, but they would also be welcomed into their powerful faction. There is no greater temptation than the prospect of joining such a formidable force upon ascension. They have already obtained information regarding Luo Ruiying and her mother. Once an empress in the celestial realm, Luo Ruiying now bears severe injuries, her cultivation having plummeted below the heavenly human realm. For these four formidable beings, this task presents no challenge whatsoever. Let us proceed swiftly. If they comply, it would be best. If not, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Lu Jian's expression was stern as he transformed into a streak of divine light, rushing towards the depths of the demon domain forest. Dealing with someone at the heavenly human realm is a trivial task for him. The other three exchanged glances, each revealing a smirk of confidence, and transformed into divine light to follow in pursuit. Moments later, they arrived at the heart of the demon domain forest, while the periphery teemed with countless demon beasts, and the occasional foolish creature dared to attack them. Strangely, upon reaching the forest's depths, not a single demon beast was in sight. This area is known as the territory of over 100 demon kings, where all who enter face certain death. Yet now, there wasn't even a single demon king to be found. The eerie silence felt too unnatural. Suspended in midair, the four scanned their surroundings. But not a soul was visible. Gui Lao, quickly use your ghost infant puppet to track their precise location, Lu Jian requested, furrowing his brow at Gui Fu. Without specific coordinates, locating two individuals in the depths of this forest would prove exceedingly difficult. Gui Fu's grotesque visage twisted into an awkward smile, embarrassment evident as he replied. My ghost infant puppet can only sense nearby presences. The exact location remains elusive. TSK, the so-called soul pursuer over 1,000 miles, is rather underwhelming. Su Sheng remarked disdainfully, clicking his tongue. Gui Fu merely chuckled awkwardly, refraining from retorting. Wu Kuang, seemingly having made a discovery, swiftly descended into the thicket and uncovered a leaf stained with dried blood. He possessed an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood, and even the faintest trace could not escape his notice. Upon his arrival, he had already detected a distinct aroma of blood. Wu Kuang plucked the bloodied leaf and savored it, his expression gradually turning ecstatic. Indeed, the blood of a celestial maiden is extraordinary. This flavor truly ignites my thirst. The others observed Wu Kuang's fervent enthusiasm with disdain. It was rumored that he had an insatiable thirst for blood, particularly that of the strong, and after every kill, he would indulge in the blood of his victims. However, thanks to him, they had at least confirmed Luo Ruiying's whereabouts. It was certain that she was hiding somewhere in this demon domain forest. Once this was established, locating her would merely be a matter of time. Let's split up to search. The first to find her must signal us, Lu Jian instructed the others. Though the other three were displeased with Lu Jian as commanding tone, they said nothing further and silently dispersed. After all, the orders of that exalted being from the upper realm were of utmost importance. In a certain cave, the chaos bull demon, Titan giant ape, and devouring heavenly python observed as Lu Jian and his companions split up. Yet another group has arrived. Their reckless intrusion into my demon domain forest is simply intolerable. Should we not deal with them? The Titan giant ape suggested indignantly. Have you lost your mind? What if they are also under that exalted being's command? You've seen what happened to Xianlin. The devouring heavenly python replied, a look of trepidation crossing its face. Both the chaos bull demon and Titan giant ape fell silent. If this had been a century ago, they would have undoubtedly charged at those intruders without hesitation. But now they dared not take such risks. It was not fear of the four individuals, but rather of that exalted being. Let us just pretend we haven't seen anything indeed. Let us go play cards. All right, it was a rarity for demon kings to coexist harmoniously, especially considering their historical enmity over territorial disputes. On the other side, After parting ways with Lu Jian and the others, Gui Fu wore a sly smile, swiftly retrieving the ghost infant puppet and dashing in the direction indicated by the puppet's gaze. His ghost infant puppet was indeed capable of tracking precise locations. The reason for not informing Lu Jian and the others was, of course, to monopolize the glory. Should he succeed in capturing Luo Ruiying and her mother to present to that exalted being, he would undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely. Perhaps he could even savor the dream of ascending to the celestial realm alone. At that time, eliminating the other three sects would be a mere formality. With these thoughts, a grin stretched across Gui Fu's face. Suddenly, after a short while, Gui Fu's expression shifted, and he halted, gazing ahead as he slowly extended his withered hand. His palm pressed against what felt like an invisible barrier, preventing him from advancing even an inch. A barrier? Ah, Funio. Gui Fu tilted his head, excitement radiating from his face. The presence of a barrier here indicated that she was within. This trivial barrier cannot halt my progress. Gui Fu's palm erupted with a surge of thick black liquid. The liquid flowed down the barrier, eroding it until a large hole was created. Effortlessly, Gui Fu crossed the barrier and entered without making a sound. He needed to act quickly before those fools, Lu Jian and the others, caught wind of his presence. At that moment, within a wooden cabin, as Ning Yechen playfully tussled with Luo Hongye, he suddenly furrowed his brow, displaying a displeased expression. Why is there yet another intruder? And they have disrupted the barrier that my wife painstakingly set up. He loathed nothing more than having his time with his wife and child interrupted. Chapter 18. Today, you shall perish. Outside the wooden cottage, after finishing her meal, Luo Ruiying emerged from the room, cradling the tidied dishes. Observing the pile of utensils at her feet, she furrowed her brow slightly and, like an ordinary mortal, squatted down to begin washing. However, realizing the inefficiency of her efforts, she swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, lifting all the dishes along with water into the air where they spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the utensils were impeccably cleaned, the dirty water separated and discarded. Subsequently, she employed the same technique to chop firewood and wash clothes, completing all tasks in mere minutes. With her hands on her hips, she nodded in satisfaction, internally praising herself. Though this was her first time performing such chores, she was quite remarkable. She thought that from now on, these tasks could be entrusted to her, allowing him to enjoy some respite. At that moment, a disquieting, raspy voice suddenly echoed. Hehehe. I never expected a celestial being from the Immortal Realm would stoop to performing such menial tasks like a common woman. Someone had breached the barrier she had erected. She had not sensed it at all. The intruder seemed to be a formidable being at the pinnacle of divinity, evidently here specifically for her. Having fled to this place, they were still unwilling to let her go. A tumult of anger and sorrow surged within Luo Ruiying as she clenched her fists. All she desired was to lead a peaceful life, yet such aspirations felt utterly unattainable. The ghostly husband extended his palm, a terrifying, ominous spiritual energy emanating from his being, causing the grass and trees beneath him to wither instantly, the earth darkening as if tainted by shadows. He exuded a dense miasma. Luo Ruiying's expression turned contemplative, her heart wavering. If it were only him, she might have been able to vanquish him right here. Yet, engaging in battle here would inevitably endanger her child and him. Mother. Just then, Luo Hongye, with her little short legs, happily ran to her side, seeking affection. Upon seeing the ghostly husband, she instinctively retreated behind Luo Ruiying, trembling with fear. Ning Yechen also sauntered out from the cottage, casting a cold gaze upon the ghostly husband. The ghostly husband beamed upon seeing Luo Hongye. The esteemed individual from the upper realm had specifically demanded this child. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find not only Luo Ruiying and her daughter, but also another man. The information had not mentioned a man. The man exuded no trace of spiritual energy, appearing merely as a lowly mortal. He posed no threat. Who would have imagined that the proud celestial maiden, having descended to the mortal realm, would immediately seek the embrace of a man? The ghostly husband deduced that this wooden cottage belonged to Ning Yechen, and that Luo Ruiying was merely taking refuge here, unable to suppress a mocking remark. The union of a celestial maiden and a mortal was indeed ludicrous. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow deeply, choosing not to respond with anger, but instead spoke solemnly. Just let the child and him go. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to sacrifice herself to protect her child and Ning Yechen. Her heart ached with reluctance, yet she felt there was no other choice. Even if she defeated the foe before her, those from the Immortal Realm would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. The next adversary would be even more formidable. The ceaseless cycle of fleeing and being hunted awaited her. She could not drag her child into this endless turmoil, nor could she involve Ning Yechen. If sacrificing herself could ensure the safety of her child and Ning Yechen, she would gladly do so. Mother, mother, Wu, don't leave me. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's intentions to depart, Luo Hongye began to weep uncontrollably, clinging desperately to her mother's skirt. Luo Ruiying looked down at her daughter, her eyes brimming with love and reluctance, her own eyes moistening. If it were possible, how could she bear to leave her child? Such is the poignant bond of motherhood. As for that man, I shall dispose of him with ease. The ghostly husband interjected with a sinister chuckle. You! Luo Ruiying's countenance turned icy upon hearing this, her anger boiling over as her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood. She had already made such concessions, yet they still would not spare her child and husband. She bent down, lifting Luo Hongye and placing her into Ning Yechen's embrace, her eyes conveying a mix of solemnity and tenderness. You take the child and flee into the woods. Promise me, do not let the child come to harm. Once I resolve this, I will catch up with you. If you do not hear from me for long, do not wait any longer. Without giving Ning Yechen a chance to respond, Luo Ruiying rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his. This was their first kiss in a state of full awareness. Ning Yechen's eyes widened in surprise. My dear husband, I entrust the child to you. As their lips parted, Luo Ruiying whispered tenderly in his ear. This was the first time she had addressed him in such a manner. It might very well be the last. Though their time together had been brief, not exceeding 3 days, despite some grievances, he had treated her and her child with utmost care. The child adored him as well. In her heart, she had accepted him as her husband. Thus, she sought to muster her courage and call him this way in their final moments, entrusting Luo Hongye to him in the truest sense. Ning Yechen felt a mix of joy and helplessness. Why did this feel like a farewell, as if it were life and death? Hurry, take the child and go. Luo Ruiying summoned a gust of wind, propelling Ning Yechen and the child into the air, sending them far into the woods behind the mountain. To think you would attempt to flee from me, how naive! The ghostly husband sneered, flicking his sleeve as 4 grotesque puppets, neither human nor ghost, emanated a thick miasma and pursued the duo. Luo Ruiying would not allow these puppets to chase after them unimpeded. She swiftly drew her celestial sword. Leaping in front of the puppets, and with a flash of cold light, she shattered one of them. The remaining 3 puppets swiftly bypassed her, ignoring her entirely. Growing anxious, Luo Ruiying's figure flickered as she wielded her celestial sword, unleashing 3 fierce beams of sword light. The light cleaved through the puppets, severing them in 2. However, the ghostly husband seized the opportunity, his poisoned hand striking heavily down upon her back. A trickle of blood escaped Luo Ruiying's lips as she endured the excruciating pain. Yet she still swung her sword and shattered the other 3 puppets. No matter what, she could not let a single puppet escape her grasp. Otherwise, both Ning Yechen and her child would be in grave danger. Ha ha ha! You'd rather endure my strike than let my puppets live. It seems you care for them greatly. Rest assured, once I slay you, none of them will escape. The ghostly husband chuckled darkly, feeling victory within his grasp. The dream of transcending to immortality was tantalizingly close. Luo Ruiying's expression turned frigid, her gaze unwavering and filled with murderous intent as she brandished her sword before the ghostly husband. Is that so? Then today, you shall perish. Chapter 19. Father cast a spell for Yi Yi in the heart of the forest. Ning Yechen gently cradled Luo Hongye before descending abruptly to the ground. Not far away, A fierce battle raged around a wooden cottage, with flashes of sword light and swirling dark mist visible in the air. This little girl, truly, always thinking of sacrificing herself to protect the child. As Ning Yechen stood with Luo Hongye in his arms, he pondered how to discreetly eliminate these unworthy pests without revealing his identity. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he was an archenemy of the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying belonged to the celestial realm. If he'd act openly, his identity would be exposed, potentially altering her perception of him. He was concerned that she might take the child and leave his side, so it was imperative to remain incognito for now. Whoa, Daddy, let us not leave Mommy behind. Okay, Yi doesn't T want to leave Mommy. Luo Hongye sobbed, her large eyes red and tear-streaked as she implored Ning Yechen. Do not cry, my dear. I promise you, your mother will be safe. I will not abandon her, Ning Yechen said, his heart aching as he wiped the tears from her cheeks, soothing her softly. Yet, beneath his gentle exterior, a chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Those who had caused his daughter to cry would not leave this place alive. Is what you said true? Luo Hongye paused her tears, looking up at him with earnest eyes. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. How could I ever deceive you, my dear? Then let us hurry and find Mommy, Luo Hongye exclaimed eagerly. No sooner had she spoken than a deep voice resonated from the shadows of the trees. Where do you think you're going? Wu Kuang stepped out from the dimness, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, his gaze fixated on Luo Hongye, revealing a grin of gleaming steel teeth. I knew that old ghost wanted to steal the glory. Luckily, I kept a watchful eye and followed discreetly. What stroke of luck, ha-ha! Wu Kuang laughed triumphantly, then turned his disdainful gaze toward Ning Yechen. Hand over that child, and I promise to make your death quick and painless. Fearful, Luo Hongye shrank closer to Ning Yechen, her eyes timidly searching his face, as if worried he might truly abandon her and hand her over to this brutish villain. Noticing her fear, Ning Yechen smiled softly and gently ruffled her hair, whispering in her ear, "Close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment, will you? Daddy will cast a spell for you." Confusion filled Luo Hongye's large eyes, but she obediently closed them, her small hands covering her ears. Such a good girl, Ning Yechen praised, but as he turned his gaze to Wu Kuang, his expression became as cold as ice, as if he were looking at a corpse. For some reason, Wu Kuang felt an inexplicable chill run through him, a sensation of fear he hadn't experienced in ages. How could he be terrified by a mere mortal? Impossible. His pride would not allow it. He resolved to crush the person before him. A mere insect dares to meet my gaze like that. Seeking death, Wu Kuang crouched low, launching himself forward in a blur, his heavy iron fist slicing through the air towards Ning Yechen's face. This punch was powerful enough to shatter his skull. With a resounding crash, the expected scene of a shattered head did not unfold. Instead, the seemingly unstoppable punch was effortlessly caught by a slender hand. Wu Kuang stood in shock, disbelief flooding his features. Though he had not exerted his full strength, this blow should have been enough to split mountains. Yet this so-called mortal had easily blocked it. This man was certainly no ordinary mortal. Panic-stricken, Wu Kuang realized that Ning Yechen was a concealed cultivator, his power undoubtedly on par with his own. Who are you? I do not wish for my daughter to witness brutality. Thus, I shall grant you mercy. You may vanish from this world. With that, Ning Yechen seized Wu Kuang's hand, unleashing a surge of pitch-black flames. The dark fire spread along Wu Kuang's arm, engulfing him entirely. Wu Kuang began to dissolve, his body melting away as he let out a horrifying wail. His very soul was scorched by the black flames, twisting in agony until moments later, he was no more. Worried that Wu Kuang's screams might frighten Luo Hongye, Ning Yechen quickly cast a soundproof barrier around the wretched man. The entire process took mere seconds, and Wu Kuang was erased from existence, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. When Ning Yechen finally released Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings, yet found no sign of Wu Kuang. She looked up at Ning Yechen with wide, inquisitive eyes. "Daddy, where did that big bad guy go?" Daddy cast a spell and made the big bad guy disappear, Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with admiration. Daddy is amazing. Let's keep the fact that Daddy can make bad guys disappear a secret, shall we? Ning Yechen squatted down to her level, taking her hand gently. Can't we tell Mommy? Luo Hongye tilted her head, puzzled. No, not even to your mother, Ning Yechen affirmed with a nod. This only deepened Luo Hongye's confusion. Why can't I tell Mommy, Daddy? Because Daddy wants to have a little secret with Yi. This is our little secret, and little secrets must not be shared with others. Ning Yechen cleverly devised an excuse. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's confusion melted away, replaced by a joyful smile. Daddy and Yi have a little secret. Yi knows, and she won't tell Mommy or anyone else. Oh, how obedient our little Yi is, Ning Yechen praised, affectionately ruffling her cheeks. Truly, children are easy to convince. Yi, wait here for a moment, Ning Yechen instructed, leading her to a tree, where he drew a protective barrier around her. Luo Hongye nodded obediently, but expressed concern. Daddy, be careful when you fight the bad guys. Ning Yechen flashed a confident and reassuring smile. Do not worry, my dear. No one in this world is a match for your father. Chapter 20. Before that, I shall slay you first on the other side. Outside the wooden cabin, Luo Ruing, afflicted by the miasma, desperately attempted to slay the ghostly husband. Yet, the poison continued to spread within her, sapping her strength and clouding her vision. Ha ha ha. It seems the daughter of the celestial realm is not so formidable after all. If you continue to forcibly wield your spiritual power, the miasma will consume you entirely, and you shall perish in a grotesque, festering demise. The ghostly husband taunted, delight evident in his expression. Noticing the greenish hue creeping onto Luo Ruiying's face, he understood that the poison had begun to take effect. She posed no threat to him now. Before that, I shall slay you. With sheer will, Luo Ruiying pushed her weakened body forward, taking a swift step to charge at the ghostly husband with her sword. For a peak divine realm expert, to pursue a mere mortal with a child was a trivial task. To ensure the safety of Ning Yechen and her child, she had to eradicate this foe, even if it meant sacrificing herself. The ghostly husband was startled as Luo Ruiying approached with astonishing speed, the sharp gleam of her sword descending upon him. It was his first time witnessing someone, poisoned and weakened, still daring to wield their spiritual power with such reckless abandon. This insane woman truly intended to drag him down with her. As Luo Ruiying's sword light descended, enveloped by the miasma, the ghostly husband vanished from sight. The miasma she had cleaved apart began to spread, engulfing her entirely, a thick and invisible poison surrounding her. Hastily, she covered her mouth and nose, her gaze darting through the fog of miasma. She sensed that the ghostly husband was lurking within the poisonous haze. Suddenly, a figure darted swiftly through the mist. Found you. With a piercing gaze, Luo Ruiying seized the moment and unleashed her celestial sword, cleaving the figure in half. Success! Joy surged through her as she reveled in her achievement. Yet in the next instant, a hand shot out from the mist behind her. Luo Ruiying sensed it immediately, pivoting to block with her sword, but was unprepared for another hand that struck heavily against her abdomen. Coughing up blood, she was propelled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Ha ha ha! You've fallen for my trick, dear celestial lady. The ghostly husband emerged leisurely from the miasma, a grotesque smile etched on his face. Behind him trailed several ghostly puppets he had refined. The hand that struck her was one of those puppets, and the figure she had slain was merely another. His principle was to never expose himself to danger. He would use his puppets and miasma rather than risk his own safety. Luo Ruiying, with her sword plunged into the ground, struggled to rise, her complexion now a deep green, yet her gaze remained resolute as she stared at the ghostly husband. Celestial lady, cease your futile struggle and surrender. I can assure you, your death shall not be a gruesome spectacle. Perhaps you could even become my treasured ghostly puppet. The ghostly husband gazed greedily at Luo Ruiying's enchanting form, his tongue flicking over his lips. He was not driven by lust, but by a desire for her very essence. Ordinary beings at the divine realm who succumbed to his miasma would have long perished. Yet Luo Ruiying showed no signs of decay. Her celestial body, Ruing's resilience unmatched. The figure from the upper realm had declared that Luo Ruing's fate was inconsequential, and perhaps he could even claim her celestial form as his prized puppet, a perfect vessel for his purposes. Luo Ruing turned her head slightly towards the woods behind her, a trace of reluctance in her beautiful eyes, before fixing her determined gaze back on the ghostly husband. Her golden spiritual power surged, her black hair transforming into a radiant silver, and her crimson eyes shimmering with golden brilliance. Goddess of the Luo, with a fierce cry, she summoned forth an ethereal figure, towering and clad in golden armor. The goddess opened her luminous eyes, raising her sword high, seemingly casually striking down towards the ghostly husband. The ghostly husband felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from the goddess. The descending sword struck terror into his heart. The sword light cascaded down like a beam of light, far too swift for him to evade. He hastily commanded all his ghostly puppets to shield him, enveloping himself in a barrier of miasma. In an instant, the sword light consumed and shattered all the puppets, and the miasma barrier proved futile, swiftly being cleaved apart. Uh-oh! A piercing scream echoed through the air. The sword light stretched for miles, tearing apart everything in its path, leaving behind a profound rift in the earth where the sword had struck. After unleashing that devastating blow, Luo Ruing could no longer sustain herself, collapsing to her knees, propping herself with her sword. The exertion of summoning the goddess, alongside the relentless poison now coursing through her veins, left her in excruciating pain. Yet, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Her child and Ning Yechen should be safe now, but she might never be able to find them again. Just then, a voice filled with despair rang out. Indeed, the daughter of the celestial realm is remarkable. I nearly met my demise. The ghostly husband, bloodied and battered from the sword's assault, crawled out from the rift, his gaze towards Luo Ruing filled with malice and resentment. Had he not activated his celestial-grade treasure, the celestial silkworm armor, in time, he would have perished beneath that sword. Even his armor had been cleaved asunder. Faced with a celestial being, even if she had regressed to a mere divine realm, one could never afford to be careless. Luo Ruing stared in astonishment, realizing the ghostly husband had survived. How could this be? What should she do? At her current state, she could hardly muster the strength for a second strike, let alone move. Yet, the ghostly husband appeared equally compromised. Perhaps there was still a chance to strike him down. Otherwise, once he regained his breath, Ning Yechen and her child would be in grave danger. Just as Luo Ruing prepared to make one final desperate attempt, a more dire situation unfolded before her eyes. Two figures soared through the sky. Su Sheng and Lu Jian surveyed the ghostly husband below with expressions filled with mockery and derision. Old ghost, did I not instruct you to send a signal upon discovery? Surely, you do not intend to claim all the credit for yourself? Seems you've not only failed to monopolize the glory, but have also been soundly beaten. Faced with the scorn of Su Sheng and Lu Jian, the ghostly husband seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Given his current injuries, it was inconceivable that he could subdue Luo Ruing alone. There was no telling that these two would not seize the opportunity to strike him down in his weakened state. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Lu Jian, Luo Ruing felt an even deeper sense of despair. These two were allies of the ghostly husband. Chapter 21. You have touched the reverse scales of the deity. What to do? She could no longer hold back the two fully realized celestial realm cultivators. Luo Ruing's heart felt ashen. At this moment, the miasma had nearly spread throughout her body, and she endured the excruciating pain in her internal organs, lacking even the strength to raise her sword. Even delaying for a moment seemed impossible. This must be the celestial maiden Luo Ruing, specifically designated by the Great One from the upper realm. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary. But what of her child? Su Shang's gaze turned towards Luo Ruing, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Yet, upon seeing only her solitary figure, he could not help but furrow his brow and turn to the ghost husband in inquiry. The ghost husband, feeling displeased by Su Shang's questioning tone, pointed impatiently towards the woods behind Luo Ruing, saying, "A mortal man took that girl and fled into the forest." Not only did you almost get killed by a woman of the celestial realm, but you also allowed the child to escape right before your eyes. The rumored corpse puppet ghost sovereign seems to have been overrated. Lu Jian cast a cold glance at the ghost husband, openly mocking him for allowing the child to escape. You, oomph. The ghost husband, filled with indignation, could only snort in response, choosing to swallow his frustration. First, deal with this woman. Then hurry after that child. Lu Jian unsheathed his spiritual sword, a radiant sword light cutting through the air towards Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying watched helplessly as the sword light approached, unable to lift her sword, merely staring death in the face. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared silently before her, clad in a black robe and facing away from her. His appearance remained obscured. The figure simply extended a finger and gently tapped the sword light, which instantly dissipated into thin air. This scene left everyone present in utter astonishment. A peak celestial realm strike was so effortlessly neutralized. Lu Jian's brows furrowed deeply. Renowned as the world's foremost sword immortal, he possessed unparalleled mastery over the sword path, unmatched by anyone. Yet, he had been thwarted by a mere finger. His pride would not allow him to suffer such humiliation in public. Avant y soit, Gales destruction. Lu Jian unleashed all his spiritual energy, his fierce aura akin to an invisible sword piercing the heavens. He thrust his spiritual sword, unleashing a sword aura that spiraled for dozens of feet, enveloped in a tempest. Ning Yechen still raised his finger, lightly tapping the sword aura, which vanished like a gentle breeze. Once again, the crowd was left in shock. The ghost husband and Su Sheng, fully aware of Lu Jian's terrifying prowess, found themselves unable to inflict even a scratch on the figure before them. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, his face now filled with disbelief. His utmost sword strike, capable of splitting mountains and seas, had been effortlessly dissolved. Who are you? Lu Jian questioned incredulously. Ning Yechen ignored him, turning his gaze towards Luo Ruiying. His face was concealed behind a mask of a fearsome demon, ensuring his identity remained hidden. Seeing her face pale and twisted in agony from the miasma's torment, his heart ached deeply. How foolish! Why must you persist in your stubbornness? Ning Yechen tossed a luminous pill into Luo Ruiying's hand, speaking in a voice that carried the weight of age. This pill will cleanse the miasma from your body and aid in your recovery. Take it swiftly. Thank you, Senior. Luo Ruiying did not hesitate and hurriedly consumed the pill. The potent spiritual energy coursed through her, swiftly purging the miasma, alleviating the searing pain that had tormented her. The efficacy of the medicine was astonishing. Seeing Luo Ruiying's complexion improve and her condition stabilize, Ning Yechen breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze turning towards the ghost husband and his companions, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. The terrifying aura sent shivers through the ghost husband and his companions, rendering them completely immobile. This was a fear they had seldom, if ever, experienced. How could there exist such a terrifying, killing intent in this world? Who was he? The question echoed in their minds. They had never heard of a figure such as this. Ning Yechen extended his hand towards the ghost husband, his palm twisting slightly. In the next moment, the ghost husband's body and limbs involuntarily began to contort, the sound of cracking bones resounding as excruciating pain caused him to emit heart-wrenching screams. Senior, spare me, please. With no intention of halting, Ning Yechen twisted the ghost husband into a grotesque shape, his demise nothing short of brutal. His very soul was twisted and dissipated alongside his body. This scene utterly shocked Lu Jian and Su Sheng, their eyes wide in disbelief. The ghost husband, their equal, was dead just like that. Ning Yechen's gaze shifted to Lu Jian and Su Sheng, both feeling a chilling sense of death wash over them. Senior, wait. Why do you intend to strike against us? Have we offended you in any way? Su Sheng hastily raised his hand, shouting in desperation. He had an undeniable conviction that even if he and Lu Jian joined forces, they would not be a match for the figure before them. The reason for my desire to slay you is quite simple. You have touched my reverse scales. Reverse scales. Lu Jian and Su Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. What had they done? How had they touched his reverse scales? Lu Jian, taken aback, quickly raised his sword to defend himself. But an invisible sword energy sliced through his spiritual sword, piercing directly through his body. How is this possible? Lu Jian maintained his sword stance. Disbelief etched on his face, as a fine line appeared around his neck, blood spurting forth, cascading from the heavens. The legendary sword Immortal had fallen. Even his soul could not escape his body, being cleaved in two alongside it. At this moment, Su Sheng was paralyzed by fear, and as he looked towards Ning Yechen, cold sweat trickled down his body. He swiftly threw out a celestial talisman. The talisman radiated light, and in an instant, Su Sheng's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. Yet, he dared not linger for a moment, transforming into a radiant streak as he sped away into the distance. An instinctive urge compelled him to flee. Otherwise, he would surely perish. He regretted ever being swayed by that individual from the upper realm, harboring dreams of ascending to the celestial realm. Now, not only were those dreams shattered, but his life, spent in arduous cultivation for hundreds of years, was also at stake. His mind was filled with regret, with only one thought remaining: flee as quickly as possible. To this end, he did not hesitate to use his most precious escape talisman. Ning Yechen observed Su Sheng's retreat, but did not rush after him. Instead, he turned and approached Luo Ruiying, gently placing his hand on her forehead. After confirming she was unharmed, he felt at ease. This intimate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, prompting her to take a step back and maintain her distance. Clasping her hands in gratitude, "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue." Witnessing the black-robed figure effortlessly dispatch the ghost husband and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying realized that this person was certainly not a cultivator from the mortal realm. From his words about touching the reverse scales, she had also surmised his true identity. Chapter 22. This elder is quite kind. This individual is undoubtedly the venerable elder who established the medicinal herb garden in these woods. The reverse scale he referred to is indeed the garden he has created. The poisonous miasma from the ghostly husband and the sword energy from Lu Jian almost destroyed the garden, prompting the elder to suddenly appear and unleash his wrath upon them. Luo Ruiying speculated within her heart. Ning Yechen, unaware of Luo Ruiying's thoughts, noticed her step back and assumed he had frightened her. He gently spoke. "The miasma within you has been eradicated. You merely require a few days of recuperation." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Luo Ruiying expressed her gratitude with a slight bow. This elder, though he acted with such ruthlessness, turned out to be quite gentle and kind-hearted. Seizing the opportunity while the elder was present, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before earnestly confessing, "Elder, there is a matter I must honestly disclose to you." What is it?" Ning Yechen inquired with curiosity. Luo Ruiying's expression turned remorseful as she admitted, "Elder, my husband and I stumbled upon your medicinal herb garden, and we inadvertently harvested quite a number of your precious herbs. I even took the 7-colored glazed flower. If possible, I would be willing to exchange some treasures with you as compensation. Should you wish to impose punishment, I shall accept it wholeheartedly. I only plead that you do not blame my husband. He is but a mere mortal with no intention of offending." Upon finishing, Luo Ruiying felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, casting furtive glances at the black-robed elder's demeanor. She was deeply worried that the elder, upon learning of the unceremonious harvesting of his garden, might be incensed enough to annihilate them. After all, the garden was this elder's reverse scale. To be frank, even if she offered the few remaining treasures she possessed, they would hardly suffice to compensate for the value of that 7-colored glazed flower. As Luo Ruiying awaited nervously, Ning Yechen let out a light chuckle and casually waved his hand. "No need for concern. As long as you delight in them, feel free to harvest those herbs at your leisure. Your so-called treasures hold no value to me. It would be best to keep them." It seemed that Luo Ruiying regarded him as a certain elder who had planted the medicinal herb garden. Yet, this was preferable, as it spared him the effort of concocting other excuses. Moreover, the fact that she still cared for him, defending him and willing to bear the consequences alone, deeply moved him. When Luo Ruiying heard that she could harvest freely without any exchange, she was taken aback. Many of those herbs were of considerable worth. Was she truly permitted to gather them at will? Even her act of taking the glazed, seven-colored flower seemed to evoke no anger or blame from him, nor any hint of surprise, as if he had already anticipated her actions. This elder is quite kind. May I inquire your esteemed name? If there is a chance in the future, I would certainly come to express my gratitude in person. Luo Ruiying bowed once more with sincere appreciation. However, when she lifted her head, there was no longer any trace of the elder before her. He had vanished without a sound, just as quietly as he had arrived. Perhaps he was a reclusive master who wished to keep his name concealed. Luo Ruiying did not dwell on it too much, and, once she regained her composure, felt a wave of relief wash over her for having survived. Although she had long prepared herself for sacrifice, when Lu Jian's sword energy nearly struck her down, she still felt a pang of unwillingness and sorrow. Unbidden, the images of that man and child surfaced in her mind. Indeed, she did not wish to leave them behind so abruptly. I must hurry to find them. Otherwise, encountering other beasts in the woods would be perilous. Remembering Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye's escape, Luo Ruiying's heart quickened, and she dashed towards the forest. On the other side, after parting ways with Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen swiftly appeared outside a cave, coldly transmitting his voice within. Come out. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted from the cave as 3 figures darted forth, one of them sliding to a halt before Ning Yechen. Great One, you were looking for us. The sky-swallowing python's forehead glistened with cold sweat as it trembled in inquiry. It had only been a brief while, yet they had been summoned by Ning Yechen twice in succession. This was enough to terrify them. They had been enjoying their card game, but upon hearing his voice, they nearly lost their minds. Gazing at Ning Yechen's frosty countenance, the others were rendered speechless with fear. They had no idea which fool had provoked this formidable being. Ning Yechen addressed them with a calm demeanor. What were you all doing just now? Reporting to the Great One, we were playing cards. The chaotic demon Ox replied weakly. Playing cards? Someone has intruded upon the demon domain forest, disturbing my peace, and you are here playing cards? Ning Yechen lightly furrowed his brow, his tone turning unfriendly. His words sent shivers down the spines of those present, prompting them to bow fervently and explain, Great One, you misunderstand. We thought those individuals were also your subordinates. The chaotic demon Ox and the others were on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. The Xianlin giant dragon had perished for acting against someone it should not have, and now they had learned their lesson, hiding obediently in the cave. Yet, even after allowing the intruders to pass, they still faced repercussions. Seeing the pitiful expressions of the trio, Ning Yechen showed no intention of pursuing the matter further. Instead, he pointed in the direction where Su Sheng had fled, his gaze cold as he instructed. One of them escaped in that direction. You know what to do. Understood. We shall ensure his demise. For disturbing the Great One, he deserves to perish 1,000 times. The chaotic demon Ox thumped its chest in solemn assurance. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen shot them a disapproving glance, his voice flat. I require him alive. Understood. The trio nodded obediently. Then why are you still kneeling there? Ning Yechen frowned at the 3 who remained seated obediently. The chaotic demon Ox and its companions snapped back to reality and hastily scrambled to their feet. Overcome with fear, their legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing them to stumble, which only elicited a deeper frown from Ning Yechen. Could he truly rely on these 3 demons? Perhaps he should simply release his apostle instead. Under Ning Yechen's scrutinizing gaze, the chaotic demon Ox and its companions transformed into streaks of divine light, speeding away into the distance. This was a matter concerning their very lives, and they exerted every ounce of their strength to chase after their target. As Ning Yechen watched them vanish, he turned his attention back to the other side of the woods. If they were discovered, it would spell disaster. Chapter 23. Damn it. Speak up. Night, Chun. Every night, after the danger had subsided, Luo Ruiying hurriedly dashed into the woods in search of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. As she anxiously navigated through the trees, she called out loudly. Moments later, the rustling of leaves ahead caught her attention. Ning Yechen emerged from the woods, cradling Luo Hongye in his arms. Upon seeing that both were unharmed, Luo Ruiying exhaled a sigh of relief, her tense heart finally at ease. Mother! Mother! Luo Hongye's tears streamed down her face like a broken dam as she reached out her tender arms to embrace her. When Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying, she instinctively extended her arms to take Luo Hongye, holding her tightly in her embrace. Gently stroking her back, she whispered soothingly, "Mother is here. Be good. Don't cry." The overwhelming joy of reuniting with her child and him filled Luo Ruiying's heart, moistening her eyes, almost bringing her to tears. Ning Yechen stood nearby, watching this scene unfold with a smile, his arms open wide, seemingly awaiting her to willingly step into his embrace. Luo Ruiying shot him a reproachful glance, questioning, what if something had happened? She had expected a touching reunion, eager to throw herself into his arms, only to find herself met with a reprimand instead. She certainly looked delighted. Ning Yechen awkwardly kept his arms outstretched, unable to explain that he had known everything was resolved already. And thus he humbly admitted his fault. It is my fault. But how could I abandon you and the child? Ye must not leave mother. Luo Hongye chimed in, her innocent voice firm. A tremor of emotion surged through Luo Ruiying, deeply touched, yet she shot Ning Yechen another annoyed look. How could she not be reluctant to leave them? Yet, she could never place them in danger. If there were to be another occasion, she would still insist they leave, sacrificing herself to buy them time. The time she had risked herself for nearly went to waste, which was also why she felt a flicker of anger. Next time, you must not do this. It is far too dangerous. I will forgive you this time. Yes, I understand, my lady. Then, are you not planning to embrace me for our reunion? Ning Yechen replied nonchalantly, smiling as he continued to keep his arms open. Luo Ruiying pouted in dissatisfaction at his dismissive tone, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward, drawing Luo Hongye closer to him. Given his eager expression, it was only a mere embrace after their arduous separation. She could concede this once. Ning Yechen wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her even closer. With her cheek pressed against his chest, a blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's face, but she remained silent, acquiescing to his actions. It was the first time she had been held in such a way, and unexpectedly, she felt an immense warmth and security in his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue overtook her, and she quietly closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber while still holding Luo Hongye tightly. The little one, too, found comfort in her mother's embrace and fell asleep peacefully. Watching the two sleeping beauties, Ning Yechen smiled fondly, a pang of tenderness in his heart as he gently caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek. Her strength was insufficient, yet she insisted on being strong. Forcing herself to exhaust her spiritual energy to perform celestial arts beyond her realm could damage her foundation. One careless move, and her remaining cultivation might be lost. Thankfully, he was there, and he sat vigil by the bedside, safeguarding them. At that moment, a message arrived. Upon receiving the news, Ning Yechen's expression turned cold. After glancing at the slumbering mother and daughter, he vanished from the room. In a dim cave within the demon domain forest, muffled cries of agony echoed from the depths. MMM, MMM. Su Sheng was tightly bound to a stone pillar, his mouth stuffed with a wooden stick, enduring a relentless barrage of blows. In that moment, he had lost all traces of his former scholarly elegance, replaced instead by a battered visage, his clothes tattered, his body bruised and in utter disarray. Speak! Who sent you? Damn it! Speak up! Speak up! The chaotic demon ox stood before Su Sheng, its massive fists pummeling him mercilessly as it demanded answers. Damn it! Your mouth is so tough. I've hit you dozens of times, yet you refuse to open up. Step aside, let me have a go. The Titan giant ape rolled up its sleeves, taking over from the chaotic demon ox, its colossal fists crashing down upon Su Sheng. With each blow, the stone pillar behind Su Sheng trembled, shaking the entire cave. Let us see how tough you are now. Still not willing to speak. After several strikes, Su Sheng was spitting blood, tears welling in his eyes, desperately attempting to utter muffled sounds. As one of the strongest cultivators in the mortal realm, he felt utterly helpless and pained, shedding tears of frustration. After using the thousandly divine escape talisman to flee, he had thought he had safely escaped. only to be relentlessly pursued by these three demon kings as if they had gone mad. In the end, he was caught, forced to confront them, and was unfortunately defeated and captured. Then they had gagged him and brought him to this cave, immediately resorting to severe torture. He wished to beg for mercy, to divulge everything he knew, pleading for them to spare him, but his mouth was blocked. He was utterly unable to speak. The two demon kings continued to beat him, seemingly oblivious to his inability to respond. He truly had no means to express his suffering. Observing from the side, the devourer serpent watched silently, gazing at the two fools, chaotic demon ox and titan giant ape, as if they were imbeciles. Did these two not realize his mouth was blocked, or were they simply pretending? Although the devourer serpent had noticed, it had no intention of speaking up. The reason was simple: to vent its frustration. It was precisely because these wretched beings had arrived that they nearly faced the wrath of their master, putting their lives in jeopardy. This was not enough. They needed to be punished more to release their pent-up anger. Chapter 24. You must not die now, or I will kill you at this moment. The Titan giant ape threw a few punches at Su Sheng, and the chaotic demon bull eagerly prepared for its turn. What began as an interrogation devolved into a contest of who could make Su Sheng speak first. If this continued, Su Sheng might meet his demise, prompting the swallowing heaven divine python to interject urgently. Enough. If you keep this up, he will die. If we kill him, that esteemed individual will not spare us. I have already sent word. I estimate that the esteemed one will arrive shortly, and we shall decide how to handle him then. Upon hearing this, the chaotic demon bull and the titan giant ape shuddered and reluctantly ceased their assault. They instead grew concerned for Su Sheng's injuries, fearing that if he were to inadvertently perish, their fate would be sealed. The chaotic demon bull grabbed Su Sheng by the collar, glaring with his large copper-ringed eyes, and threatened sternly, "Listen well, you must not die now, or I will kill you." With that, the chaotic demon bull delivered two resounding slaps across Su Sheng's face, rousing him from his near-unconscious state. With his swollen and disfigured face, tears welling in his eyes, Su Sheng nodded weakly, his mind racing with speculation about the esteemed individual mentioned by the three demon kings. All three possessed peak divine strength, rivaling his own, and were considered among the most formidable beings in the world. He had heard tales of certain demon kings in the forest of demons, renowned for their terrifying power, yet he never imagined they would so readily obey another. Who could possibly command such powerful demon kings? And why would they target him without provocation? The first thought that crossed Su Sheng's mind was the mysterious elder in the black robe who had effortlessly slain both Gui Fu and Lu Jian, sending a shiver of fear through him. If it were that enigmatic figure, everything would fall into place. Only he could command these three demon kings to bow in submission. At that moment, Ning Yechen entered the cave, hands behind his back, no longer concealing his identity. He strode confidently into the presence of the others. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the chaotic demon bull and his companions hurriedly knelt, bowing their heads in respect. "We have met the esteemed one." Su Sheng skasesifet intently on Ning Yechen, his expression a mix of curiosity and dread. The man before him appeared to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome. Yet Su Sheng sensed no trace of cultivation from him. However, he emanated an air of cold arrogance, as if he looked down upon the world. Had he not been bound to the pillar, Su Sheng might have found himself instinctively kneeling as well. Ning Yechen surveyed the barely conscious Su Sheng, frowning as he addressed the chaotic demon bull and the others. "Why does he appear on the brink of death? Have you tortured him?" "And no, we assure you, esteemed one. When we captured this guy, he fought fiercely, and we may have inadvertently used excessive force. We certainly did not strike him with a single blow." The chaotic demon bull trembled as he fervently guaranteed, his face betraying no signs of guilt. Both the swallowing heaven divine python and the titan giant ape exchanged surprised glances at the chaotic demon bull's insistence. His words sounded almost genuine. Observing Su Sheng's faint breath, Ning Yechen chose not to press the matter further. He approached Su Sheng, his icy gaze fixed upon him, and removed the stick that had been stuffed in his mouth. "Speak. Who are you, and who sent you here?" "Senior, I am Su Sheng, the current master of the Confucian Palace. I inadvertently trespassed here and offended you, esteemed one. I hope you can spare me. In the future, I shall repay you handsomely. I'm asking who sent you here. Do you not understand? Ning Yechen's eyes turned cold as he grasped one of Su Sheng's arms and, with a gentle squeeze, shattered it instantly. Su Sheng screamed in agony, blood gushing forth as he writhed in pain. The chaotic demon bull and the others shuddered, lowering their heads even further. Their treatment had been comparatively gentle to that of the esteemed one. I shall ask once more, who sent you here? Ning Yechen's voice was laced with frost. It was a certain esteemed individual from the upper realm. He concealed his identity, and I have never seen his face. He only instructed me to help him bring the mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye to him, and in return, he would assist us in ascending to the Immortal Realm. That is all I know. I beseech you, Senior, to forgive me this once. Su Sheng cried out, enduring the excruciating pain, his complexion pale. He realized that the individual before him was not to be trifled with, and he dared not hesitate any longer. How do you contact that person? Ning Yechen asked coldly. We cannot contact him. It is he who sought us out. Ning Yechen frowned in displeasure, contemplating the difficulty of capturing that individual directly. It was indeed not as easy as he had hoped. Now, tell me about your origins. Ning Yechen inquired further about Su Sheng and the other three he had slain. It was then that Su Sheng realized that Wu Kuang had also fallen to Ning Yechen's hand, and without a hint of concealment, he divulged everything. I am Su Sheng, master of the Confucian Palace. Lu Jian, master of the Qing Feng Sword Sect. Wu Kuang, master of the Martial God Hall. Gui Fu, master of the Human Puppet Ghost Cave. All four are leaders of the foremost sects in the world, standing among the four great sections 3 days prior. We all coincidentally encountered a mysterious individual who visited us. He promised to introduce us to a top-tier sect in the Immortal Realm. Faced with such temptation, and upon hearing that it merely required capturing a celestial daughter of the human realm, we readily accepted. We then followed Gui Fu's tracking to the Forest of Demons, where the subsequent events unfolded. Senior, I have shared all that I know. Please, spare me. The Confucian Palace is willing to serve you. Su Sheng pleaded in fear. Ning Yechen smiled lightly, shadows stretching beneath his feet, and a swarm of dark golden insects emerged from the darkness, crawling onto Su Sheng's body. What are these things? Stop. Please, I beg you. Su Sheng shrieked as he felt the incessant biting, countless insects burrowing into his flesh, feasting upon him. The agony and terror overwhelmed him, prompting continuous cries for mercy. Before long, Su Sheng was entirely engulfed by the insects, his screams fading into silence, his body ceasing to struggle. When the insects finally receded from the stone pillar, nothing remained. From the outset, Ning Yechen had no intention of showing mercy to those who threatened his loved ones, nor to their sex. Chapter 25, Master, No More Infusion. After consuming Su Sheng, a swarm of insects surged towards the trembling chaos demon ox trio. Master, your little creatures are crawling over. They cried out in fear, huddling together. They could barely withstand the onslaught of these insects, known as soul-eating bugs from the demon realm, which devour everything in their path, particularly those imbued with spiritual energy. Anything containing such energy would be completely consumed. The most alarming aspect was that these soul-eating bugs initially possessed only the strength of the spirit realm, yet they could enhance their cultivation through incessant consumption. The batch of bugs from Ning Yechen had even devoured numerous celestial corpses from emperors, and now every single one surpassed the Chaos Demon Ox Trio in cultivation. They almost feared that their master intended to eliminate them alongside the bugs. Ning Yechen deliberately allowed the soul-eating bugs to approach the Chaos Demon Ox Trio, simply to instill a sense of dread and ensure their obedience. I have a task for you, Ning Yechen declared as he approached them, gazing down with a calm demeanor. Master, please command us. We are willing to serve you. The sky-swallowing python responded earnestly, with the Chaos Demon Ox and Titan Giant Ape quickly echoing their sentiments. Ning Yechen was pleased with their submissiveness and raised his hand, enveloping them in a dark spiritual energy that lifted them into the air. "And master?" the sky-swallowing python inquired, puzzled. In the next moment, a vast surge of spiritual energy forcefully flooded into their bodies, leaving them no time to brace themselves. The terrifying energy coursed through their meridians, filling their spiritual seas. And the century-old bottleneck in their cultivation was gradually breached at that very instant. "Ah, master, it's too much. We cannot take any more," they exclaimed, overwhelmed. The spiritual energy surged into their meridians, expanding them to the brink of bursting. The sky-swallowing python and the others experienced a mix of agony and ecstasy, a veritable torment intertwined with delight. "If you wish to break through, you must endure," Ning Yechen remarked, frowning slightly at the python's cries. Why did it sound so odd? Hearing this, the sky-swallowing python and the others gritted their teeth, determined to persevere. This was a rare opportunity they could not afford to squander. Their master was forcibly assisting them in breaking through to the celestial realm. Accompanied by 3 thunderous roars that echoed skyward, the sky-swallowing python and the others unleashed their energies, a tremendous aura blooming from within, radiating a glimmering starlight. This signified their successful ascendance to the celestial realm. Had it not been for Ning Yechen's protective barrier sealing the cave from worldly loss, their breakthrough would undoubtedly have attracted a catastrophic celestial tribulation. While they were not particularly fearful of the tribulation itself, the noise could draw attention from Luo Ruiying and others in the world. Most importantly, his wife and child were peacefully asleep. What if the thunder disturbed them? Having successfully ascended to the celestial realm, the sky-swallowing python and the others reveled in the baptism of spiritual power, their faces reflecting a serene satisfaction. Once they touched down, the chaos demon ox opened its eyes, which sparkled with newfound energy. At that moment, it felt utterly invincible, until Ning Yechen's voice resonated once more beside them. "Do you feel invincible now?" "Indeed. No, no, no. I could never compare to you, master. Even having broken through to the celestial realm, I believe I would perish within half a second at your hands." The trio acknowledged, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude. They realized that their achievements were solely due to their master's generous opportunity. Ning Yechen waved his hand, and 3 celestial artifacts appeared before the Chaos Demon Ox trio: a crimson battle axe, a pair of dazzling gauntlets akin to gemstones, and a serpent-shaped sword. "Master, this." The trio gazed at the celestial artifacts with wide eyes, their desire almost palpable. These were exceedingly rare celestial treasures. Having roamed the demon forest for centuries, they had never laid eyes on such artifacts before. Ning Yechen regarded them with indifference, stating, "The task I entrust to you is to ensure the safety of my wife and child in my absence. Your cultivation is insufficient. Thus, I have aided your ascension to the celestial realm, and these celestial artifacts are also bestowed upon you. By assisting the Chaos Demon Ox trio in their breakthrough and granting them celestial artifacts to enhance their strength, Ning Yechen effectively took them under his wing as formidable subordinates, capable of acting when necessary. However, despite their newfound status, they still lagged far behind his former subordinates. The Chaos Demon Ox trio stared in disbelief. Their master had so easily bestowed celestial artifacts upon them. After the shock, they were overwhelmed with joy, hastily bowing in loyalty. "Thank you, master. We pledge to serve you faithfully, even at the cost of our lives, to protect you and the little princess." The Chaos Demon Ox stood tall, fist clenched against his chest, declaring solemnly, "From this day forth, your wife and child shall be regarded as my own." Huh? Ning Yechen felt something was amiss, narrowing his eyes at the Chaos Demon Ox. Realizing he had misspoken, the Chaos Demon Ox hurriedly corrected himself. No. I mean, I shall treat your wife and child as if they were my own." Ah, that still sounded off. Ning Yechen silently approached the Chaos Demon Ox, a smile gracing his face. Then, with a resounding thud, he delivered a punch to the creature's head, sending half of its body into the ground. Though he understood that the foolish ox did not intend to speak so clumsily, he could not help but strike him. The sky-swallowing python and titan giant ape exchanged glances at the sight of the Chaos Demon Ox. now embedded in the ground, unconscious. Indeed, even after ascending to the celestial realm, they were still so easily subdued before their master. Chapter 26. Your ancestor will not return in the western regions. At the human puppet ghost cavern, a temple constructed entirely from various remains looms ominously atop a sheer cliff, resembling a grotesque skeleton. Surrounding the cliff are countless caverns, each serving as a dwelling for a practitioner of the human puppet ghost cavern. Under the serene night sky, with the moon hanging high amidst dense clouds, Ning Yechen silently arrived above the human puppet ghost cavern, gazing down at this prestigious sect perched on the cliff, and softly murmured, "Let it begin here." He adhered to a strict code of conduct. Should anyone harm those dear to him, he would show no mercy. Since they had injured his wife and attempted to violate his child, the four great sects of this world could vanish without a trace. Although he could have entrusted the task to the chaotic demon Ox and her companions, who would undoubtedly obliterate these four sects, the efficiency would be regrettably low. Thus, Ning Yechen resolved to take matters into his own hands for a swift and decisive resolution. He had to hurry to the next scene. Raising his arm high, a small flame instantly erupted in his palm. The petite flame swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal fireball with a diameter of several dozen zhong manifested in his hand. The fireball blazed with the intensity of a blazing sun, warping the surrounding air, while fiery tendrils danced across its surface like dragons. Its brilliant light illuminated the entire night sky. The temperature around the human puppet ghost cavern soared abruptly, and its practitioners felt the anomaly, hastily emerging from their caves, gazing up in astonishment at the sky. What is happening? Is it dawn? I just closed my eyes. Why is the sun so close today? No. Look, that's a person. Someone is performing celestial magic. Upon spotting Ning Yechen, the crowd was instantly struck with fear, their faces paling. Someone possessed the ability to wield such terrifying celestial power. If that fireball were to descend, the entire human puppet ghost cavern would be obliterated. Several figures swiftly leaped from the main hall of the cavern and hurried to confront Ning Yechen. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, who you are? What brings you to the human puppet ghost cavern at this late hour? If you have something to say, might you first retract your celestial magic?" The elders of the human puppet ghost cavern approached Ning Yechen with utmost politeness. As they neared, they felt the terrifying heat emanating from the fireball, which was almost suffocating, causing them to sweat profusely, their skin beginning to scorch. "Esteemed elder, we are unaware of any offense we have caused. We humbly ask for your understanding, and once our ancestor returns, he will surely come to apologize personally." Elder Gue K of the human puppet ghost cavern respectfully clasped his hands, secretly thinking that they must delay until their ancestor returns. Otherwise, this fireball could annihilate the entire human puppet ghost cavern. Ning Yechen cast a cold, disdainful glance at the crowd, allowing them to grasp their impending fate, and spoke flatly, "From this day forth, the human puppet ghost cavern shall vanish from existence." "What?" The elders of Gue K were taken aback, their expressions filled with horror. Their ancestor, Gue Fu, had already been slain, and this person truly intended to eradicate their entire sect in one fell swoop. "Attack! Stop him!" Gue K bellowed. Several elders simultaneously unleashed their life-protecting treasures in an attempt to thwart Ning Yechen. However, Ning Yechen regarded them with indifference. One hand raised the fireball while the other rested behind him, his stance unwavering. Suddenly, several fire dragons erupted from the fireball, charging towards the crowd. In an instant, the crowd, along with their life-protecting treasures, was consumed by the fire dragons, powerless to resist. With a chorus of pained cries, the elders of the prestigious sect were reduced to ashes. The disciples of the human puppet ghost cavern stood in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. They belonged to one of the world's most elite sects, with each elder possessing divine-level cultivation, yet they were effortlessly annihilated. Those who regained their senses frantically scattered in panic. Ning Yechen casually released the fireball, which instantly enveloped the entire human puppet ghost cavern, leaving no avenue for escape. Before the fireball could fully descend, the terrifying heat wave had already reduced countless individuals to cinders. Boom! When the fireball finally struck, the human puppet ghost cavern was instantly obliterated, along with everything within a 100-jong radius. All that remained was a bottomless abyss. Heat rose from the pit, and the residual intensity was enough to deter any living creature from approaching. Thus, the human puppet ghost cavern vanished from the world. Simultaneously, the Confucian palace of the eastern continent was reduced to rubble by myriad celestial lightning bolts. The Qing Feng sword sect in central continent was obliterated by a single sword strike, leaving behind only a vast sword chasm. The martial god temple in the southern continent met a similar fate, completely crushed beneath a colossal mountain, which entirely replaced the temple. In the span of a single night, the four great sects of the world were entirely eradicated. Just then, under the night sky, dozens of celestial lightning bolts unexpectedly struck Ning Yechen. Each bolt possessed the power to rend the very fabric of space. This was the punitive constraint of the human realm, a balancing act of the heavenly Tao. In the human realm, cultivation could only reach the pinnacle of celestial being. Even those from the six realms who entered the human realm had to suppress their strength, should one attempt to unleash power exceeding that pinnacle. The heavenly Tao would descend with celestial lightning to eliminate them. However, there was an absolute premise. The might of the heavenly Tao must surpass that of the individual. If the individual possessed no fear of the heavenly Tao's authority, then this regulatory balance would hold no power over them. Just as it was for Ning Yechen. As dozens of celestial lightning bolts descended, Ning Yechen was already accustomed to it. Each time he engaged in combat, the heavenly Tao would invariably deliver a couple of strikes as a form of customary massage. A dark spiritual energy shield enveloped Ning Yechen, and as the celestial lightning struck the shield, it failed to shatter it. Only after the lightning ceased did he leisurely retract the shield, perhaps due to simultaneously manifesting his divine soul avatar and casting four celestial spells. He sensed that the force of this round of celestial lightning was significantly greater than before. Yet, it still fell short of being truly formidable. Having resolved the four great sects, Ning Yechen raised his gaze to the heavens once more, transforming into a divine rainbow as he surged into the clouds. Chapter 27. Next time, I shall seek you out again in the celestial realm, within the heavenly Tao imperial palace. Since Ning Yechen casually destroyed a significant portion of the palace with a mere wave of his hand, the disciples of the heavenly Tao have been preoccupied with gathering intelligence across the immortal domain, as well as the reconstruction of their stronghold. Rumors abound that the demon Lord Ning Yechen is expected to return to the heavenly Tao imperial palace soon, instilling a sense of dread among its inhabitants. Having experienced the previous incident, the disciples of the heavenly Tao recognized Ning Yechen immediately upon his arrival, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily retreated. The guards stationed outside the main hall were so startled at the sight of him ascending the jade stairs that they scrambled into the hall, shouting, "Ancestor! The demon lord has returned." In a flurry, Tian Dao, Wen Tian, and the elders swiftly emerged to greet him at the entrance. "Welcome, demon lord." Cutting through the pleasantries, Ning Yechen wasted no time, striding directly into the main hall and taking a seat, casually picking up fruits from the table beside him. Since he had decided to conceal his identity while with Luo Ruiying, he had not enjoyed such heavenly fruits in a long time. The members of the heavenly Tao, eager to expedite the departure of this harbinger of death, swiftly approached to report on their recent investigations. "Demon Lord, we have conducted a thorough inquiry regarding the Lady Luo Ruiying and her affiliations, alongside other forces within the Immortal Realm. It appears she is the daughter of the Luo Shrine, a faction in the North Sea divine domain. Yet there has been no news regarding her since she departed the shrine over a century ago. Even within the shrine, there are no records of her whereabouts." As Tian Dao Wen Tian concluded his report, he cautiously observed Ning Yechen's expression, apprehensive that the results might not meet his expectations. However, they had combed through nearly the entire Immortal Realm, and this was the extent of the useful intelligence they could procure. Ning Yechen, resting his chin on one hand, pondered thoughtfully, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. While he was indeed dissatisfied with the findings, he bore no ill will towards Tian Dao, Wen Tian, and his companions. He understood they must have exerted every effort, and the scant information they had managed to uncover was all that could be obtained. At least, knowing the faction behind her was a step forward. "Well then, I appreciate your hard work," he remarked, rising to gather the heavenly fruits into his possession as he made his way towards the exit, waving a casual farewell to Tian Dao, Wen Tian, and the others. Seeing the demon lord about to depart, Tian Dao, Wen Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face brightening as he cheerfully replied, "It is our utmost pleasure to alleviate your burdens, demon lord. Is that so? It is rare to find such thoughtfulness. I shall seek you out again next time I require assistance." Ning Yechen responded with a smile, fully aware that these were merely polite words from Tian Dao Wen Tian. In truth, they likely wished he would not return. The more they expressed such sentiments, the more he felt compelled to visit them again. Tian Dao Wen Tian's face twitched slightly, as if he had bitten into something distasteful, wishing he could slap himself for his careless words. To have caught the attention of the demon lord was truly a dire predicament. The elders behind him wore similar expressions of despair, unable to reproach their ancestor. "Ancestor? Why did you have to say that? He took you seriously." In the North Sea divine domain at the Luo Shrine, the layout of the shrine was intricate, with buildings arranged in a staggered manner. At the center stood a towering statue of a female deity, clad in armor and wielding a sword, exuding an air of resolute valor, her blade pointed forward, embodying the spirit of a formidable woman. Currently, the atmosphere within the Luo Shrine was fraught with anxiety and unease, as many had already fled in fear. Rumors of the return of the demon, Lord Yechen, specifically seeking a woman named Luo Ruiying, had spread throughout the celestial realm. This Luo Ruiying was indeed one of their own. Many believed she had offended the demon lord, prompting him to seek revenge, causing widespread panic among the inhabitants, who scattered in terror. Unbeknownst to them, the very person they feared had already arrived. After leaving the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, Ning Yechen swiftly approached the Luo Shrine. The scale of this establishment was utterly incomparable to that of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. Ranking merely as a third-rate sect within the celestial realm, it was indeed a rarity for a figure like Luo Ruiying, an immortal emperor, to emerge from such a small faction. Regrettably, they had failed to appreciate her worth. What to do? Should he simply annihilate them? As he gazed down upon the Luo Shrine, he found himself momentarily conflicted. While obliterating them would be a simple task, a mere flick of his wrist, the reality was that this was his wife's family. To extinguish them would mean the destruction of her entire lineage. Such an act seemed rather inappropriate. After much contemplation, Ning Yechen resolved to probe the situation further before making a definitive choice. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the heavens. Within the confines of a study in the Luo Shrine, a composed middle-aged man sat engrossed in a book. Just then, as the flickering flames of the lantern cast shadows, Luo Tianya's pupils widened in horror as he sensed a presence looming behind him, a figure he had failed to notice despite being a celestial sovereign. Had the individual not chosen to reveal their aura, he might have remained oblivious. "Honored guest." "No, demon lord. Your visit at such an hour is indeed an honor for the Luo Shrine," he stammered, quickly deducing the identity of his visitor based on their formidable power and the recent rumors surrounding the demon lord. Ning Yechen chose not to conceal his presence any longer. Stepping out boldly from behind Luo Tianya and taking a seat across from him, Luo Tianya made no move to resist or call for help. Fully aware that against the demon lord, the entire Luo Shrine lacked the capacity for any form of defiance. "Demon lord, are you here to obliterate my Luo Shrine?" Luo Tianya inquired directly, as if he had already braced himself for the worst. Ning Yechen propped his leg up, resting his chin on his hand, and regarded Luo Tianya coolly. His words implied that there might still be a chance for negotiation. Igniting a flicker of hope within Luo Tianya, he took the initiative to speak. "May I inquire where my daughter has offended the demon lord?" "The Luo Shrine is willing to offer full compensation." "She has not offended me. Rather, it is you who have incurred my displeasure," Ning Yechen coldly retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya furrowed his brow, racking his brain to discern how his shrine could have possibly angered the demon lord. After all, this was their first encounter. Chapter 28. This is indeed his esteemed father-in-law. Please, great demon lord, clarify. Luo Tianya inquired with confusion. After pondering for a considerable time, he genuinely could not recall having offended the great demon lord. I ask you, did you send someone to hunt down Ruing? Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly as he questioned coldly. Luo Tianya's brow furrowed, his expression increasingly perplexed. Was the great demon lord jesting? Ruing is my daughter. Why would I send someone to kill her? Was it not your command? Ning Yechen felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, scrutinizing Luo Tianya closely. Noticing his calm demeanor and puzzled gaze, it appeared he was not lying. Could it be that the pursuit of Luo Ruing was not instigated by the Luo Divine Hall? At this moment, Luo Tianya began to explain. Although I do not understand why the great demon lord seeks my daughter, she was taken by a certain force over a century ago. Since her abduction, I have not seen her again. What is the name of the force that took her? Ning Yechen pressed on, his voice steady. Since it was not the Luo Divine Hall, it must be that very force that had seized her. Luo Tianya shook his head. I do not know who they are. All I know is that their power is immensely formidable, far beyond what my Luo Divine Hall can contend with. Even the Bingxia sacred domain of the northern underworld dares not offend them lightly. They claimed my daughter possessed extraordinary talent, destined to become an empress. And after bestowing many benefits upon my Luo Divine Hall, they took her away. The Bingxia sacred domain is one of the top sects among the 9 sacred domains, renowned alongside the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. If even the Bingxia sacred domain does not dare to offend them easily, it could only be the ancient clans of the celestial realm that have remained hidden for centuries. Those ancient beings usually conceal themselves in the celestial realm, only emerging in the face of catastrophic calamities. They typically do not interfere in worldly matters. Yet they have issued a hunting order for Luo Ruing. The celestial realm is vast, said to encompass the myriad rivers of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, and is 100 times larger than the mortal realm. Finding those ancient clans would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if found, it may not necessarily be the clan pursuing Luo Ruing. Ning Yechen's face displayed evident displeasure and impatience. His wife's situation was more complex than he had imagined. Nevertheless, the fact that his wife had caught the attention of those ancient beings spoke volumes of her remarkable talent. Otherwise, she would not have attracted the interest of such ancient, reclusive clans. Seeing Ning Yechen's discontent, Luo Tianya mustered his courage and anxiously inquired, "Might the great demon lord have seen my daughter? How is she?" Through the conversation with Ning Yechen, Luo Tianya sensed that the great demon lord had indeed come to seek justice. Yet it felt as though he was here to advocate for Luo Ruing. Moreover, it appeared that the great demon lord had some acquaintance with his daughter. It sounded as if his daughter were still being hunted. As a father, for the future of his family, he had no choice but to relinquish his daughter over a century ago, yet it had become his greatest regret. Now, he was entirely unaware of whether she was alive or dead. His previously haughty demeanor transformed into one of warmth and kindness, adorned with a hint of ingratiation. Initially unaware of the situation, he had prepared to eradicate the Luo Divine Hall, adopting the imposing stance of a former demon lord. Now realizing the misunderstanding, he hastily tempered his demeanor. After all, the other party was his wife's father, his esteemed father-in-law. He reclined with his leg crossed, resting his chin on his hand. A display of rudeness. It was imperative to leave a good impression. At that moment, Ning Yechen felt immensely relieved that he had not rashly annihilated the entire Luo Divine Hall. If he had truly done so, it would have spelled disaster. Ahem, esteemed, no, Luo Divine Hall Master, your daughter's quite well, you need not worry. Ning Yechen cleared his throat, smiling courteously. His attitude had undergone a complete transformation compared to earlier. Luo Tianya appeared bewildered and vigilant. Why had the demeanor of this demon lord shifted so abruptly? It startled him. Great demon lord. Oh, Luo Divine Hall Master, there is no need to call me Great Demon Lord. It feels too distant. My name is Ning Yechen. You may call me Yechen. As Luo Tianya began to speak, Ning Yechen raised his hand to interrupt him, wearing a warm smile. This only heightened Luo Tianya's unease. The demon lord wanted him to address him by his name. Such a thing had never occurred in the entire celestial realm. Who would dare to call the demon lord by his given name? Yi Yechen. Luo Tianya cautiously ventured. Yes, please speak, Luo Divine Hall Master. Ning Yechen replied with a satisfied smile. Thus, the relationship between son-in-law and father-in-law had grown closer. However, he was not yet ready to reveal his relationship with Luo Ruing. It would be prudent to wait until she accepted his identity before finding an appropriate moment to disclose it. Luo Tianya was deeply apprehensive about Ning Yechen's sudden congeniality, yet his primary concern remained his daughter, Luo Ruing. Steeling himself, he pressed on. You must have seen my daughter, correct? How is she now, and where is she? She is indeed quite well. You need not worry. As for her whereabouts, I shall not disclose that for the time being. Ning Yechen contemplated, deciding against revealing anything about Luo Ruing to alleviate Luo Tianya's concerns. Even the fact that she had been subjected to a heart extraction was left unspoken. On one hand, he feared that Luo Tianya would worry even more upon learning of her association with him. Now was not the right time to inform him. On the other hand, if he were to divulge such information, it could potentially provoke a crisis for the Luo Divine Hall. The mysterious ancient clan behind the abduction of Luo Ruing could easily obliterate the Luo Divine Hall. He was apprehensive of the secretive clan discovering this, which could bring calamity upon his family. Thus, he resolutely chose to escape to the mortal realm. Luo Tianya remained restless, eager to probe further. But Ning Yechen provided him no further opportunity, rising and vanishing like smoke before his eyes. Having learned that the Luo Divine Hall was not responsible for the pursuit, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. Finding the true perpetrator would prove difficult. He could only wait for them to come seeking him again. The matter of extracting his wife's celestial bone and heart would not simply be laid to rest. Luo Tianya watched as Ning Yechen departed, his expression growing increasingly grave. How could Ruing know the great demon lord? Why had the demon lord come to the celestial realm specifically to inquire about her? What had transpired? And why was she being hunted? A gut feeling told Luo Tianya that something significant had occurred with his daughter, Luo Ruing. No, he could not sit idly by. With a solemn expression, Luo Tianya called out loudly to the outside. Come here. Chapter 29. The unwakenable Ning Yechen in the depths of the night, within the enchanted forest, inside a wooden cabin. As soon as Luo Ruing opened her eyes, she beheld Luo Hongye, curled up and nestled in her embrace. Gazing at Luo Hongye's serene, sleeping visage, a sense of tranquility washed over Luo Ruing, and a tender smile graced her lips as she gently caressed the girl's cheek. Just as she was about to search for Ning Yechen, she suddenly realized a pair of arms tightly encircling her waist. Startled, Luo Ruing's heart raced, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. She turned to discover that it was Ning Yechen, who was soundly asleep, holding her close. The one lying in the middle was not Luo Hongye, but she herself. Moreover, she found herself in a side-lying position, with Ning Yechen's body pressed intimately against hers. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his body against her back and the gentle warmth of his breath brushing past her ear. This proximity was overwhelming. Luo Ruing felt her cheeks flush, attempting to gently pry Ning Yechen's hands from her waist, but his grip was unyielding, making it impossible to break free. How could he sleep so soundly while holding her so tightly? However, being mindful of Luo Hongye sleeping in her arms, she was reluctant to move too much, fearing she would disturb the child. Thus, she found herself unable to escape Ning Yechen's embrace, and instead, her body inadvertently rubbed against his, stirring a warmth within her. At that moment, Ning Yechen's foot casually rested on her body, drawing them even closer. In the darkness, his hands suddenly squeezed her waist, causing Luo Ruing to turn crimson. Her expression flustered, nearly gasping in surprise. Fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth, stifling any sounds that could be misconstrued. The child was still asleep in her arms. She could not afford to make any peculiar noises. This fellow, his sleeping posture was atrocious. His hands were far from compliant, filled with both embarrassment and irritation. Luo Ruiying found it difficult to forcibly extricate herself from Ning Yechen's embrace. With no other recourse, she blushed deeply and softly called out, "Yi Yechen! Yechen, wake up!" This man was sleeping far too deeply to awaken. After several attempts, Luo Ruiying resigned herself to the situation, allowing Ning Yechen to hold her as he slept. If he would refrain from any further odd movements, it would suffice. Thus, she rested her hands atop his, nestled comfortably in his arms, surrendering herself to slumber. In the depths of his dreams, a subtle smile graced Ning Yechen's lips. As dawn broke, the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating the room. "Wife, wife!" A tender voice called to Luo Ruiying, stirring her from her slumber. Slowly, she opened her drowsy eyes, only to find a strikingly handsome face mere inches from hers, startling her into instinctively leaning back. Remembering Ning Yechen's restless antics from the previous night, a look of mild reproach crossed her features, and her cheeks flushed slightly. This man had disrupted her sleep last night. Ning Yechen smiled gently, sitting on the edge of the bed, reaching out to stroke her forehead, and in a soft voice inquired, "My dear, does your body still ache?" "It's already fine," she replied, conceding that it was not entirely his fault. "My dear, I have prepared some medicine for you." Ning Yechen presented her with a bowl of nourishing herbal soup, as he typically did, and without protest, Luo Ruiying obediently opened her mouth to accept the spoonful. She understood that only by recovering her strength could she avert potential dangers looming ahead. With unwavering dedication, Ning Yechen fed her spoonful after spoonful. Though he could easily heal all her injuries, he refrained from doing so. On one hand, it might raise her suspicions. Brewing medicinal soup was one thing, but if he were to produce pills, his true identity would be exposed. On the other hand, he found her weakened state endearing, an opportunity to care for her while she was vulnerable. After drinking several spoonfuls of the concoction, Luo Ruiying paused thoughtfully before speaking. "Yechen, let us gather our belongings and leave this place." This was not a fleeting thought, but a well-considered decision after much contemplation. The pursuit by the ghost husband and his cohorts indicated that her location was likely compromised. Soon, they might send even more formidable adversaries. With her current cultivation level, she could hardly fend off the ghost husband, let alone other stronger foes. The safest course of action was to depart before their enemies arrived. Ning Yechen understood her concerns and intentions. Although her apprehensions were unfounded, he nodded in agreement with her wishes. He had chosen a life of seclusion here to enjoy a tranquil existence, and now that he had a wife and child, wherever they went, he would follow. Having reached a mutual agreement, they began to pack their belongings. Luo Ruiying possessed a spare spirit ring, which, though empty, served perfectly for storage at this moment. With a simple wave of her arm, most of their belongings were neatly tucked away into the spirit ring. "Oh, my dear, how impressive!" Ning Yechen clapped his hands in admiration. "If there is anything else to pack, leave it to me." Luo Ruiying smiled, feeling an unexpected surge of joy at his praise for what was merely a simple act of packing. Once Luo Hongya awoke, she too eagerly contributed with her little steps, helping to gather their things. "Wife, I will go outside to tidy up." "Very well." Ning Yechen watched the mother and daughter duo, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he found an excuse to leave the cabin. He discreetly summoned the 3 chaos demon bulls. "I shall be departing for a while. You have 2 options. Either remain here to oversee everything or accompany me as I leave. Choose wisely." Ning Yechen spoke to the trio with a calm demeanor. Having them stay behind to guard the house and herb garden was one option, while bringing them along would allow them to protect Luo Ruiying and her child discreetly. The 3 chaos demon bulls exchanged glances, and determination was evident in their eyes. "Master, please allow us to stay by your side. We pledge to serve you faithfully." Had this been before, they would have undoubtedly chosen to remain in the enchanted forest as their own kings. However, after Ning Yechen had facilitated their breakthrough and gifted them celestial weapons, their outlook had shifted. Being near the master, albeit dangerous, presented an unparalleled opportunity. Chapter 30. My husband is terribly afraid of heights within the forest. Luo Ruiying swiftly carried Ning Yechen, soaring above the treetops, while Luo Hongye was snugly wrapped in a swaddling cloth upon her back, in pursuit of a quicker and more efficient escape from the woods. Luo Ruiying resorted to cradling Ning Yechen in a princess hold, propelling herself through the air. Ning Yechen initially wished to request that she set him down so they could traverse the ground at a leisurely pace. Yet the comfort of being held in her embrace was simply too delightful to forego. As she flew, Luo Ruiying remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings for any potential threats from enemies or ferocious beasts. Oddly, prior to her arrival, she had sensed a multitude of beastly presences within the woods, but now there was not a trace of them to be felt. It was as if the beasts had all vacated the area. Even if she sensed one from a distance, the creature would promptly vanish, retreating in haste, without exerting any oppressive aura. It appeared that even the slightest approach from her sent them scurrying away. There was something peculiar about it, yet she could not quite articulate what was amiss. "Mother, father, are we leaving this place again?" Luo Hongye inquired, peering up from her perch on Luo Ruiying's back, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Since departing from that dark place, Luo Ruiying had taken her to numerous locations, each visit brief. This instance was no different, yet with her father present. She had truly grown fond of the quaint wooden cottage nestled within the forest. Ning Yechen reached out, gently ruffling Luo Hongye's little head, and softly reassured her, "Dear Hongye, your parents are taking you on a journey where there will be plenty of delectable treats and delightful activities." Delightful and delicious. Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with excitement as her face lit up with yearning. Can Hongye really eat? Of course. Our dear Hongye can eat as she pleases. Ning Yechen volvet earnestly. Yay. Then Hongye wants to travel with father and mother. Luo Hongye exclaimed joyfully, her face beaming with happiness as she danced with glee. Luo Ruiying, observing the father-daughter duo with a mixture of exasperation and affection, whispered into Ning Yechen's ear, "You spoil her too much." "Is that so? Is it a problem? Or are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Ning Yechen replied with a playful smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glance. "That is not what I meant. What are you even thinking?" She mused silently that he always spoke such frivolous banter without a hint of embarrassment, and she could very well toss him from the sky for it. How could she possibly feel envious of her own child? Ning Yechen's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he suddenly wrapped an arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, nuzzling closer to her. Taken aback, she whispered, "What are you doing?" "Dear wife, I must confess, I have a terrible fear of heights. At this moment, I feel somewhat unwell, and only in your embrace can I find solace." Ning Yechen stated with grave sincerity. Upon saying that, he feigned discomfort, closing his eyes and leaning his head against her chest. Soft and fragrant. Is this fellow truly afraid of heights? He never mentioned it before. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned crimson as she gazed at Ning Yechen in disbelief, her heart filled with skepticism. They had been flying for quite some time without a word of it. Yet now he suddenly claimed to feel faint and fearful. Luo Hongye, with her big, curious eyes, observed the two of them closely. From the very beginning, her father had been whispering to her mother, feeling the weight of her child's gaze. Luo Ruiying hesitated to push Ning Yechen away. What if he truly was dizzy from the heights? "Shall I let you down for a moment to rest?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "No need, my dear. Just like this is fine," he replied. Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of suspicion, suspecting he was feigning it deliberately. However, at that moment, Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Dear wife, perhaps you should set me down after all." All right." She hastily descended from the air, her concern resurfacing. "Are you all right?" "It's nothing. I merely need to use the restroom," Ning Yechen admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's face flushed once more, and she stammered, Do you want me to accompany you?" "What?" Ning Yechen's eyes widened in shock. What did she mean by that? He had only sought a casual excuse to distance himself temporarily, and she suggested accompanying him to the restroom? Realizing her words might have been misconstrued, Luo Ruiying hurriedly clarified, "I didn't mean it like that. You mustn't misunderstand. I was merely concerned about the beasts in the woods and didn't want you to be alone, oh. I see Ning Yechen sighed in relief. Nearly convinced his wife was unexpectedly bold. Do not worry, my dear. I can manage on my own. You and our child stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. With a cheerful wave, he dashed into the thicket. Though Luo Ruiying felt a lingering worry, it was indeed awkward to follow him. After sensing the area for any lurking beasts, she reluctantly resolved to remain in place. Once alone in the woods, Ning Yechen's smile faded, his brow furrowing in concentration. He sensed a familiar presence long thought lost to time, lurking 100 miles ahead, seemingly lying in wait for them. The Chaos Devil Ox and its companions would hardly be a match for this foe. It appeared he would have to confront this personally. He detested any interruption during his cherished moments with his wife and child, and now, forced to leave her warm embrace, he vowed vengeance. In an instant, Ning Yechen arrived 100 miles away in the forest, coldly addressing the surroundings. Come out. Afraid to show yourselves? Allow me to assist you. His expression turned serious as he thrust his hand into the void. The air shattered like a mirror as his palm penetrated, creating a rift in reality. Ning Yechen grasped a man adorned with eerie black markings, slowly extracting him from the rift. The man's face was a mask of terror as he struggled in vain against his grasp, unable to fathom how he had been discovered while hiding in the void. Chapter 31, My Beloved Awaits My Return, and Time is of the Essence. With a swift motion, Ning Yechen snapped the man's neck with a single, decisive action. His gaze, as frigid as ice, remained fixed ahead as he spoke softly. Come forth, lest I drag you out one by one. In that instant, the forest was filled with writhing spirals of distortion, revealing figures adorned with the same sinister markings as the deceased man. The onlookers fixated on Ning Yechen, their expressions rife with trepidation. They could not discern the depths of his power. His presence radiated no trace of spiritual energy, appearing as ordinary as an immortal. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, he had effortlessly extinguished a being of divine rank. This intelligence was flawed. They had been informed that they were to deal with a severely injured woman of the celestial realm, whose cultivation fell short of divine status. Who is this man? Ning Yechen did not rush to eliminate these individuals, for he had inquiries to pose. As denizens of the demonic realm, I grant you a chance to speak. Reveal your purpose for being here and the one who sent you. The peculiar, dark markings on their faces, coupled with the twisting void surrounding them and the unmistakable aura of the demonic realm, left no doubt. These individuals were indeed from the demonic realm. Ning Yechen was all too familiar with its essence. Yet, he had not anticipated their involvement. Since you are aware of our origins, prepare to meet your demise. Attack! Phantom wolves of the abyss. The leader, clad in black, bellowed, prompting the others to chant incantations in unison. Once more, the air rippled with spirals of distortion. Dozens of massive, pitch-black phantom wolves sprang forth from the void. Their fur flickered like blazing shadows, their crimson eyes glistening with bloodlust, revealing sharp fangs ready to rend flesh. Each phantom wolf boasted the pinnacle of divine cultivation. In the realm of mortals, such beasts would reign supreme. Eliminate him. The man at the center cackled ominously, issuing commands to the swarm of phantom wolves. They surged forth as a tide of darkness towards Ning Yechen. Yet, Ning Yechen made no move to evade. He cast a cold glance at the oncoming horde and softly uttered, "Pierce through." Instantaneously, the ground erupted with a myriad of razor-sharp spears. The spears, drenched in a dark crimson hue, bore traces of dried blood upon their shafts and points. They stood erect like a forest of lances, exuding an aura of bloodshed and chilling brilliance, evoking dread in all who beheld them. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of divine-tier phantom wolves were impaled, suspended in mid-air like grotesque trophies. Blood streamed down the spears, pooling upon the earth below. The leader was left dumbfounded, his pupils trembling in disbelief. The legion of phantom wolves, capable of conquering any territory, had been obliterated in an instant by this man. With hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yechen calmly traversed the field of spears, approaching the leader. Hurry, stop him. The only reason I remain alive is that this man chose to spare me. Though he was uncertain of the man's abilities, He realized that sparing him had been a grave error. Come fort, Phantom Wolf King. The demonic man slashed his palms, blood pooling to form a summoning array, forcibly calling forth the Phantom Wolf King. A colossal phantom wolf, magnitudes larger than its kin, emerged from the blood-soaked array, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. With the summoning complete, the demon's face broke into a triumphant smile. This Phantom Wolf King possessed the cultivation of an immortal, a pinnacle existence within the mortal realm. Kill him! The demonic man roared, pointing at Ning Yechen. The Phantom Wolf King lunged forward, its gaping maw poised to devour Ning Yechen whole. Yet, Ning Yechen did not even spare a glance, casually swatting the creature aside. The massive Phantom Wolf King crumpled to the ground, its skull obliterated. The demonic man was struck dumb, his smug grin frozen in shock. The immortal Phantom Wolf King had been dispatched with such ease. Who was this man? This power far exceeded that of the mortal realm. Boom! 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 Lightning descended from the heavens without warning, striking Ning Yechen directly. In an instant, his position was reduced to a gaping chasm, the air swirling with dust and debris. The punishment of the heavenly Tao had been unleashed. A renewed sense of triumph flickered across the demonic man's face as he exhaled in relief. After facing the divine lightning's eradication, Ning Yechen should have been rendered to ashes. However, as the dust settled, Ning Yechen remained unscathed, approaching him with an inscrutable demeanor. Is there truly one who can emerge unscathed from the punishment of the heavenly Tao? As Ning Yechen advanced, the demon felt a surge of terror rising within him, just as he reached for something concealed within his robes. An invisible blade severed his arm. The demon shrieked in agony. In his fallen hand lay a pitch-black communication stone. Ning Yechen beckoned with his finger, the stone flying into his grasp. A communication stone. He was all too familiar with this artifact from the demonic realm. This particular piece could summon aid in dire times. By shattering it, even across realms, a plea for assistance could be transmitted. You wish to call for reinforcements? Ning Yechen gazed down at the prostrate demon. With the communication stone seized, despair gripped the demon's heart. Summon them quickly. I shall resolve this matter in one swift move. You have invited this folly upon yourself. Do not regret it. The demon grinned wickedly, mocking Ning Yechen's naivety. To grant an enemy the opportunity to call for aid was an act of utter foolishness. Lord Night Howler, please descend upon the mortal realm. Exact the most terrifying retribution upon those who have offended us. The demon shattered the communication stone, shouting to the heavens. Who dares to offend the demonic realm? In an instant, the void twisted once more, and a towering figure clad in dark armor, exceeding 3 meters in height, stepped forth from the ether. His imposing stature and fierce aura exuded a palpable pressure. Yet, this was merely a perception for others. Ning Yechen floated serenely, locking eyes with Night Howler, his expression devoid of emotion as he calmly declared, "It is I." Chapter 32. Have you finished your moves? It's my turn now. Upon witnessing the arrival of Yechen, the demon from the underworld hastily struggled to crawl beneath his feet, pointing at Ning Yechen with an expression of fury. Lord Yechen, it was he who killed my kind. He has offended our demon race. What a worthless fool. You cannot even handle a mere insect. Yechen rebuked the demon with a fierce tone, kicking him aside. He then raised his gaze towards Ning Yechen with utter disdain. To him, the inhabitants of the human realm were nothing more than insignificant ants that he could crush at will. For your transgression against the demon realm, you shall pay with your life. Yechen, unwilling to waste time, opened his mouth wide, gathering a brilliant beam of light within. Annihilate, insect, demon obliteration. With a thunderous roar, the beam shot forth from his mouth. The terrifying pressure of spiritual energy tore through the void, uprooting the earth and unleashing a cataclysmic force that seemed destined to obliterate everything in its path. This strike was capable of easily annihilating an entire city. In an instant, Ning Yechen was completely engulfed by the beam. Yechen let out a cold snort, convinced that Ning Yechen had perished within the light. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed his subordinates staring at him with terror, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. In the next moment, Yizhen's face mirrored that of the demons. Filled with disbelief, there stood Ning Yechen, completely unscathed in midair after enduring the demon obliteration. Not only was he unharmed, but even his clothing bore no signs of damage. How is this possible? Yizhen gasped, his eyes wide with incredulity. That was his full-powered strike in the human realm. Though constrained by the laws of the human world, it was still a blow delivered with the might of an immortal. You bear the surname Yi and can wield the demon obliteration. Are you from the first legion of the demon realm? The Yi family? Ning Yechen calmly adjusted his disheveled clothing, coolly questioning Yizhen. Indeed, I am the commander of the first legion, Yizhen. Being the commander of the first legion was an exceptionally high rank, capable of leading thousands. Ning Yechen continued with an air of indifference. Is the demon general of the first legion still that fellow, Yi Tianxin? Did he send you? Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed further. If he discovered that Yi Tianxin was behind this, retribution would be inevitable. It was not Lord Yi Tianxin who commanded me. Rather, the fear in Yizhen's voice hinted at a deeper understanding of their realm, even predicting the legion to which he belonged. Defeat me first, and then we can discuss, Yizhen declared, taking matters into his own hands. In a flash, he appeared before Ning Yechen, drawing a massive broadsword from his back and swinging it down towards him. The fierce sword energy descended from the heavens, carving a wide chasm into the earth. Yet, the anticipated scene of Ning Yechen being cleaved in two did not occur. Instead, it was as if the terrifying blow was firmly caught between Ning Yechen's fingers. Yizhen's eyes widened in shock once more. Had he not visited the human realm for too long? When did such formidable beings appear in the human world? Have you finished your moves? Now it's my turn. Ning Yechen applied a slight pressure with his fingers, resulting in a crisp snap as Yizhen's broadsword was effortlessly broken. Yizhen stood in a daze. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at the severed weapon in his hands. This was a divine artifact personally bestowed upon him by Lord Yi Tianxin. How could it be so easily shattered? Was it possible that the gift he received was a counterfeit? In that fleeting moment, doubts began to creep into Yizhen's mind regarding the authenticity of the broadsword. Otherwise, how could such a potent artifact be so easily broken? Ning Yechen raised his hand towards Yizhen, who hastily assumed a defensive posture. Though shocked by Ning Yechen's prowess, he felt little concern. After all, the laws of the human realm imposed restrictions on power, capping it at the immortal level. Even as an immortal king, he was still bound by these laws. The man before him could only wield techniques of equal strength, and even if he could not overcome him, the reverse was equally true. Yizhen's confidence was unwavering. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. An invisible force began to twist his limbs. This power was intangible yet overwhelming. Even with all his strength, he could not resist. His limbs contorted, bones cracking audibly, and his armor was wrenched apart. The intense pain forced Yizhen to emit a heart-wrenching wail. Since ascending to the Immortal King realm and becoming a commander of thousands, he had never felt such helpless terror. The strength exhibited by the man before him surpassed anything expected of an immortal. The constraints of the heavenly laws had no effect on him. How could this be possible? He had never heard of anyone capable of disregarding the heavenly laws. Speak. Who commanded you to come here? Ning Yechen slowly uprooted, his tone indifferent. I do not know who he is. That man merely instructed me to assist him in a task, to kill a woman in the human realm and bring back a child. He promised to grant me a secret elixir for breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm, which is why I agreed. Beyond that, I know nothing. Yizhen finally recognized the terror that was Ning Yechen. This power was incomparably beyond what a mere immortal king could contend with. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen released his grip, ceasing to twist Yizhen into a pretzel. He believed that Yizhen would not dare to lie, out of consideration for the earlier subordinates. He spared Yizhen this time. Regrettably, he still obtained no useful information. The other party was exceedingly cautious, never revealing themselves. Ning Yechen frowned in displeasure and warned Yizhen, if you dare to approach me again, prepare for oblivion. Otherwise, the entire demon realm will not be able to protect you. What a bold proclamation. Chapter 33. The Demon Lord loves whomever he chooses. I shall not be one among them suddenly. The void behind Yechen tore open, and a figure stepped through the crack. The newcomer was clad in a magnificent black robe, with a high ponytail and long black hair cascading nearly to his ankles. His stern visage revealed a hint of malevolence. This was none other than the demon general of the 3rd Legion from the Demon Realm, Yechen, a terrifying power at the level of an immortal emperor. Even among the Demon Realm, Yechen was a formidable force. Upon seeing him, Yechen was filled with joy and hastily crawled to Yechen's feet with his contorted form. "Lord Yechen, you must stand for me. This person has not only offended our demon kin, but has also shown disdain towards you and the Demon Realm." With the presence of his esteemed leader, Yechen was brimming with confidence, convinced that the man before him was doomed. Yechen did not immediately turn his gaze to Ning Yechen. Instead, he first glanced at Yechen, frowning as he reprimanded, "What are you doing here? I do not recall granting you permission to descend into the human realm." Please forgive me, Lord Yechen." Yechen dared not disclose the truth, that he had been incited by a mysterious figure to come to the human realm to kill someone. Instead, he stammered and confessed his transgression. It was common for individuals from various realms to intrude upon others, and the Demon Realm was no exception. Yechen simply assumed that Yechen and his companions were causing trouble in the human realm. He had been searching for traces of the Demon Lord and had sensed the aura of Mo Yen. Out of curiosity, he had come to investigate and happened to overhear Ning Yechen's words. Yechen was infuriated by the fact that Yechen's group had lost to a human. His anger stemmed not solely from Yechen's unauthorized descent into the human realm, but primarily because they had been defeated. The Demon Realm placed great importance on honor and dignity. A defeat was tantamount to disgrace for the entire realm. This was what truly incensed Yechen. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. After all, if one was defeated and killed, it was merely a matter of lacking strength. However, Ning Yechen's final words were so arrogant that he could not refrain from appearing. He was eager to see who had the audacity to act so presumptuously. Even the 9 domains of the Immortal Realm would not dare claim that the entire Demon Realm could not protect a person. Yechen turned his gaze to Ning Yechen. Momentarily taken aback, confusion etched upon his face. He then furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes widening in astonishment as his expression grew increasingly complex. It was a mixture of surprise and fear that manifested on his countenance. Long time no see, Yechen," Ning Yechen said with a disdainful smile, greeting Yechen. At this, Yechen grew displeased, struggling to rise as he bellowed at Ning Yechen. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to address Lord Yechen so casually? Do not try to curry favor with him. You have offended our Demon Realm. You shall surely die today, brat. Right, Lord Yechen?" Emboldened by Yechen's presence, Yechen spoke with utter arrogance, casting a worshipful glance at Yechen after he finished. However, contrary to expectations, Yechen's expression darkened to an extreme as he seized Yechen by the collar, his grip tightening on his face, nearly crushing his skull. Drawing close to Yechen's face, Yechen glared at him with a murderous gaze, his tone icy as he said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to endanger me? Do you know who stands before you, you fool? Why, yes, it is you, Lord Yechen." Although his skull felt as if it might crack from the pressure, Yechen still forced himself to hold back any sound, confusion evident on his face. "I am not referring to myself, you imbecile." Yechen, enraged, slammed Yechen's head into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. With that blow, Yechen was left gasping for breath. Even at that moment, he still failed to comprehend why Yechen was punishing him so furiously. He had never witnessed his master display such terror. Lord Yechen seemed genuinely afraid of the man before him. Even the black-clad man who had barely survived was left in utter shock. The great Yechen of the Demon Realm was actually fearful of this man. Yechen released Yechen, flinging him aside, and then, with his left hand resting against his right chest, he bowed respectfully to Ning Yechen, elegantly greeting him. Yi Tianxin pays his respects to the demon lord. Yi Tianxin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and shame. It was hard to believe that he had not recognized the demon lord at first glance. He had even spoken disrespectfully to the demon lord. Moreover, his subordinate seemed to have attacked the demon lord. This was an utter disgrace for a general of the First Legion. Yi Zhen and the black-clad man stared at Ning Yechen in utter astonishment. The man before them was indeed the demon lord who had vanished for over a century. There could be no mistake. Only that esteemed figure could compel the great Yi Tianxin to bow so low. Recovering from their shock, Yi Zhen and the black-clad man hastily knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, trembling as they said, We pay our respects to the demon lord. At that moment, both Yi Zhen and the black-clad man felt utterly despondent, filled with regret. They had dared to lay hands on the demon lord. This was an unforgivable sin in the demon realm. Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face as he said, Do not call me that. I am no longer the demon lord. You are still our only demon lord. The demon realm cannot exist without you. Yi Tianxin implored, his gaze earnest as he looked at Ning Yechen. They had searched for his whereabouts for nearly a century. After my departure, was there truly no new demon lord to ascend? Upon hearing that Yi Tianxin and the others had been seeking him, Ning Yechen inquired, perplexed. The demon realm had always revered the strong, with countless individuals vying for the position of demon lord. Even he, in the past, had fought his way to the top, subduing all to claim the title. Logically, after his departure, many should have coveted the position of demon lord. Yi Tianxin nodded, his expression stern as he replied, Indeed, after your departure, there were those with ill intentions who sought to ascend to the position of demon lord. We have eliminated many of these nefarious individuals. They are utterly unworthy of your position, demon lord. Ning Yechen fell silent. Did this not imply that for over a century after his departure, there had been no demon lord? He had assumed that someone had long since taken his place. He had prepared himself for a peaceful retirement, ready to enjoy the remainder of his days. Yi Tianxin once again beseeched Ning Yechen. Yet, Ning Yechen waved his hand in disdain, resolutely rejecting the notion. No. Any of you can take on the role of demon lord. Whoever wishes to be the demon lord may assume the title. I shall not. Why? Yi Tianxin asked, bewildered. Ning Yechen wore a hopeful smile, replying softly, Because I have far more important matters at hand. Chapter 34. The dangers of overzealous loyalty among subordinates. The night god, perplexed, repeated, What could possibly be more significant than becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm? His heart was filled with confusion as he witnessed a rare, joyous smile on the demon lord's face. Could it be that the demon lord, whom he knew so well, was capable of such happiness? With no intention of concealing his thoughts, Ning Yechen cleared his throat and solemnly declared, I wish to care for my wife and daughter. I no longer have time to act as the demon lord. Henceforth, do not seek me out again. What? The night god was taken aback, his mind in turmoil. Did he truly hear correctly? The demon lord had married and even had children? This was inconceivable. The demon lord had never shown interest in women during his reign, and now, to learn he had a child was utterly unbelievable. If this news were spread throughout the demon realm, it would surely create a tremendous uproar. The night god, bewildered, asked, Is this truly the case, my lord? Ning Yechen nodded with a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy akin to that of a proud father sharing the news of his daughter's birth. Congratulations, my lord, on your marriage and the arrival of your little princess. I shall promptly relay this exhilarating news to the denizens of the demon realm. The night god was eager to broadcast this momentous revelation. However, Ning Yechen raised his hand to halt the night god, casting him a disapproving glance. I have already stated that I am no longer the demon lord. You need not seek me out again. I wish to enjoy a peaceful life with my wife and daughter. Do you understand? If the night god were to announce this to the entire demon realm, it would undoubtedly disrupt the tranquil life Ning Yechen yearned for. But the night god hesitated, wishing to persuade further, but was met with Ning Yechen's icy stare, silencing him. There is no but. Have I been away for so long that you no longer comprehend my words? In that moment, Ning Yechen regained the familiar aura of the demon lord, causing the night god to break into a cold sweat, deterred from opposing him further. Now that you understand, be on your way. My wife has been waiting for a long time and is likely growing anxious. The night god, filled with curiosity, noted how the mention of the demon lord's wife and child softened his demeanor. The demon lord had indeed changed, yet he remained oblivious to the reason his subordinate had offended him. This was no trivial matter. Please wait, my lord. May I inquire if my subordinate has offended you? The night god's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as a palpable aura of menace enveloped the vicinity, chilling to the bone. He did not question how Night Zheng had offended Ning Yechen. Rather, he directly asked if an offense had occurred. For any transgression against the demon lord was tantamount to rebellion, a grievous sin in the demon realm. Night Zheng and the cloaked man trembled, dread settling in their hearts. Though we did indeed confront him, I spared them for your sake, the night god lamented. It is my fault. I allowed my subordinates to offend the demon lord. I deserve death. Please punish me, my lord. The night god knelt, bowing his head in submission. I have told you repeatedly, I am no longer the demon lord. I bear you no ill will. Please, leave me be, Ning Yechen insisted, his expression one of disdain as he urged the night god to depart. Regardless of how often he reiterated this, the night god seemed resolute in perceiving him as the demon lord, leaving Ning Yechen exasperated. Excessive loyalty and fervor among subordinates can be troublesome. Seeing that Ning Yechen had no intention of punishing him, the night god boldly thrust his hand into his own chest. I must bear the sin of offending the demon lord. Even if the demon lord chose not to pursue the matter, he could not allow himself to escape unpunished. Ning Yechen merely stared in disbelief at the night god. While he understood his subordinate's character, witnessing him unhesitatingly inflict harm upon himself left him at a loss for words. The denizens of the demon realm truly possessed a stubborn mindset. Even when he chose not to pursue the matter, they insisted on imposing penalties upon themselves. After inflicting punishment upon himself, the night god's cold gaze turned towards Night Zheng and the cloaked man, raising his hand to unleash a dark beam that obliterated the cloaked figure. He then directed his hand towards Night Zheng. As the commander of the First Legion, he bore responsibility for his subordinate's offense against the demon lord and thus deserved punishment. Furthermore, those who acted against the demon lord must face execution. Night Zheng, fully aware of this, silently closed his eyes, refraining from uttering any pleas for mercy. Upon learning of Ning Yechen's true identity as the demon lord, he had already anticipated his fate. As the night god prepared to strike, Ning Yechen interjected, "Enough, enough. Spare him. Considering Night Zheng was unaware of my identity initially and posed no threat to my wife and child, I shall forgive him this time. My lord, he has indeed offended you." The night god frowned slightly, his hands still poised, seemingly unwilling to easily forgive Night Zheng's transgressions. He was merely following orders. Killing him would serve no purpose. I choose not to pursue this matter, so let him go, Ning Yechen stated calmly. Very well, I shall heed the demon lord's wishes. You are spared this time. The night god reluctantly lowered his hand, though he had intended to execute Night Zheng. Yet, since the demon lord had spoken, he begrudgingly allowed him to live, intending to extract information from him regarding who had dared incite such actions against the demon lord. Having narrowly escaped a grim fate, Night Zheng quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. In what he believed to be his final moments, the demon lord had personally interceded on his behalf. I am leaving. Remember, do not disturb me again. With the matters resolved, Ning Yechen made haste to depart, leaving behind a final admonition. The night god watched as Ning Yechen vanished, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, he was relieved to have finally located the whereabouts of the demon lord. This news must be shared with others without delay. Chapter 35. My wife is right. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from a distance of 100 miles, and a beam of destructive light flashed before me, infused with a dense aura of the demon tribe. A demon had descended upon the human realm. It appeared to be engaged in a battle with someone, but it likely wasn't he seeking her out. Nevertheless, lingering in this vicinity was unwise. Before long, A celestial thunderbolt descended from the clear sky, its resounding roar echoing throughout the heavens. The annihilation of the heavenly path by celestial thunder. Luo Ruing's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression grave. The emergence of demons indicated that this place was perilous. Moreover, the ongoing battle had already attracted the heavenly path's retribution, signifying that their cultivation surpassed the constraints of the human realm's heavenly path. It was imperative to depart swiftly. Luo Ruing ceased her waiting and hurriedly entered the woods in search of Ning Yechen's figure. Yechen? Yechen. After searching the surroundings without finding any trace of him, and sensing nothing with her divine consciousness, her expression turned anxious, and she began to call out loudly. Her greatest fear was that Ning Yechen might have encountered some misfortune. Fortunately, after several calls, Ning Yechen slowly emerged from the other side of the woods. Seeing him, Luo Ruing let out a sigh of relief and approached him. Her gaze slightly reproachful as she said, "I apologize, my dear wife. I wandered a bit far and accidentally got lost." Ning Yechen scratched his head in apology. After carefully inspecting Ning Yechen and confirming he was unharmed, Luo Ruing felt relieved. "As long as you are fine, let us hurry and leave. It seems demons have appeared nearby, and they are quite formidable, making it unsafe. We should take another route to avoid them." "All right, as you say, my lady." Ning Yechen cheerfully stepped in front of Luo Ruing, spreading his arms in preparation for a princess carry. However, this time Luo Ruing, her cheeks slightly flushed, turned away. "I'll carry you on my back." Instead, Ning Yechen couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He had been ready to sink into his wife's tender embrace, only to find himself relegated to riding on her back. At that moment, he regretted having left her arms. All of this was due to Yi Zhen and the others. If it weren't for their arrival, he wouldn't have had to leave his wife's embrace. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret for letting that fellow Yi Zhen off so easily. What a loss. Ning Yechen begrudgingly laid on Luo Ruing's back, with one arm cradling Luo Hongye and carrying Ning Yechen on her back. Luo Ruing leapt high into the air, changing course as she continued to soar towards the edge of the woods. As Ning Yechen rested on Luo Ruing's back, he could feel the warmth of her body and the faint fragrance wafting from her flowing black hair, a scent that was deeply enchanting. Unable to resist, he reached out to play with her hair, bringing it close to his nose to gently inhale its aroma. The strands glided through his fingers, incredibly smooth and delicate. Noticing Ning Yechen's actions, Luo Ruing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she asked, "Why are you playing with my hair?" "This fellow is quite restless even from behind, because your hair smells wonderful, my dear. I truly adore it," Ning Yechen candidly complimented. Luo Ruing felt a bit bashful from the praise, but chose not to say much, allowing him to gently stroke her hair. Luo Hongye, curious, climbed onto her shoulder and grabbed at her hair. Ning Yechen also teased Luo Hongye with her hair, using the ends to tickle her ears, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. This father-daughter duo, truly, what do they think her hair is? Luo Ruing felt helpless, yet a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. The tension and unease from earlier dissipated along with Luo Hongye's laughter. After playfully shaking Luo Hongye for a while, Ning Yechen recalled Luo Ruing's mention of the demon tribe and cautiously inquired, "My dear, you mentioned the demons earlier. What do you think of them?" Luo Ruing did not anticipate Ning Yechen to suddenly bring up the demon tribe. Her expression instantly turned serious as she replied without hesitation, "The demons are vicious and brutal, committing unthinkable atrocities. They are particularly warlike, respecting only the strong. They frequently invade other realms, causing unrest in all worlds. Wherever they go, the ground is littered with corpses, turning places into ruins and infernos. They are a truly evil and savage race." Ning Yechen, "My dear, perhaps the demons are not as malicious as you think." He spoke with a complex expression, attempting to defend his stance. While what Luo Ruing said held truth, it was a narrative from centuries past. Since he unified the demon realm, it had transformed significantly. Yet, the outside world seemed to cling to its preconceived notions of the demon realm. Luo Ruing slightly furrowed her brows and earnestly advised Ning Yechen, You have yet to encounter the demons, so you do not understand them. The brutality of the demon tribe surpasses your imagination. They show no mercy to anyone, even their own kind, especially that legendary new supreme of the demon realm, Ning Yechen. It is said that when he unified the demon realm hundreds of years ago, he nearly exterminated half of those who resisted him, utterly ruthless. Afterwards, he led the demon army to invade the celestial realm, causing a cataclysm that nearly destroyed half of the celestial realm. This illustrates how bloodthirsty and savage the demon realm supreme is. The demons revere him as their demon lord, and all other demons follow suit. If you encounter anyone from the demon tribe, you must flee as far as possible. Do not entangle yourself with them. There is not a single good person among them. Ning Yechen. 3. My dear is right. I shall remember this. Upon hearing Luo Ring's high praise, Ning Yechen couldn't help but twitch his face slightly, forcing a smile in agreement. It was fortunate that he had only cautiously inquired. Had she truly discovered his identity, it would have been disastrous. The last celestial demon war was initiated by the celestial realm. Yet everyone claimed that the demon realm had invaded first. He couldn't explain this to Luo Ring. Even if he did, it would not only expose his identity, but she likely wouldn't believe him. Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ring's embrace, curiously asked, "Mother, are all those demons bad?" "Indeed, they are all bad. They have 4 long fangs, 2 horns atop their heads, and several eyes on their faces. They particularly enjoy feasting on little children like you," Luo Ring said with a serious expression. "Wah, I'm not tasty." Luo Hongye was frightened by this description and hurriedly shrank back into Luo Ring's arms. Seeing this, Luo Ring revealed a cunning smile as if her plan had succeeded, gently stroking Luo Hongye's back to comfort her. "As long as you are obedient and stay close to your mother and father, nothing will happen to you." I will be good." Luo Hongye nodded obediently, her voice soft and sweet. Luo Ring smiled in satisfaction, only to suddenly notice Ning Yechen behind her, gazing into a mirror, and she curiously asked, "Why are you looking in the mirror?" "Nothing, just checking to see if I look frightening." Ning Yechen put away the mirror, feeling relieved. Thankfully, he had no long fangs, no horns, and not several eyes. Chapter 36. The kind-hearted lady. After nearly half an hour of rapid flight, Luo Ring, accompanied by Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, finally departed from the treacherous demon domain forest. The journey had proven far smoother than anticipated, with not a single beast encountered along the way. Concerned that the prolonged haste might overwhelm Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, Luo Ring decided to land momentarily to rest. Just as they settled down, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached their ears. Ning Yechen was not taken aback. He had sensed disturbances ahead. The adversaries' cultivation levels were notably low, leading him to surmise that they were not specifically hunting for his wife and child. Thus he refrained from taking immediate action. Luo Ring, upon detecting the approach of others, felt her nerves tighten. Fearing they might be assassins pursuing her, she instructed Ning Yechen to keep a watchful eye on Luo Hongye while she ventured forth to investigate. Concealing her presence, Luo Ring ascended to a branch of a large tree, watching intently below. On the road beneath her, 2 figures rode swiftly on horseback. One was a girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16, with a delicate countenance, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a spirited demeanor that rivaled that of any young man. The other was a middle-aged man with a square face who bore multiple injuries, his body marred by wounds. Behind them, a group of masked figures in black, wielding sharp blades, pursued relentlessly through the woods. The disparity in strength between the 2 parties was stark, yet neither side possessed high cultivation. The strongest among them barely reached the martial spirit realm. Luo Ring quickly deduced that these individuals were not in search of her. Rather, it was merely an unfortunate encounter with assassins. As the pursuers drew closer, the middle-aged man urged the girl, "Miss, you must flee. I will hold them off." "No, Uncle Zhang, we must escape together. We are nearly at the capital of Nanli," Qi Yuan pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Zhang He, the steward of the Qi family who had accompanied her since childhood and served as her personal guard, was not one to allow her to suffer alone. "None of you shall escape." A black-clad assassin leapt into the air, hurling dozens of darts at Qi Yuan and Zhang He. The projectiles flew with such speed that they had no time to evade. Zhang He instinctively lunged to shield Qi Yuan, using his body to absorb the darts meant for her. They both tumbled from their horses, which fell lifeless, pierced by several darts. "Uncle Zhang, are you all right?" Qi Yuan cried, her gaze fixed on Zhang He, who had taken the brunt of the attack to protect her. His condition was dire, weakened by the darts and his existing injuries. "Do not concern yourself with me. You must flee," he urged, his voice strained. "Flee? Where can you go?" A dozen black-clad figures descended, encircling Qi Yuan and Zhang He, their bloodied blades inching closer. Seeing they were surrounded, despair washed over Zhang He. Given his current state, breaking free was no longer an option. Qi Yuan, facing the approaching assailants, showed no signs of fear. She rose with her sword drawn, steeling herself for the inevitable confrontation. The black-clad figures exchanged glances, their expressions mocking. "A little girl of the spirit realm dares to challenge us? How amusing," one taunted, stepping forward dismissively. Furious, Qi Yuan swung her sword, but the assassin evaded effortlessly, instead disarming her with a flick of his wrist and sending her crashing to the ground. Clutching her abdomen, Qi Yuan's heart sank with the weight of helplessness. Her cultivation was far too inadequate to contend with these assassins, leaving her as mere prey. Not fighting back anymore? The black-clad man advanced towards her, his sword poised to tear through her clothing. "Miss!" Zhang He attempted to rise, but another assassin's foot pinned him down, rendering him powerless to stop the impending violation. The air filled with the lewd laughter of the black-clad man. Unable to bear the sight, Zhang He shut his eyes tightly. Yet, the raucous laughter abruptly ceased. When Zhang He opened his eyes again, a stunningly beautiful woman stood before Qi Yuan, sword in hand. The renowned beauty of Nanli City, Luo Ruiying, cast a shadow over Qi Yuan, who could only stare in awe, her heart filled with admiration. Such exquisite beauty exists in the world unbeknownst to her. Luo Ruiying had swiftly dispatched the man who had threatened them, her cold gaze sweeping over the remaining black-clad figures as she issued a chilling warning. "If you do not depart at once, you shall not leave at all." After assessing the situation, Luo Ruiying resolved to rescue Qi Yuan and Zhang He. Nearby, concealed in the grass, two heads, one large and one small, peered out, silently observing Luo Ruiying. They were Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, who had stealthily followed. Ning Yechen shook his head as he watched Luo Ruiying consider sparing the remaining assassins. His wife was far too kind-hearted. Had it been him, he would have dealt with them ruthlessly. Allowing these individuals to escape would undoubtedly invite future troubles. Though a swarm of mosquitoes poses little threat, their incessant buzzing becomes irksome. Luo Hongye, witnessing her mother surrounded, looked up at Ning Yechen with concern. "Father, are those bad people going to bully Mother?" Ning Yechen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's hair and replied with a smile, "Fear not, my dear. Those ruffians cannot harm your mother." Chapter 37. A manifestly gentle soul. As the group of dark-clad figures regained their composure, they momentarily abandoned Zhang He, directing their blades toward Luo Ruiying. Observing this, Luo Ruiying let out a soft sigh, her brow furrowing as a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. Since they had chosen not to retreat, they could hardly blame her for what was to come. The black-clad assassins exchanged glances before leaping into the air, their swords raised to strike at Luo Ruiying. Yet, she remained unmoved. In an instant, as the assassins closed in, she gracefully traced a beautiful arc through the air. A silvery crescent of sword light flickered past. Once Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, the assassins erupted in a spray of crimson, plummeting to the ground simultaneously. Ning Yechen, hiding nearby, had already raised his hand to shield Luo Hongye's view. Such a gruesome scene would surely frighten his daughter. If his wife were to find out, she would undoubtedly be furious. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned her head, her voice sweetly curious. "Daddy, your hand is blocking my view." "Don't worry, my dear, we're going to play a little game. Close your eyes, and let us see who can keep them shut the longest," Ning Yechen coaxed with a smile. "Okay, have you closed your eyes too, Daddy?" Luo Hongye, excited by the prospect of a game, shut her eyes tightly without a hint of suspicion. Of course, Ning Yechen had not actually closed his eyes. The innocent Luo Hongye remained blissfully unaware. On the other side, Qi Yuan stared in awe at Luo Ruiying's elegance. Her eyes filled with admiration for the graceful figure and formidable prowess displayed before her. Truly remarkable. With but a single stroke, she had slain several formidable opponents at the martial spirit level, and she was so beautiful. As a woman herself, Qi Yuan felt a pang of self-consciousness when comparing her appearance and cultivation to Luo Ruiying's. After sheathed her sword, Luo Ruiying approached Qi Yuan and bent slightly, extending her hand. "Are you all right?" "Why, yes. Thank you for saving me, sister." Qi Yuan grasped Luo Ruiying's hand and rose, expressing her gratitude. "Sister." The term caught Luo Ruiying off guard momentarily. After all, she was not exactly young. Her grandmother could attest to that. Noticing Luo Ruiying's surprise, Qi Yuan quickly waved her hands in apology. "I'm sorry. Did I offend you?" She had instinctively called her sister, taken by Luo Ruiying's youth and beauty, but now realized it might have been too presumptuous. Luo Ruiying smiled gently and shook her head. "It's all right. It's just a term." "Then, may I continue to call you sister?" Qi Yuan asked hopefully. Luo Ruiying did not refuse and nodded slightly. "Wonderful. May I ask your name, sister?" Qi Yuan exclaimed joyfully, her hands dancing in excitement. "I am Luo Ruiying," she replied softly. "Are you also headed to Nali capital?" Qi Yuan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. After all, Nali capital was the most renowned city in the vicinity. Luo Ruiying intended to find a town to settle in, so she nodded in response to Qi Yuan's comment. "Yes, my husband and I are bringing our child to Nali capital." "Husband? A child? Sister, you're married?" Qi Yuan gasped in astonishment. Given Luo Ruiying's exquisite appearance, she had never imagined she was already a wife. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, age could not be judged by looks alone. But which fortunate man could have wed a woman as stunning as you? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and nodded, acknowledging the truth of her marital status for the first time in front of another. Just as Qi Yuan was about to ask more questions, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the thicket behind Luo Ruiying. Qi Yuan's brow furrowed as she instinctively gripped her sword, her senses alert. However, she sensed the newcomer and remained still. Ning Yechen emerged from the trees, cradling Luo Hongye in his arms, a charming smile gracing his face. Qi Yuan found herself momentarily entranced by the striking figure before her, her initial wariness dissipating. She had never encountered a man so handsome. His gentle smile exuded warmth, and his demeanor radiated a carefree elegance, coupled with a calm composure. He unmistakably appeared to be a gentle soul. Initially, Qi Yuan had wondered which lucky man had captured Luo Ruiying's heart, but upon seeing Ning Yechen, it became evident that they were a match made in heaven. A perfect couple. Standing together, they exuded an inexplicable aura of marital harmony. "What brings you here with Hongye?" Luo Ruiying asked, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Ning Yechen upon seeing him approach with their child. She waved her arm, hastily covering the bodies scattered around them. This scene was not one for children to witness. Luo Ruiying gently took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's arms, and, upon seeing her eyes still tightly shut, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You may open your eyes now, dear." "No, mother." Why not?" Luo Ruiying inquired, puzzled. "Hongye is playing a game with Daddy to see who can keep their eyes closed the longest," Luo Hongye replied earnestly. That rascal must have never closed his eyes at all. But at least the child had not seen the gruesome scene. "You may open your eyes now. Your father has lost." "Really? Then I won," Luo Hongye exclaimed, joyfully raising her arms in triumph. Suddenly noticing Qi Yuan's intense gaze upon her, she shyly retreated into Luo Ruiying's embrace. "Do not be afraid. She is not a bad person," Luo Ruiying soothed, gently stroking Luo Hongye's back. Turning to Qi Yuan, she offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize. Hongye is a bit shy. And no worries. I seem to have startled her," Qi Yuan replied, flustered. She intended to frighten Luo Hongye, but simply couldn't help herself. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen had left her utterly captivated, and now their child was equally adorable. She was as exquisite as a delicate porcelain doll. Before long, she added, "Not far ahead lies our abandoned carriage. As a gesture of gratitude, allow me to give you a ride." After a moment's thought, Luo Ruing accepted. The distance to Nali capital was not far, and traveling by carriage would help them remain inconspicuous. Chapter 38. Indeed, it is terrifying. Nanli City, the capital of the Xianxian Kingdom, is situated at the boundary of the Demon Domain Forest, originally established to fend off the assaults of border demon beasts. Despite its location as a border town, the bustling vibrancy and expansive area of Nanli City rival that of the capital of the Xianxian Kingdom, and one might even assert it surpasses the capital. Within the Demon Domain Forest, countless demon beasts reside, with nearly 100 demon kings among them. The multitude of lesser demon beasts is beyond enumeration, and various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines flourish across the landscape, providing abundant resources for cultivation. This place serves as a trial ground for innumerable cultivators and is also the prime location for obtaining materials from demon beasts and harvesting celestial herbs. Unsurprisingly, it attracts countless cultivators, resulting in a significant congregation of people. The rich trade in demon beast materials and celestial herbs has drawn many merchants to settle and thrive here. With the flourishing of commerce, Nanli City has become increasingly prosperous, with both mortals and cultivators establishing their homes within its walls. The Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belongs, is one of the earliest and most prominent merchant families in Nanli City. Inside the carriage, upon learning that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing were not from the Xianxian Kingdom, Qi Yuan excitedly began to elaborate on Nanli City and her family to them. Her expression shone with pride, but when she mentioned the Qi family, her demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and a voice from outside called out, "Miss, we have arrived." "Sister Luo, we are here. This is Nanli City." Qi Yuan smiled slightly, masking her earlier sorrow, and rose to lift the curtain. The carriage had stopped in a queue outside the city gates of Nanli City, and a vibrant throng of people was already visible beyond the curtain. The densely packed crowd waiting to enter the city confirmed Qi Yuan's words. Indeed, Nanli City was remarkably prosperous. Numerous cultivators sped past in their carriages, soaring over the city gates and into the bustling streets. Soon, Ning Yechen's carriage also passed through the gates and into the city. As they entered the streets of the capital, the air was filled with the cacophony of merchants calling out their wares, and a lively crowd surged to and fro, creating a scene of great prosperity and excitement. Luo Hongye, intrigued by the sounds outside, leaned against Luo Ruing, her curious eyes peering through the window to take in the sights. Having never experienced such lively scenes before, she gazed around in awe and timidly exclaimed, "Mother, father, so many people." "Indeed, dear. How about we take a stroll around with you?" Luo Ruing smiled gently, affectionately stroking Luo Hongye's head. Upon reflection, she realized she had never taken Luo Hongye to see the outside world. "Yes." Luo Hongye nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Miss Qi, for your kind escort. Now that we have arrived in the city, we shall take our leave," Luo Ruing said, preparing to bid farewell to Qi Yuan while holding Luo Hongye. "Won't Sister Luo come to my house for a visit? I would like to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance," Qi Yuan asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luo Ruing shook her head gently, declining. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qi. We plan to settle in the city for a while and need to find a place to stay for the child, so we won't trouble you." "How convenient. I'm very familiar with the residences in Nanli City. Let me guide you," Qi Yuan exclaimed cheerfully, clapping her hands. Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Qi Yuan's enthusiasm. This young girl is quite enthusiastic. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruing ultimately agreed to let Qi Yuan accompany them. Having a knowledgeable guide would undoubtedly save them considerable effort. Seeing her agreement, Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy as she whispered instructions to Zhang He to leave ahead. Zhang He hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Come on, Sister Luo, I will show you around. There's no place in Nanli City that I do not know," Qi Yuan declared confidently, patting her chest. Luo Ruing, cradling Luo Hongye, followed closely behind Qi Yuan, and as they walked, Numerous pairs of eyes were fixated on her. With her unparalleled grace and stunning beauty, Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, was an arresting sight on the streets. What a breathtaking woman! Such beauty is rare in this world. Her ethereal aura must be that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. And that precious little girl in her arms, could she be her daughter? No way. And that man beside her, could he be her husband? I cannot accept this. Why should that fellow have such a beautiful woman? Just because he is slightly more handsome than I am? The crowd expressed their discontent, lamenting their misfortune. A few individuals eyed Luo Ruiying with bold, lewd gazes. However, Luo Ruiying showed no hesitation, her brows furrowing as an intimidating aura emanated from her, causing those men to stagger back in shock. In that instant, it became evident to all that this stunningly beautiful woman was a powerful cultivator. No one dared to provoke her further. Qi Yuan gazed at Luo Ruiying with admiration as she continued leading the group through the streets. Amidst the bustling surroundings, an unusual commotion captured everyone's attention. Many cultivators and idle mortals in the taverns were engaged in hushed discussions about a singular topic. Their expressions were grave as they deliberated. Did you hear? The four great sects of the world, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Hall, the Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Qing Feng Sword Sect, were all annihilated overnight. Everyone knows this. The news is spread across the 18 states. Who could possess the power to eradicate four great sects in a single night? It is truly terrifying. I heard that the four sect leaders had coincidentally left their sects, and to this day, there's been no news of them. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions, the topic igniting intense speculation. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the world, with the masterminds behind it leaving no trace, transforming the entire affair into an enigmatic riddle. People spoke of it with trepidation. Having spent recent days in the Demon Domain Forest, Qi Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this news for the first time, her eyes widening in shock. The four great sects were destroyed overnight. This is simply too terrifying. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you think it is true? If someone could truly annihilate the four great sects in a single night, that person must possess formidable cultivation. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, her heart reflecting on the hidden depths of the human realm. Indeed, the world is filled with hidden talents. Ning Yechen also nodded in concurrence. Yes, it is indeed frightening. Chapter 39. My husband is not someone you can humiliate. Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying through several streets, offering enthusiastic explanations of each street's distinctive features. They traversed the bustling commercial streets of Nanli City, where wealth could procure anything one desired. Though the second street was less vibrant than the first, it offered more affordable goods. Then there was Tianbao Street, renowned for its sale of spiritual artifacts, medicinal herbs, and materials for magical beasts. With a stroke of luck, one might even discover magical beast pets. Due to Luo Ruiying's formidable cultivation, Qi Yuan made a point to guide her and the others to Tianbao Street. Within Nanli City, no cultivator was unaware of its existence. The street was adorned with a dazzling array of peculiar low-tier magical items, though many were damaged or counterfeit. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying glanced briefly, losing all interest. To them, these items were hardly worthy of the term trash. Oh my, who might this be? It appears to be the young lady of the Qi family. As Qi Yuan strolled with Ning Yechen, a few figures approached, blocking their path. The leading man, clad in resplendent attire and adorned with various accessories, exuded the air of a nouveau riche, his expression brimming with contempt and arrogance. Behind him trailed dozens of attendants, making quite a spectacle. The nearby vendors paled at the sight of this man, hastily retreating from his presence. Wherever he tread, anything in his way was either kicked aside or trampled underfoot, his behavior utterly brazen. The surrounding crowd could only seethe in silence. Even those of considerable cultivation dared not speak out, for the man was none other than Jiang Li, the eldest son of one of the two major trading houses in Nanli City. The Jiang family currently controlled nearly 60% of the commercial streets in Nanli, and countless cultivators sought to curry favor with them. Moreover, the Jiang family employed numerous cultivators as guards, including several formidable beings of the celestial spirit realm. Rumor had it that their backing was unfathomably powerful, a force to be reckoned with throughout Nanli City. Jiang Li's gaze fell upon Qi Yuan from a distance, his countenance shifting to one of surprise and astonishment upon recognizing her. Though taken aback, he quickly donned a sneering smile, striding confidently toward Qi Yuan. Upon his arrival, Qi Yuan's expression darkened, her demeanor icy as she spoke candidly. I am not the least bit disappointed. In fact, this makes things all the more interesting. Jiang Li showed no intention of concealing his intentions, boldly acknowledging their family's involvement in the assassination attempt, exuding an air of invincibility. Qi Yuan had anticipated at least some pretense of ignorance, yet here he was brazenly admitting it. How arrogant! Her fists clenched, intent on retaliating. But the sight of Jiang Li's numerous guards forced her to relent, her frustration palpable. Jiang Li was confident that Qi Yuan could do nothing to him, his arrogance swelling as he leaned closer, whispering with a malicious grin, "Soon, the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. Perhaps you should start contemplating how to make a living. Flower Moon Tower is currently hiring. I could introduce you, Miss Qi. With your reputation, you would surely become their star attraction." You! Qi Yuan's face turned pale with fury, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of her sword. The guards behind Jiang Li immediately mirrored her movement, ready for confrontation. Miss Qi, taking action in the city would be against the law. Jiang Li raised his hand, signaling his men to sheath their weapons, regarding her with mockery, completely disregarding her presence. After much deliberation, Qi Yuan ultimately released her grip, abandoning the thought of drawing her sword. With her current strength, she could hardly defeat even one of Jiang Li's guards, let alone him. That's correct. Jiang Li smirked with satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Luo Ruiying, who held Luo Hongye in her arms. He had noticed her breathtaking beauty from afar, and upon closer inspection, he found himself utterly captivated. This woman is truly a vision of beauty. Ignoring Ning Yechen beside her, Jiang Li approached Luo Ruiying, feigning politeness as he inquired. This young lady appears unfamiliar. I don't believe we've met in Nanli. May I ask your name? I am Jiang Li, son of a Jiang family in Nanli City. I happen to possess considerable wealth and status here, and it would be my honor to make your acquaintance. Ning Yechen stood nearby, his brows furrowed, struggling to suppress the urge to deliver a devastating blow to this insufferable man. How dare he attempt to woo her in plain sight? Had it not been for Luo Ruiying's presence, he would have lost his composure entirely. Leave. Luo Ruiying spoke coldly to Jiang Li without hesitation. From the very first glance, she had found his arrogant demeanor and lecherous intentions repugnant. Jiang Li, feigning nonchalance, chocolat dismissibili. He had encountered many women as fierce as Luo Ruiying, if not more so. Seeing him approach Luo Ruiying with ill intentions, Qi Yuan stepped protectively in front of her, rebuking Jiang Li. Jiang Li, do not dare to lay a hand on Sister Ruiying. She already has a husband and child. Do not harbor any delusions. Husband and child. Jiang Li's gaze shifted from Luo Hongye to Ning Yechen, his expression still dripping with disdain. This pretty boy? Ning Yechen. Stay calm. Stay calm. Ning Yechen's hands, hidden behind his back, trembled with the urge to eliminate this insufferable fly. After what felt like an eternity, even the Celestial Emperor would not have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Luo Ruiying's brows knitted slightly, her expression turning frosty as she stepped protectively in front of Ning Yechen, her voice cold as ice. My husband is not someone you can humiliate. With that, a powerful aura emanated from Luo Ruiying, sweeping toward Jiang Li and his entourage. Chapter 40. Render him legless. The crowd surrounding Jiang Li was astounded, immediately sensing a pressure that was insurmountable. The formidable and terrifying aura knocked them to the ground. Just as Luo Ruiying was poised to impart a profound lesson upon Jiang Li, a figure suddenly leaped out from an unknown direction, positioning themselves protectively in front of Jiang Li and his entourage. It was an elderly man, his head adorned with silver hair, sharp eagle-like eyes, and a hooked nose. The old man extended his gnarled hands, straining to shield against the overwhelming force radiating from Luo Ruiying, retreating several steps as he struggled to maintain his balance. Such remarkable pressure, This young lady appears to be at least as powerful as I am, a cultivator at the transformation realm, perhaps even superior. Esteemed young lady, my son harbors no intention of offending. I hope you will not take offense, Zhao Zhuahao said politely, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect toward Luo Ruiying. Aware that her cultivation might surpass his, he recognized he may not be a match for this young woman. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows slightly, retracting her imposing presence, and calmly inquired, "Are you his protector?" A protector, as the term suggests, is typically a personal guardian assigned by prominent family for the safety of their illustrious descendants. They often remain concealed near their charges, emerging only when danger arises. Luo Ruiying was surprised to find that a scoundrel like Jiang Li could afford such protection. It appears the Jiang family possesses considerable power. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, acknowledging his role as a protector. This matter cannot be overlooked. Capture her at once. Jiang Li, shaken and infuriated, pointed at Luo Ruiying, issuing his command. He had never experienced such humiliation in Southli City before. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting. My lord may become displeased," Zhao Zhuahao advised Jiang Li, turning to him. He understood his young master's temperament well. He would never let this matter rest. He leaned in closer, whispering, "Young master, that woman is not to be trifled with. If you desire her, I shall find a way to procure her for you in the future. Let this matter pass for now." Jiang Li's face darkened as he glared at Luo Ruiying, unwilling to relent. However, upon hearing Zhao Zhuahao's promise to bring her to him later, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, and he licked his lips. "Very well. For now, I shall spare this woman. Once she falls into my grasp, I shall make her pay." "We're leaving," Jiang Li exclaimed, rising and angrily addressing his entourage. As he departed, he cast a meaningful glance back at Luo Ruiying. A married woman, how intriguing. Zhao Zhuahao feigned a sympathetic smile toward Luo Ruiying before retreating from view. "I apologize, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, for any discomfort caused." Qi Yuan bowed apologetically to Luo Ruiying. Jiang Li had clearly aimed to target her. Had she not insisted on coming along, they would not have encountered such trouble. Though Luo Ruiying felt a sense of helplessness, she shook her head, indicating it was of no consequence. Had it not been for Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen, she would have directly slain Jiang Li for his despicable gaze. If things could pass without further incident, she would accept it. However, should he dare to offend again, she would show no mercy. "Let us depart as well," Luo Ruiying called to Ning Yechen. Yet, she found him grinning foolishly at her. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Ruiying asked in astonishment. "I'm perfectly fine, just overjoyed that you finally referred to me as husband again." Ning Yechen beamed, leaning closer to her. He had been quite angry earlier, but the moment he heard her assert that my husband is not someone you can insult, his heart soared with joy. This was only the second time she had used such a term since she had previously ordered him to flee with their child. Recalling her earlier words, Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush. She had merely reacted to Jiang Li's taunts, but among spouses, such terms were indeed commonplace. Could it be that this fellow was elated over a single phrase? Meanwhile, Qi Yuan watched the exchange between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, reflecting, their bond is truly strong. Yet it seems somewhat innocent, despite having a child together. "Will you continue to refer to me as husband in the future?" Ning Yechen inquired, clinging to Luo Ruiying's side. Luo Ruiying's face radiated a vibrant red, and she murmured shyly, "If the opportunity arises, I shall try." It was still somewhat embarrassing to address him so directly, but seeing Ning Yechen so delighted, she could not refuse. She merely deferred it to a later time. Once she grew accustomed to it, she would naturally adapt her language. Ning Yechen smiled gently, though slightly regretful. He was in no rush. He took her hand, and they continued their leisurely stroll down the street. There is no hurry. There is plenty of time ahead. With one arm cradling the child and the other entwined with Ning Yechen's, the family of three painted a particularly warm scene. Qi Yuan, trailing behind, felt hesitant to intrude. Was she not somewhat superfluous in this moment? As Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying passed by a street vendor, they brushed past three figures wearing conical hats. The three figures, seated at the stall and enjoying their meal, turned their faces away from Ning Yechen's group. Indeed, They were the three demon kings from the abyssal forest, who had followed Ning Yechen. They had been covertly tailing him, ever vigilant for his commands. They had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Upon seeing Zhongli disrespect Luo Ruiying and audaciously refer to their master as Little White Face, they were nearly driven to madness. They feared their master might become enraged and raze Southly City to the ground, feigning nonchalance while pretending to eat. The sky-devouring python cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yechen, transmitting a cold inquiry, "My lord, shall we eliminate those who dare to offend you? Spare Jiang Li's life, but render him legless. Eliminate the rest. Remember to keep the commotion to a minimum. Do not disrupt my outing with my wife and child." As if instructing on a mundane matter, Ning Yechen issued his command. Upon receiving the directive, the sky-devouring python and his companions silently rose from the stall, heading toward Jiang Li's group. They wondered why their master only wished to incapacitate that individual rather than ending his life. After some contemplation, they began to sympathize with Jiang Li, realizing their master might intend to deal with him personally. To perish at their hands would at least offer a swift end. However, what awaited him at their master's hands was uncertain. Chapter 41. The command of a noble, your life is forfeit. Throughout his life, he had never felt such indignity. Not only was he intimidated by a woman, but he also found himself utterly powerless against her. Damn it! The more Zhongli thought, the angrier he became. Just then a ball rolled to his feet. Looking up, he saw a delicate little girl rushing toward him, eager to retrieve the ball from the ground. Did this young master grant you permission to take it? Zhongli stepped on the ball, frowning as he coldly addressed the little girl. The girl stood frozen in fear, unsure of what to do, but mustering her courage. She timidly pointed at the ball and said, "Big brother, that's my ball. Could you please give it back to me?" "Your ball? Oomph. Do you not realize that your ball has sullied this young master's shoes?" Zhongli barka astarli, crushing the ball beneath his foot before delivering a merciless slap to the girl's face. He was already in a foul mood. He might as well vent his frustration on this unsuspecting child. The little girl was sent flying several meters away, her face swollen and bruised, blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she lay on the ground, sobbing, "Woo-woo, mother." Jiang Li, still unsatisfied, strode toward the girl. Behind him, a group of guards wore mocking and obsequious expressions. Young Master S skills are truly impressive. His cultivation must have advanced significantly. Of course, he is the young master of the Jiang family, exceptionally gifted. Indeed, the finest in Nanli City, no, the world. Seeing Jiang Li's brutality toward a little girl, the onlookers felt a surge of indignation. They clenched their fists in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. It was hard to believe that a cultivator would take pride in bullying a child. Although Jiang Li's cultivation was poor, that slap could potentially endanger the girl's life if she did not receive timely medical attention. What a beast! Jiang Li reveled in the awe of those around him and relished the admiration of his guards, standing tall and proud before the little girl, raising his foot high. As it appeared Jiang Li was intent on ending the girl's life, a young woman clad in pale blue could no longer bear it. She instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword, rising to intervene, but was restrained by a companion. "Su-yi, do not act impulsively. He is Jiang Li of the Jiang family. Even we of Nanli Academy should not provoke the Jiang family. Their influence is vast. Are we to simply watch as that scoundrel takes the life of a young girl?" Sui retorted fiercely to her companion. If a cultivator cannot save the dying or uphold righteousness, then what is the purpose of cultivation? Her companion fell silent, unable to counter her argument. Just as Su-yi argued with her companion, a woman rushed to Jiang Li's feet, kneeling before him and shielding her child in her embrace, pleading tearfully, "Young Master Jiang, the child meant no offense. Please, show mercy and spare her." Jiang Li frowned, ready to kick the woman away, but upon seeing her still pleasing features, a lascivious grin spread across his face as he reconsidered. Leaning closer to the woman, his gaze roamed over her body. He leered, "If you want this young master to spare her, it depends on your sincerity." Sincerity, the woman murmured, puzzled. Her family was not wealthy. What could she possibly offer that would please Jiang Li? For the sake of your child, You would do anything, wouldn't you? Though he typically had no interest in married women, the thought of Luo Ying, whom he had encountered earlier, stirred something within him, igniting a curiosity for the taste of a married woman. The woman stood in despair, utterly at a loss. Ordinary folk like her could never defy the Jiang family's tyranny. At that moment, the child's father, a middle-aged man clad in tattered clothing, arrived. His hands calloused from hard labor, a quintessential peasant. Upon seeing his daughter on the ground, tears streamed down his face. Spotting Jiang Li grasping his wife, he rushed forward and knelt, pleading, "Young Master Jiang, please spare them. What have they done wrong? Punish me instead. Get away. Do not disturb this young master's amusement." Jiang Li kicked the middle-aged man aside and forcibly dragged the woman away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Su Yi drew her sword and moved to confront Jiang Li. Just as she unsheathed her sword, a ghostly figure darted past the guards surrounding Jiang Li at an incredible speed. Did something just pass by them? Confusion spread among the guards, and in the next instant, their bodies were cleaved apart, blood erupting like rain. Everyone stood in shock, uncomprehending of what had transpired. In an instant, Jiang Li's entire entourage was slain. They're killing people. The onlookers fled in terror. Su Yi and the others were equally stunned, turning to see a figure draped in a hooded cloak, with a graceful figure and a serpent-like waist, standing amidst the blood rain, wielding a sinuous sword. This person is formidable. Instinctively, Su Yi and her companions were engulfed in a profound fear of the figure. They could hardly even perceive the silhouette. The celestial serpent approached Jiang Li, step by step. At that moment, Jiang Li was paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground and shouting frantically, "Zhao Zhao Lao. Save me." Zhao Zhuahao leapt forward, standing protectively in front of Jiang Li, his expression filled with dread as he addressed the mysterious woman. "May I inquire who you are? Why do you assault the Jiang family?" Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Zhuahao's forehead as he fixed his gaze on the celestial serpent. He felt an unprecedented fear, one that surpassed even the terror he experienced upon encountering Luo Ying earlier. He had been secretly observing Jiang Li, yet had failed to notice the woman's movements. They had all perished before he could react. The level of skill displayed signified that her strength far surpassed his own. After all, he was a cultivator at the transformation realm, among the elite in the entire southern state. The celestial serpent had no interest in engaging in dialogue with Zhao Zhuahao. Her icy serpent-like eyes narrowed, pronouncing his death sentence coldly. "By the decree of my master, your life is forfeit." Chapter 42. A New Beginning. Who is your master? Zhao Zhuahao inquired with a furrowed brow. Why would they target the Jiang family without reason? Despite ruminating for an extended period, he could not discern who would dare to strike at the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family had many enemies, he did not recall anyone possessing such formidable power to act against them. "Do you think you are worthy of knowing my master's name?" The celestial python's expression hardened, emanating an aura of chilling menace. Zhao Zhuahao's heart trembled, and he discreetly formed incantations with his hands. While he may not be able to contend with the person before him, they were in the bustling city of Nanli, home to numerous cultivators. If he could delay even a moment, help would soon arrive. This should not be too difficult. Just as Zhao Zhuahao contemplated how to deal with the celestial python, a powerful hand suddenly clasped around his entire head from behind. Zhao Zhuahao was taken aback, and before he could react, his head was crushed like a watermelon with a sickening pop. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Jiang Li, who was sitting helplessly on the ground. "Enough of your incessant chatter. It vexes me." The chaotic demon bull disdainfully tossed Zhao Zhuahao's corpse aside, wiping its hands clean. Surrounding figures, including Su Yi and her companions, were left in stunned silence. They had heard of Zhao Zhuahao. He was a genuine transcendent being, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched before they even realized the imposing figure had arrived. Jiang Li looked up at the formidable form of the chaotic demon bull, terror filling his eyes, rendering him immobile. His greatest ally, Zhao Zhuahao, was now dead. Without him, Jiang Li was stripped of his former arrogance, appearing as a pitiful, trembling wretch. The chaotic demon bull glanced down at Jiang Li, a peculiar smile gracing its lips. It's your turn now. I recall my master specifically instructed me to treat you with utmost care. Spare me. Someone please save me. Zhongli cried out desperately, a stream of yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. Su Yi's companions stood frozen, instinctively reaching for their weapons, but none dared to advance. They all understood that those capable of instantaneously annihilating a transcendent being were not foes they could confront. Only Su Yi, summoning her courage, drew her sword and leaped forward. As a student of the Namli Academy, she felt a duty to uphold the city's honor. Although she wished for Jiang Li's demise, she could not simply stand by and watch him perish at the hands of a murderer. Just as Su Yi unsheathed her sword and leapt forward, another figure suddenly descended from above, blocking her path. This person, also wearing a wide-brimmed hat, moved with astonishing speed, seizing her by the throat. Despite her frantic struggles, she could not escape their grasp, and her sword could not pierce their form. Panic surged within Su Yi as she felt her breath shorten and despair envelop her. Who was this person? Was she destined to meet her end here today? My master has instructed not to create too much of a disturbance, as it would affect him. Do not kill those who are not targets. The celestial python admonished the Titan ape, who was poised to strike. The Titan ape recalled Ning Yechen's warning, and, with a reluctant flick of its hand, hurled Su Yi aside without delivering a fatal blow. As the celestial python approached Jiang Li, a woman and a middle-aged man clutched their child tightly. Fear etched across their faces as they gazed up at it. Ignoring them, the celestial python advanced toward Jiang Li. Please, spare me. How much did they pay you? I'll pay 10 times, no, 20 times, even 100 times. Seeing no one dare to come to his aid, Jiang Li panicked, desperately attempting to bribe them. The celestial python cast a cold glance at Jiang Li. Proceed. Understood. The chaotic demon bull stomped down hard on Jiang Li's feet, the sound of bones shattering echoing through the air. Jiang Li let out a blood-curdling scream, a horrific mixture of wails and cries that resonated with despair. My master commanded you to cripple his third leg, not to break both his legs. The celestial python chided the chaotic demon bull. Is that so? My apologies, I had forgotten. Let me try again. The chaotic demon bull lifted its foot once more, landing a precise blow to Jiang Li's groin. The ground beneath him caved in, and this time, Jiang Li could not even scream, his face turning pale as he lost consciousness, blood streaming forth. Mission accomplished, let us depart. The celestial python glanced at the unconscious Jiang Li and addressed the chaotic demon bull and the Titan ape. The three figures transformed into shadows, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the city guards and numerous cultivators arrived, only to be greeted by a scene of carnage and horror. As chaos erupted throughout Namli City, countless guards and cultivators searched for the assailants, but none could uncover their whereabouts. Not long after, within the Jiang family estate, Jiang Zhen, the family patriarch, trembled with rage upon seeing the nearly lifeless Jiang Li sprawled before him. His voice thundered with fury. Who did this? Who dared to harm my precious son? Who? As the only heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Li had always been cherished, never subjected to punishment or scolding. Now, with his legs shattered and his manhood crushed, it appeared as though the Jiang family would face extinction. Jiang Zhen's roar sent shivers through the surrounding attendants, who lowered their heads in fear, too afraid to utter a word. A bunch of useless fools. What good are you? Find them. Search the entirety of Namli City if you must. Yes. The attendants hurriedly dispersed, eager to fulfill his command. After they left, a man clad in a pristine white lotus robe with a delicate demeanor emerged from the hall. To have defeated a transcendent being like Old Zhao indicates that the assailant is no ordinary individual. Even if you return Namli City upside down, I fear you would find little. Saint Envoy, Jiang Zhen, recognizing the newcomer, begrudgingly suppressed his anger and respectfully greeted him. Are you suggesting I simply let the murderer go free? Naturally not. However, I would advise the Jiang Patriarch to prioritize the current mission. Once the merchant conference concludes and the Jiang family secures dominance over Namli City, I will certainly report your achievements to the sect leader, advocating for assistance on your behalf. Shenro smiled slightly. Jiang Zhen pondered for a moment, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he replied, with the Saint envoy's backing. The success of the merchant conference is assured. Once the Jiang family gains control over Nanli City, we will wholeheartedly support the Holy Lotus sect. I hope that after our success, the sect will avenge my son. Chapter 43. The Beauty of a Woman While Eating. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying through an unusual alley. The streets were lined with a variety of delectable snacks, with A.M. Lang of enticing aromas wafting through the air, enveloping the entire street. The bustling crowd was filled with people, many accompanied by their spouses and children. This was the most vibrant and lively food street in the capital of Nanli. Here, one could find not only the unique delicacies of Zhuangqian, but also culinary delights from various other nations. As Qi Yuan walked ahead, she introduced the scene to Ning Yechen and the others. She initially thought that formidable cultivators like Luo Ruiying and her companions might not be particularly interested in such trivial snacks. However, upon arriving at the food street, Luo Ruiying deliberately slowed her pace. Born in the celestial realm, she had dined on divine fruits and sipped from spiritual springs, rarely encountering the earthly snacks of the mortal world. In the celestial realm, beings never needed to cook for sustenance, as they thrived solely on the essence of heaven and earth. Even children born in the celestial realm required only divine fruits and elixirs. In Luo Ruiying's embrace, Luo Hongye gazed with wide, curious eyes, eagerly taking in her surroundings, nearly drooling. As they passed a stall adorned with candied fruits, Luo Hongye was utterly captivated, her little mouth agape in wonder. Observing this, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently and approached the stall, raising 2 fingers. "Sir, please give me 2 skewers," he requested. "Of course," the stall owner replied cheerfully, promptly handing Ning Yechen 2 skewers of candied fruits while complimenting, "You are indeed fortunate, sir. Your wife and child are both as lovely as flowers. Indeed, I feel blessed to have such a beautiful wife and adorable child," Ning Yechen responded, his heart swelling with pride. In a fit of exuberance, he decided to purchase all the goods from the stall. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and shot him a disapproving glance, thinking how easily he was swayed by compliments, leading him to buy everything from the stall. "Here, Hongye, enjoy," Ning Yechen said, holding a large skewer of candied fruits, offering 1 skewer to Luo Hongye. The candied fruits were pieces of fruit strung together and coated in a layer of syrup that had solidified. Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with desire. Yet she turned to her mother and timidly asked, "Mother, can I eat it? Your father bought it especially for you. Go ahead and indulge." Luo Ruiying replied, fully aware of her daughter's eager expression, smiling tenderly. She had once failed to care for her child properly, and now her greatest wish was for her child to live a carefree and joyful life. Luo Hongye eagerly extended her chubby little hand to take the candied fruit from Ning Yechen, popping it into her mouth. Concerned about the bamboo skewer pricking her child, Luo Ruiying gently took the candied fruit from Luo Hongye's hand, removing the candy from the skewer and feeding it to her. With a round, cherubic face, Luo Hongye beamed with delight. Just as Luo Ruiying was feeding her, another skewer of candied fruits suddenly appeared near her lips. She looked up to see Ning Yechen holding another skewer, a charming smile gracing his face. "My dear, this skewer is for you." "For me." Luo Ruiying felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. As a former empress of the celestial realm, would it be appropriate for her to partake in such mortal snacks? Moreover, especially when being fed by Ning Yechen. Under Ning Yechen's hopeful gaze, Luo Ruiying tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, slightly flushing as she delicately opened her lips to accept the candied fruit. After all, no one knew her true identity. Indulging a little wound tea be a problem? Would it? Her graceful and light movements, coupled with her enchanting beauty, captivated Ning Yechen, who found himself admiring her for a moment before exclaiming, "My dear, you're truly beautiful when you eat." "Cough, cough. What nonsense are you saying?" Luo Ruiying stammered, covering her mouth as she coughed, playfully glaring at Ning Yechen. His sudden compliment left her feeling bashful. "My dear, I speak no falsehood. Just ask Hongye." "Hongye, does your mother look beautiful while eating?" Ning Yechen grinned as he turned to Luo Hongye in her arms. "She is beautiful. Mother is the most beautiful," Luo Hongye exclaimed. raising her hands in delight while chewing her food. Surrounded by the bustling crowd, Luo Ruiying felt even more embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she shot another glare at Ning Yechen. The playful banter between father and daughter only heightened her embarrassment. Qi Yuan observed from the side, feeling a mix of shyness and admiration. Sister Luo and brother Ning share a wonderful bond. It was then that Luo Ruiying recalled Qi Yuan was beside them. Feeling slightly bashful, she offered her skewer of candied fruit, asking, "Would you like some?" "No, thank you, Sister Luo," Qi Yuan politely declined, shaking her head with a smile. She then looked at Luo Hongye and added, "If little Hongye enjoys these, I know many other delicious treats. Would you like me to buy some for you?" She had never encountered a child as exquisite, adorable, and well-mannered as Luo Hongye. The moment she laid eyes on her, an inexplicable fondness blossomed within her. Typically, Luo Hongye only felt secure around Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, often wary of strangers. As Qi Yuan spoke to her, she instinctively shrank towards her mother, but upon hearing the promise of delicious treats, couldn't he help but glance towards Qi Yuan, asking softly, "Really, truly?" "Absolutely. I would never deceive a lovely child," Qi Yuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at Luo Hongye's timid yet adorable demeanor. Seeing Luo Hongye's gentle, sweet disposition, Qi Yuan yearned to pinch her round cheeks and shower her with affection. Observing Qi Yuan's enthusiasm, Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness. He needed to keep a close eye on this girl, who knew what she might do to his child. Ultimately, under Qi Yuan's vivid descriptions of the delectable treats, Luo Hongye succumbed to temptation. With Luo Ruiying carrying Luo Hongye, they continued their culinary adventure along the street, sampling all the delights that piqued Luo Hongye's interest. Ning Yechen eagerly bought her whatever she desired, while Qi Yuan also generously offered various snacks to Luo Hongye. Candied hawthorn, glutinous rice cakes, baked buns, tofu pudding, steamed buns. Almost the entire food street had been explored by Luo Hongye. The bond between Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye had also strengthened significantly. After traversing most of the street, the trio found a stone bench to settle down. They were not tired from walking, but rather overwhelmed with the quantity of snacks they had collected, preparing to let Luo Hongye enjoy her feast at a leisurely pace. Luo Hongye sat in her mother's embrace, holding a bun larger than her face, happily taking bites. Luo Ruiying, indulgently, took out a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from her mouth. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted in the distance, and alarm bells echoed throughout the city. The guards within the city rushed towards the source of the commotion. Some fleeing individuals breathlessly explained the situation to the crowd. Just moments ago, 3 mysterious figures had attacked Jiang Li and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li and his entire group had been slain. Only Jiang Li seems to have miraculously survived. Chapter 44. This should be sufficient. What? Someone dared to attack Jiang Li of the Jiang family in the capital of Nanli City? The crowd around, upon hearing this news, was left in a state of sheer astonishment. The Jiang family held immense power in Nanli City, commanding respect and fear from all, yet someone audaciously attempted an assassination. Qi Yuan, upon receiving this information, was equally taken aback. Jiang Li was surrounded by dozens of martial spirit guards and a spirit transformation protector. How could they have been slain? As far as she knew, there seemed to be no one in Nanli City with such prowess. Qi Yuan was greatly shocked and puzzled, yet she could not help but let a smile creep onto her lips, revealing a sense of delight. Who would have thought that the Jiang family and Jiang Li would face such a day? It was undoubtedly a consequence of his arrogance and brutality, having offended those he ought not to have. Truly, he reaps what he sows. Luo Ruiying's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the news. She was entirely indifferent to these matters, merely hoping that the ensuing chaos in the city would not disrupt her forthcoming life. "Let us go. It is getting late, and we should select a residence," she said, cradling Luo Hongye and turning to Ning Yechen. Having wandered around the city, it was indeed time to find a suitable abode to settle down. "What kind of house do Sister Luo and Brother Ning prefer?" Qi Yuan inquired as their guide. As the daughter of the Qi family trading company in Nanli City, she was well acquainted with all the shops and rental properties. Each area had a steward from the Qi family responsible for it. and as soon as Luo Ruiying expressed her preferences, she could swiftly locate an appropriate option. After pondering for a moment, Luo Ruiying replied, if possible, I hope for a quieter location. Her requirements for a residence were not particularly high. The most important aspect was that the family could be together. Qi Yuan considered this and quickly summoned a steward responsible for property sales. The steward led Qi Yuan, Luo Ruiying, and the others to a rather secluded estate in Nanli City. The street in front of the estate was desolate, with only a few sparse trees standing outside. And behind the courtyard flowed a gently babbling stream, presenting a tranquil and pleasant scene. Upon entering the estate, they discovered a spacious and bright courtyard. In addition to the master bedroom, the backyard contained several side rooms, a kitchen, and a separate bathing area. The entire estate was almost comparable to a small manor. This place is rather nice, but it seems a bit too large. Luo Ruiying reflected. For just 3 people, it might be a bit extravagant. Although she had lived in far more lavish accommodations in the Immortal Realm, now, as a married woman, she had to consider many factors. Residing in such a grand estate for a family of 3 would inevitably seem wasteful. Moreover, cleaning and maintaining the property would be quite a hassle. Most importantly, such a large estate would surely entail considerable expenses. Ning Yechen surveyed the surroundings and agreed that the estate was quite nice. He took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms and playfully asked, Do you like it here, Yi? I like it. Wherever mother and father are, I like it. Luo Hongye replied gleefully from Ning Yechen's embrace. Our Yi is truly obedient. Ning Yechen affectionately teased, gently tapping Luo Hongye's nose. He turned to Luo Ruiying and said, Wife, shall we reside here then? Isn't this too expensive? Luo Ruiying quietly asked Ning Yechen, pulling him aside. She never imagined that. As an empress of the Immortal Realm, she would one day need to worry about finances. When she fled the Immortal Realm, her spatial ring had been completely taken, and now, apart from her cultivation, she was essentially left with nothing. Ning Yechen had never concerned himself with money. Buying the entire city of Nanli would be a mere trifle for him, let alone this modest estate. Do not worry, my dear. I still possess a little wealth, he said, patting his chest with an air of nonchalance. This revelation surprised Luo Ruiying. She had assumed that someone like Ning Yechen, who chose to live in seclusion, would be devoid of riches. After all, it was rare for wealthy individuals to willingly embrace a hermetic lifestyle. Steward, my wife and I are satisfied. We will take this estate. What is its price? Ning Yechen inquired. May I ask if you intend to rent or purchase outright? The old steward approached with a smile. Purchase, Luo Ruiying quickly whispered to Ning Yechen. There is no need to spend excessively. Renting will suffice. Their primary reason for coming to Nanli City was to evade potential pursuers. They might need to move again soon, making it unnecessary to waste money on an entire estate. Rest assured, my dear, it will not cost much, Ning Yechen reassured her, finding amusement in her newfound frugality. She was increasingly embodying the essence of a refined wife. Dear guest, if you wish to purchase the entire estate, the price is 200,000 taels. The old steward raised 2 fingers. Without hesitation, Ning Yechen retrieved a small pouch from his robe and tossed it into the steward's hands. This should suffice. The old steward, puzzled, opened the pouch and his eyes widened in shock. It was filled with an array of rare and brilliant gemstones. Each one, in terms of both color and shape, was an exceedingly scarce treasure. Many of them were even unfamiliar to him. The old steward donned a specialized pair of glasses for examining gemstones and carefully picked up one, scrutinizing it multiple times with increasingly astonished expressions. The purity of these gems would increase their value exponentially if fashioned into jewelry. Having worked at the Qi family trading company for most of his life, he had never encountered such perfect gemstones. The worth of this small pouch far exceeded 200,000 taels. Qi Yuan approached, having grown up in the trading company. She could also recognize the rarity of certain items. Upon seeing the entire pouch of gemstones in the old steward's hands, her eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced at Ning Yechen. It turned out that Sister Luo's husband was a scion of wealth. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, these gemstones are more than enough to cover the cost of this estate, but I cannot accept them. Qi Yuan said, returning the pouch to Ning Yechen. Sister Luo saved my life. Let this estate be my token of gratitude for her kindness. How can that be? Luo Ruiying attempted to refuse, but Ning Yechen interjected, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he addressed Qi Yuan. If I am not mistaken, Miss Qi, you seem to have a request? Having witnessed Luo Ruiying's formidable cultivation, Qi Yuan had become exceptionally warm towards her. While part of her enthusiasm stemmed from admiration and gratitude, Ning Yechen had also perceived hints of hesitation in her demeanor. It appeared that Qi Yuan was eager to request something from his wife. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned her gaze towards Qi Yuan, realizing she had been seen through. Qi Yuan no longer concealed her intentions. She earnestly bowed and implored, I truly have a request. Sister Luo, I wish to ask you to save the Qi family. Chapter 45. A Glimmer of Hope for the Qi Family. Is that so? Luo Ruiying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, the Qi family is on the verge of being erased from the annals of Nancheng, Qi Yuan replied, her voice tinged with despondency. In just a few days, the commercial competition between the Qi and Jiang families will unfold. This contest will determine the ownership of the various street merchants in Southly City. Once, both families held sway over half of the city's commercial enterprises. But in recent years, the Jiang family, bolstered by powerful allies, has aggressively expanded and forcibly seized our assets. Now, less than 30% of the street merchants remain under our control. What do you expect me to do to save the Qi family? Luo Ruiying asked. I implore you, Sister Luo, to represent the Qi family in the commercial competition. Qi Yuan earnestly pleaded. Conflicts often arise between merchant families, and when disagreements escalate, they can lead to bloodshed and even annihilation. Consequently, a new resolution method emerged, commercial competitions. When two merchant families find themselves at an impasse, one party may challenge the other to a competition. Each family wagers their stakes and selects a representative cultivator to participate. The losing side must honor their wager to the victor. This arrangement significantly mitigates the likelihood of covert skirmishes between rival merchants. The proposal originated from the Treasure Merchant Alliance, a coalition of numerous merchants aimed at mutual support and conflict resolution, ensuring stability within the alliance. For the integrity of the competition, representatives from the Treasure Merchant Alliance typically oversee these contests. This upcoming competition was instigated by the Qi family against the Jiang family. However, the cultivators who initially agreed to fight for the Qi family either abruptly withdrew or met with untimely accidents. After witnessing Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess, Qi Yuan contemplated entrusting her with this critical task. Though she initially hesitated to involve Luo Ruiying in the Qi-Jiang dispute, given the Jiang family's formidable backing, desperation compelled her to seek Luo Ruiying's assistance. Very well, I shall fight on behalf of the Qi family. Luo Ruiying reflected for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. Splendid. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan bowed in gratitude, feeling a weight lift from her heart. There's no need for such formalities. Consider it compensation for this residence. Luo Ruiying replied, shaking her head. Sister Luo, I have one more request. Qi Yuan's expression turned earnest. Would you accept me as your disciple? I am willing to offer additional compensation. After a moment of conflicted contemplation, Qi Yuan gazed at Luo Ruiying with hope. From the instant she beheld Luo Ruiying's elegant form, she was captivated. Although her family had been merchants for generations, she harbored dreams of cultivating herself. Luo Ruiying, taken aback by Qi Yuan's request, shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to take on disciples. She had chosen this secluded life for tranquility and had no intention of mentoring anyone, especially while being pursued. Forgive my intrusion, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan's visage fell at the rejection. She had sought many masters since childhood, only to be rebuffed each time. The reason was her childhood injuries, which had left her with damaged meridians, blocking her path to effective cultivation. She believed Luo Ruiying could see the same flaws and deemed her unworthy of training, hence the refusal. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they're doomed to a life devoid of hope for cultivation? Qi Yuan asked, her eyes lifting slightly in defiance. Luo Ruiying discerned who she was referring to and, though reluctant, replied earnestly. Meridians are the conduits through which cultivators absorb and circulate the essence of the world. They are fundamental to cultivation. Without the ability to absorb the world's essence, one cannot effectively cultivate. In essence, a person's meridians represent the pathways to immortality. The denser and more expansive your meridians, the further you may traverse on your cultivation journey. Is that so? It appears I am indeed fated to be devoid of the path of cultivation. Qi Yuan's expression grew even more despondent. She had anticipated this conclusion, as she had long known the harsh reality. She merely sought confirmation to fully relinquish her hopes. Then, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave. Just as Qi Yuan prepared to turn away, a light laughter resonated behind her. While damaged meridians hinder cultivation, they could be restored, can't they? Qi Yuan froze, turning in surprise to face Ning Yechen. She understood this concept, yet how many could actually restore meridians? She had never heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Yet, it seemed that Ning Yechen might possess a solution. Ninggu, can you truly help me restore my damaged meridians? Hope ignited within her as she gazed at him with eager anticipation. Just a touch of knowledge, Ning Yechen modestly replied. Luo Ruiying glanced at him in astonishment. Could he truly possess medical skills capable of healing damaged meridians? Such an ability was extraordinary. In her past life as an empress, she could have easily healed Qi Yuan's injuries, but now she was powerless. Yet this mortal seemed to have a way. Perhaps he truly understood medicine. Ninggu, please tell me what I must do. Do I need to prepare any herbs? Qi Yuan leaned closer to him, her eyes alight with fervor. She had never felt such excitement. Ning Yechen smiled and shook his head. You need not prepare anything. Merely come inside, disrobe, and I shall administer a few acupuncture needles. Chapter 46. This is absolutely not peeping. As Ning Yechen uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Is it now? Qi Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Although she understood that Ning Yechen did not mean it in that way, the thought of disrobing in front of a stranger was still somewhat mortifying for her. Luo Ruiying slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Yechen, clearly expressing her displeasure. It was then that Ning Yechen realized his previous statement might not have been the most appropriate, and he quickly approached Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye to clarify. My dear, please do not misunderstand. I meant to use silver needles to open her meridians and clear her channels. I am well aware of that. I am not misunderstanding anything. Luo Ruiying huffed lightly, turning her head away. Ning Yechen, you certainly appear to be upset. My dear, are you angry? Ning Yechen inched closer to Luo Ruiying, his shoulder brushing against hers, smiling as he inquired. I'm not angry. Do not mistake me for a petulant and unreasonable woman. Luo Ruiying shot him a sidelong glance, taking Luo Hongye from his arms and stating coolly, do you not possess the means to heal her meridians? Hurry and assist her. Noticing that Luo Ruiying seemed to be sulking, Ning Yechen felt an inexplicable sense of joy. After agreeing, he walked over to Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, please follow me. With that, Ning Yechen stepped into the room first. Qi Yuan's cheeks were flushed, and after hesitating for a moment, she promptly followed him inside. This was a rare opportunity, regardless of whether Ning Yechen could truly heal her damaged meridians. She had to seize the chance. It could very well be the last opportunity she had to pursue the path of cultivation in her lifetime. Once inside, Qi Yuan stood awkwardly in place, utterly unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen had already seated himself cross-legged on the bed and called out to her. Why are you still standing there? Come here. Just turn your back to me and remove your clothes. Oh, Qi Yuan responded, nervously climbing onto the bed and slowly peeling off her garments while facing away from Ning Yechen. Undressing in front of a strange man was indeed quite embarrassing for her. However, in order to have the chance to embark on her cultivation journey, she suppressed her shyness and gradually revealed her back. In stark contrast to Qi Yuan's bashfulness, Ning Yechen remained completely composed, showing no signs of agitation. Even as he gazed at her pristine back, he felt no particular interest. In terms of both figure and appearance, Qi Yuan paled in comparison to Luo Ruiying. How could he possibly be intrigued? He had encountered countless beautiful and alluring women, but only his wife's figure stirred any interest within him. Ning Yechen retrieved a set of silver needles from his robe and swiftly selected a few, skillfully inserting them into Qi Yuan's back along her meridians. In truth, whether Qi Yuan donned clothing or not made little difference to him. He could distinctly perceive the flow of meridians and the state of the dantian within each individual, even through fabric. The reason for having Qi Yuan disrobe was merely to avoid raising Luo Ruiying's suspicions. If he could pinpoint the delicate meridians accurately while she was clothed, it would seem rather implausible and prompt doubt. In fact, he could heal Qi Yuan's meridians with nothing more than his fingertips. The insertion of these needles was merely a performance for Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan to witness. As Ning Yechen pressed a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back, a slight sting elicited a soft moan from her. Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying stood at the doorway, cradling Luo Hongye, her lips slightly pursed, a cloud of discontent shadowing her features. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. She longed to peek inside and see what was happening, yet felt it inappropriate. As the Empress of the Immortal Realm, engaging in such voyeuristic behavior was utterly unbecoming. After all, the two were merely tending to her injuries. There was no need for concern. "Mother, what are father and that sister doing?" Luo Hongye inquired, gazing up at Luo Ruiying with wide, innocent eyes. "Dear, your father is helping that sister heal her injuries," Luo Ruiying replied gently, smiling down at Luo Hongye. In the next moment, a soft moan echoed from within the room. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, and in an instant, she dashed to the window, stealthily crouching beside it to glimpse the situation inside. She was merely curious about what transpired within. It was only concern for their safety. This was absolutely not peeping. Just a quick look. She would only take a glance. Luo Hongye blinked her large, innocent eyes from her mother's embrace, filled with bewilderment. What was mother doing? Inside the room, each time Ning Yechen inserted a needle, Qi Yuan felt a faint sting, followed by a wave of warmth that prompted her to emit soft moans. This made Ning Yechen somewhat hesitant to continue. "Miss Qi, please refrain from making such peculiar sounds. Otherwise, my wife may misunderstand," he admonished, holding the silver needle with a bemused expression. He had already sensed a pair of eyes outside the window, fixedly gazing at him. Even if Luo Ruiying believed him to be merely a mortal, the intensity of that unabashed gaze was something anyone would notice, and she seemed blissfully unaware of it. "My apologies. I will endure." Qi Yuan, her face flushed, insisted with a hand covering her mouth. She recognized that her sounds were indeed quite strange, yet she was powerless to help it. With each needle inserted, though there was a fleeting sting, it was soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of warmth and indescribable comfort. She was doing her utmost to suppress it. Ning Yechen felt that if he continued inserting needles in this manner, his wife would undoubtedly burst through the door any moment now. Thus, he took the remaining silver needles and swiftly inserted them all at once into Qi Yuan's back. This time, even though Qi Yuan clenched her teeth, she could not suppress a cry of surprise, her face twitching slightly from the pain as her weakened body leaned forward against the bed. After a considerable moment, when Qi Yuan regained her composure, she discovered that Ning Yechen had already removed all the needles from her back, tidied up his belongings, and was preparing to leave the bed. "Ninggu, are we not continuing? I can endure." Qi Yuan, anxious, lifted her head to ask. She assumed Ning Yechen had stopped early out of concern for her endurance. Ning Yechen smiled faintly, stating casually, "Continue? It is already finished." Qi Yuan looked perplexed, then attempted to circulate her inner spiritual energy. The energy flowed freely within her, no longer impeded as it had been before. Her meridians had truly returned to their original state. "Is this really true?" Qi Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had truly recovered. The Qi family had spent countless resources and sought out various esteemed physicians, yet none had succeeded, while this man before her had remedied her condition with just a few needles. The speed of this recovery was utterly astounding. It felt as if she had merely asked if it had begun, only to be informed that it had concluded. Chapter 47. Generations of healers, saving lives. Thank you, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap off the bed, eager to express her gratitude to Ning Yechen. However, a graceful figure swiftly appeared before Ning Yechen, blocking her path. Miss Qi, your attire, Luo Ruiying gently reminded her. It was only then that Qi Yuan realized she was still clad in a thin, form-fitting white garment, nearly committing an act of impropriety towards Brother Ning. She hurriedly covered herself. My apologies, Sister Luo, it was unintentional. Ning Yechen wore a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He hadn't done anything wrong, nor had he looked. Once Qi Yuan had dressed appropriately, Luo Ruiying stepped forward to check her pulse meticulously. Upon examination, her eyes widened in astonishment. The meridians within Qi Yuan's body were indeed unimpeded. How had he accomplished this? With just a few silver needles, he had successfully healed her entire network of meridians. It was utterly remarkable. Initially, she had assumed Ning Yechen was merely an ordinary hunter from the mountains. Yet witnessing him effortlessly produce substantial wealth and heal others with a few needles left her utterly astonished. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen once more. Luo Ruiying had saved her life, while Ning Yechen had rekindled her hope for cultivation. Her heart brimmed with endless appreciation for the two of them. There is no need for such thanks. Although your meridians have recovered, you will still need to nurture them carefully for a few days to achieve full restoration. Here is a prescription along with the necessary materials. Follow the prescription diligently over the next few days, and you will return to your former self, Ning Yechen said with a gentle smile, producing some rare herbs and a prescription from his robe, placing them into Qi Yuan's embrace. As Qi Yuan glanced down at the prescription and the rare herbs, her eyes widened in shock. These were exceedingly rare celestial herbs. Each one held considerable value. She had never encountered such a prescription, but instinctively knew it was invaluable, seemingly designed to nourish the meridians. The worth of this prescription alone far exceeded that of this residence. Yet, he had casually gifted them to her. Brother Ning, am I truly allowed to accept these? Qi Yuan stammered in disbelief. The value of these items was extraordinarily high. Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. You need these materials and the prescription now. Since I have given them to you, they are yours to use. I cannot thank you enough, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan said, deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes. With these herbs and the prescription, not only did she have a renewed hope for cultivation, but the Qi family's commerce also found new hope. Brother Ning, may I ask a question? Why are you being so kind to me? After expressing her gratitude, Qi Yuan inquired, puzzled. She had merely encountered Ning Yechen by chance outside the city. This was their first meeting, yet she had received such unimaginable assistance. Because, Miss Qi, you have been kind to my daughter, bringing her joy. That is all there is to it, Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile. The generosity he showed Qi Yuan was a mere token of appreciation for making his daughter happy. This reason was entirely unexpected for Qi Yuan. She had only bought some snacks to delight Luo Hongya. Yet Ning Yechen had gone so far as to heal her meridians and bestow upon her precious and rare herbs and prescriptions. His generosity far surpassed that of her own family. Truly, both he and Sister Luo were extraordinary. Initially, she had thought Ning Yechen was merely a mortal, devoid of any spiritual energy. Now, she realized he was a genuine divine doctor, and a remarkably affluent one at that, with an extravagant disposition. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Sister Luo and Brother Ning, Qi Yuan said, respectfully bowing to both as she accepted the herbs and prescription, departing the residence with light-hearted steps. Once Qi Yuan had left, Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen, her brows furrowed as she inquired, "Why have I never heard of your medical skills before?" The tone and demeanor of Luo Ruiying made Ning Yechen feel as if he had been caught hiding a secret stash of money, facing the wrath of his wife. This inexplicable pressure was something he had never felt even in the presence of numerous celestial emperors. "My dear, you did not ask, so I did not mention it." Ning Yechen slowly approached Luo Ruiying, smiling in a seemingly appeasing manner. "Why did you choose to live in the mountains then?" Luo Ruiying continued to scrutinize him. Ning Yechen's mind raced. and within the blink of an eye, he concocted a plausible explanation. To be honest, my dear, I was born into a very wealthy family, with numerous family members, all generations of healers dedicated to saving lives. However, due to unfortunate circumstances, I became disheartened and chose to retreat to the mountains. His words were impassioned and heartfelt, nearly bringing tears to his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's doubts dissipated, and her expression softened considerably. She had not anticipated that he had such a poignant and heart-wrenching past. My apologies for prying, Luo Ruiying said with regret. It is of no concern. I have long since moved past it. As long as you are not angry with me, my dear, Ning Yechen said, taking the opportunity to wrap his arm around Luo Ruiying's slender waist, gazing at her with tender affection. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. Feeling shy, I was not angry. Really? Who was it that sulked at the window while I tended to Miss Chi's injuries? Ning Yechen teased, drawing her closer with a playful smile. I was not sulking. I was merely concerned that something might go wrong. Luo Ruiying defended herself. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at being caught eavesdropping. At that moment, Ning Yechen moved even closer, their bodies nearly touching. And had it not been for Luo Hongye in his arms, they would have been face to face. Ning Yechen leaned closer to Luo Ruiying's ear, breathing softly, and whispered, My dear, I'm not only skilled in medicine, but also quite proficient in massage. After a long day, let me give you a massage. Chapter 48. Truly deserving of being Daddy's little treasure. As he spoke, Ning Yechen lifted Luo Ruiying and made his way toward the bed. Wait a moment. Luo Ruiying's expression shifted to one of panic, yet fearing to hurt Ning Yechen, she refrained from resisting vigorously. By the time she regained her bearings, she found herself gently placed upon the bed. My dear, disrobe and then turn over, Ning Yechen whispered softly into Luo Ruiying's ear. He took Luo Hongye from her arms and set the small child down at his feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she anxiously inquired, Why must I remove my clothes for a massage? Because I intend to apply some medicinal liquid to alleviate your physical fatigue effectively. Ning Yechen earnestly replied. You can trust me with your body, my dear. Absolutely not, Luo Ruiying exclaimed in a frightened tone. It certainly did not sound like a proper massage to her. Sighing softly, Ning Yechen's expression fell. If you truly do not wish for it, then never mind. This sudden display of disappointment stirred a pang of guilt within Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen's intention was to provide her comfort, and by outright rejecting him, she felt she was wasting his goodwill. I only need to tidy up the room for a moment. With her cheeks still flushed, she quietly conceded just for a little while. It was merely a massage. After all, he was her husband, and it was only natural for him to touch her body. There was no need for such resistance. Wonderful. Leave it to me, my dear, Ning Yechen exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon hearing her agreement, completely shedding any trace of his previous dismay. Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of betrayal. Had his earlier disappointment been feigned? Turning her back to Ning Yechen, she slowly untied the satin ribbon at her waist, allowing her ethereal gown to slip down, unveiling her delicate back. Her skin as soft as freshly fallen snow. At that moment, she wore only a fitted, white floral bodice. With a bashful glance at Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying gradually laid down upon the bed. Just for a little while, remember. Of course, Ning Yechen replied enthusiastically, his hands already prepared with the medicinal liquid. He gently pressed his palms against her back, the cool, silky liquid gliding over her skin, his fingers alternating between firm pressure and gentle kneading. Luo Ruiying closed her eyes in bliss. As he pressed on various points along her waist, she could not restrain a soft, alluring moan that escaped her lips. Realizing what she had done, she quickly covered her mouth, her face burning with embarrassment. How could she make such sounds, with the child still beside them? It was all this man's fault. She had not anticipated his massage skills to be so extraordinary. Each touch brought her an unfamiliar, yet delightful comfort. As his fingertips glided across her back, a tingling sensation coursed through her body. Despite the pleasure, she bit down on her silver teeth, striving to remain silent. Just when she felt she could no longer endure it, she finally spoke in a soft, delicate voice. I think that's enough. My dear, We have only just begun. Ning Yechen increased the pressure of his hand slightly. MMM. A wave of heat surged through Luo Ruiying's slender form. It was not painful. Rather, it was unexpectedly exhilarating and comfortable. She lost herself in the sensation, surrendering to Ning Yechen's hands as they roamed freely across her body. Moments later, a charming blush adorned her cheeks, her lips parting slightly as she breathed in heated gasps, her expression becoming alluringly dazed. Ning Yechen found himself entranced, realizing he might have gone a bit too far. But in truth, his wife looked utterly irresistible. Unconsciously, he leaned closer to her face. Luo Ruiying's heart raced, yet she slightly lifted her head, signaling her lack of intention to refuse. As their lips drew ever closer, poised to meet, a sudden voice broke the moment. MMM. Daddy is only playing with Mommy. You want to play with Daddy and Mommy too. Luo Hongye, with her round little face, reached up for a hug at Ning Yechen's feet, bouncing with excitement. In an instant, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying snapped back to reality, frozen at a fist's distance from one another. They exchanged glances, and Luo Ruiying was the first to shyly turn her face away. Ning Yechen felt a swell of regret. If only his little treasure had arrived just a moment later. The perfect moment had slipped away. Clearing his throat, he hastily bent down to scoop up Luo Hongye, who wore a pitiful expression that melted his heart. All right, we can all play together. Ning Yechen tickled Luo Hongye's sides, eliciting peals of laughter as she wriggled in his embrace, her earlier sorrow forgotten. Once Luo Ruiying had dressed, she observed the joyful scene between father and daughter, a tender smile gracing her lips as she joined in. The three of them frolicked on the bed until dusk, completely forgetting about tidying up the house. When they finally remembered, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged helpless smiles, and they got up to tidy the courtyard together, with Luo Hongye being very sensible and joining in to help. With Luo Ruiying's cultivation, the entire courtyard was soon spotless. The furniture effortlessly floated back into place. Luo Hongye, on tiptoe, placed the last small candle on the table, turning to her parents with a cheerful smile. Is it all clean? Did I help Daddy and Mommy? Of course. You did wonderfully, Luo Ruiying said with a loving smile, lifting Luo Hongye in a warm embrace. Though her small stature and strength could scarcely contribute, her eagerness to assist was commendable. Feeling proud from her praise, Luo Hongye nestled into Luo Ruiying's arms, beaming with happiness. Noticing the sweat glistening on her daughter's brow, Luo Ruiying gently suggested, "You've worked up quite a sweat. Let's go take a bath, shall we?" "Yes. I love bathing with Mommy," Luo Hongye exclaimed joyfully, then immediately turned to Ning Yechen. "Daddy should join too. I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy." Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen. At her words, both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen froze, exchanging stunned glances. In that moment, Ning Yechen felt an overwhelming surge of delight, silently exclaiming, "Truly deserving of being Daddy's little treasure." Chapter 49. Why are you touching me in front? This is not permissible. Oh Yi. Being in the bath with Ning Yechen, sharing their innermost thoughts, she is not yet prepared for this. Hey, why can't we, Mother? You clearly promised that next time you would accompany Yi and Father for a bath. Yi wishes to bathe together with Father and Mother. Is that too much to ask, Mother? Upon hearing the refusal, Luo Hongye's mouth curved slightly, her bright and clear eyes filled with disappointment. Luo Ruiying did not wish to let Luo Hongye down, yet felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, so she sought a reasonable excuse to explain. Yi, it's not that Mother doesn't want to bathe together with you and Father. In fact, I also long to join. However, our bathtub is simply too small to accommodate three of us. Earlier, when she had tidied up the house, she had taken a glance at the bathroom. The bathtub, there was indeed not large enough. Cramming 3 people in would be exceedingly uncomfortable. This was one of the reasons for her refusal. However, as soon as Luo Ruiying finished speaking, Ning Yechen vanished in an instant. Do not worry, my dear. I just discovered a much larger bathtub in another room, and have already replaced it. The moment Luo Ruiying mentioned the bathtub being too small, he had dashed outside to procure an oversized one, and set it up in no time. Really, is it true? Luo Ruiying stared, bewildered. During her earlier tidying, She had checked all the rooms and had not seen any oversized bathtub. Could it be that she missed it? If you do not believe me, you may check for yourself. Ning Yechen smiled. This rare opportunity to bathe with his wife and child was not to be missed. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Luo Ru-ying took Luo Hongyi into the bathing area. To her astonishment, the previously narrow bathtub had vanished, replaced by a massive tub that nearly filled the entire room, resembling a small pool. Truly, there's an oversized bathtub. But when did you change it? That was remarkably quick. She had not even noticed. Luo Ru-ying looked at Ning Yechen in shock, observing his eager and triumphant smile. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had been prepared for this all along. What should you do now? It seemed there was no excuse left to refuse. Luo Ru-ying stood frozen, her mind racing, but unable to conjure up any other means of refusal. Luo Hongyi joyfully pointed at the large bathtub and turned to Luo Ru-ying, smiling, "Mother, it's so big here. Mother can bathe with father and Yi. Yay!" Luo Ru-ying. She forced a bittersweet smile, turning to see that, unbeknownst to her, Ning Yechen had already stripped down to nothing but a pair of white shorts, showcasing a robust and graceful physique. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" Luo Ru-ying exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. She had not even noticed when he had disrobed. "My dear, what are you saying? Bathing, of course, requires undressing. Come on, you should also take off your clothes. The water has already been heated," Ning Yechen stated with righteous conviction. With that, he stepped into the bathtub, fully immersing himself in the warm water. He had spent a few moments transforming the tub, lining the bottom with self-heating stones that generated warmth continuously. Just by adding water, it soon resembled a hot spring. Luo Ru-ying had not anticipated Ning Yechen's swiftness. He had even prepared the water ahead of time. She hadn't even had the opportunity to find an excuse while waiting for it to heat. "Mother, I want to play too," Luo Hongyi eagerly exclaimed, pointing at the tub. With a resigned sigh, Luo Ru-ying ceased her search for excuses, helped Luo Hongyi out of her clothes, and placed her in the tub. As soon as she entered, Luo Hongyi gleefully splashed about in the water. Ning Yechen held her little hand, encouraging her to swim in the water. Luo Hongyi kicked her feet joyfully, immersed in her play. "Are you not coming, my dear?" Luo Ru-ying stood at the edge of the tub, watching the harmonious scene of father and daughter. After a moment of hesitation, she finally pursed her lips and, turning her back to Ning Yechen, began to remove her garments. Having applied a medicinal liquid on her back earlier, she could no longer endure the sticky feeling. She decided not to force herself any longer. As her garments fell to the ground, her graceful figure was revealed to Ning Yechen. At that moment, Luo Ru-ying was clad only in her undergarments and a modest wrap, exposing a substantial expanse of her fair skin. The loose fabric doing little to conceal her alluring form. Ning Yechen stared, captivated, his eyes not daring to blink. His wife was truly stunning. Whether due to the steam in the bathing area or her own shyness, Luo Ru-ying's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Glistening droplets of water cascading down her face, creating an exquisite sight. She shot a playful glare at Ning Yechen, who was transfixed as she gathered her hair, her arms covering her chest, slowly raising her slender foot to step into the water. As she soaked in the warm water, Luo Ru-ying appeared somewhat anxious and tense, keeping her distance from Ning Yechen, although her beautiful eyes would occasionally steal glances in his direction. Ning Yechen observed all of this with amusement. His wife was truly adorable. As an empress of the celestial realm, she was so bashful, as if she had never seen a man's body before, always curiously peeking over. When their eyes met, Luo Ru-ying quickly averted her gaze, pretending to call out to Luo Hongyi, "Come here, Yi. Mother will help you bathe." "Okay." Luo Hongyi responded cheerfully, wading through the water to position herself in front of Luo Ru-ying. Luo Ru-ying skillfully began to wash her hair. Luo Hongyi sat quietly, her eyes closed, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Just as Luo Ru-ying was tending to Luo Hongyi's hair, Ning Yechen quietly approached from behind her. "What are you doing? Do not move. My dear, I shall wash your hair." Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ru-ying, gently removing the hairpin from her hair. Her long, lustrous tresses cascaded down, floating on the water surface. Ning Yechen tenderly gathered a lock of her hair, meticulously combing through it. The strands felt smooth and silky in his hands, akin to fine satin, irresistible to touch. Seeing that Ning Yechen was genuinely only combing her hair, Luo Ru-ing felt less tense. A faint smile appearing on her lips as she allowed him to continue. Silently, she chided him, "Honestly, I hadn't even planned to wash my hair today." In the tub, as Luo Hongyu was being bathed, and Ning Yechen was tending to Luo Ru-ing's hair, the atmosphere among the three was harmonious and warm. Suddenly, a pair of hands grazed Luo Ru-ying's back, causing her to jump as if electrocuted. "What are you doing?" "I am washing your back, my dear." "No, that is not necessary. I can do it myself," Luo Ru-ing protested vehemently. However, Ning Yechen's hands had already reached her back, and the bathing area echoed with her playful protests. Wait a moment. I thought you were just washing my back. Why are you touching me in front?" Chapter 50. The Lord of Demons is married. In the Demon Realm, within the Grand Hall of the Demon Lord, a magnificent round table was surrounded by 12 demon generals, each bearing expressions of despondency and disappointment. There remained no news of the Demon Lord. I have dispatched agents into the Celestial Realm, yet still there is no trace of him. Ever since the Demon Lord made a brief appearance in the Celestial Realm, he has vanished without a word. Alas, where could the Demon Lord have gone? The demon generals exchanged thoughts on their recent search efforts, but results were invariably fruitless. If the Demon Lord wishes to conceal himself, locating him is indeed a formidable challenge. They have been searching for over a century. Just when they finally received a lead about the Demon Lord, they could not find any subsequent traces. This left the demon generals feeling increasingly disheartened. One particularly burly man, resembling a war chariot with scars adorning his face and an air of wildness about him, spoke up. "I have heard that the Demon Lord visited the Celestial Palace twice. Why not let me storm the Celestial Realm and interrogate that old wretch Tiandao about his whereabouts?" Such an action would undoubtedly reignite the conflict between the Celestial and Demon Realms. You fool. Do you truly believe that all the ancient beings of the Celestial Realm have perished? A woman with radiant golden hair and a swirling golden halo around her fingers cast a disdainful glance at the burly man, retorting without hesitation, "Let us fight then. What is there to fear? Does the so-called Queen of Severed Heads, Qi Huan, fear anything?" The burly man, in a fit of fury, countered, "Are you afraid? What a jest! By the time you were still wearing short pants, my name had already echoed throughout the Celestial Realm. In the Demon Realm, nothing is more intolerable than being mocked for weakness or cowardice. Such insults tarnish their honor." Upon hearing the burly man's taunt, Qi Huan's golden hair flew up in anger, and she stood ready to strike. The burly man, not to be outdone, slammed his hands on the table, shattering it into pieces as he rose in fury. The two glared at each other, tension palpable. Yet, the other demon generals remained indifferent, accustomed to such disputes. Several attendants skillfully brought in a new table, placing it in the center of the gathering. "Enough. In the absence of the Demon Lord, have you all become increasingly unruly? How many times must I remind you not to destroy the tables?" A woman of exquisite grace and icy beauty emerged from the shadows, her presence commanding respect. Lady Left Guardian. Upon her arrival, the gathered crowd greeted her with reverence. She was Yu Qingyu, one of the two great guardians of the Demon Realm. Her status was second only to the Demon Lord, serving as his protector and the de facto leader of the Demon Realm. Many affairs were under her direct supervision, especially during the Demon Lord's absence. Yu Qingyu surveyed the assembly with her cold, beautiful eyes, noticing an empty seat. She frowned and inquired, "Where is God Etienne? Why is he absent from the Demon General meeting?" "I believe he's gone to the human realm in search of the Demon Lord," another tall, icy woman interjected. "The Demon General meeting cannot proceed without him," Yu Qingyu stated, her expression serious. Upon noticing the wound on Etienne's chest, she furrowed her brow in concern. "You're injured." The others expressed their astonishment, as it had been a long time since they had seen the first commander of the demon generals. A figure of formidable strength, wounded. Etienne glanced at his wound nonchalantly. "It is but a trivial injury, a punishment I impose upon myself." Punishment? Yuqingyu queried, puzzled. Who in the demon realm could punish God Etienne? Reporting to Lady Left Guardian, I have seen the demon lord. In an instant, all eyes fixated on Etienne, and the crowd erupted in excitement, demanding answers. What? You have seen the demon lord? Speak. Where is he now? What is his condition? Where did you encounter him? Amid the cacophony of inquiries, Etienne barely had a chance to respond. Silence. Fortunately, Yuqingyu stepped forward, quelling the surrounding crowd. In the demon realm, only she could command such authority over the 12 demon generals. With a swift movement, Yuqingyu approached Etienne, her gaze intense as she asked, You have found the demon lord? Indeed. Where is the demon lord? The demon lord is currently hidden in the human realm. In the human realm? Yuqingyu murmured softly. So the demon lord has been hiding in the human realm all along. The others exchanged glances, perplexed about the demon lord's motivations for such a choice. Yuqingyu, displeased, scrutinized Etienne. This is the very question that weighs heavily on us all. With great difficulty, we have discovered the demon lord's whereabouts. Should he manage to evade us again, we may not find him for an eternity. I do not dare defy the demon lord. Etienne replied with trepidation. In all of the demon realm, only Yuqingyu could speak to the demon lord in such a manner. Not to mention, he was no match for the demon lord's might. Quickly tell me where the demon lord is. I shall seek him out personally. Yuqingyu insisted. Lady Left Guardian, the demon lord has requested that we not disturb his current life. Why? Yuqingyu's face fell, her fist clenched in frustration. The demon lord had said such a thing. If she were to seek him out again, it would be tantamount to defying his wishes. The other demon generals also hung their heads in despair. Yet, Etienne's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued. The demon lord has not forsaken us. He simply has matters of greater importance at hand. Greater importance? What could possibly be more significant than the entirety of the demon realm? The assembly expressed their confusion. Etienne closed his eyes momentarily, a slight smile gracing his stern visage, before revealing a momentous announcement. The demon lord is married. Chapter 51. The Lord of Demons has married. Upon hearing the announcement made by Night God regarding the marriage of their esteemed Lord of Demons, the attendees were left utterly astonished, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. It is essential to note that their lord had never shown any inclination towards the opposite sex during his reign, nor had he ever exhibited the slightest interest in women. Yet, they were now informed that the most revered Lord of Demons had taken a wife. Could this truly be the case, Night God? Even the usually composed and indifferent Yuqingyu could not contain her excitement as she inquired fervently from Night God. I would not dare deceive the Left Protector. This matter was conveyed to me directly by the Lord of Demons, Night God replied. Yuqingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then she instinctively covered her mouth in a fit of joy, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. How wonderful! Truly wonderful! Their lord had finally come to his senses and agreed to marry. She was overwhelmed with emotion. After centuries of waiting, she had longed for this moment. Their lord had finally established a family. From the very beginning, she had stood by the Lord of Demons, assisting him in unifying the demon realm and eliminating all opposition. She had fought alongside him in the Celestial War, and even after the battles ended, she remained steadfastly by his side, providing unwavering support. Under his rule, the demon realm had flourished like never before, and her sole remaining wish had been to witness the Lord marry and continue his lineage. However, the Lord had seemingly shown little interest in women, dedicating himself entirely to the betterment of the demon realm and the pursuit of immense power. She had once gathered 3,000 beautiful demon maidens to supplement the Lord's harem, only to have them dismissed the very next day by the Lord, who had chastised her for her efforts. This had caused her considerable distress. Ensuring the continuation of the Lord's lineage was of paramount importance to the demon realm. Now, upon hearing the news of the Lord's marriage, she was overwhelmed with excitement and emotion, leading to tears flowing like a broken dam. The others, too, were either wiping away their tears or smiling with satisfaction. Night God was similarly touched, brushing away a tear from the corner of his eye. Even those who typically exuded an air of detachment were visibly moved. They had all awaited this moment for far too long. If anyone else were to witness the scene of the high-ranking officials of the demon realm moved to tears, they would undoubtedly be astounded. These fearsome figures, notorious for their ruthlessness, were now shedding tears. Congratulations, Love Protector. The demon realm joyously welcomes the Lord's bride. After their moment of emotional release, the attendees began to congratulate Yechen. The reason they congratulated her for Ning Yechen's marriage was quite simple. Someone had once asked Yechen for her perspective on the Lord of Demons. He possessed unparalleled strength, yet was not as cruel and tyrannical as his predecessors. Instead, he was imbued with reason and wisdom, dedicated to altering the chaotic state of the demon realm, and he exhibited boundless compassion and love for his subjects. I have followed the Lord of Demons since childhood, witnessing his ascension to the pinnacle of the demon realm. He is the sole sovereign in my heart, my king. My child, I would give everything to serve the Lord. Indeed, this woman referred to the Lord of Demons as her child, and she was indeed the only one in the demon realm deserving of such a title. Yechen held a unique position. She was the Love Protector, second only to the Lord of Demons, governing all affairs of the demon realm. Moreover, she served as the Lord's personal attendant, responsible for his daily needs. Additionally, she was the only one bold enough to consistently present various suggestions to the Lord, often nagging him about matters of marriage in front of others. When the Lord was reluctant to rise from his slumber, it was she who forcibly roused him. The Lord treated her with remarkable leniency, and it was no exaggeration to say that she could call him mother without a hint of shame, although she appeared to be even younger than him. The Lord's marriage had resolved a matter of utmost importance for Yechen. Once the attendees regained their composure, Night God announced an even more thrilling piece of news. To the Love Protector, the Lord of Demons is not only married but is now also nurturing a child. Well, what? A child already? Why did you not mention this sooner? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess? Yechen exclaimed, gripping Night God's collar as she eagerly pressed for details, her emerald eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. The others were equally animated, all eyes fixed on Night God. The Lord mentioned it is a little princess. However, I have not seen her myself, so I'm unaware of her age. How utterly useless. Yechen released Night God's collar in disdain. Such significant news should not have been withheld. How could she prepare suitable clothing and gifts for the child without knowing her age? Yet, upon learning that the Lord had indeed fathered a child, Yechen's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. The Lord had an heir. Perhaps in the future, she could assist the little princess. Quick, spread the news of the little princess's arrival throughout the demon realm. From this day forth, we shall hold a grand celebration. Yechen instructed the assembly. She was determined to share the news of the little princess with the entire demon realm. However, Night God interjected, Love Protector, I do not support this course of action. Why not? Yechen inquired, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Night God's demeanor grew solemn as he recounted how his subordinate, Yechen, had been swayed by a mysterious figure, resulting in a plot against the Lord's wife and child. Upon hearing this, Yechen and the others grew pale, an ominous aura of murderous intent enveloping the entire demon hall. Yechen's expression turned icy as she effortlessly crushed a round table with her bare hands, the air itself seeming to fracture under her rage. How dare someone lay a hand on the wife and child of our demon realm? Very well. Find them. Bring them to me. Once I discover who is responsible, their demise will be but a fleeting wish. Night God, your subordinate Yechen has offended the Lord of Demons. He deserves death. However, since the Lord himself has spoken to forgive him, I shall let it pass. Remember, there shall be no next time. You and your subordinate are included. The glimmer of coldness in Yechen's emerald eyes radiated a terrifying aura that overwhelmed everyone present, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Yes, I understand, Night God replied solemnly, bowing deeply. He felt immense guilt and shame for his subordinate's offense against the Lord. Even if Yechen were to slay him in retribution, he would harbor no resentment. Yechen then tempered her murderous intent, deciding to cancel the announcement regarding the little princess. Without knowing who the adversary was, publicizing the news could invite trouble for the Lord. No one is to disclose any information about the little princess. Since there are those who dare to harm the wife and child, I will not stand idly by. But the Lord has instructed us not to disturb his life, one timid voice piped up. Yechen smirked slightly, her demeanor lightening. I understand, the Lord's command is absolute. As long as we do not interfere with his life, I have my own methods. Chapter 52. The hands of my husband are a bit cold. In the courtyard, Luo Ruiying sat before a stone table, her knees resting on a ball of yarn as she concentrated intently on knitting a sweater with her needles. It had been several days since they moved away from Nanli City, and with the advent of winter, the city was now blanketed in heavy snowfall, bringing a sudden chill to the air. Inspired by a sudden whim, she decided to personally knit a sweater for Luo Hongya. Though she could have easily employed her spiritual power to complete the task more swiftly and effortlessly, it felt somewhat lacking, prompting her to choose the more laborious route of crafting it by hand. She also thought to knit one for herself. However, as she set to work, she discovered that the endeavor was not as simple as she had envisioned. As the Empress of the Immortal Realm, her pride would not allow her to concede defeat easily. Rather, it ignited a competitive spirit within her, strengthening her resolve to handcraft the sweater. She could not believe that, even as the Empress, she who had learned to cook, would be thwarted by knitting. While following the illustrated tutorial provided by Qi Yuan, she attempted to begin her project. In recent days, Qi Yuan had frequently visited, bringing various supplies. This knitting tutorial was one of the things she had requested from her. As a novice at this craft, Luo Ruiying was not particularly skilled, often glancing back at the instructions and mimicking the steps. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya were playing in the snow in the courtyard. Having never seen snow before, Luo Hongya was filled with joy and excitement at the sight of the falling white flakes, her tiny feet crunching in the snow, producing a delightful squeak sound. "Father, is this snow?" she asked, cupping a handful of snow in her palms, her big, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. "Yes, my dear Yi, this is snow. Do you like it?" Ning Yechen inquired, lifting Luo Hongya into his arms and holding her affectionately. "I do," she exclaimed, her face breaking into a crescent moon-like smile. "My daughter is simply adorable." Ning Yechen could not help but gently pinch her chubby cheeks, eliciting a burst of giggles from her. "Daddy, teach me how to make a snowman," she requested eagerly. "What is a snowman, Daddy?" she asked innocently. "A snowman is a person made from the snow in your hands," Ning Yechen explained, rising to demonstrate. He rolled a couple of snowballs, quickly crafting one large and one small. Placing the smaller ball atop the larger one, he adorned it with a charming face. "Kajda, this is Yi," he proclaimed. "Oh wow, Daddy is so amazing." Luo Hongya clapped her hands in delight and began to roll her own snowballs on the ground. "I want to make a snowman too, Daddy." Given her petite stature, it was quite impossible for her to create a snowman of comparable size to Ning Yechen's. Naturally, he joined in to assist her. The father-daughter duo rolled snowballs together in the courtyard, observing the playful antics of the father and daughter as they pushed snowballs past her. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but smile indulgently, albeit with a touch of helplessness. Before long, they had built a large snowman together. Yet, Luo Hongya was not ready to stop. She began to roll another snowball. "Yi, do you want to continue making snowmen?" Ning Yechen asked, surprised at her enthusiasm. "We have our snowman, but we still need one for Mother," Luo Hongya replied cheerfully. Even Luo Ruiying, who had been diligently knitting, paused in astonishment. They exchanged glances, both smiling with pride. "Yi is such a thoughtful child. All right, Daddy will help you," Ning Yechen said, continuing to assist Luo Hongya in constructing another snowman. 3 snowmen stood proudly in the courtyard, 2 large ones on either side and a small one in the center, resembling a trio holding hands. After finishing the snowman, Luo Hongya joyfully posed in front of it. Ning Yechen noticed her small, rosy hands and, feeling a pang of concern, scooped her back into his embrace, holding her hands in his own. For someone of Luo Hongya's constitution, she did not truly feel the cold. Her hands were only slightly red from the chill. "Daddy, your hands are so warm," she exclaimed, nestled in his arms, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from his palms. "That's because Daddy wants to keep you warm," Ning Yechen replied with a soft smile, glancing over at Luo Ruiying, who sat elegantly engrossed in her knitting. An idea struck him, and a playful smirk graced his lips. "Yi, How about we go to Mother to warm up? Yes. Luo Hongye nodded eagerly. Ning Yechen stealthily approached Luo Ruiying from behind, holding Luo Hongye's cool little hand and slipping it into the nape of her neck. Luo Ruiying shivered slightly, turning to see the mischievous duo, and playfully glared at Ning Yechen. You rascal! Feeling the chill of Luo Hongye's small hand, she promptly took her from Ning Yechen's arms and settled her in her lap, tucking the little hand inside her own clothing. It's warm in here too, Luo Hongye exclaimed, snuggling against her mother. Ning Yechen had initially intended to play a prank on Luo Ruiying, but to his surprise, she took the child into her embrace, inadvertently allowing her hand to rest against her skin. My dear, Ning Yechen called softly from his side. Luo Ruiying looked up, puzzled. Actually, my hands are a bit cold too. Ning Yechen saite honestly. Luo Ruiying blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing as she pointed towards the room. There's a stove inside. You should warm your hands there. This rascal, she thought. Sighing, Ning Yechen shook his head in disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome. His wife was a bit biased. Why could the child reach inside, while he could not? Stealing a glance at Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying smiled slyly and extended her hand. It would take too long to go to the stove. You can hold my hand instead. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen quickly cooled his hands and grasped hers. Indeed, he found his wife to be quite considerate. Earlier, to warm Luo Hongye's hands, he had already warmed his own. Now, to hold his wife's hand, he had to cool them down once more, lest his ruse be discovered. As Luo Ruiying felt the chill of his hands enveloped in her own, she was taken aback. How could his hands be so cold? She wondered. He was just so warm earlier. However, she dismissed her thoughts, channeling her spiritual energy to warm Ning Yechen's hands. Ning Yechen cradled her hands against his cheek, reveling in the warmth and softness. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated from outside the courtyard. Chapter 53. Only the master is terrifying. Is someone coming? Luo Ruiying gently warmed Ning Yechen's hand, cradling Luo Hongye, and rose to open the door. Outside stood two men and a woman. One of the men had a robust physique, handsome features, and wore an endearing smile. The other man sported long, pale hair and was quite striking in appearance. The woman, on the other hand, had a figure as slender as a water snake, her beauty remarkable and captivating. Clad in simple garments, the trio stood at the threshold, beaming as they bowed, addressing her, "Greetings, madam." These three were none other than the Chaos Demon Bull, Titan Giant Ape, and Sky-Devouring Python from the Forest of Demons. Until now, they had not fully transformed, maintaining their half-demon forms. This was their first appearance in complete human guise. Madam, Luo Ruiying was taken aback. Gazing at the trio, she had no recollection of ever meeting them. So why were they suddenly addressing her as madam? Just as she was about to inquire whether they had mistaken her for someone else, Ning Yechen approached from behind, smiling. You have arrived. The three, upon seeing Ning Yechen, hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Greetings, young master. You know them? Luo Ruiying turned her head, puzzled. Ning Yechen nodded and explained, my dear. They were once servants in my household. Since we plan to stay here temporarily, I summoned them to assist you with household chores. You may freely command them regarding any matters at home. Today, the visit from the Chaos Demon Bull trio had been prearranged by Ning Yechen. He had concocted a fictitious background to justify their presence, allowing them to serve as both protectors and helpers, thus freeing up more of his wife's time. While Luo Ruiying felt no need for additional servants, believing she could manage everything herself, she ultimately decided not to refuse them since they were former attendants of Ning Yechen. After all, there were several vacant rooms in the house, and leaving them unoccupied would be a waste. Come in, all of you, Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile, stepping aside to allow the trio to enter the courtyard. Cradled in her arms, Luo Hongye remained shy, timidly observing the newcomers. Hello, young lady. The Sky-Devouring Python raised a hand, enthusiastically greeting Luo Hongye. After all, she was the little princess they were to serve. It was imperative to foster a good relationship. Hello, big brother and sister. Her greeting struck a chord in the hearts of the Sky-Devouring Python trio. This was their first encounter with Ning Yechen's daughter, a sight they had previously dared not observe closely. Such politeness and understanding were remarkable. Could she truly be the daughter of that formidable figure? The mere thought of Ning Yechen sent shivers down their spines. Yet here was Luo Hongye, so small and adorable, evoking an instinctual urge to protect her. The contrast with that formidable figure was stark. Of course, such thoughts were kept hidden within their hearts. Should the master discover their musings, their fate would be dire. Once inside the courtyard, Luo Ruiying guided the sky-devouring python trio to 3 adjacent rooms. "These will be your quarters from now on." "Yes, madam," they replied respectfully, bowing. Although they had never served as attendants before, they had diligently studied various books on etiquette and the conduct of servants in affluent households. They had observed the behavior of numerous servants, striving to leave no room for error. "By the way, I still do not know your names," Luo Ruiying casually inquired after arranging their quarters. Even though she had once been an empress residing in the celestial palace, she believed it important to know the names of her attendants. She never treated them harshly. Even when they made mistakes, she would generally overlook them, treating each servant with respect. The sky-devouring python trio froze upon being asked their names. Oh no, they had not even considered their names. Having secluded themselves in the forest of demons for centuries, they had focused solely on their cultivation, never contemplating the matter of names. Seeing them suddenly at a loss, Luo Ruiying's expression turned to one of confusion. "Isn't it just a name? Why the hesitation?" The trio, sensing her growing suspicion, hastily fabricated names. I am called Mengyo. I am Bai Yuan. The maidservant is called Kai Se." Mengyo, Bai Yuan, Kai Se." Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, finding their names rather peculiar. The sky-devouring python trio swallowed hard, their hearts racing. If they messed this up, the master would surely be furious. Fortunately, Ning Yechen stepped in to clarify. "My dear, they are actually named Mengyo, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se." "Oh." Luo Ruiying nodded, smiling, and dismissed her doubts. It turned out their accents had caused her to mishear. She had wondered why their names sounded so strange. The trio sighed in relief. These would now be their new names, a gift from their master. Ning Yechen cast a glance at the trio, causing them to tremble with fear, sweat beading on their brows. Had they incurred the master's wrath? "Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Luo Ruiying asked, noticing their slight tremors. "No, madam. We are merely a bit chilly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll fetch you some clothing," she said with a gentle smile, placing Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's embrace before turning to leave. The trio felt deeply moved. Their madam was so kind. Only the master was truly terrifying. "Daddy, will these brothers and sisters live here too?" Luo Hongye whispered from Ning Yechen's arms. "Yes, they have been called here to keep you company while you play at night. You need not fear. If they dare to bully you, just tell Daddy." Ning Yechen softly reassured Luo Hongye. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold as it fell upon the trio, the meaning unmistakable. Should they dare to upset his daughter, they would find themselves swiftly dispatched. The trio, now quaking in fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling. Though the weather had turned cold with the falling snow, was it truly this frigid? Chapter 54. Yes, you are doomed. After acquiring their clothing from Luo Ruiying, Mengyo and his companions began their duties as attendants. They first meticulously cleaned every corner of the estate, followed by chopping wood and boiling water, displaying an industrious spirit. However, apart from Kaisei, both Mengyo and Bai Yuan were rather clumsy, often mishandling various items. Yet, Luo Ruiying seemed indifferent to their ineptitude, even encouraging them to take breaks. At this moment, the three of them stood in the courtyard, exchanging glances with Luo Hongye, who was crouched on the ground, molding a snowball. They had been tasked by Ning Yechen to entertain the little girl, but they were utterly clueless about how to engage with a child. While they could handle matters of life and death, playing with a child was an entirely different challenge. Kaisei, think of something. Bai Yuan whispered urgently to Kaisei, who appeared equally lost. If I had a solution, would I be standing here doing nothing? Despite the frustration, Luo Hongye, with a hint of trepidation, summoned her courage, recalling her father's words that these individuals were not bad people. She raised her snowball and sweetly asked, "Brother, sister, shall we build a snowman together?" Yes. In response to her invitation, the three of them nodded vigorously. eager for this rare opportunity to engage. They would gladly have done anything, even mucking out a pigsty for the chance to connect. Seeing their enthusiasm, Luo Hongye smiled brightly and began rolling a snowball on the ground, following Ning Yechen's instructions. First this, then that, and then. The three companions knelt beside her, helping to roll the snowballs while offering praises periodically. Wow, miss, you're amazing. You're truly brilliant. You're far smarter than us. Ning Yechen, who sat beside Luo Ruiying, couldn't help but wear an exasperated expression. The flattery from these three was all too apparent. Only someone as innocent as Luo Hongye could be oblivious to it. However, seeing the joy on her face made it somewhat bearable. Luo Ruiying, resting her chin on her hand, smiled as she quietly watched Luo Hongye. It warmed her heart to see her daughter surrounded by playmates. Yet, as she observed, she noticed someone inching closer to her side, their presence growing more intimate. What are you doing? Luo Ruiying cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yechen, slightly startled by his sudden proximity. I'm feeling a bit weary and would like to lean on your shoulder, Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile, closing his eyes against her shoulder. Though he enjoyed spending time with the child, he also cherished moments of intimacy with his wife. With Meng Niu and the others entertaining Luo Hongye, this rare opportunity for solitude was one to be savored. Once she regained her composure, Luo Ruiying shot him a playful glare. But I prefer when you're here with me. Ning Yechen, keeping his eyes closed, candidly returned. I'd rather be here with you. His words caused Luo Ruiying's cheeks to flush slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. She stole a few glances at his peaceful visage. Since he enjoyed it, she decided to indulge him. After all, it was merely resting his shoulder. Thus, the two sat quietly in the courtyard. With the assistance of Meng Niu and his companions, 3 additional snowmen stood proudly behind the original trio. Luo Hongye pointed at the newly built snowmen, beaming. These are for my brothers and sisters. It dawned on Meng Niu and his companions that Luo Hongye intended to include them in her playful creations, nearly bringing them to tears. She truly regarded them as part of her family. Kaisei felt an overwhelming urge to scoop the tiny Luo Hongye into her arms and shower her with affection. But the reality of her being a grown man's daughter held her back. After completing the snowmen, Luo Hongye engaged them in a snowball fight. Though her petite frame lacked the strength to compact her snowballs, rendering them light and airy, she reveled in the joy of play. The snowballs barely reached the feet of Meng Niu and his companions and often disintegrated midair. Despite this, Luo Hongye was thoroughly entertained. The trio, too, joined in the fun, but they dared not hurl snowballs at her. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Their throws were deliberately aimed beside her, feigning regret with exaggerated expressions. However, as the merriment continued, Meng Niu became increasingly caught up in the excitement and, in a moment of folly, threw a snowball that landed squarely on Luo Hongye's face. Snow splattered across her cheeks. Kaisei, Bai Yuan, Meng Niu. The scene fell into stunned silence, the only sound being the howling wind and falling snow. Meng Niu, horrified, covered his face, his expression akin to the famous painting the scream, feeling as if he were trapped in this icy tableau. He turned stiffly to Kaisei and Bai Yuan, his expression pleading, as if to ask, "Am I doomed?" Even without words, his companions understood his silent inquiry and solemnly nodded. Yes, you are indeed doomed. Despair washed over Meng Niu as he realized his life had reached its inevitable conclusion. Noticing the snow covering Luo Hongye's face, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying swiftly approached to brush the snow away. To their astonishment, Luo Hongye did not cry, but instead wore a beaming smile. The snowball, not packed tightly and lacking force, had not hurt her. Seeing that Luo Hongye was uninjured, Ning Yechen decided against reprimanding Meng Niu, who was already consumed by thoughts of how he might vanish from existence. Once the snow was cleared from her face, Luo Hongye tugged at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy, let us play together. There's only one of me, so you both should help." All right, Luo Ruiying replied with a tender smile. Thus commenced a lively snowball fight, 3 against 3. Yet, Meng Niu and his companions dared not retaliate. Whether it was Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying or Luo Hongye. They couldn't bear to throw snowballs at them. Before long, the trio found themselves engulfed in a flurry of snowballs, becoming little more than moving targets in this playful melee. Chapter 55. Naturally, household finances are managed by the wife as the people in the courtyard indulged in their playful snow activities. A sudden knock echoed from the door once more. Kaisei took the initiative to open it. Outside stood Qi Yuan, holding a selection of snacks, ready to greet with a wave. When she was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar woman before her, momentarily frozen in place. Did I knock on the wrong door? My apologies, it seems I may have taken a wrong turn. Qi Yuan awkwardly bent slightly and offered a sheepish smile. Kaisei said nothing further, merely nodded gently and closed the door again. Who was that? My lady, it seems someone has knocked by mistake. Is that so? Luo Ruiying replied, not giving it much thought. Outside, Qi Yuan turned away in confusion, carefully surveying the surroundings in the courtyard, her brow furrowing slightly, lost in contemplation. No, this is indeed the right house. Qi Yuan approached and knocked once more for confirmation. I'll take care of it. This time, Luo Ruiying called out to Kaisei, rising to open the courtyard door herself. Sister Luo. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan immediately greeted her with a smile. I knew it was you. She visits often. How could she possibly knock on the wrong door? She could navigate through the city of Nanli with her eyes closed. Come in, Sister Qi. Luo Ruiying responded with a smile, having suspected that it might be Qi Yuan outside, knowing Kaisei was unfamiliar with her. Then I shall not impose further. Qi Yuan politely nodded as she stepped inside. Upon entering, she encountered Mengniu, Bai Yuan, and the very Kaisei who had opened the door for her. And she couldn't help but inquire, Sister Luo, who are these three? They are former attendants of my husband, Luo Ruiying explained. Qi Yuan nodded amiably at Mengniu and the others. Given that someone like brother Ning surely hailed from a prosperous and distinguished background, it was only natural for him to have several attendants. What surprised her, however, was how strikingly handsome they all were. Among attendants, they were exceptionally eye-catching. Sister Qi, Luo Hongye, cradled in Ning Yechen's arms, sat by the hearth warming her hands. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, she sweetly greeted her. The relationship was gradually becoming more intimate. Litu Yeye. Qi Yuan's face lit up with a doting and greedy smile as she lovingly pinched Luo Hongye's cherubic cheeks, the baby fat so tender that she could hardly resist. The three watching from the side, Kaisei and the others, couldn't help but show their envy. How they longed to squeeze the young lady's face like that. Here, these snacks are for Yi. After indulging in her playful affection, Qi Yuan finally handed the snacks to Luo Hongye, as if they were a reward for her services. Thank you, Sister Qi. Luo Hongye happily accepted the bag of treats, eagerly starting to eat and even offering some to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Father, mother, let us eat together. No, if he likes it, just enjoy. But don't overindulge, Luo Ruiying said with a doting smile. Ning Yechen, however, opened his mouth wide, allowing Luo Hongye to feed him. After all, it was his daughter feeding him. How could he refuse? Seeing Luo Hongye so delighted, Qi Yuan wore a satisfied smile and moved to sit aside. Kaisei quickly brought her a cup of tea. Thank you. After taking a sip, Qi Yuan recalled the matter at hand, nearly lost in the charm of Luo Hongye. She produced a low-tier spiritual ring from her bosom and handed it to Ning Yechen. This represents 50% of the profits from the auction. From now on, my family will return 50% of the profits from the sale of the medicinal formulas to Brother Ning every month. The formula discovered was indeed a rare one capable of nourishing meridians and spiritual energy. Moreover, the materials required were not overly stringent, and the refining method was extraordinarily simple and convenient, boasting a high success rate. Qi family had scoured through all documented alchemical formulas without finding such a miraculous elixir. This nourishing liquid was immensely favored by cultivators, and once refined and sold, it would surely incite a frenzy among countless practitioners. As anticipated, the Qi family had someone try refining a few batches of the nourishing liquid, which were then auctioned at their own auction house. Each batch fetched an astronomical price. Countless cultivators flocked to bid. Merely a small formula revitalized the Qi family's business. Qi Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Ning Yechen and insisted on coming to express her thanks, returning what belonged to him. However, Ning Yechen, who was not lacking in spiritual stones, gently refused. No need for that. Qi Yuan's expression turned serious as she firmly insisted. That is unacceptable. My family already owes much to Brother Ning and Sister Luo. How can we monopolize the profits from that formula? Brother Ning, you must accept it. Well, all right then, I shall accept it. After some contemplation, Ning Yechen ultimately decided to accept the spiritual stones, considering it a transaction that the Qi family business could readily accommodate. Moreover, keeping these stones would be beneficial for future household expenses. My dear, I entrust these spiritual stones to your care. Ning Yechen directly handed the spiritual ring containing the stones to Luo Ruiying. For me? Luo Ruiying inquired, puzzled as she received the ring. Indeed, household finances are naturally managed by the wife. Ning Yechen smiled. Very well. If you require anything, just let me know. Luo Ruiying accepted the spiritual ring, finding the notion of managing household assets in such a manner rather novel. Observing the affectionate scene between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan's expression betrayed her inner conflict. What troubles you, Miss Qi? Ning Yechen noticed and inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yuan spoke. Sister Luo, tomorrow is the competition in the business association. I've heard that the Jiang family has invited a powerful being at the celestial realm. If there is any danger tomorrow, you must withdraw immediately. Though Qi Yuan wished for the Qi family to win, her foremost concern was for Luo Ruiying's safety. If the Qi family were to lose, they would merely withdraw from the city of Nanli. Upon hearing this, both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged amused glances. They had thought she was worried about something serious. Miss Qi, you need not fret. If it's merely someone at the celestial realm, I should be more than capable of handling it. Luo Ruiying said confidently. Even against someone at the divine realm, she held no significant concerns. A mere celestial realm practitioner would hardly pose a challenge for her. Chapter 56. This couple must be extraordinary. The following day, the snowfall had slightly abated, blanketing the eaves and every corner of the streets in a thick layer of snow, transforming the entire city of Nanli into a pristine white wonderland. Beneath the Grand Marshal platform, a multitude had gathered, eagerly awaiting a rare and momentous competition. Today, the two major commercial factions of Nanli City, the Qi and Jiang families, were set to engage in a crucial business contest. The victor would seize control over the entire commercial landscape of Nanli, while the defeated party might find themselves permanently ousted from business. The anxious crowd buzzed with anticipation, whispering to one another, "Who do you think will triumph in this commercial contest between the Qi and Jiang families?" I believe the Jiang family hold the upper hand. If the Jiang family continues to gain power, Nanli will surely become their domain. Indeed, the Jiang family takes advantage of their exclusive refining liquid, inflating prices exorbitantly. They even suppress the prices of the materials we hunt from the beasts. If the Jiang family gains control over the commerce in Nanli, how will we survive? We toil daily in the monster domain forest, risking our lives for mere scraps. The majority present fervently hoped for the Qi family's victory. This contest not only concerned the two families, but also impacted the livelihoods of countless cultivators in Nanli. The Jiang family, leveraging its formidable influence, had long engaged in the unscrupulous practice of purchasing materials and spirit herbs at low prices, only to sell them at exorbitant rates, much to the dismay and hardship of many. Fortunately, the Qi family had been able to oppose them, maintaining fair prices for the benefit of the community. Should the Qi family falter, life in Nanli would become exceedingly difficult for all. However, many harbored a pessimistic view of the Qi family's chances of success. For the Qi family to triumph over the Jiang family seems a daunting task. I hear the Jiang family has summoned a formidable elder with transcendent cultivation. Transcendent cultivation. Good heavens! What hope does the Qi family have? Even if they offered everything they possessed, they could scarcely afford such a powerhouse. As the crowd lamented, the Qi family members made their entrance. Qi Rongchang, the aging head of the Qi family, accompanied by Qi Yuan and a host of stewards and guards, approached the platform. Having a history of nearly a century in Nanli, the Qi family was a venerable commercial entity, renowned for its fair dealings and reasonable pricing. Their arrival was met with cheers and encouragement from the crowd. "Go, Elder Qi. You must not lose. I have faith in the Qi family." Faced with the crowd's fervent support, Qi Rongchang beamed with gratitude, nodding appreciatively at the onlookers. He made his way to where Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen stood, having arrived earlier. This was Qi Rongchang's first encounter with Ning Yechen's family, and his eyes sparkled with admiration and respect. He praised them profusely, particularly after learning of Luo Ruiying's remarkable feat of slaying dozens of spirit martial cultivators and Ning Yechen's healing of Qi Yuan's meridians with that precious elixir formula. Qi Rongchang was convinced that the Qi family had indeed encountered benefactors. He had long wished to express his gratitude in person, but refrained upon learning that the couple preferred to avoid frequent disturbances. Now, having finally met them, Qi Rongchang's convictions were further solidified. A lifetime in commerce had honed his judgment. The woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary presence, a clear indication of her noble background. The man, though merely appearing handsome and refined, possessed the ability to heal damaged meridians and produce rare formulas. Surely, he could not be ordinary. This couple is undoubtedly exceptional. Qi Rongchang expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully. "There is no need for formality, Master Qi. My assistance to your family is merely a transaction with Miss Qi," Luo Ruiying replied coolly, cradling Luo Hongya. "I understand, and this kindness will be remembered by the Qi family. Regardless of today's outcome, should you ever require assistance, please feel free to call upon us. The Qi family will be ever ready to help," Qi Rongchang declared. He was astute enough to realize that a mere residence worth 200,000 taels could not suffice to summon Luo Ruiying's aid. Her assistance stemmed from her discontent with the Jiang family rather than a simple transaction. As the conversation unfolded, the Jiang family also made their entrance. Upon the appearance of Jiang Zhen and his entourage, the crowd instinctively parted to the sides, creating a stark contrast to the Qi family's warm reception. Jiang Zhen strode confidently toward the Qi family, ignoring the wary onlookers. Following him was a pallid man clad in white lotus attire, and even the injured Jiang Li, now recovering and seated in a wheelchair, was pushed along. Upon seeing the Qi family, Jiang Zhen could not suppress a cold smile, approaching them with a mocking tone. "Elder Qi, I see you're still among the living. It brings me joy to see you so vigorous. I am quite well. You may enter your coffin before I even consider it," Qi Rongchang retorted, his expression resolute. Years ago, when the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli, they were a mere small business on the brink of collapse until the Qi family graciously absorbed them into their fold, providing critical support for their resurgence. Yet now, the Jiang family, having grown powerful, showed no gratitude, encroaching upon the Qi family's territory and nearly forcing them out of Nanli. Seeing the Jiang family, Qi Rongchang regretted ever having taken in such an ungrateful ally. "Umph," Jiang Zhen scoffed, dismissing the tension with a cold laugh. "Elder Qi, your wit remains sharp as ever. Out of respect for our past, I advise you to concede. Today, the Qi family is destined for defeat. Surrender now and relinquish your remaining rights over the street shops, and you may yet enjoy a peaceful old age. Why risk everything? How can you claim I will lose when the contest has yet to begin? Are you perhaps afraid of the Qi family?" Qi Rongchang countered defiantly. He was prepared to stake everything rather than concede. Seeing Jiang Zhen's arrogance, Qi Yuan could no longer hold her tongue. "If you wish to swallow the Qi family as commerce, you must first win." Chapter 57, It Cannot Be Him. Unaware of their own folly, this is a predicament of their own making. After today, the Qi family shall vanish from the southernly city. Jiang Zhen's expression turned cold as he prepared to leave, only to be halted by a sudden call from Ning Yechen. "Wait a moment." Jiang Zhen paused, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned to face Ning Yechen. "Who are you?" "Me? I am but an ordinary house husband. It is my wife who represents the Qi family in the commercial competition." Ning Yechen stepped forward, a light laugh escaping his lips. Jiang Zhen glanced at Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongya behind Ning Yechen, and a disdainful smile crept across his face as he mockingly said, "Is that so? I advise you to have your wife concede gracefully. Otherwise, After today, you may find yourself forever separated from her. Ha ha ha. The crowd behind Jiang erupted into raucous laughter. A young man, bold in his demeanor, jested with Luo Ying with such beauty. It will be a shame for you to fade away. Why not join the Jiang family and enjoy wealth and power instead? I dare say, as a cultivator, marrying a mortal is quite ridiculous. Why not marry me instead? I would treat you well. Young Master Jianggan, Jiangzhen's nephew, was notorious for his lecherous ways, rivaling even Jiangli. His depravity was infamous, and he often discarded women who dared to resist him, claiming it was a reward for his subordinates. Many women had chosen to end their lives rather than endure his humiliation. Your name is Jianggan, is it? Ning Yechen, hearing these words, felt a chilling rage envelop him. No one dared to insult his wife and child. With a concealed hand, he clenched his fist, unseen by Luo Ruiying. In an instant, Jianggan, with a brazen grin, suddenly began to bleed profusely from his orifices. Huh. Jianggan's expression turned to shock as he touched the blood streaming from his nose and eyes, still unaware of what had transpired. He abruptly coughed up blood and collapsed lifelessly on the ground. Blood splattered onto Jiangli, who was seated in a wheelchair, causing him to scream in terror. What? What just happened? This scene startled everyone present. The Jiang family recoiled in fear, bewildered by the sudden demise of Jianggan. Luo Ruiying's expression hardened as she quickly placed Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's arms and stepped forward to investigate. Upon inspection, her face turned pale with shock. Jianggan's internal organs were utterly destroyed. His body had been severely twisted and crushed in an instant. Who could it be? Someone had silently taken action against Jianggan, without her sensing any spiritual energy fluctuations. She had not detected any movement from the assailant. Luo Ruiying scanned the crowd for any suspicious figures, but found none. My dear, what? What has happened? Ning Yechen inquired with a feigned expression of fear beside Luo Ruiying. One must act convincingly. Otherwise, if his wife grew suspicious, it could lead to trouble. He initially planned to crush all those who mocked him, but that would jeopardize the competition and potentially arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. He would have to save the remaining vengeance for another time. Someone has killed him, but I do not know who, Luo Ruiying said with a serious expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and concern. If the assailant aimed for Ning Yechen, she had no means to stop them. Fortunately, it seemed they were not targeting her. The Jiang family, still in shock, struggled to regain their composure. Jiang Zhen approached Chunro, whispering anxiously, Holy Envoy. Who could have done this? Chunro shook his head, equally astonished, as he too had sensed nothing unusual. Chunro turned his gaze toward Ning Yechen. Jianggan had suddenly died after uttering those words. Could it be? Impossible, it cannot be him. He exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, nor did he make any move. The true culprit lies elsewhere. Seeing that Chunro had not identified the assailant, Jiang Zhen asked with concern, Holy Envoy, should we postpone the competition today? No need. The assailant has shown no intent to strike again. They likely have departed. The competition shall proceed as planned. We must swiftly secure Southernly City to avoid further complications, Chunro stated resolutely. Jiang Zhen dared not oppose Chunro's decision. Though apprehensive, he could only continue with a planned course of action. The Jiang family quietly removed Jianggan's corpse. This unexpected interruption passed, yet the tension lingered in the air. Ning Yechen turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhen, articulating his intent. Jiang family head. This commercial competition has the Qi and Jiang families wagering their claim over 40% of the city streets, correct? May I suggest an amendment to the wager? What? Has the Qi family had a change of heart? Once the wager is signed, it is not open to renegotiation. Jiang Zhen mocked, assuming the Qi family wished to retract their commitment. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, his eyes narrowing as he replied, No, Jiang family head, you misunderstand. I mean quite the opposite. The wager should include the remaining 20% of street jurisdiction that your Jiang family possesses. What? You want my Jiang family to include all street jurisdiction in the wager? On what grounds? Jiang Zhen scoffed. You believe the Qi family can wager less than 40% against my Jiang family's 60%? That is preposterous. What if the Qi family also offers the formula for the healing spirit liquid as part of the wager? Ning Yechen suggested with a light smile. This statement immediately shifted Jiang Zhen's expression, causing him to hesitate. Recently, the Qi family had profited immensely from the healing spirit liquid, inciting envy from the Jiang family. The Jiang family had attempted to acquire a share, but failed to gather all the necessary ingredients to replicate the formula. Should they obtain that formula and seize control of Southernly City, the healing spirit liquid would render the Jiang family dominant. The price will be dictated by them. Yet, wagering the entirety of Jiang family's assets in Southernly City demanded caution. Holy Envoy, do you have confidence in defeating that woman? Jiang Zhen whispered to Chenro, leaning in closely. Chenro's gaze fixated on Luo Ruiying, a sly smile creeping across his face. Do not worry, I have a 99% certainty. Receiving Chenro's affirmative response, Jiang Zhen's expression brightened, and he immediately turned to agree to Ning Yechen's amendment to the wager. Very well, my Jiang family consents. I take the liberty of altering the wager on behalf of the Qi family. Will the Qi family accept? According to your words. Qi Rongchang exhibited no dissatisfaction regarding Ning Yechen's unilateral alteration to the wager, nor the inclusion of the precious formula as a stake. For the Qi family, they had no grounds for discontent. That formula was given to them by Ning Yechen, and the decision lay with him. Moreover, Luo Ruiying was willing to represent the Qi family in battle, for which they were already immensely grateful. We, the Qi family, also consent, Qi Rongchang declared sternly to Jiang Zhen. Under the witness of Han Guangji, the representative of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce stationed in the city of Nanli, the Qi and Jiang families pressed their handprints anew, amending their wager. This esteemed representative of the Treasure Chamber shall also serve as the witness and judge for the upcoming competition. Han Guangji carefully stored the contract of the wager and declared to both the Qi and Jiang families, in the name of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce, this competition shall be conducted with absolute fairness and impartiality. The contest shall not regard life or death, continuing until one party perishes or surrenders. If there are no further objections from either the Qi or Jiang families, we shall officially commence this competition. Chapter 58. She must hurry home to care for the child. As the seats around the arena filled with an increasing number of spectators, many curious onlookers gradually gathered around. News of the Qi and Jiang families altering their wager for the match had stirred the crowd's anticipation for the outcome. Both families had staked everything they possessed in Nanli City on this contest. On the arena, the remaining members of the Jiang and Qi families withdrew, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chenro standing resolutely on the stage. A barrier rose around the circular platform, enveloping it entirely. Battles among cultivators can be exceedingly perilous, especially when high-level practitioners are involved. Their strikes often reverberate with tremendous force, making collateral damage unavoidable. Such contests within the city necessitate utmost caution. Ning Yechen sat in the stands, cradling Luo Hongye as he observed quietly, with Qi Yuan seated beside him. At this moment, Qi Yuan gazed anxiously at Luo Ruiying on the stage, her hands clasped tightly in nervousness. Luo Hongye, nestled in her father's embrace, raised her small head to look up at Ning Yechen, her face etched with concern. Father, is mother going to fight the bad person again? Yes, but do not worry, my dear. Your mother is exceptionally formidable. Ning Yechen reassured her with a gentle smile, ruffling her hair. He was acutely aware of his wife's prowess. She had nearly severed an opponent at the pinnacle of the celestial god realm with a single strike, let alone this minor peak of the human realm. Even if an unforeseen circumstance were to arise, he could intervene discreetly without anyone noticing. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to suffer even the slightest injury. Seated beside Ning Yechen, Qi Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. She hoped for Luo Ruiying's victory, but was also deeply concerned about her safety. Should Luo Ruiying sustain any harm due to her, she would be consumed by remorse and would struggle to face Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye again in the future. On the arena, Chenro confidently spread her arms wide and smiled. Come, let me see what you are capable of. As her words faded, Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed, and her figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint golden silhouette in her wake. What? Chenro's celestial sword unsheathed at her waist. casting a brilliant golden light upon her face. Time seemed to slow dramatically. The mocking confidence on Chun Ro's face morphed into sheer terror as she slowly gaped in disbelief. How swift! Is she truly at the human realm? With a swift motion, the golden sword light sliced through Chun Ro's body, delivering a diagonal cut. Blood erupted forth in an instant. Luo Ruiying had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Chun Ro. She aimed to conclude the conflict swiftly and decisively. Chun Ro coughed up blood and immediately retreated, creating distance as she flung several heavenly thunder beads. The explosive power of the heavenly thunder beads was immense. Each one contained a considerable force of compressed thunder, crafted from celestial lightning and exceedingly precious. The unleashed thunder could obliterate a practitioner at the transformation realm with a single blow. Yet, she unleashed over a dozen of them at once. The ultimate weapon she had cherished for ages. To her astonishment, this wretched woman possessed such strength that she was compelled to unleash everything without reservation. The heavenly thunder beads surrounded Luo Ruiying in a dazzling circle. Heavenly thunder. Explode. Chun Ro raised her fingers, angrily issuing the command. The beads shimmered with lightning before erupting simultaneously. Luo Ruiying remained unfazed, her expression tranquil as she elegantly reversed her sword and drove it into the ground. Sword energy rippled outward, enveloping her in a translucent golden aura. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of the heavenly thunder beads were nothing short of astonishing. The entire arena was instantly shattered into ruin, and spectators nearest to the stage instinctively recoiled in terror. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the entire platform. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching the arena. Chun Ro clutched her bleeding chest, a sinister grin twisting her features. The power of the heavenly thunder beads would surely leave her half dead, if not worse. However, as the dust settled, Luo Ruiying stood before the crowd, sword in hand, her delicate and ethereal figure utterly unscathed. Not a single tear marred her celestial gown. How can this be? Chun Ro exclaimed in shock. How could she emerge unscathed from the very center of the heavenly thunder beads detonation? Below the arena, the members of the Qi family breathed a collective sigh of relief, smiles of reassurance spreading across their faces. Ning Yechen, throughout the spectacle, maintained a light-hearted smile. With Luo Ruiying nearly healed and armed with celestial techniques of unparalleled mastery, there was no way those mere beads could harm her. Moreover, her sword radiated with a golden brilliance, its movements graceful and fluid, a sight to behold. Had Chun Ro not worn a low-tier celestial armor from the outset, she would have been cleaved in two by a single strike. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Jiang family members darkened severely. The esteemed envoy of the Holy Lotus sect was at the pinnacle of the human realm. How could she be utterly powerless before that woman? What happened to the promised odds of victory? Jiang Li's expression was grim. Now crippled and unable to walk for the rest of his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of rage. He blamed all of this misfortune on Ning Yechen's family. It was their presence that had delayed him on the road, leading to his assassination in this dire situation. Thus, before the match, he had specifically instructed Chun Ro to humiliate Luo Ruiying publicly. Yet the outcome was an utterly unexpected rout. Chun Ro was no match for Luo Ruiying. This was a bitter pill for the Jiang family to swallow. At that moment, Chun Ro noticed the Luo Shun sword in Luo Ruiying's grasp, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. That was undoubtedly a celestial sword. It was no wonder she had effortlessly severed the Xian Yun celestial armor. Relying on her celestial armor and the heavenly thunder beads, Chun Ro had been brimming with confidence about her victory. Yet, she had not anticipated that her opponent wielded a weapon of such caliber. Chun Ro's already pale complexion became ghostly white from blood loss, her expression darkening further. "Envoy, what are you waiting for? Kill her now." Jiang Li roared at Chun Ro from the arena, his fury clouding his judgment. With his most precious possessions lost, he had lost all interest in Luo Ruiying. All he desired now was to see her dead. Moreover, this match was pivotal for the entire future of the Jiang family in Nali City. A single misstep was intolerable. Being chastised by a cripple, Chun Ro's expression hardened. Were it not for his meddling, she would not have to contend with Luo Ruiying today. Regardless, she could not afford to lose this match. With a fierce determination, Chun Ro retrieved a lotus seed from her robe and swallowed it, a ghastly smile spreading across her pale face. Ha ha ha! You have forced my hand. Chapter 59. A sword's instant kill. Upon consuming the lotus seed, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from Chun Ro, akin to a tempest. The aura of his spiritual power ascended dramatically, evidently marking his preliminary entry into the divine realm. The members of the Jiang family, seated nearby, could not conceal their delight. The holy envoy was serious now. Quickly, eliminate her, holy envoy. Jiang Zhen, filled with excitement, shouted impatiently, disregarding his status as the family head. He yearned for swift victory and to seize control of the entire Nanli city, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications. As the frenzied aura gradually subsided, Chun-Ro cast a malevolent gaze towards Luo Ruiying, a smug smile gracing his lips. You have done well to force me to this point, but this is where it ends. Even if you wish to surrender now, it is too late. Consuming the holy lotus seed to forcibly breach the divine realm temporarily incurs great harm to one's foundation. This implies that future breakthroughs into the divine realm may prove exceedingly difficult. This was his final trump card. The very reason he had confidently claimed a 99% chance of victory prior to the contest. However, he had not wished to resort to such extremes unless absolutely necessary. Since he had been driven to this point, he would not easily let Luo Ruiying escape. Yet, just as Chun-Ro finished speaking, a radiant golden light enveloped Luo Ruiying's eyes, and the ethereal figure of the Luo goddess appeared behind her. In a swift motion, she closed the distance to Chun-Ro, her cold gaze fixed upon him as her celestial sword struck out. The Luo goddess's figure mirrored her actions, unleashing a sword strike of its own. This time, Chun-Ro perceived Luo Ruiying's movements clearly, yet he gravely misjudged her strength. Shocked, he conjured a barrier of spiritual energy and raised his sword defensively, but the celestial sword effortlessly severed his weapon, the golden blade slicing through his neck. Even the arena's barrier was cleaved in twain by the radiant sword light. Chun-Ro stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. How could this be? He had been defeated. With such speed and sword power, was she truly at the pinnacle of the divine realm? He could not comprehend, and he would never have the chance to understand. As Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword with a melodious chime, Chun-Ro's head tumbled from his shoulders. An eerie silence fell over the arena. Chun-Ro was dead. The Jiang family had lost. That peak divine realm expert had been slain by this woman in but 2 strokes. Had he not forcibly breached the divine realm? How could he not withstand that one strike? The onlookers were left agape, their astonishment palpable. Many had believed the Jiang family to be assured of victory. Yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. After a brief moment of shock, the Qi family erupted in exuberant cheers. We won. The Qi family has triumphed. How splendid. Elder Qi, we have emerged victorious. As the Qi family rejoiced, others in the audience joined in congratulatory shouts and jubilant applause. This was the result that most had longed to see. Truly a fulfillment of popular expectation. Luo Ruiying gracefully descended from the arena, making her way toward Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. Ning Yechen, cradling Luo Hongye, approached her, intending to offer a well-deserved embrace. However, another figure swiftly leaped into Luo Ruiying's arms ahead of him. Sister Luo, thank you so much. You are incredible, Qi Yuan exclaimed, hugging Luo Ruiying tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. She had once again forcibly invoked the Luo goddess, her internal energy now depleted. Fortunately, having learned from her previous encounter with the ghostly husband, and given that Chun-Ro's strength was not overly formidable, she managed to avoid excessively exhausting her spiritual reserves this time. Darling, you've worked hard, Ning Yechen said with a light smile as he approached Luo Ruiying, still holding Luo Hongye. He then shot an annoyed glance at Qi Yuan, who had occupied his space, exclaiming, This girl truly has no sense of the atmosphere. Luo Ring beamed proudly, accepting Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen as a former empress of the celestial realm. If she could not handle a mere peak divine realm adversary, all her years of cultivation would have been in vain. Just as the family of three prepared to depart, an enraged voice rang out behind them. Wait, I do not acknowledge the results of this contest. Cheating. Jiang Zhen, almost hysterical, pointed accusingly at Luo Ruiying. He could not accept such conclusion. Luo Ruiying's victory meant that from this moment forth, the Jiang family would lose all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. Everything he had worked for would be in vain. What, does the Jiang family not know how to accept defeat? Planning to renege on their word? Qi Yuan looked towards Jiang Zhen, a triumphant smirk on her face. She had awaited this moment for too long. Finally, she would no longer have to endure the Jiang family's oppression. I will never recognize the outcome of this contest. Jiang Zhen glared furiously at Qi Yuan, his eyes filled with a ferocity akin to a beast, wishing he could devour her whole. The Jiang family members and their guards brandished their weapons and surrounded the Qi family, the atmosphere growing tense. At that moment, Han Guangji descended slowly from the air, positioning himself between the Qi and Jiang families, his gaze icy as he addressed Jiang Zhen's group. The Merchant Association's contest has concluded. Does the Jiang family wish to defy the regulations set by the Treasure Merchant Association? With a powerful aura radiating from him, Han Guangji's presence forced the Jiang family members to retreat in alarm. The contest, witnessed by the Treasure Merchant Association, was undeniably fair and just. The Jiang family's actions had already violated the rules of the Treasure Merchant Association. The Jiang family members were taken aback, their expressions filled with trepidation. They had never anticipated that Han Guangji possessed the strength of the divine realm. Moreover, the Treasure Merchant Association had influence spread across the world. A power far beyond what the mere Jiang family could provoke. The surrounding crowd had grown weary of the Jiang family's arrogant demeanor and, witnessing their defeat, they rallied behind the Qi family. The Jiang family had lost. Did they still intend to resort to violence? To go back on their word would tarnish the reputation of the Merchant Association. Leave now. The Jiang family instantly became the target of scorn, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, subjected to shouts of derision from all around. Fists clenched in anger, the Jiang family members huffed and turned away in defeat. With members of the Treasure Merchant Association present, along with the public's ire, they could not afford to act out. Just you wait. One day, I will make everyone here regret this. Jiang Zhen thought bitterly. Today was nothing short of a humiliation for the Jiang family. Qi Rongchang, seasoned and elated, could not resist calling after Jiang Zhen as he departed. Please prepare the street jurisdiction contract for the Qi family by tomorrow. Jiang family head. They left like frightened dogs. Chapter 60. She has come too. After everyone from the Jiang family had departed, Qi Rongchang turned to Luo Ruiying and solemnly bowed in gratitude, saying, I am deeply thankful for your assistance. Miss Luo, the Qi family shall forever remember this favor. Were it not for your intervention on our behalf, I fear the Qi family would no longer exist in Nanli City after today. The members of the Qi family were filled with boundless appreciation for Luo Ruiying. Old Qi, you are too kind, Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, displaying her modesty. Miss Luo, would you and young Master Ning consider visiting our humble abode? I have instructed my servants to prepare a feast to express our gratitude. Qi Rongchang invited with a warm smile. Given Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess and Ning Yechen's extraordinary talent, either quality was sufficient for the Qi family to seek a closer relationship. Establishing rapport with a powerful cultivator capable of slaying a peak heavenly realm expert with a single sword strike was undeniably prudent. Sister Luo, please come and visit us. It would allow the Qi family to express their gratitude. Qi Yuan chimed in eagerly. Faced with the Qi family's earnest invitation, Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Yechen, understanding one another without the need for words. She slowly shook her head, graciously declining, I appreciate your kindness, but my husband and I prefer a quieter life. Moreover, we have already prepared our meal at home, so we would not wish to impose on the Qi family. I trust you have much to attend to as well. They had chosen a life of seclusion in Nanli City, primarily to enjoy a tranquil existence. Their assistance to the Qi family was partly to reciprocate the generous offer of residence, but mainly stemmed from their aversion to the Jiang family, wishing to avoid further entanglements with the Qi family. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, Qi Rongchong and Qi Yuan could not help but show signs of disappointment. Yet they did not press further. With the Qi family's recent victory in the business competition, their fortunes in Nanli City had dramatically shifted, leaving them with numerous preparations to undertake. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen smiled at Qi Yuan and advised, "Miss Qi, if you have time tomorrow, please visit my home." Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying were intrigued and puzzled, uncertain about the reason for Ning Yechen's request. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, Brother Ning." Ning Yechen offered no further explanation as he turned, taking Luo Ruiying's hand, leading her away. As she felt his warm grip, Luo Ruiying paused, her heart inexplicably stirred. The sensation of being led by him was surprisingly pleasant. Regaining her composure, she reciprocated by holding Ning Yechen's hand. The three of them departed slowly under the watchful eyes of the crowd, who respectfully parted to clear a path. Many recognized Luo Ruiying as the breathtaking woman they had seen days prior. Now, having witnessed her true strength, no one dared to show her any disrespect. After all, she was capable of effortlessly dispatching a peak heavenly realm expert. The thought of crossing her was akin to courting death. Numerous servants were busily moving items in and out. It appeared as though the houses had all been sold. It was quite unusual for all the surrounding properties to be sold overnight in such a remote area. "Yechen, it seems we have new neighbors next door. I should take something over to greet them," Luo Ruiying remarked. Although the arrival of new neighbors might disrupt their previously peaceful existence, she still intended to adhere to the traditions of cordiality among neighbors. Ning Yechen was about to agree when he noticed the gate of the neighboring residence swing open, revealing a remarkably familiar figure. Dressed in simple attire, Yechen Shan emerged, appearing as an ordinary person as he prepared to carry items inside. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Yechen Shan's stern visage softened slightly into a smile, nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word, as though greeting a new neighbor. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was taken aback. What was happening? That person could only be Yechen Shan. There was no mistaking it. Despite his perfect concealment, Ning Yechen could still perceive the hidden strength within him. The man was quite courteous. "I shall fetch some fruit to greet him," Ning Yechen hastily decided. "No, you must not," Ning Yechen interjected urgently. "Why not?" Luo Ruiying inquired, puzzled by Ning Yechen's sudden agitation. "It is best if I handle this myself." Ning Yechen explained awkwardly. If Luo Ruiying were to encounter Yechen Shan, and he inadvertently revealed his identity, it would spell disaster. "Very well. I shall leave it to you," Luo Ruiying acquiesced, heading back to their home. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yechen swiftly appeared in Yechen Shan's residence, positioning himself before him. "Greetings, Master Demon Sovereign." Yechen Shan immediately ceased his tasks, placing a hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. Ning Yechen's expression turned stern, his brow furrowing in displeasure as he demanded, "What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from interrupting my life?" "I would not dare, Master. You must not appear before me again," Ning Yechen commanded firmly. However, unexpectedly, Yechen Shan did not comply. Instead, he replied, "Master Demon Sovereign, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply. We have been ordered to guard the side of the Master's wife and the little princess, ever ready to heed your commands and protect them. Please rest assured, we will disguise our identities and bring you no trouble." Yet as Yechen Shan raised his hand, Ning Yechen finally grasped the implications of his words. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by we? Are there others besides you?" "Yes. Besides myself, other leaders of various regiments, commanders, and the elite guards have been dispatched to disguise themselves and remain hidden throughout the city, awaiting your orders, Master Demon Sovereign." Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was left utterly astonished. "Who issued such orders?" "By your command, Master Demon Sovereign, it was the Left Guardian. Could it be she has come too?" Chapter 61. Are you three the new pets of the Lord of Demons? With Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying having departed, Meng Niu and his companions naturally took it upon themselves to guard the home. even in Ning Yechen's absence. They diligently cleaned every corner of the house. Once they had completed their task, the trio settled down on the steps of the courtyard, still holding cleaning tools like feather dusters and cloths. Bai Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired of Meng Niu and Kai Se beside her. Kai Se, arms crossed and legs casually crossed, replied nonchalantly. She had once witnessed Luo Ruiying discreetly utilizing her spiritual energy to wash clothes. The faint golden aura emanating an unusual pressure that made her feel somewhat apprehensive. In a life-and-death struggle, she lacked complete confidence in overcoming Luo Ruiying. This clearly indicated the formidable prowess of their mistress. Meng Niu, however, puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "If the Lord permits me to act, I could eliminate those individuals with a single slap. Foolish Niu, you should temper your bravado. If you reveal your identity and jeopardize the Lord's plans, He will not spare you. Do not forget, you were not held accountable for the snowball incident that struck the young lady's face. You should be grateful to have made it this far," Kai Se admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Niu. Sometimes, she genuinely feared that this foolish ox might inadvertently expose his true identity. If the Lord pursued the matter, both she and Bai Yuan could find themselves entangled in the consequences. Mention of Ning Yechen caused Meng Niu's earlier pride to dissipate, his head drooping like a wilting flower, displaying an uncharacteristic obedience. He recalled how he had been clumsy lately, inadvertently breaking things, and a shiver ran through him at the thought of the Lord's possible disdain. Why must he provoke the Lord? The very thought of Ning Yechen's terror made Kai Se feel a pang of sympathy for the Jiang family. The Lord's character assuredly meant he would not let them off lightly. It was likely that in a few days, the Jiang family would vanish from existence. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. A few days? That is far too long. If the Lord wished, he could eradicate the Jiang family this very moment. Yet, it seems he prefers not to be so direct. Kai Se Kuli. Ning Yechen, refraining from allowing them to eliminate the Jiang family directly, suggested one thing. He had yet to decide on their immediate demise, for otherwise, their obliteration would be but a matter of moments. Just as the trio engaged in their idle chatter, a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Someone's here?" The three of them exchanged startled glances, quickly rising to their feet and pretending to work, sweeping and dusting. At that moment, they were filled with curiosity. Why had they not heard any sound prior? Soon, the door creaked open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of icy elegance. Her graceful figure stepping lightly into the courtyard. Her enchanting eyes scanned the surroundings with keen interest as she murmured softly, "Is this the place where the Lord of Demons resides? After searching for over 100 years, I have finally found it." Meng Niu and the others regarded the newcomer with confusion, abruptly halting their actions. "Oh, so it's not the Lord," Meng Niu exclaimed, a note of displeasure in his voice. "Hey, who are you? Do you not know it is improper to enter someone else's home uninvited?" In recent days, aside from Qi Yuan, the only visitors have been few and far between. Upon encountering a stranger, Meng Niu's first instinct was to assume she had taken a wrong turn, intending to drive her away. Kai Se quickly intervened, eager to avoid any trouble. She approached Yu Qingyu politely, asking, "May I inquire whom you seek?" "The master and mistress are currently away. Not a home," Yu Qingyu murmured, disappointment flickering across her features. However, having waited over a century, she felt no urgency to wait a little longer. She stepped further into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, seemingly ignoring Meng Niu and his companions. This behavior caused Kai Se to furrow her brow slightly. Who exactly was this person? Was she not aware of her rudeness? Had it not been for her desire to avoid troubling the Lord, she would have already cast the intruder out. As Yu Qingyu prepared to enter the main hall, the trio could no longer contain themselves, positioning themselves before her and demanding, "Pray tell, who are you? Entering someone else's home without permission is rather disrespectful." Upon hearing their words, Yu Qingyu halted her steps, her calm gaze settling on Kai Se and her companions. What she said next astounded them. Heaven-swallowing divine python, chaotic demon bull, titan great ape. I did not expect the remnants of ancient beast bloodlines to still exist in the human realm. Though your powers seem rather feeble, have you only recently entered the realm of immortals? Kai Se and her companions widened their eyes in shock, disbelief washing over them. This woman had seen through their disguises at a glance. They were, after all, already in the realm of immortals, belonging to the pinnacle of cultivation within the human realm. Even Luo Ruiying had failed to discern their true identities, yet this unexpected visitor had penetrated their facade with ease. Though she emitted no trace of spiritual energy, it was evident she was no ordinary individual. The trio's expressions turned serious as they exchanged glances, unhesitatingly preparing to act. They had heard rumors of an ongoing pursuit against the mistress and young lady, and perhaps this woman was behind it. With the Lord absent, it was their duty to protect the home. They would subdue her first. As they lunged towards her, Yu Qingyo's demeanor remained unchanged. She simply uttered, "Lie down." In an instant, Kai Se and her companions felt a strange force seize control of their bodies, and they found themselves compelled to prostrate on the ground. Their bodies no longer obeyed their commands. This was not the oppressive force of spiritual energy forcing them down, for she exuded none. Instead, her words seemed to carry an inexplicable magic that commanded their obedience, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. This was only the second time they had encountered someone since meeting Ning Yechen who instilled such terror and helplessness within them. Yu Qingyu stood before them, gazing down with a slight frown, and disdainfully remarked, "So weak. Are you three the new pets of the Lord of Demons?" Lord of Demons. Pets. Kai Se lifted her head in bewilderment. Was the Lord of Demons she referred to truly the one they served? As three beings who could be considered powerful in the realm of immortals, they had been reduced to mere pets in this woman's eyes. However, given the Lord's might, perhaps her assessment was not entirely inaccurate. Chapter 62. My wife has been deceived. After parting ways with Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying entered the courtyard while cradling Luo Hongye. Upon noticing the wide-open gate, she felt a twinge of confusion, suspecting that Kai Se and the others had forgotten to close it. It was only upon stepping into the yard and catching sight of the enchanting and stunning figure of Yu Qingyu that she realized someone had arrived. Casting a glance at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruiying then turned her attention to the three individuals sprawled on the ground, inquiring with curiosity, "What has happened? Why are you lying on the ground?" We accidentally slipped and fell. Kaiseri Blaid Stipisli. Her gaze toward Yu Qingyu laden with an unprecedented wariness. If she wished to harm them, it could be accomplished in mere moments. The simultaneous tumble of the three seemed far too careless. Luo Ruiying did not dwell on it further, and shifted her gaze back to Yu Qingyu, asking, "Who is this young lady?" "She is the wife of the demon lord, the lady of the demon realm. Such a breathtaking beauty. She is indeed a perfect match for the demon lord. And the little darling in her arms must be the little princess of the demon realm. Absolutely stunning and adorable, just like the demon lord in his youth. I am utterly satisfied." Yu Qingyu's cold countenance could not suppress a slight smile, a flicker of joy breaking through her composed demeanor. In moments like these, one should remain graceful and composed, yet she found it impossible to do so. To Luo Ruiying's eyes, Yu Qingyu's smile appeared exceedingly suspicious. This woman had been scrutinizing both her and the cradled Luo Hongye from the very beginning, her fervent gaze betraying delight. Could it be that she is? Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed slightly, instantly heightening her vigilance. Unfazed, Yu Qingyu approached Luo Ruiying with a graceful, measured step, crossing her feet and lightly brushing her hand against her chest, bowing slightly in a most elegant greeting. "I have the honor of meeting the lady and the young princess." "Lady, young princess." Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongye, her expression filled with confusion as she stared at Yu Qingyu. Upon seeing Yu Qingyu, Ning Yechen's expression shifted dramatically. "She has truly come." He hastily stepped in front of Luo Ruiying and questioned, "You, how did you also arrive?" "Yechen, do you know this young lady?" "My dear, she was once a servant in my household. It has been quite some time since I last saw her." Ning Yechen, quick on his feet, deftly fabricated an explanation. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying remarked, scrutinizing Yu Qingyu once more. Although she had previously heard Ning Yechen speak of his noble lineage, she had not anticipated that even the servants would possess such beauty and grace. Initially, she thought Kai Se and her companions were already exceptional. Yet this young lady's allure and poise surpassed them all. Yu Qingyu exuded an air of noble elegance that was far removed from that of an ordinary maid. Yu Qingyu, astute as ever, quickly grasped why Ning Yechen sought to prevent her from speaking. It seemed this lady remained oblivious to the true identity of the demon lord. From Luo Ruiying, she sensed a faint trace of celestial energy. She hails from the celestial realm. No wonder the demon lord wished to conceal his identity. Though Yu Qingyu found herself puzzled as to why the demon lord would choose a woman from the celestial realm as his wife, she harbored no objections. As long as the demon lord was willing to marry and have children, it mattered not who he chose. She would wholeheartedly support him. Even if he were to wed a pig demon, she would not mind in the slightest. Understanding that Ning Yechen did not wish to reveal his identity, Yu Qingyu promptly aligned herself with his narrative, bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. I am Yu Qingyu, honored to meet the lady. I once served as the young master's personal maid, and at his command, I have come to assist you and the young miss. My command? Ning Yechen gasped. He had never issued such a command. Yu Qingyu intended to ensure her presence here. Is that so? Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen beside her, seeking clarification. Ning Yechen thought to himself, this is bad. If she continues along this line, it will become increasingly difficult to find an excuse to send her away. Yet at this moment, he could not deny it. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain to Luo Ruiying. With little time to hesitate, Ning Yechen reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yu Qingyu's words. Yes, my dear. It is so. However, I am not accustomed to being served. Upon learning that Yu Qingyu was summoned by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying relaxed her guard. Seizing the opportunity presented by Luo Ruiying's words, Ning Yechen quickly interjected. Since you are not accustomed to it, allow me to send her away. With that, Ning Yechen cast a glance toward Yu Qingyu, silently urging her to leave. Feigning ignorance to Ning Yechen's silent plea, Yu Qingyu's previously frosty visage transformed into one of sorrowful distress. Her finger delicately brushing away a tear from her eye as she lamented, After you left, I searched for you incessantly. I am truly delighted to see you again. Yet now, you wish to cast me away. I have wandered for so long, and if you do not want me, I have nowhere to go. Ning Yechen. What? Ning Yechen was taken aback. He never anticipated that Yu Qingyu would resort to such a pitiful act to remain. The supreme ruler of the demon realm, second only to none, was now displaying a woeful demeanor. Had he not known her true character, he might have almost believed it. This was simply too incongruous. You are not typically like this. Do not embellish your role unnecessarily. And in this manner, how could you appear as though you have been wandering for ages? My dear, you must not be deceived by her. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruiying, only to be further astounded. He beheld Luo Ruiying with tears forming in her eyes, gazing at Yu Qingyu with palpable sympathy. It is all right. We have spare rooms in the house. Since you have come, you may stay with us for the time being. Luo Ruiying stepped forward, gently taking Yu Qingyu's hand and speaking softly. How can we invite someone over only to heartlessly send them away? Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Yechen's first reaction was one of despair. My wife has been duped. Come, miss you. I shall take you to choose a room you like. Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu towards the inner chambers. Thank you, madam, Yu Qingyu replied with a bow, her gaze subtly darting toward Ning Yechen, her lips curling into a victorious smile. Ning Yechen. Chapter 63. Safety Overboard. From now on, this will be your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Luo Ruiying kindly advised as she guided Yu Qingyu through the courtyard, selecting a room. Thank you, madam. Yu Qingyu replied with a slight bow, her every gesture exuding grace and respect. This piqued Luo Ruiying's curiosity about Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of lineage could cultivate such an exceptional and courteous maid? Ning Yechen remained closely by Luo Ruiying's side, vigilantly wary of any peculiar actions or words from Yu Qingyu. With Yu Qingyu perpetually beside Luo Ruiying, he found himself deprived of the opportunity to converse with her privately. Furthermore, his attempts to communicate were entirely disregarded, as if she were certain he would not dare act against her in Luo Ruiying's presence. At that moment, Luo Hongye nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, looked up and softly spoke, "Mother, I am hungry." "My dear, please assist Hong Yan in preparing something to eat," Ning Yechen interjected, seizing the moment as he gently ushered Luo Ruiying out of the room. "Very well, you may converse." Luo Ruiying thought Ning Yechen wished to catch up with his attendant after a long separation, so she left with Luo Hongya. "I shall assist the madam." Yu Qingyu intended to follow, but Ning Yechen immediately halted her, saying, "Stay here. I have matters to discuss with you." Once assured that Luo Ruiying had departed, Ning Yechen promptly closed the door and, with a stern expression, questioned Yu Qingyu, "What brings you here?" "To serve the demon lord and the madam, as well as the young princess," Yu Qingyu replied. "I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You need not accompany me. I have no need for your service. Depart at once." Ning Yechen commanded with a stern face. With them around, how could he lead a simple, secluded life with his wife and child? Upon hearing his words, Yu Qingyu's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. She knelt on one knee, her hand resting on her chest, and looked up at Ning Yechen with gravity, declaring, "You will forever be my sole supreme one from the demon realm. Like on the day of our vow, I shall always follow you. Unless you personally end my life, we shall never part." Ning Yechen's gaze narrowed slightly as he raised his hand, causing the surrounding space to twist. Yet, Yu Qingyu stood steadfast, showing no intention of resistance. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed in resignation, conceding, "Rise." At times, he found their unwavering loyalty to be more burdensome than he wished. Despite having instructed them not to seek him for over a century, they continued to do so, making it impossible for him to consider retirement. He could never bring himself to harm such devoted subordinates. Yu Qingyu was well aware of this, fully cognizant that he would not take action against her. "Thank you, Demon Lord," Yu Qingyu said, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she stood, as if nothing had transpired. "Now, tell me, how many from the demon realm have you brought?" Ning Yechen inquired, taking a seat beside her with an indifferent expression, his demeanor reminiscent of his former status as the demon lord. With joy swelling in her heart at his authoritative presence, Yu Qingyu replied, "I have commanded all 13 demon gods to descend to the human realm. The 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions are also being mobilized and will arrive shortly. The commanders of each legion, along with your shadow guards and the Imperial Guard, have already reached the city. I have arranged for each of them to assume concealed identities throughout the city, ready to await your orders. They shall ensure the safety of the madam and the young princess." "Indeed, this is already quite intrusive to my life," Ning Yechen lamented, raking his hand through his hair in frustration. The arrival of all 13 demon gods, coupled with the 3 legions numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was hardly a protective presence. It felt more like an invasion of the human realm. Casting a glance at Yu Qingyu, he issued a curt command. "With the deployment you have orchestrated, we could easily flatten the entire human realm." Yu Qingyu hesitated, voicing her concern. "Demon Lord, might this arrangement lack sufficient security? It is already more than enough. You and I are more than capable of ensuring our safety," Ning Yechen replied, exasperated. With his presence alone, protection was unnecessary. Yet, Yu Qingyu had mobilized such a vast force. The mere presence of 13 demon gods, each at the level of an immortal emperor, alongside Yu Qingyu herself, was more than sufficient. Upon hearing his final remark, Yu Qingyu perceived it as a sign of his trust, smiling slightly and nodding in agreement. "I understand. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes, Demon Lord." Realizing he could not dislodge Yu Qingyu, Ning Yechen reluctantly allowed her to remain in his home. She was astute and serious, and her presence would likely not intrude upon his life. Moreover, he felt more at ease with her nearby to protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Her presence was incomparable to that of Meng Niu and her companions. "I have always been your personal attendant, Demon Lord," Yu Qingyu asserted with sincerity, countering Ning Yechen's earlier statement. Ning Yechen, weary of the debate, summoned Meng Niu and her companions, instructing them, "From now on, when I am not present, you will heed her commands." "Yes, my lord," they replied respectfully, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. They had already learned of Ning Yechen's identity and had witnessed Yu Qingyu's formidable strength, leaving no room for dissent. Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow as she regarded Meng Niu and her companions, then turned to Ning Yechen, asking, "Demon Lord, if you must keep pets, they should be more formidable. These three are far too weak to be of any use, not even comparable to the hellhounds at the entrance of your demon palace. Shall I procure a better selection from the demon realm for you?" At her words, Ning Yechen and her companions trembled in fear, their eyes glistening with tears as they looked pleadingly at Ning Yechen. If the Lord were to discard them, would they not face dire consequences? Despite their weaknesses, they could still contribute in some ways, could they not? They had learned to wash clothes, cook, clean, and chop wood. Ning Yechen regarded them with exasperation, noting their lack of any regal demeanor befitting his status. "Let them stay. I have grown fond of them." "Very well. It shall be as you say, Demon Lord." With Ning Yechen's assurance, Yuqingyu ceased to press the matter. "Thank you, my lord," Meng Niu and her companions exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Their lord had not cast them aside. They had once again secured their survival. Chapter 64. She has always been this way. On the other side, Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye in the hall, diligently feeding her spoonfuls of porridge, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing towards the inner courtyard. Ning Yechen and Yuqingyu had been conversing in the room for quite some time and had yet to emerge. An instinct whispered to her that the bond between Yuqingyu and Ning Yechen seemed to be beyond ordinary, yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. A persistent urge to sneak a look tugged at her, but she hesitated, thinking it improper. Had her prolonged stay in the mortal realm caused her to become so fanciful? Luo Ruiying gently stroked her cheek, contemplating. She had never been one to indulge in such idle thoughts before. Perhaps she was simply overthinking. "Mother," Luo Hongye called softly, her small feet swinging as she looked up at Luo Ruiying, mouth agape in anticipation of being fed. Luo Ruiying smiled fondly, casting aside her distractions, and continued to feed porridge to Luo Hongye. The little girl squinted her eyes in delight, kicking her feet joyfully and revealing a crescent moon-like smile. At that moment, Ning Yechen and Yuqingyu emerged from the inner courtyard. "Father," Luo Hongye called sweetly, as Ning Yechen grinned and took her from Luo Ruiying's arms, cradling her tenderly and gently stroking her petite back. Luo Ruiying merely smiled, reaching for a cloth to wipe Luo Hongye's mouth. Yuqingyu, witnessing this scene, felt her eyes welling up with tears of joy, a smile of contentment gracing her face. What a heartwarming and blissful moment. She had long awaited this sight, and at last she was able to witness it in her lifetime. At this point, she would have no regrets, even if death were to come. She wished to immortalize this moment, casting it across the demon realm for all to celebrate. Noticing Yuqingyu's quiet tears, Luo Ruiying, puzzled, asked, "Miss Yu, what troubles you?" "Madam, I am well, merely overwhelmed with emotion." "Overwhelmed?" Luo Ruiying inquired, bewildered. Indeed, witnessing the affection shared between the young master, you, and the young lady fills my heart with immense emotion. "Thank you, madam." As she spoke, Yuqingyu deeply bowed to Luo Ruiying. Without her, she would have never known when she might witness the moment the demon lord married and had children. Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yechen in confusion, seeking an explanation. Ning Yechen, equally perplexed, could only offer a gentle, "My dear, do not mind her. She has always been this way." Yuqingyu had been urging him to marry for decades. Perhaps, in her heart, she truly was quite moved. Yuqingyu slowly approached Ning Yechen, her typically cold eyes now shimmering with tenderness as they focused intently on Luo Hongye. What a lovely and enchanting little princess. Truly, she was the embodiment of the demon lord's splendid lineage. In the future, she would undoubtedly rival the greatness of her father. Suppressing her eagerness to hold Luo Hongye, Yuqingyu almost pleaded, "Young master, may I embrace the young lady?" Her eyes were filled with longing, reflecting her desire to hold the child. Ning Yechen found himself momentarily unable to refuse her request. If it was merely a hug, he thought, it posed no issue, so long as it did not frighten Hongye. "Do not worry, young master. If I scare the young lady, I will pay with my life," Yuqingyu replied nonchalantly, as if she were discussing something trivial. "That is unnecessary." Ning Yechen siket. Luo Ruiying stood nearby, equally bewildered. Was this Yuqingyu truly so serious that she would speak of death in such a context? Luo Hongye, nestled in Ning Yechen's embrace, looked at Yu with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Ning Yechen gently passed Luo Hongye to Yu, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. She is not a bad person." Initially resistant, Luo Hongye instinctively clung to Ning Yechen, for he and Luo Ruiying were the only ones she trusted enough to embrace. Even when Qi Yuan attempted to hold her, she would reflexively resist. However, under Ning Yechen's soothing words, though still fearful, she remained obedient, allowing Yu to gently cradle her. Yu held Luo Hongye with utmost care, her face alight with disbelief and joy. Her hands trembled slightly, her heart racing. She was holding the child of the Demon Lord, the princess of the Demon Realm. What an honor! She resolved then and there to never wash this outfit or these hands again. She looks just like the young master did as a child. Truly, she is my beloved little princess, Yu praised with a gentle smile directed at Luo Hongye. Ning Yechen shot her a disbelieving glance, quickly interjecting, "Wake up, that is mine." Should other demons see her in such a gentle demeanor, they would hardly believe it was their stern and unyielding demon lord. Yu seemed oblivious to Ning Yechen's words, her eyes still filled with delight as she carefully examined every inch of Luo Hongye. Without needing to weigh or measure, she had already estimated the child's weight and dimensions. Feeling scrutinized, Luo Hongye timidly asked, "Sister, are you here to play with me?" "Sister, is it? If only you could call me grandmother." She mused, though sister would suffice for now. Upon hearing the title, Yu Qingyo's expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly accepted it. "Please do not so carelessly alter the generational titles." Ning Yechen scolded Yu Qingyu in exasperation. Luo Ruiying, standing by, felt increasingly perplexed. Had she just heard that correctly? Grandmother. Did that mean Yu Qingyu wished to be seen as her and Ning Yechen's mother? Was this something a devoted attendant should say? "Yechen this?" Luo Ruiying sought an explanation from Ning Yechen, who was equally at a loss. "My dear, do not take offense. She has always been this way." It was hard not to take offense. Luo Ruiying thought to herself. Yu Qingyo's demeanor was becoming increasingly strange. "From now on, I shall remain by your side, young lady, attending to you and the madam," she declared, pledging her loyalty to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye in that moment. Chapter 65. Uncomfortable nightfall found Lu Ruiying seated on the edge of the bed, cradling Luo Hongye as she gently dried the child's damp hair. As soon as her hair was dry, Luo Hongye eagerly turned and burrowed into the covers. Aside from eating and playing, her favorite pastime was to snuggle up each night with Ning Yechen and Lu Ruiying. "Father, mother, good night," Luo Hongye peeped from beneath the blankets, her voice sweet and innocent. Ning Yechen and Lu Ruiying exchanged a smile before shedding their outer garments and joining her on the bed. In the cozy embrace of a shared quilt, the three nestled together, with Luo Hongye nestled between her parents. Not long after, lulled by Lu Ruiying's rhythmic caresses, Luo Hongye swiftly succumbed to slumber. Ning Yechen propped his head on one hand, gazing tenderly at Luo Hongye before shifting his gaze to Lu Ruiying. Noticing his lingering eyes, Lu Ruiying lifted her beautiful gaze, curiosity etched on her features. Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because my dear wife is remarkably beautiful," Ning Yechen exclaimed, his words sincere. This was indeed his heartfelt sentiment. Among all the women he had encountered, Lu Ruiying's beauty was unparalleled. With her hair elegantly pinned up and styled in a mature fashion, her exquisite countenance radiated a womanly charm, especially as she exuded a nurturing warmth while soothing Luo Hongye. Caught off guard by Ning Yechen's unexpected compliment, Lu Ruiying felt a light blush bloom on her cheeks. She shot him an annoyed glance before lowering her head. Averting her gaze, "What on earth are you saying?" Observing Lu Ruiying's bashful demeanor, Ning Yechen found himself even more enchanted. Despite already being a mother to a child over 2 years old, she still possessed the innocence of a youthful maiden, a quality he cherished deeply. Ning Yechen slowly leaned closer to Lu Ruiying, the space between them diminishing. However, their moments of intimacy were fleeting, often interrupted by the presence of their child. While their bond was gradually deepening, tangible progress remained elusive. As he leaned in further, preparing to bridge the gap, Lu Ruiying's sudden inquiry halted him in his tracks. By the way, Yechen, was that moon girl truly your former maid? A jolt of surprise coursed through Ning Yechen. Why does my wife ask this? Has she sensed something amiss? Why are you so close? I was concerned that the blankets might let in a draft, causing you to catch a chill, so I thought we might huddle closer for warmth. Ning Yechen replied with earnestness. Oh, is that so? Then why is your face so near mine? At that moment, the distance between them was merely a fist's width, uncomfortably close. Ning Yechen, feeling the weight of the situation, cleared his throat awkwardly and shifted away slightly. Regrettably, his attempt had faltered. Lu Ruiying observed Ning Yechen's disappointed expression and found it amusing. What could he possibly be disheartened about? She propped herself up slightly, adjusting the blankets to cover both Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen more snugly. With her cultivation, even the coldest weather held no sway over her. Thus it was only natural to ensure the warmth of her child and husband. My dear wife, you are truly wonderful. Ning Yechen beamed as Lu Ruiying personally tucked him in, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Such tenderness from my wife. Lu Ruiying retorted playfully. My dear, she indeed was my personal maid. However, I have not seen her since I left home to live in seclusion. His words were devoid of deceit. Yu Qingyu had indeed been his devoted attendant in the demon realm. Your personal maid? Lu Ruiying murmured, her beautiful eyes narrowing in contemplation. Ning Yechen's heart raced as he carefully monitored the changes in her expression. Surely, she isn't feeling jealous. Fortunately, the jealousy he feared did not manifest. Instead, Lu Ruiying's curiosity piqued. Yechen, your household seems to harbor remarkable attendants. I find myself curious about your lineage. If it were Meng Niu and the others, it would be one thing, but Yu Qingyu's grace and beauty are extraordinary. What kind of family could cultivate such a maid? I can't shake the feeling that she is no ordinary woman. Ning Yechen, sensing her intrigue, replied with a knowing smile. My dear, what is there to be curious about? True. Is your family still numerous? With a somewhat awkward smile, Ning Yechen replied, Indeed, there are a great many. Far too many to count. As the supreme being of the demon realm, the number of his subjects was indeed vast. Lu Ruiying's curiosity only deepened. How many people could possibly belong to his family? Wary of her relentless inquiries, Ning Yechen swiftly redirected the conversation. My dear, could you lift your head a moment? Lu Ruiying questioned, puzzled, yet she complied, raising her head slightly from the pillow. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yechen extended his arm beneath her head, smiling as he said, You may lie down now. Upon realizing his intentions, Lu Ruiying hesitated momentarily before resting her head on his arm. The instant she settled, Ning Yechen encircled her in his embrace, drawing her close against his chest, with Luo Hongye nestled securely between them. Feeling a rush of warmth, Lu Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, but she merely shot Ning Yechen an exasperated glance without pulling away. My dear, how does it feel? Ning Yechen inquired with a smile. A bit too firm. Not comfortable at all. Lu Ruiying pouted playfully, her tone feigning disdain. Is that so? Would you like me to change positions? Yet Lu Ruiying pressed down on his arm, closing her eyes softly, murmuring, No need, just like this is fine. Quite nice, actually. Chapter 66. She had never been needed like this before. The following morning, Luo Ruiying sat gracefully before the vanity, meticulously arranging her flowing hair, her elegant and alluring figure fully on display. My lady, allow me to assist you, Ning Yechen whispered close to her ear, his breath brushing against her cheek. Do you know how to style hair? Luo Ruiying asked, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, surprised by the question. If you must inquire, then you underestimate my capabilities. Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile, taking the hairpin and comb from her hands and skillfully tending to her tresses. Luo Ruiying sat silently before the mirror, allowing Ning Yechen to work on her hair. Though his technique was somewhat unrefined, it was surprisingly adept, and before long, he had elegantly styled her hair and secured it with a pin. Luo Ruiying gazed at her reflection, slightly taken aback by the result. Lo Hongye was eagerly bouncing at Ning Yechen's feet. Daddy, it's my turn now. It's time for QE. With a chuckle, Ning Yechen lifted Lo Hongye into his arms, seating her in his lap as he carefully fashioned two adorable buns atop her small head. Luo Ruiying watched, noting that although she had never seen such a style before, it looked quite charming. Just as the hairstyle was completed, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Young master, madam, breakfast is ready." "Thank you for your hard work," Luo Ruiying replied, cradling Lo Hongye as she opened the door. There stood Yuqingyu, poised and dignified at the threshold. Upon seeing the delightful hairstyle of Lo Hongye in Luo Ruiying's arms, Yuqingyu's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration, though she quickly suppressed her emotions. "That was close. I almost lost my composure. The little princess is simply too adorable. I wish I could hold her like the madam does." Upon entering the hall, Ning Yechen was taken aback to find the table laden with a variety of delicious dishes. "You can cook?" he asked incredulously, discreetly inquiring of Yuqingyu with a silent glance. "After the birth of the little princess, I spent 3 days learning to cook," she replied, leaving Ning Yechen even more astonished. Was it truly necessary to exert such effort? The notion of the president of the underworld personally learning to cook was utterly unfathomable. Luo Ruiying, too, was surprised as she sampled a few bites, her eyes lighting up at the delightful flavors. "This is genuinely delicious," she exclaimed, feeding a piece of tender fish to Lo Hongye, who chewed happily, her face beaming with joy. "It's an honor to receive praise from the young lady. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day," Yuqingyu said, her face glowing with pride at the compliment. She was the first, aside from the demon lord, to earn the little princess's approval. It was worth it. Meng Niu and the other two stood obediently behind Yuqingyu. In the past, Luo Ruiying had no qualms about allowing them to dine together, but with Yuqingyu present, they dared not. She had warned them that any deviation from their designated roles would result in their disappearance from this world, a threat as terrifying as that of the demon lord. Moreover, her standards were even stricter. Seeing Yuqingyu and Meng Niu standing rigidly, Luo Ruiying smiled and said, "Please, join us for a meal. We are merely your servants, madam, and are unworthy to sit with you," they replied. Luo Ruiying, surprised by Yuqingyu's steadfastness, chuckled. "It's quite all right here. There's plenty of food, and not partaking would be wasteful." "Madam, that is unacceptable. It is not aligned with our identities and duties." Yuqingyu firmly refused once again. Luo Ruiying felt a bit helpless against Yuqingyu's rigid mindset. Ning Yechen gently patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder, saying, "My lady, perhaps you should rephrase your request." He then turned to Yuqingyu and stated calmly, "You are all to sit down and eat. That is an order." "Yes, sir." At his command, Yuqingyu hesitated but nodded and took a seat. She truly wished to refuse, but the demon lord's orders were absolute and could not be defied. Such was the law of the underworld. Thus, she complied. Once Yuqingyu sat down, Meng Niu and the others carefully followed suit. Luo Ruiying felt a touch of exasperation. Did they all require an order to sit? Her words were ineffectual compared to a simple command. Just as they began to gather around the table, a loud knocking echoed from the courtyard. Ning Yechen instinctively knew it was Qi Yuan's arrival. Although he had instructed her to visit today, he did not expect her to come so early. Kaisei rose to open the door, and as anticipated, it was indeed Qi Yuan, who entered the hall with warmth and joy, greeting Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. "Hello, Sister Luo, Brother Ning," Qi Yuan exclaimed, her spirits high after the previous day's victory over the Jiang family. The Qi family had been bustling with activity to consolidate their control over the streets of Nanli City, and this flurry of activity had filled everyone with unbridled joy. "Little Yeye," Qi Yuan approached Lo Hongye, crouching down to affectionately pat the round, chubby cheeks of the little princess. "Qi sister." Lo Hongye está mered, momentarily speechless under the gentle onslaught of affection. From her position nearby, Yuqingyu watched in shock as Qi Yuan boldly squeezed the little princess's cheeks, her eyes widening with a cold glint. How dare she treat their little princess in such a manner? It was utterly unforgivable. "Lord Demon, who is this woman? May I eliminate her?" Yuqingyu's thoughts raced, her inner turmoil barely contained as she communicated with Ning Yechen telepathically, her icy gaze fixed on Qi Yuan. "Rest assured, I will not allow any trouble for you or the madam. I guarantee she will leave in peace." That is excessive. Just because Qi Yuan pinched Lo Hongye's cheeks does not warrant her elimination. Moreover, it was a display of affection stemming from her fondness for Lo Hongya, which made it even less justifiable to resort to violence against Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, sensing an icy aura directed at her, turned to meet Yu Qingyo's chilling gaze. In that moment, she noticed the presence of an unfamiliar woman. This sister was not lacking in beauty compared to Sister Luo, yet she appeared remarkably intimidating. Why did it seem as though she was glaring at her with hostility? Had she done something wrong? Chapter 67, I'm not quite sure about you. Hello. Qi Yuan cautiously greeted Yu Qingyu. Hello. Startled, Qi Yuan instinctively recoiled. Who exactly is this woman? She's truly terrifying. Under her gaze, it feels as if I have plunged into an icy abyss. Every inch of me chilled to the bone. Qi Yuan looked to Ning Yechen for help. Her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Miss Qi, this is my new attendant, and also my former personal maid, Yu Qingyu, Ning Yechen introduced simply. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's curiosity towards Yu Qingyu intensified. She had initially thought Yu Qingyu might be a guest of Luo Ruiying, or even a noblewoman, only to discover she was Ning Yechen's former maid. Having grown up in a wealthy family, Qi Yuan had encountered many distinguished nobles and believed she had seen countless exceptional attendants, yet she had never encountered one with such striking beauty and grace. Even if someone claimed Yu Qingyu was a princess from another realm, she would harbor no doubts. The fact that even Ning Yechen's attendants possess such allure is astonishing. Meng Niu and his companions were already quite remarkable, but Yu Qingyu left her utterly astounded. Yet, she could not fathom why Yu Qingyu harbored animosity towards her at their first meeting. Qi Yuan decided not to dwell on it further, avert her gaze, and turned to Ning Yechen, asking, by the way, Ning Yechen, did you summon me today for some particular reason? Indeed, Ning Yechen replied with a slight smile. Miss Qi, although the jurisdiction of the various streets in Nanli City has now been transferred to the Qi family, it seems that the Jiang family has not completely vanished from the scene. That is correct. Despite the Qi family gaining control over the streets of Nanli City, many merchant associations still choose to side with the Jiang family. They continue to operate under the Jiang family's name, and their business persists, Qi Yuan said indignantly. The mere mention of the Jiang family infuriated her. Although the Qi family had successfully taken over the street jurisdictions, significantly weakening the Jiang family's influence, a considerable number of merchant associations still opted to support the Jiang family. The contract for the street shops had not yet expired, and even without street jurisdiction, the Jiang family's shops could continue to operate normally. However, once the contracts expired, the Qi family could leverage the threat of forcing the shops to sever ties with the Jiang family if they wished to continue their operations. Even if they refused, the Qi family could use their jurisdiction to deny them renewal, leaving them no choice but to close their doors. Yet until that time arrived, the Qi family found themselves somewhat powerless against the Jiang family. They could only strive to win over or persuade those merchant associations still supporting the Jiang family to join them, though the results have been less than satisfactory. This had been the source of Qi Yuan's worries since yesterday. Ning Yechen, already aware of this situation, continued, I recall that the Jiang family's main business revolved around the sale of various medicinal elixirs. Indeed, over a decade ago, the Jiang family acquired a fourth-grade body refining liquid known as Fire Lotus Essence from an unknown source. This essence has proven immensely popular among countless practitioners for its ability to refine one's physique. The Jiang family swiftly rose to prominence because of this Fire Lotus Essence. Many merchant associations under the Jiang family's influence are engaged in selling it, Qi Yuan stated earnestly. Without the Fire Lotus Essence, the Jiang family would not have been able to rise so rapidly, overshadowing her own family. The lucrative profits from the Fire Lotus Essence had led numerous merchant associations to support the Jiang family. A fourth-grade refining liquid, you say? Ning Yechen muset. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Qi Yuan was puzzled. She did not quite understand why Ning Yechen had suddenly inquired about the Jiang family's business. Moments latte. Ning Yechen beckoned to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, pen and paper. Yes, young master. Without hesitation, Yu Qingyu promptly brought the requested items to Ning Yechen. Taking the pen and paper, Ning Yechen swiftly listed dozens of types of celestial herbs and medicinal plants. Qi Yuan was at a loss. Beside Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing leaned in curiously, her eyes widening with astonishment as she gazed at the items listed on the paper. This appears to be a formula for some kind of body refining liquid. Moreover, it is a recipe for a liquid I have never encountered before. Growing up in the realm of immortals and having perused countless medical texts, she was familiar with various elixirs and their formulas. Yet the recipe Ning Yechen presented was entirely new to her. As she attempted to mentally analyze the formula he had outlined, she suddenly realized that these celestial herbs and medicinal plants were perfectly suited to blend together, yielding remarkable effects in refining one's physique. This must be at least a 7th grade refining liquid. He is not merely scribbling aimlessly. Luo Ruing's eyes sparkled with shock. The formula Ning Yechen casually penned was indeed for a 7th grade refining liquid, and it had never been documented before. After completing the formula, Ning Yechen handed the paper to Qi Yuan, stating nonchalantly, "This is a formula for a body refining liquid named Lianxian pill. The finished product is a pill that dissolves in water to become a liquid for refining the body. As for its grade, it should be of 7th grade caliber, though I'm not entirely certain." 7th grade. 7th grade refining liquid? Qi Yuan took the paper, initially unable to discern its significance. But upon hearing Ning Yechen mention that she held a 7th grade body refining liquid formula, her hands trembled in shock. This is a formula for a 7th grade refining liquid. The value of this single formula could nearly secure the entirety of Nanli City, and Ning Yechen casually handed it to her. Moreover, he simply wrote it down on a piece of paper. Seeing Qi Yuan's astonished expression, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but find it amusing. Just an ignorant insect. This 7th grade refining liquid is merely the simplest formula that the Master of Demons could conceive. Should the Master of Demons wish, even a formula above the 10th grade would be easily attainable. The materials required for the Lianxian pill are not overly difficult to procure. I believe, given the Qi family's resources, assembling these materials for mass production should pose no issue. Even if the quality of the produced elixirs is subpar, they should still yield effects surpassing 5th grade. Ning Yechen continued, advising her calmly. Holding the formula, Qi Yuan blinked in astonishment, her eyes gradually brightening. She immediately grasped Ning Yechen's intent. Ning Yechen aims for the Qi family to utilize this 7th grade refining liquid formula to completely suppress the Jiang family in business. Chapter 68. Is it your intention, Brother Ning, to have the Qi family concoct the immortal refining pill to suppress the business of the Jiang family? Qi Yuan gazed at Ning Yechen in astonishment. Indeed, Ning Yechen replied with a subtle nod. Qi Yuan, as the daughter of a merchant family, was astute and quickly grasped his meaning. Do not hastily refine and sell the pills until your Qi family has acquired a sufficient quantity of materials, lest it raises the suspicions of the Jiang family. Once adequately prepared, you may begin the refining process. Moreover, do not sell the finished immortal refining pills through auction. They should be sold at a low price. Do you comprehend my reasoning, Miss Qi? Ning Yechen's concern was clear. He feared that selling through auction would result in exorbitant prices, rendering the pills unaffordable for the majority of cultivators. In such a scenario, even if the Qi family successfully launched the immortal refining pill and boosted revenue, it would not effectively suppress the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid. Qi Yuan felt a mixture of admiration and shock for Ning Yechen. He was willing to offer a 7th grade body refining liquid at a low price merely to undermine the Jiang family's business. It was evident which option cultivators would choose, the exorbitantly priced 4th grade liquid or the reasonably priced 7th grade liquid. Consequently, the Jiang family's business would undoubtedly suffer greatly, making it increasingly difficult to sell their accumulated fire lotus liquid. Ning Yechen nodded approvingly. Qi Yuan had articulated essentially what he had been contemplating. However, there remained an element she had not fully expressed. Once the Jiang family's business plummeted, the various merchant associations under them would naturally gravitate towards the Qi family. Even if they chose not to ally with the Qi family, their operations would falter. At that juncture, the Qi family could forcibly acquire those merchant associations and shops at exceedingly low prices. Once the Qi family began selling the Immortal Refining Pill, numerous associations would likely seek collaboration with them. At that point, the Qi family should refrain from hastily agreeing. Instead, they should wait until the associations became impatient and raise their profit-sharing offers before conceding. The Qi family should also aim to acquire the Jiang family's shops at minimized prices. Ning Yechen elaborated further. To obliterate the Jiang family, he required no effort. In the blink of an eye, he could render them non-existent. His reluctance to act until now was not due to mercy, but rather a strategic choice to strike when the Jiang family had lost everything. Qi Yuan was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that Ning Yechen had meticulously planned every step for the Qi family. Had he begun plotting against the Jiang family from the moment they encountered Jiangli? He had even exerted himself to assist her family. Though Qi Yuan understood that Ning Yechen's assistance stemmed from his desire to combat the Jiang family, her heart brimmed with gratitude. Beside them, Luo Ruiying was equally astonished by Ning Yechen's approach to dealing with the Jiang family. "Yechen, how did you acquire the formula for the Immortal Refining Pill?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. It was astonishing that an ordinary mortal could pen a formula for a 7th-grade body refining liquid that she had never encountered before. Ning Yechen, prepared for her inquiry, smiled as he produced a notebook from his robe and handed it to her. "My dear, I chanced upon this manual in the mountains. The formula for the body refining liquid is transcribed from it." Luo Ruiying accepted the notebook, flipping through its pages, only to find herself captivated by the notes recorded within. Each page contained distinct recipes for various elixirs. While many appeared peculiar, they also seemed refreshingly innovative. The combinations of numerous celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, though seemingly illogical, hinted at extraordinary effects. Evidently, a master had been experimenting with a multitude of novel alchemical recipes. Among them were many high-grade elixirs, including the 7th-grade Immortal Refining Pill. Even the formula for the vitality-nourishing liquid was documented. This revelation elucidated how Ning Yechen could effortlessly produce the formula for the vitality-nourishing liquid. Luo Ruiying reassured, no longer harbored doubts about Ning Yechen. How could an ordinary mortal possibly develop so many groundbreaking recipes? It turned out he had stumbled upon this notebook. Yet, as she contemplated this, a wave of concern swept over her. The value of this notebook was extraordinary. It contained numerous innovative and more easily concocted elixirs. Surely it belonged to the esteemed individual who had rescued her in the forest. He must be quite anxious now. If given the chance to meet again, she would return it to him. "Yechen, this notebook you found likely belongs to a master. Its value is immense, and it is exceedingly precious. Allow me to safeguard it for now, and I will return it when the opportunity arises," Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechen. Fortunately, the notebook was undamaged, so returning it to its rightful owner should pose no issue. Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. "Very well, as you wish, my dear." To him, the notebook was merely a draft of his notes, of little significance. However, it served perfectly to dispel his wife's suspicions. Turning to Qi Yuan, he instructed, "Indeed, yes, Brother Ning." Qi Yuan beamed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the downfall of the Jiang family. After placing the formula within her robe, Qi Yuan felt it prudent to hide it in various places on her person. Yet, regardless of where she concealed it, she felt it was insufficiently secure. This was not merely a piece of paper. It was the formula for a 7th-grade body refining liquid, worth a fortune. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to hold the formula tightly in her hand, concealing it within her clothing. "Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan carefully exited the courtyard. Once outside, her eyes darted anxiously in every direction, suspicious of everyone around her, as if they all harbored ulterior motives. This behavior only served to raise a further suspicion. It felt as though she was terrified of others, discovering she carried something precious. "Qingyu, discreetly send someone to protect her," Ning Yechen communicated to Yu Qingyu with concern. "Ugh. Fine," Yu Qingyu replied, visibly displeased before acquiescing. It was evident that she harbored a genuine desire to eliminate Qi Yuan. Once Qi Yuan departed, Luo Ruing turned to Ning Yechen, perplexed. Yechen, why do you wish to bring down the Jiang family? Since the alteration of the wager in the last merchant competition, it has seemed as though you have been intentionally targeting them. Because they insulted my wife, Ning Yechen's words caused Luo Ruing's heart to tremble slightly. So, it was for her sake that he sought to confront the Jiang family. Chapter 69, A Clever Scheme. Days later, the city of Nanli was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, as the gentle descent of thick snow blanketed the landscape once more. After a few days of respite, the skies began to release an abundance of snowflakes once again. The atmosphere within Nanli was one of tranquility and peace, yet the streets buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness. Families busily prepared for the upcoming new year, adorning their windows with intricate paper cuttings. Vibrant red lanterns hung high, illuminating the alleyways and thoroughfares. Stalls and shops, brimming with festive goods, lined the streets, infusing the entire city with an exuberant spirit. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, the residence of the Jiang family was shrouded in a pall of gloom, steeped in an oppressive silence. Recently, the Qi family had begun a fervent acquisition of various celestial herbs and elixirs, offering exorbitant prices for these commodities. Among the purchased items were many herbs of little to no value, yet numerous cultivators and merchants hastily sold their wares to the Qi family for a handsome profit. Jiang Zhen, with his astute commercial instincts, sensed something unusual in the Qi family's aggressive procurement of these herbs. He spent sleepless nights collaborating with numerous alchemists to decipher the purpose behind the Qi family's acquisitions, yet they could not uncover the nature of the new elixir being developed. It was no surprise that the Jiang family struggled to understand the Qi family's intentions. The formula for the immortal elixir provided to the Qi family by Ning Yechen was a product of his own ingenuity, one that had never been documented. Qi Rongchang, astutely aware of the Jiang family's scrutiny, had mixed a number of herbs that were not part of the formula into the acquisition, ensuring that the Jiang family could never deduce its purpose, no matter their efforts. Within the Jiang residence, Jiang Zhen sat in the grand hall, brow furrowed and hand pressed to his forehead, exhaustion etched across his face. With the presence of the Treasure Merchants Guild as witnesses, he felt compelled to relinquish control over the city's streets to the Qi family. Once they gained this authority, they began ruthlessly suppressing Jiang Zhen's business interests, with many of his associates defecting to the Qi family. In a desperate bid to counter the Qi family's pressure, he found himself overwhelmed with work in recent days. Apart from a few managers and his brother Jiang Ming, the rest of his family proved utterly ineffectual. His son, Jiang Li, had long been a frivolous character, lacking any business acumen. Now, rendered incapacitated, he spent his days sulking at home, lashing out in anger and destruction, devoid of any ambition. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Li was his only son, Jiang Zhen would have gladly cast him out of the family. The mysterious assailant who had slain Jiang Gan was still at large, and the Jiang family remained oblivious to the extent of their entanglement with such a dangerous individual. The specter of Chun Ro's death loomed heavily, instilling fear within Jiang Zhen and the entire Jiang family, as they dreaded becoming the next victims. This relentless psychological torment left them utterly drained, with one problem swiftly replaced by another, driving Jiang Zhen to the brink of despair. At that moment, Jiang Ming entered the hall, greeting Jiang Zhen while continuing his pursuit of the identity of his son's murderer. Upon seeing his brother, Jiang Zhen's expression brightened with hope as he inquired, "You're here. What news? Have you deciphered the Qi family's formula?" Jiang Ming shook his head slowly, expressing deep regret. Regrettably, no. The variety of celestial herbs acquired by the Qi family is extensive and peculiar. I have consulted with more than a dozen alchemists, yet we remain unable to ascertain the nature of their elixir. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhen slumped into his chair, rubbing his temples in frustration. "Then why have you come to see me?" "The Qi family has sent emissaries again, offering to purchase our celestial herbs at 10 times the market price." Jiang Ming stepped forward, producing a list of the Qi family's desired herbs from his robes and presenting it to Jiang Zhen. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Zhen snatched the list and tore it to shreds, yelling in anger, "Tell the Qi family to leave. Even if we must let our herbs rot in the warehouse, we will never sell to them." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming gently urged, "Brother, perhaps we should consider raising the price slightly and selling the herbs to the Qi family? Are you suggesting I sell our herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Zhen glared at Jiang Ming, incredulous. Jiang Ming nodded gravely, stating, "Brother, you know we are in debt. Our family's main business relies on the high-price sale of fire lotus liquid. With the Qi family controlling the commerce of Nanli, we can no longer afford to drive down the cost of the materials we need. The production costs for the fire lotus liquid have surged, and our sales channels have diminished significantly. Recently, we placed large orders for materials from various sources, agreeing to repay our debts in installments. Each month, we must also pay a substantial tribute of spirit stones to the Holy Lotus sect. Though the Jiang family appeared affluent, their financial flow was burdensome, leaving little capital on hand. Faced with the Qi family suppression, next month's funds would fall short of covering previous debts. Failure to settle debts on time would tarnish their credibility, making future collaborations with other merchants exceedingly difficult. Jiang Zhen understood this all too well, exacerbating his headache. He had initially believed that the merchant competition would favor the Jiang family, prompting him to stockpile a significant amount of fire lotus liquid materials on credit. He thought that winning the merchant competition would secure the Jiang family's dominance over Nanli's commerce, allowing them to swiftly address their financial shortfalls. Little did he anticipate their defeat, leading to their current predicament. Sighing, he turned to Jiang Ming and asked, "What are your plans? Since you suggest selling those herbs, I assume you have strategy?" Jiang Ming smiled slightly, sharing his perspective. "Brother, I have a plan. The herbs acquired by the Qi family are likely intended for the production of a healing essence. This essence does not belong to the category of body-refining liquids and will not adversely affect our business. We can take this opportunity to raise the price and sell the herbs to the Qi family, while simultaneously ramping up the production of fire lotus liquid. By then, selling this batch at a premium will sufficiently cover our financial gap. The city of Nanli will remain under the Jiang family's command." Chapter 70. A calamity has befallen us. Jiang Zhen wore a contemplative expression, carefully pondering his thoughts, and deemed the course of action viable. Indeed, he could consent to selling those medicinal herbs to the Qi family. However, he insisted on a slight increase in price and demanded that the Qi family supply the ingredients for the fire lotus elixir to the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen advised Jiang Ming, asserting that once a substantial quantity of fire lotus elixir was sold, the Jiang family would weather this storm and soon rise again. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding, preparing to turn away to attend to matters when Jiang Zhen called out from behind. "The Holy Lotus sect has reported that their leader intends to visit us personally. They should arrive in a few days." A sinister smile crept across Jiang Ming's lips. Even if the Jiang family found themselves in a dire situation, they still had the backing of the Holy Lotus sect. Once the sect leader arrived, the tides would surely turn. At that time, he would also uncover the murderer of his son, Jiang Gan, likely connected to the Qi family or that woman named Luo Ruiying. Good. Excellent. Upon hearing of the sect leader's impending visit, Jiang Zhen's gloom dissipated, and he excitedly rose, applauding repeatedly. After losing to the Qi family in the trade fair, and with Chun Ro's death, he had immediately sent word to the Holy Lotus sect. This humiliation would be avenged. He would ensure that all those who mocked and betrayed the Jiang family would regret their actions. For now, he would allow the Qi family their fleeting triumph. Once the sect leader arrived, the Qi family would soon vanish from existence. Neither the Qi family nor that Luo Ruiying would escape his grasp. After the Qi family acquired a significant amount of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family, in turn, procured a considerable quantity of ingredients for the fire lotus elixir, hiring numerous alchemists to commence large-scale production. On this day, the Jiang family stocked a multitude of fire lotus elixirs in their various shops and raised the prices once again. This move instantly incited a wave of discontent among cultivators. Seriously? Didn't they just raise prices a few months ago? Why again? Indeed, and this time it's such a steep increase. A bottle of 4th-grade body refining liquid now costs 50,000 spirit stones. Are they mad? That fire lotus elixir is of such poor quality, hastily crafted, yet they dare sell it at such a price. Refund. It seems the Jiang family plans to pocket some cash and flee. Numerous cultivators gathered outside the Jiang family's shops to voice their grievances. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Jun, far from being perturbed, displayed an audacious smile, leisurely sipping tea with Jiang Ming. After taking a sip, he nonchalantly instructed his subordinates, "Pay no heed to those people. Let them shout if they wish." "Understood." His subordinate bowed and promptly departed. Jiang Jun's ease stemmed from the knowledge that such incidents had occurred many times before. It was merely a matter of allowing those individuals to vent their frustrations. Eventually, they would still spend their money on the elixirs. In all of Nanli City, only the Jiang family offered the highest grade of body refining liquid, leaving no concern for unsold inventory. At that moment, a servant rushed into the hall, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, "No, no. It's bad. Master, it's terrible. What is the urgency? Why the panic?" Jiang Jun, seeing the servant stumble before him, was incensed and slammed the table, rising in anger. "I am guilty, but indeed, a grave matter has occurred." The servant stammered. Both Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming furrowed their brows, demanding, "Speak quickly, what happened?" "The Qi family has suddenly begun selling a body refining pill called the Immortal Refining Pill." The servant blurted. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces filled with disbelief. "What? You mean the Qi family is now selling body refining pills?" Yes. It is said to be a 7th grade body refining pill." The servant replied. Seventh grade?" Jiang Jun, in shock, approached the servant, seizing his collar and demanding, "This better not be a lie. That is a 7th grade pill, not some roadside trinket. The rarity and value of a 7th grade pill are extraordinary. A treasure one might not easily encounter. To suddenly learn that the Qi family had produced a 7th grade pill, particularly in the realm of body refining, was unfathomable." "It is true, master. I would not dare speak falsely," the servant lamented. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Jun felt as though his very soul had fled. He staggered back several steps and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ming rushed to assist him, reassuring, "Elder brother, do not fret. 7th grade pills are not so easily concocted. The Qi family cannot possibly produce them in large quantities. Even if they do, the price will undoubtedly be high, and not everyone can afford them. The Qi family's 7th grade body refining pills may not affect our sales of Fire Lotus elixirs." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, another servant rushed in, falling to his knees in panic. "Master, it's terrible. Many cultivators are demanding refunds for the Fire Lotus elixirs they purchased. The Qi family has introduced 7th grade body refining pills at prices equal to ours. Everyone is flocking to the Qi family. Furthermore, the Qi family has persuaded many cultivators who had promised to guard our shops to switch allegiance to them. Now, numerous cultivators are causing a ruckus in our shops. What should we do, master?" Even Jiang Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could hardly believe that the Qi family would sell their 7th grade body refining pills at such a low price and could produce them in bulk. With the 7th grade body refining pill priced so reasonably, the comparison rendered the Jiang family's Fire Lotus elixirs utterly incomparable. It would not be long before the market for body refining elixirs was completely monopolized by the Qi family, while the Fire Lotus elixirs, crafted with considerable resources, would go unsold. Other purchasers would certainly demand refunds. It was over. It was all over. Jiang Ming sank to the ground as well. At that moment, both Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming finally comprehended. The vast quantities of medicinal herbs the Qi family had acquired were not intended for crafting the healing elixirs, but rather for producing the 7th grade immortal refining pills. They had been duped. If the Jiang family had retained even a glimmer of hope after the trade fair, that last breath had now been snuffed out by their own hands. They had sold vast amounts of medicinal herbs to the Qi family, but they could not fathom where the Qi family had obtained the recipe. Chapter 71. All gifts for the little princess in the capital city of Nanli. The annual New Year festival has arrived. At the onset of each new year, the city hosts a grand celebration to welcome the spring season. This festival not only serves to commemorate the arrival of the new year, but also to pray for favorable weather and the safety of families in the coming year. The New Year festival is characterized by lively streets filled with various stalls, bustling crowds, and the spirited calls of vendors. The drifting snowflakes in the sky do little to dampen the enthusiasm of the people. Rather, they add a unique charm to the experience of strolling through the snowy landscape. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying hold the hand of Luo Hongya as they walk leisurely down the street, while Kai Se and the others follow closely behind with Yuqinyu. It is a rare occasion for the New Year festival, and it is only fitting to bring the child to join in the festivities. Dressed in a New Year sweater hand-knitted by Luo Ruiying and wrapped in a small cotton jacket, Luo Hongya appears particularly adorable and round. Her tender little hands are held by both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and her tiny feet joyfully bounce in the snow. Her bright, sparkling eyes frequently dart around with curiosity, pointing at various objects and asking innocent questions. "Oh look, there's a toy stall," she exclaims, pointing at a rattle drum on display. "Daddy, Mommy, what is that?" "That, my dear, is a rattle drum. If you like it, Daddy will buy you one," Ning Yechen replies with a smile, noticing her curiosity. As he approaches the stall to purchase a rattle drum, he is suddenly taken aback when the stall owner lifts his head. Despite his attempts at disguise, the owner's robust physique and wild countenance are unmistakable. Ning Yechen recognizes him immediately. The sixth commander of the Demon Realm's 6th Legion, the Mad Prisoner. "What are you doing here?" Ning Yechen exclaims in disbelief. "And running a toy stall? That doesn't suit you at all. You are a demon lord." The Mad Prisoner, upon seeing Ning Yechen, beams with a sunlit smile, his wild features softening as he greets him with a twinkle in his eye. "What can I get for you?" "Esteemed guest?" Ning Yechen stands there, dumbfounded, as he grapples with the absurdity of his subordinate, the 6th Demon Lord, selling toys in the human realm. Could this be the identity that Yuqinyu mentioned, a disguise to infiltrate the city? Couldn't they have chosen a more appropriate persona? Meanwhile, Yuqinyu maintains her poised demeanor, appearing as if nothing concerns her. "Uncle, I want that." Luo Hongya, on her tiptoes, points at the rattle drum in the Mad Prisoner's hand, her voice sweet and innocent. "Oh, what a delightful little princess," the Mad Prisoner exclaims. "This rattle drum is a souvenir, and it's yours for free." The moment he lays eyes on Luo Hongya, his heart melts, and he gently hands her the rattle drum with utmost care, afraid of startling her. Winning the favor of the little princess is the greatest honor he could ever achieve. "And this," he continues, "this windmill is also for the lovely little princess. And this, all for you." The Mad Prisoner, overwhelmed with joy, offers her a plethora of toys. For him, it is a heartfelt wish that she be happy, and he would gladly give away everything to see her smile. However, Luo Hongya struggles to hold all the toys, her hands overflowing. All right, let us go explore elsewhere," Ning Yechen interjects, concerned that the Mad Prisoner might overwhelm her with even more gifts. "Thank you, Uncle." Luo Hongya beams, her gratitude filling the air. "Oh my, the little princess is truly adorable." The Mad Prisoner marvels, his heart swelling with pride at her appreciation. This moment would be his greatest glory since becoming a demon lord. He waves farewell to the departing Luo Hongya with a tender smile. Shortly after, another group of parents and children approach the stall. "I just heard that the toys here are free. Is that true?" One parent inquires. "What? Who said they were free? I'm not running a charity. 200 taels each. Take it or leave it." The Mad Prisoner's demeanor shifts dramatically, now fierce and intimidating. If it weren't for the little princess and his need to disguise his identity, he wouldn't bother with these insignificant creatures. The family recoils in fear, nearly stumbling as the children begin to cry. The contrast in his attitude is strikingly different from moments ago, leaving the onlookers astounded. Even if the toys weren't free, 200 taels is exorbitant. This is clearly a case of price gouging. Witnessing this, the other potential customers scatter, frightened away from the stall. Meanwhile, after leaving the Mad Prisoner's stall, Luo Ruiying turns to Ning Yechen with a puzzled expression. "Yechen, did you find the stall owner a bit strange?" "Strange? What do you mean?" Ning Yechen attempts to downplay his own unease. In truth, he shares her sentiment. Luo Ruiying contemplates, noting that the stall owner's physique suggests he has undergone rigorous training. It is indeed peculiar for a cultivator to be selling toys at a marketplace. Moreover, she cannot discern his cultivation level, which likely surpasses her own. The human realm is indeed filled with hidden talents. Even a mere toy vendor possesses such formidable strength. Luo Ruiying attributes the Mad Prisoner's peculiar behavior to personal interests, perhaps seeking to experience the joys of mortal life, just as they do by wandering the lively streets. Yet, there is one aspect that raises her suspicion: his excessive enthusiasm towards Luo Hongye. His eagerness makes her wary. She can't help but wonder if he might be the kind of rogue cultivator who abducts children. Regardless, it is wise to remain cautious. Soon, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafts through the air, igniting Luo Hongye's appetite. Following the scent, she notices a barbecue stall bustling with people. A lively scene that captivates her attention. Her eyes widen with delight, and her mouth slightly agape. She can barely contain her drool. Ning Yechen, recognizing the signs, knows that the little one is eager for a treat. Chapter 72. 2 grilled sausages, not spicy. Hey, would you like to eat? Ning Yechen bent down, his gaze warm as he smiled at Luo Hongye. Yes, I want some. Luo Hongye's bright, innocent eyes sparkled as she nodded earnestly. However, my dear, you've been indulging in snacks a bit too much lately. Luo Ruiying interjected, her tone devoid of the usual affection. Although Luo Hongye was destined to inherit her celestial lineage, her tender age and frail constitution made her mother worry about her health. Mother. Upon sensing her mother's disapproval, Luo Hongye's eyes widened, filled with a plea as she looked up at Luo Ruiying. In that instant, Luo Ruiying's heart softened. Darling, if the child desires it, let her have it. She will eat fewer snacks in the future, right, Hongye? Ning Yechen assuredly pulled Luo Hongye closer, and she nodded obediently. Yes, I won't eat so many snacks anymore. Luo Ruiying cast a resigned glance at Ning Yechen. You spoil her too much. Isn't that what children are for? Ning Yechen replied with a grin. Unable to withstand his charm, Luo Ruiying relented. Very well, but this is the last time. Yes, Luo Hongye exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Together, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying guided Luo Hongye towards the barbecue stall where they joined the queue. Behind them, Yu Qingyu held a pen and paper, diligently noting everything that piqued Luo Hongye's curiosity. Meng Miao and his companions had transformed into a mobile shopping basket, laden with various items of all sizes. When it was their turn, Ning Yechen looked up and was struck dumb. There stood Yi Tianshun, clad in an apron, skillfully grilling an array of barbecue delights. Would you like a skewer, esteemed guest? Yi Tianshun lifted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his otherwise stern face. What on earth are you doing? Ning Yechen couldn't contain his curiosity and telepathically inquired. Reporting to you, esteemed demon lord, I am fulfilling my duties. Your duty is to sell barbecues? Indeed, demon lord. This is the identity I currently assume in the human realm. Yi Tianshun's expression was utterly serious. Ning Yechen found himself at a loss for words. First, the 6th demon lord selling toys. Now the 1st demon lord grilling meat. Did they not find this absurd? You are the pride of the demon realm. I'm certain this is all Yu Qingyu's doing, isn't it? Not at all, demon lord. The left protector merely offered us a suggestion and a choice. Opting for barbecue was my own decision. Why on earth? Ning Yechen was baffled. Given the multitude of identities available for disguise, why choose to sell barbecue? Because the little princess enjoys it. He had been observing her secretly and noticed her fondness for various snacks. Thus, he resolutely embarked on mastering the art of grilling, solely to win her favor. 2 grilled sausages, not spicy. Certainly. Yi Tianshun's eyes sparkled with determination, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness as he executed every step with unparalleled skill. The control of heat and the precise blend of seasonings were all meticulously considered for the little princess's healthy growth. Ning Yechen stood before the stall, utterly captivated. This grilling technique. He believed Yi Tianshun had secretly honed it for decades. Who would have thought his subordinate possessed such culinary prowess? If he were to shift careers to barbecue, he would undoubtedly thrive. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying began to take notice of Yi Tianshun's unique, austere demeanor. Wasn't he the new neighbor who had moved in recently? To discover he was selling barbecue was indeed unexpected. Your sausages, esteemed guest. Yi Tianshun gracefully presented the deliciously aromatic morsels to Ning Yechen after a brief moment. How much? Ning Yechen inquired. Fully aware of Yi Tianshun's true identity, but still feeling obliged to pay as a customer. Ding ding ding. Yi Tianxin produced a bell from seemingly nowhere, ringing it to attract attention. The melodious chime piqued the curiosity of surrounding patrons, who turned to watch. Stepping back, Yi Tianxin launched a shower of confetti into the air and proclaimed, "Congratulations! You are the 1,000th customer today, winning a year of complimentary meals." Ning Yechen stared at Yi Tianxin in disbelief. He suspected this 1,000th customer was a fabricated notion. What a coincidence! Clearly, he was too timid to accept his payment, concocting an excuse instead. The onlookers applauded, celebrating Ning Yechen's good fortune. What luck! A year of free meals. If only I had one, lamented someone behind him, filled with regret. As the crowd swelled, Ning Yechen swiftly pulled Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya away from Yi Tianxin's stall. Remaining would only invite further scrutiny. "Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit," Yi Tianxin called after them, waving. "Absolutely not," Ning Yechen thought grimly. He longed for a simple outing with his wife and child. Yet everywhere he turned, familiar faces appeared. "Let us go check out that area over there," he suggested, handing the sausages to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya as they strolled toward another part of the street. Luo Hongya blew on her hot sausage before eagerly taking a bite, her face lighting up with delight. Observing her enjoyment brought a smile to Ning Yechen's lips. "Why don't you try it as well? It's quite delicious," he encouraged. Luo Ruiying took a small bite, then shyly offered the sausage towards Ning Yechen's mouth. Naturally, he could not refuse such a tender gesture from his beloved. He took a gentle bite, savoring the flavor. Surprisingly, Yi Tianxin's culinary skills were rather impressive. Chapter 73. Unfamiliarity. Dear guest, might you be in search of a piece of jewelry for your esteemed wife? Ning Yechen, accompanied by Luo Ruiying, ventured into a bustling alley. Just a few steps in, a vendor seated on the ground unexpectedly called out to him. The vendor, with a slender and graceful figure, had her face veiled, rendering her features indistinct. But it was evident she was a woman. Ning Yechen halted, a frown creasing his brow as he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of familiarity. He leaned closer to the vendor, whispering uncertainly, "Chi Huan." Excuse me, what are you saying? I'm not Chi Huan." The vendor, Chi Huan, averted her gaze nervously, attempting to defend herself. "Enough, it must be her," Ning Yechen concluded with a sense of resignation. He had intentionally chosen a different location. Yet it seemed everywhere he turned, he encountered familiar faces. A cursory glance at the street revealed numerous recognizable silhouettes. There was a short-haired man wielding dual daggers, preparing beef balls, Rascal, the 7th demon lord of the demon realm. A woman with hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features, was selling wigs. Heim, the 5th demon lord. And amidst the performers, a girl with fiery red hair, Yanshali, the 10th demon lord, was captivating the crowd. Additionally, mingling within the throngs were many demon realm guards and commanders, encircling him. Even the seemingly innocent children scampering about were disguised demons. "Qingyu, tell me the truth. How many have you arranged in the city?" Ning Yechen could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned Imo Qingyu silently. "Lord Demon Sovereign, as per your directive, I have retained only the minimal personnel in the city. There are a total of 60,000 hidden here." 60,000? Ning Yechen was taken aback. He found 6,000 excessive, yet Imo Qingyu had orchestrated 60,000. Moreover, these individuals were primarily the elite of the demon realm, ensuring that Luo Ruiying remained oblivious to their presence. 60,000 cultivators above the celestial realm concealed within Nanli City. He was momentarily unsure whether he was in the demon realm or the human realm. Any one of these 60,000 could easily sweep through any region of the human realm. Ning Yechen was at a loss for words. To reprimand Imo Qingyu would be futile. She had been diligent, making it difficult to scold her. Even if he did, she would likely present an array of reasons to justify her actions. "Ning-chun, do you know this young lady?" Luo Ruiying observed Ning Yechen peering closely at Chi Huan. Her curiosity piqued. "Unfamiliar." Both Ning Yechen and Chi Huan resolutely denied it in unison. "Is that so? I thought you two were acquainted." Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, unaware that both Ning Yechen and Chi Huan had nearly been terrified. Ning Yechen was concerned about Luo Ruiying uncovering any clues, while Chi Huan feared inadvertently revealing the identity of the demon sovereign, which would surely result in her dire consequences at the hands of Imo Chinyu, potentially losing one of the 13 Demon Lord positions. Madam, would you care to select a piece of jewelry? Chi Huan smiled awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Imo Chinyu behind Ning Yechen. Upon seeing no change in her demeanor, she breathed a sigh of relief and began to recommend items to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she held no particular desire for jewelry. Initially intending to decline, she casually glanced at the wares and found herself captivated by the exquisite jewelry on display. As she crouched down to inspect a bracelet, she noted its flawless craftsmanship and the mesmerizing flow of 7 colors within. This appeared to be carved from the rare 7-color demon stone, unique to the demon realm. The purity and artistry were unparalleled, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. Madam, have you taken a liking to this bracelet? Chi Huan inquired, noticing Luo Ruiying's rapt attention. I heard that both the Mad Prison and Night Sky God have been graced by the demon sovereign and the little princess. I must not miss out on such unparalleled honor. Do you fancy this bracelet, my dear? Ning Yechen joined her, squatting beside Luo Ruiying with a smile. He would undoubtedly purchase it if she desired it. After all, these were ultimately his. Luo Ruiying set the bracelet down, shaking her head gently. Although it was indeed splendid, she ultimately decided against it, recognizing its extraordinary material and price. As she prepared to rise and leave, Chi Huan, in a flurry, exclaimed, Madam, please wait. We are currently conducting a free lottery. A lottery? Indeed, the lottery is entirely free, with 4 different prizes. The Ding prize offers a 50% discount on purchases from this stall. The Bing prize provides a 30% discount. The E prize grants a 10% discount. And the Jia prize allows you to choose any item for free. Chi Huan eagerly revealed a box behind her filled with identical small balls. Seeing her enthusiasm, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before reaching in to grasp a ball, thinking it wouldn't take much time and rarely resulted in winning. She would simply draw one and leave. Upon crushing the ball in her hand, she retrieved the slip of paper inside. Unfolding it, she saw it boldly proclaimed the Jia prize. Before she could even show it to Chi Huan, the latter erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Oh, congratulations! You have won the Jia prize. You may choose any jewelry you desire, free of charge. Ning Yechen stood by, speechless as he gazed at Chi Huan. Even before looking, she knew it was the Jia prize. Did she? He suspected the box contained nothing but Jia prizes. Luo Ruiying was completely taken aback that her casual selection had yielded the top prize. Now, to refuse it would seem a waste of such a hard-won opportunity. She surveyed the dazzling array of jewelry once more and turned to Luo Hongye, asking, Yi, do you see anything you like? Luo Hongye, evidently lacking much interest in jewelry, glanced briefly before pointing at a hairpin sculpted in the shape of a rabbit. I'll take this one. A gentle smile graced Luo Ruiying's face as she picked up the rabbit hairpin and placed it in Luo Hongye's hair. Ning Yechen casually lifted a finely crafted black and white comb from the stall. Do you like this comb? He inquired curiously. This is a gift for you, my dear. Henceforth, I shall be the one to style your hair. A blush crept across Luo Ruiying's cheeks as a flutter of excitement stirred within her heart at that moment. Chapter 74. No one can save them this time. Within the Jiang family mansion, the ambience outside was illuminated with bright lights, filled with the sounds of laughter and joy, while inside, it was shrouded in darkness and desolation, echoing with an eerie silence. With the emergence of the Qijia's immortal refining pills, the Jiang family had completely lost its grip on the capital of Nanli City. Major trading associations swiftly chose to sever ties, and shops were closing down one after another. A multitude of fire lotus liquids lay stagnant in warehouses and shops, neglected and unwanted. Even when offered at exceedingly low prices, there were no takers. The Jiang family's reputation had deteriorated significantly, and the inconsistent quality of the fire lotus liquid led to a complete loss of trust among the populace. Were it not for the absence of alternative body refining liquids in Nanli City, the Jiang family would not have been able to act so recklessly. Moreover, the Qijia's immortal refining pill possessed a remarkable grade of 7. The efficacy of this elixir surpassed that of the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid by more than tenfold. Within the realm of 7-grade pills, the pricing set by the Qijia was practically a gift. Even if one had to sell all their possessions or offer themselves, they would unhesitatingly opt to procure the Qijia's immortal refining pills. The Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid would not even be accepted if offered for free. For the Jiang family, the tide had irrevocably turned. Most of their servants had chosen to leave, with only a handful of personally trained guards remaining. Jiang Jun sat alone in the dimly lit hall, his face contorted with resentment and fury. It was all the Qijia's fault. It was that woman's fault. Had she not appeared, the capital of Nanli City would have belonged to the Jiang family. They would not have fallen to such depths. To others, it seemed the Jiang family was finished. Yet, in his eyes, they had not yet lost. He still had one final gambit, a move that would ensure his victory. Eldest brother, the Holy Lotus Sect Master, has arrived. At that moment, Jiang Ming rushed into the hall, his face alight with excitement. This was perhaps the best and most anticipated news the Jiang family had heard in days. "Quick, invite her in," Jiang Jun exclaimed, filled with anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than a dark voice echoed from the heavens above. "No need. I have come personally." A woman clad in a flowing skirt adorned with lotus designs descended gracefully from the sky, her delicate features accentuated with soft makeup. Flanking her were two stunning attendants, one in blue attire and the other in red. Upon seeing the three women, Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming hastily approached and knelt, greeting them respectfully. "We pay our respects to the Holy Lotus Sect Master and the two esteemed envoys," Rai Songyan said, casting a fleeting glance at the kneeling Jiang Jun before striding into the hall and taking her seat. The two envoys closely followed her, standing by her side. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming trembled as they bowed their heads before Song Yan, afraid to even breathe. The Jiang family had entered into an alliance with the Holy Lotus Sect, wherein the sect dispatched an envoy to oversee the affairs of the Jiang family. In return, the Jiang family managed the capital of Nanli City for the sect, offering monthly tributes of spirit stones and integrating willing cultivators into the Holy Lotus Sect. This was the agreement between the Jiang family and the sect. However, with the demise of the White Lotus envoy Chunro, the Jiang family had completely lost control over the capital of Nanli City and were unable to pay this month's tribute. It could be said that the Jiang family was of little use to the Holy Lotus Sect at this point. Jiang Jun's heart raced with anxiety, fearing the wrath of the Holy Lotus Sect and the potential abandonment of the Jiang family. At that moment, he knew that if they failed to recover, their lives would be in jeopardy. "Jiang family head, it has been a while. You appear somewhat unwell," Song Yan remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jun. Without delay, Jiang Jun fell to his knees once more, with Jiang Ming hastily following suit. "Please forgive us, Sect Master." "Humph. You still recognize the need for forgiveness. Is this how you oversee the capital of Nanli City for my Holy Lotus Sect? Perhaps my choice to support your Jiang family was a grave mistake from the outset. It is the incompetence of the Jiang family. Please, Sect Master, forgive us." Jiang Jun dared not deflect blame, pressing his forehead to the ground and pleading earnestly for clemency. Considering the Jiang family's dedication over the years, their consistent monthly tributes of spirit stones and personnel, Song Yin reluctantly chose to grant them leniency this time. "Speak. Who dares to oppose my Holy Lotus Sect?" Song Yan's eyes turned icy, her anger palpable. Since the destruction of the Southern Martial God Temple, the southern region had belonged to her Holy Lotus Sect. This was an opportunity bestowed upon her. She had intended to use the Jiang family to control the entire capital of Nanli City as the foundation for the sect's expansion, soon to dominate the entire southern region. However, she had never anticipated the failure of her plans to seize the capital of Nanli City. Even her favorite subordinate had perished. This enmity must be avenged. "Sect Master, it is the Qijia. They have found a powerful woman from somewhere. That woman represented the Qijia and killed the White Lotus envoy during the commercial competition. My son has been rendered crippled, and my nephew met a tragic end in the arena. This must all be connected to the Qijia. Sect Master, you must seek justice for the White Lotus envoy and the Jiang family." Jiang Jun wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face as though he had suffered a great injustice. Song Yan's brow furrowed deeply, her displeasure evident. "Umph. I will ensure that they pay for this grievance. But I do not comprehend. Even if you lost the commercial competition, with your Jiang family's control over Nanli City, it should not have led to such a swift downfall, should it? Secmaster, you are unaware. The Qijia has obtained a recipe for a 7-grade body refining elixir known as the Immortal Refining Pill. The materials required for this elixir are not only inexpensive to procure, but can also be produced in large quantities. The Qijia has seized the entire market of Nanli City with this Immortal Refining Pill. The Fire Lotus liquid you provided me is now completely unsellable." Jiang Jin lamented. If it were not for the sudden emergence of the Immortal Refining Pill, the Jiang family would not have suffered such a comprehensive defeat. A 7-grade body refining recipe. Are you speaking the truth? Song Yan's expression shifted in surprise as she promptly pressed for confirmation. If I utter a single lie, I am willing to face your judgment, Secmaster, Jiang Jun hastily assured, bowing his head in earnest. Song Yin pondered deeply, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of her mouth. If this were true, then the Jiang family's failure could not be solely blamed on them. A 7-grade body refining recipe, low in cost and capable of mass production, was an exceedingly rare find. It seemed her visit had not been in vain. She would gladly accept this treasure of a 7-grade body refining recipe. A glint of determination flashed in Song Yan's eyes as she commanded her 2 guardians, Qing Lian Envoy, Hong Lian Envoy. You 2 will lead a force to eradicate the Qijia. By tomorrow, I want to see them erased from existence. As for the woman who killed my White Lotus envoy, I shall personally take care of her. Yes, Secmaster. The 2 guardians accepted their orders and swiftly departed. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming exchanged glances, their faces brimming with elation. The Qijia and that woman would surely meet their demise. Han Guangji of the Treasure Trading Association had also left Nanli City. This time, no one would be able to save them. Chapter 75. This is my duty in the bustling festival market. The night had deepened, yet the streets remained thronged with a cacophony of lively crowds. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying strolled hand in hand with Luo Hongye, indulging in a multitude of performances and perusing various stalls, acquiring an array of delightful items. Although they claimed to have purchased them, not a single coin was spent. Whether it was a stroke of luck or a celebration of the shop's 20th anniversary with complimentary offerings, they found themselves enjoying a series of free gifts. All courtesy of the festival spirit. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that the people of Nanli City were exceptionally warm and friendly, even when faced with losses. The shop owners remained cheerful and welcoming. Moreover, their luck seemed to be consistently favorable, winning prizes at every turn. Perhaps the festival had indeed enhanced their chances of winning. She mused, finding it to be the only reasonable explanation. Trailing behind Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu diligently recorded Luo Hongye's preferences while keeping a watchful eye on the interactions between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Although uncertain of the reason, she sensed an intriguing subtlety in the relationship between the Demon Lord and his lady. Amidst the vibrant market atmosphere, their date became even more pronounced. Though they were married, their demeanor towards one another was akin to that of respectful acquaintances. Their feelings could not be deemed lacking. On the contrary, their bond appeared strong. Yet it felt as though something essential was missing. In such a lively and splendid festival setting, it was the perfect opportunity for romance. Yet they had not even clasped hands. Hadn't they already welcomed a child together? Why did their interactions resemble those of bashful, first-time lovers? Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow in contemplation, puzzled. Could it be that the mighty Demon Lord was feeling shy, given his centuries of solitude? It was indeed a possibility upon entering matrimony for the first time. While she felt immense satisfaction in witnessing the day of the Demon Lord's marriage and fatherhood, she still yearned to see more affectionate moments shared between him and his wife. Ideally, they would remain in a state of passionate romance, welcoming several little princes or princesses into the world. Regardless of how many children her lady bore, she would take on the responsibility of nurturing them to be supreme beings in the demon realm, rivaling the Demon Lord himself. The thought filled Yu Qingyu with uncontainable excitement, her lips curling into an involuntary smile as she envisioned a future filled with the joyful chaos of many children. The trio accompanying Yu Qingyu, Kai Sei, and the others observed her sudden daze and blissful grin, feeling a chill sweep over them. They had already witnessed her formidable nature. What could possibly elicit such a terrifying smile? Realizing her lapse in composure, Yu Qingyu quickly regained her usual dignified and graceful demeanor. It was not yet the time for celebration. For the sake of the Demon Lord and the future of the Demon Realm, she resolved to discreetly facilitate the Demon Lord's endeavors. Au personnel en stand-by, urgent mission. Yu Qingyu commanded through a concealed channel to the multitude hidden within Nanli City. In an instant, all disguised demons, shadow guards, and commanders of the Forbidden Army received the message, their expressions turning grave and resolute. An urgent mission. It had been ages since the Demon Realm had seen such a summons. Everyone braced themselves, awaiting Yu Qingyu's directives. This subtle yet unique spiritual energy was often difficult to detect, particularly when transmitted by someone of higher cultivation, making it even harder for common folk to catch. However, when faced with a being of superior prowess, the transmission would inevitably be perceived. As Yu Qingyu's words echoed, Ning Yechen felt an immediate shift, turning to her with a puzzled expression, as if questioning why an urgent mission was necessary. Had he failed to sense something amiss? Yet, Yu Qingyu had no intention of explaining herself to Ning Yechen. She merely offered him a knowing smile that hinted at deeper implications. This smile filled Ning Yechen with trepidation. As expected, the already bustling crowd suddenly surged with even more people. The throng pressed against Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, forcing them together in close proximity. Unbeknownst to them, someone accidentally bumped into Luo Ruiying, causing her to stumble into Ning Yechen's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around her waist, protecting her within his hold. Luo Ruiying found herself resting against his chest, her cheeks flushing slightly. The crowd had suddenly grown denser. "Be careful, my lady," Ning Yechen chuckled awkwardly, turning to shoot a fierce glare at Yu Qingyu. "What are you doing?" The newly arrived crowd and the one who had pushed Luo Ruiying were all clearly demons. "Your subordinate is merely assisting you, my lord. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty," she replied earnestly. "I have no intention of thanking you. Also, your duty does not encompass this." Ning Yechen scolded Yu Qingyu silently. She appeared entirely unfazed, retorting, "What are you saying, my lord? All matters concerning you and your lady fall under the domain of the Demon Realm. Thus, it is my responsibility. While I may be overstepping, you should be bolder and more direct. Your lady will not oppose it. Since my arrival, I have yet to witness the consummation of your marriage. Ning Yechen, silence. I have my own plans regarding this matter. There is no need for your interference." He warned her, exasperated by her persistence. While he, too, had thoughts of such matters, he preferred to take things one step at a time. "Understood," Yu Qingyu responded readily, though her demeanor suggested she was far from willing to relent. Ning Yechen sensed that she had not absorbed his words at all. Luo Ruiying, having regained her balance, noticed the increasing crowd and instinctively bent down to cradle Luo Hongye in her arms to prevent getting separated. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yechen reached for Luo Ruiying's hand. When his palms suddenly enveloped hers, she was momentarily startled but soon relaxed, gently reciprocating his grip. In the midst of the throng, holding hands would ensure they did not get lost in the crowd. Observing this from behind, Yu Qingyu smiled contentedly, realizing that this was precisely what she had hoped to witness. It was time to proceed to the next step. Chapter 76. Is the atmosphere still insufficient? Outside the capital of Nanli City, as the clock struck midnight, marking the dawn of a new year, a grand fireworks display was set to commence. At this moment, the fireworks convoy had already positioned itself on the outskirts, ready to ignite the fireworks at the appointed hour. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared behind the crowd, and before anyone could react, they were silently subdued and dragged into the thicket. A stunningly beautiful woman, her expression impassive and demeanor cold, emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees, a long blade elegantly slung at her waist. Dozens of shadowy figures trailed behind her, awaiting further instructions. The woman raised her arm, prompting the shadows to begin arranging the fireworks. Once everything was prepared, Yu Lian from a distance transmitted a message to Yu Qingyu. Lord Left Guardian, everything is ready here. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying had finally navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at a less crowded street. Even after escaping the bustling crowd, the two seemed to share a silent understanding, their hands showing no signs of parting. Yu Qingyu, following closely behind, wore a smile of satisfaction. At that moment, she received a message from Yu Yan. Excellent. Yu Qingyu quietly approached Luo Ruiying and bowed slightly, saying, Madam, I have heard that the New Year's fireworks display is about to begin. Would you care to witness it? The fireworks display? Does it not commence after midnight? Surely it is still too early, Luo Ruiying replied, puzzled, as she recalled that the event was not scheduled to start so soon. Ning Yechen's first instinct was that Yu Qingyu must be scheming something behind his back. She clearly had not heeded his earlier words. In response to Luo Ruiying's confusion, Yu Qingyu remained composed and explained, Madam, you may not be aware, but the fireworks display has been moved up. Is that so? Luo Ruiying inquired, intrigued. She had heard that the annual New Year's fireworks in Nanli City were a splendid sight, unforgettable to all who witnessed them. Before leaving, Qi Yuan had emphasized that she must not miss the midnight display. Yu Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, since we are here, let's go and see it. Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen, smiling as if seeking his approval. Since my lady has expressed interest, then let us proceed. Though unsure of Yu Qingyu's ulterior motives, Ning Yechen found it impossible to refuse given Luo Ruiying's apparent enthusiasm. The trio, with Luo Hongye in their arms, made their way to a small hill designated for viewing the fireworks. From this vantage point, they could not only gaze upon the myriad lights of the city below, but also enjoy the magnificent spectacle of fireworks against the night sky. However, upon their arrival, the hill was empty, devoid of any other spectators. How strange, there isn't a soul in sight. Have the others not realized that the fireworks display started early? Luo Ruiying pondered, unaware that the area had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu communicated telepathically with Yu Lian in the outskirts. The Demon Lord and the Madam are in position. Commence the display. Understood, Yu Lian responded, promptly issuing commands to her subordinates. Proceed. Upon receiving the order, the Dark Guards swiftly ignited the fuses in their hands. In an instant, brilliant bursts of light shot into the night sky, illuminating the darkness with a kaleidoscope of colors. The dazzling fireworks lit up much of the night, their brilliance merging with the twinkling stars above, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As Qi Yuan had described, the fireworks display was indeed a sight to behold. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye, gazed with wide eyes at the radiant fireworks and the illuminated city beneath. The serene and harmonious ambience was a feeling she had never experienced in the celestial realm. Suddenly, she realized that the warmth of human existence was not inferior to the ethereal pursuits sought by countless beings in the immortal world. Luo Hongye, nestled in her embrace, turned his head, joyfully watching the fireworks and the starry sky, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the display. Ning Yechen contemplated chastising Yu Qingyu for meddling once more. Yet seeing the delight on his wife and child's faces, he chose to let it be. At that moment, others in the city began to notice the fireworks. Pausing in their tracks to gaze upward in awe, some quickly reacted, bewildered. Wait, why has the fireworks display started early? Indeed, why was no one informed? Realizing the situation, families began rushing towards the hill where Ning Yechen stood. However, Yu Qingyu was determined not to allow anyone to intrude upon the precious moments between the Demon Lord and the Madam. A mysterious mist rose from the base of the hill, causing those who entered it to lose their sense of direction. No matter how they tried to escape, they could not find their way out. Even the cultivators attempting to fly away found it impossible. The mist seemed boundless, trapping them within its embrace. She sought to create an unparalleled opportunity for the Demon Lord and the Madam to connect. Observing that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying remained merely holding hands, gazing into the distance without taking further action, Yu Qingyu frowned slightly. She felt compelled to send a telepathic reminder. Demon Lord, you might consider taking a step further with the Madam. Such moments depend on the atmosphere. With someone watching from behind, how could there possibly be any atmosphere? Ning Yechen retorted, exasperated. While Yu Qingyu had indeed created a pleasant ambience, The presence of several light bulbs made it impossible to feel any romantic inclination. Yu Qingyu suddenly understood and turned to command Meng Niu and the others with a cold expression. You three are too much of a hindrance. Depart immediately. I'm speaking to you. Ning Yechen could hardly contain his frustration and nearly roared telepathically. Yu Qingyu, you lack any sense of awareness. Yu Qingyu, with a look of disbelief, seemed taken aback, as if she had not anticipated Ning Yechen was referring to her. Understood, her subordinates replied. To ensure that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying could enjoy their time alone, Yu Qingyu discreetly led Meng Niu and the others away. Finally, they were gone. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying sat together on the grassy slope, their arms entwined, silently admiring the fireworks. Though they sought to create a moment for just the two of them, Luo Hongye remained nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace. With a child present, no matter how perfect the atmosphere, they could do little more. Yet, the three of them sitting together in such tranquility to admire the fireworks also held its own charm. At least, he found great pleasure in it. Not far away, in the grass, Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu discreetly peeked out. Yu Qingyu's brow furrowed, her expression pensive. Why had the scene she hoped for not yet unfolded? Could it be that the atmosphere still lacked something? Chapter 77. Murder and arson are our true calling. As Yu Qingyu pondered how to create a more enchanting atmosphere for the esteemed demon lord and his lady, she suddenly received a transmission from her covert guard. Esteemed protector, someone is approaching the Qi family. Ever since Ning Yechen entrusted the recipe for the immortal elixir to Qi Yuan, Yu Qingyu had been discreetly dispatching individuals to safeguard the Qi family. As the demon lord had predicted, the Jiang family would soon be unable to remain idle. Indeed, the demon lord's foresight proved accurate. Yet, it was precisely at such a moment that her reverie was interrupted. Yu Qingyu's delicate features instantly turned frosty. Her regal and ethereal demeanor reminiscent of an empress commanding life and death. Before she could articulate her thoughts, another transmission from Yu Yan, responsible for the fireworks outside the city, arrived. Esteemed protector, numerous insects are also heading towards the Qi family. Additionally, someone appears to be making their way towards the demon lord. Should we eliminate them all? Dispose of those insects entirely. They must not disturb the demon lord and his lady's rendezvous. As for the individual approaching the demon lord, leave that to me. Qi family matters will be handled by Qi Huan and Kuang Xiao. Remember to leave one or two alive for questioning. The rest must vanish. The remaining forces are to cleanse the city of any other insects. And be discreet, otherwise you will disrupt the demon lord and his lady. Yu Qingyu calmly issued her orders to all her subordinates in the city. All those disguised and lurking within the city received the command promptly, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty coldness. After days of masquerading as mere mortals, they were finally able to stretch their limbs. Their true calling in the demon realm was indeed murder and arson. Many leaders of demon legions, covert guards, and others like Kuang Xiao and Qi Huan displayed sinister smiles. It might be a challenge for the esteemed protector to leave a couple alive. At the barbecue stall, Yi Tianxin's eyes were icy as never before. He would not permit anyone to interrupt the demon lord and the princess's date. We will temporarily close, he declared, along with Kuang Xiao and Qi Huan, as they hung signs indicating their stall would not be in operation and vanished from sight in an instant. Those standing before the stall blinked in confusion, realizing the proprietor had disappeared without a trace. Where did the boss go? Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying sat on the lawn, cradling Luo Hongye, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Ning Yechen beside her. In the light of the fireworks blooming against the night sky, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome yet composed profile. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed strikingly good-looking. Even among the celestial beings, he could be considered exceptional. Luo Ruiying stealthily reached into her bosom, grasping a gift she had prepared over the past few days, though hesitation flickered across her face. Ning Yechen immediately sensed Luo Ruiying's peculiar behavior and turned to her with curiosity, inquiring, "My dear, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me?" "In nothing." Caught off guard by Ning Yechen's question, Luo Ruiying realized she had been staring too intently, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze, vehemently denying his inquiry. She hesitated to retrieve what she held in her hand, noticing the movement of Luo Ruiying's hand as if she intended to produce something. Ning Yechen was about to ask when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Someone was approaching them. It seemed they were specifically seeking him and Luo Ruiying. The Jiang family could no longer contain themselves and was making a move sooner than he anticipated. How audacious to choose the day of the festival. He had intended to allow the Jiang family to linger a few more days to celebrate the new year, but it appeared that was no longer necessary. At the same time, Ning Yechen received a transmission from Yu Qingyu. Demon Lord, someone intends to act against you and the Qi family. My subordinates will resolve it immediately. After deliberation, Yu Qingyu understood that Ning Yechen had likely sensed the situation as well, so she proactively reported the circumstances to him. After all, it was her duty as the leader of the demon realm. First, ensure that those insects are entirely eradicated. Do not let them disturb Ruiying and the child. I will personally visit the Jiang family shortly. Although Yu Qingyu could handle everything perfectly, Ning Yechen decided he must see the Jiang family himself. There was someone he needed to confront. Yu Qingyu was taken aback that Ning Yechen intended to act personally, her expression momentarily frozen in shock, anger, and self-reproach. As the leader of the demon realm, it was her responsibility to manage matters without requiring the demon lord's direct involvement. If she had arranged for someone to eliminate those wretched insects sooner, the demon lord would not have had to intervene personally and could have remained with his lady and the princess. It was all the fault of those damned insects, forcing the demon lord to abandon his lady and the princess, interrupting their date. She would make those insects regret their actions tonight. With a face as cold as frost, Yu Qingyu suppressed her fury and murderous intent, fearing she might inadvertently turn the entire Southly city to ashes. The trio following Yu Qingyu, Meng Niu, and his companions, sensed her terrifying killing intent up close, their bodies paralyzed with fear as they prostrated on the ground. They had never encountered such a dreadful aura. Merely being near her made them feel as though they could scarcely breathe. You three, follow me. Yu Qingyu coldly instructed the trio before vanishing from the spot in an instant. Yes, they replied, but upon raising their heads, she had already disappeared. Huh, where did she go? My lady, your speed is beyond us. Meng Niu and his companions lamented, feeling utterly despondent. This was quite the challenge for them. To avoid appearing useless in Yu Qingyu's eyes, they hastily summoned all their strength to pursue her. Sensing the movement among his subordinates in the city, Ning Yechen slowly rose to his feet. What is wrong? Luo Ruiying inquired, looking up in confusion. Nothing. I just remembered something I forgot to purchase. Is it something important? I could go instead. Luo Ruiying, still cradling Luo Hongye, stood up to ask. With her cultivation, acquiring anything was but a moment's task. Ning Yechen gently cupped her face, persuading her, it's fine. All right. Her cheeks, illuminated by the fireworks, flushed slightly, and she did not press further. Yet, she felt a tinge of displeasure at Ning Yechen treating her like a child. As Luo Ruiying turned to walk a few steps, she remembered she still had something to give Ning Yechen. Turning her head, she realized his figure had already vanished. Huh, did he leave so quickly? Chapter 78. The Consequences of Disturbing the Great Demon Lord and His Lady. In the dead of night, the city of Nanli appeared tranquil on the surface, filled with the revelry of song and dance. Yet beneath this facade, dark currents surged and lethal intent lurked. Disciples of the Holy Lotus sect began to converge upon the residence of Ning Yechen and the Qi family, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. As they navigated the crowded streets, shadows unexpectedly materialized beneath their feet, or dark figures emerged from the alleys, dragging them into the abyss. Those ensnared by the shadows vanished from existence without uttering a sound, while others, passing through desolate alleys, found their throats swiftly severed by fleeting darkness. They could scarcely discern the faces of their assailants before their wide eyes dimmed, collapsing to the ground. Their lifeless bodies were subsequently swallowed by the darkness, the blood meticulously cleaned, as if nothing had ever transpired. Gradually, a sense of unease settled over some of the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect. Where had everyone gone? One disciple stood frozen in place, terror etched across his features, scanning his surroundings frantically. In the next moment, a shadow beneath him swiftly dragged him away. The passers-by remained oblivious to his disappearance, and the street continued to buzz with its lively chaos. Meanwhile, another group of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, soaring through the air, abruptly halted. Before them stood an exquisite maiden, her fiery red hair cascading like flames, her mismatched eyes of crimson and azure piercing through the darkness. "Who are you?" the leading elder of the sect questioned, his voice laced with authority. A mischievous smile played on Yin Lily's lips. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to become mere corpses." The elder's countenance shifted in alarm, followed by a flare of rage as he barked, arrogant. "No one in the South Province dares speak to the Holy Lotus sect in such a manner. Kill her." With a single command, dozens of disciples surged forward to confront Yin Lily. She stood motionless, casually snapping her fingers. In an instant, flames engulfed the bodies of the disciples, including the elder, who were consumed before they could utter a single cry, their forms reduced to nothing but ashen bones. Her power was sufficient to reduce them to mere dust. Yet she deliberately restrained herself, opting instead to collect their skeletal remains, one of her few peculiar pleasures. It had been a while since she had unleashed her abilities, and her craftsmanship in creating skeletons had not waned. Although these skeletal remains were of the lowest quality, they would serve adequately for her bone mountain. Regrettably, had it not been for the decree from the Left Guardian prohibiting any significant disturbance, she would have relished the opportunity to listen to the lamentations of those being slowly incinerated, an exquisite symphony indeed. Elsewhere, near Ning Yechen's courtyard, the awaiting disciples of the Holy Lotus sect lay in ambush, anticipating the arrival of their comrades. However, as time passed, their associates failed to appear. The leading elder furrowed his brow deeply and scolded a nearby disciple. "Did you not say that others were on their way? Where are they?" I'm not certain." The disciple stammered, having received word that others were en route. Yet, the lengthy delay left him perplexed. This is a command issued personally by the sect leader. Such an important task should not be treated with such negligence. Once the mission is accomplished, I shall not let this go unpunished. Go and urge them to gather." The elder barked. "Yes," the disciple replied, turning to leave in search of the others when a chilling voice emerged from the dark alley behind him. "No need. I have brought them for you." "Who are you?" With his peak heavenly realm cultivation, he had failed to detect the approach of this figure from behind him. Yechen materialized from the shadows, holding several severed heads, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze upon the Holy Lotus sect disciples. He tossed the heads at their feet. Upon glancing down, their expressions shifted to one of horror. The severed heads belonged to their long-awaited companions, each a heavenly realm elder, who had perished in silence. "Who are you?" the leading elder stammered, his previous bravado evaporating. Trembling as he asked, "Why do you attack the Holy Lotus sect? You have offended someone you should not have." Yechen stepped forward, his presence imposing as he raised his hand, his gaze as frigid as that of a reaper surveying the dead. The elder, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee but found himself immobilized by terror. The individual he referred to, the one they should not have provoked, was undoubtedly this family. What had sect leader Song Yin led them to do? Why provoke such a being? This was not an entity the Holy Lotus sect could dare to challenge. "Perish!" Yechen uttered indifferently to the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect. "Wait, please." The elder attempted to explain the misunderstanding. Yet he and over a dozen disciples were consumed by a pitch-black beam of light. As the darkness receded, the scene was left immaculate, devoid of any trace. To attempt to harm the great demon lord and his lady princess, your demise is the greatest mercy bestowed upon you. Yechen spoke to the void. Were it not for the desire to avoid disturbing the great demon lord, I would not have allowed these ants to perish so easily. On the outskirts of Nanli City, hundreds of elite disciples of the Holy Lotus sect soared through the sky towards the capital. They had been on standby outside the city, and upon receiving the order from Song Yin to infiltrate and slaughter the chief family, they set forth immediately. Awaiting them on their path stood Yu Lian, accompanied by several shadowy attendants. "Do not engage," Yu Lian instructed her companions. her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her long blade. The hundreds of disciples above regarded Yu Lian with suspicion and caution. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she subtly unsheathed her blade, yet without a visible motion. Thousands of silver beams sliced through the ranks of the Holy Lotus sect disciples. In the next moment, every single one of them was dismembered, blood and severed limbs raining down from the sky like a crimson deluge. Thus concluded the fate of those who dared to disturb the great demon lord and his lady. Chapter 79. Wake up! Outside the Qi family mansion, Wang Xian, the Scarlet Lotus Saint of the Holy Lotus sect, and Chao Yu, the Azure Lotus Saint, led a group of disciples to the vicinity of the Qi residence. As they gazed upon the mansion, aglow with lights and the warmth of family reunion, and listened to the harmonious sounds of celebration resonating within, a cruel smile crept upon their lips. What naive mortals! Soon, the entire Qi family would vanish from the world. This would be their last moment of joy, yet they would kindly send them all to another realm to reunite. Just as Wang Xian and Chao Yu exchanged a glance and raised their hands to command an assault on the Qi family, the air around them suddenly distorted, revealing figures shrouded in darkness. Upon closer inspection, they realized that they had been surrounded by dozens of these mysterious individuals, their powers inscrutable to Wang Xian and Chao Yu. Fear gripped their hearts. Who were these people? How did they know of their intentions against the Qi family? When did the Qi family acquire such formidable protection? This was urgent. They needed to report this matter to the sect leader immediately. Gao Yu, we must split up and retreat. It is imperative that we inform the sect leader. Wang Xian whispered urgently to Chao Yu. Turning to look, she was horrified to see a golden halo encircling Chao Yu's neck. Gao Yu, Zonek! Wang Xian exclaimed in alarm. Gao Yu Gelang Set Dao, realizing the halo's presence. But before she could comprehend its nature, it suddenly constricted. She was rendered incapable of resistance as the halo severed her neck with the ease of slicing through tofu. Her head tumbled to the ground, face etched with shock, while her body remained upright, blood gushing from the severed neck. Drops of crimson splattered onto Wang Xian's face and attire, instilling terror that compelled her to scream. However, as she opened her mouth, a towering figure appeared before her, coldly watching with a massive hand encircling her head, making it seem diminutive by comparison. The night is deep. You must not make a sound that disturbs others nearby. The man, known as Kuang Xiu, whispered closely, firmly gripping Wang Xian's head. In that moment, even if she wished to scream, fear rendered her voiceless. Slowly emerging from the shadows was Qi Huan, her alluring figure twisting as she twirled a halo on her finger like a hula hoop, her face radiating extreme excitement. She inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood in the air, her cheeks flushing with intoxication as she caressed her face, a blissful smile spreading across her features. What intoxicating aroma! What should I do? I can hardly contain my excitement. Kuang Xiu glanced back at Qi Huan, who was on the brink of ecstasy, and spoke with annoyance. The left guardian instructed us to leave one or two alive for questioning. Did you really have to act so hastily? There are still plenty here. Qi Huan shrugged nonchalantly, then turned her gaze to the trembling disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, asking with a charming smile, Tell me, who among you is in charge? Reveal it to me, and there will be a reward. Why, yes, it's her. The disciples quavered, pointing at the lifeless Chao Yu on the ground. Qi Huan, Kuang Xiu, what have I done? I accidentally killed the leader. Qi Huan's playful demeanor vanished, panic overtaking her as she turned to Kuang Xiu. Generally, the leader would possess the most information, yet she had carelessly eliminated her. For them, these insignificant beings were easily crushed, and they could not discern who the leader was. If the left guardian learned of this, she would be finished. Kuang Xiu grinned, relishing the situation. Well, she wasn't killed by him anyway. Qi Huan, incensed by Kuang Xiu's mocking expression, pointed an accusing finger at him. This is your fault. Why didn't you stop me from the beginning? Huh? You're blaming me. You couldn't hold yourself back, you foolish woman. The surrounding dark guards dared not interject. Woman, how dare you insult me? Although it was my fault for acting first, don't you bear any responsibility? Qi Huan retorted, indignant yet lacking in justification. Huh. Kwang Chio's temper flared, and he turned to confront Chi Huan angrily. Chi Huan, unwilling to back down, summoned radiant halos encircling her arms. Had they not been tasked with discretion, they would have clashed long ago. The one you're holding is also our saint. A trembling disciple of the Holy Lotus sect timidly reminded them. Upon hearing this, Kwang Chio and Chi Huan exchanged glances, ceasing their quarrel, and a cruel yet joyful smile spread across their faces. Is that so? Then, thank you very much. You are of no use to us. At this, the remaining Holy Lotus sect disciples felt an icy chill envelop them, a suffocating aura of death descending upon them. In an instant, dozens of disciples were severed from their lives. Kwang Chio extended his arm, a claw-like, transparent hand appearing above the remaining individuals. With a gentle squeeze, all that remained was reduced to a pool of blood. Both figures were filled with a thrilling bloodlust. Had it not been for the Left Guardian's orders to leave a couple alive, they would have succumbed to their urges much sooner. After dispatching everyone, as Kwang Chio prepared to depart with Wang Xian, he suddenly realized she had not moved for quite some time. Releasing her, he discovered her eyes wide open, devoid of any breath. She had been frightened to death. Kwang Chio and Chi Huan stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. Panic set in as they realized they had annihilated everyone, only to have the last one die of fright. Hey, wake up. Come on, wake up. I didn't intend to kill you. Why did you have to die so quickly? Kwang Chio shook Wang Xian's collar vigorously, striking her face in desperation, trying to rouse her. This was the first time both Kwang Chio and Chi Huan had been so terrified of unintentionally killing someone. Chapter 80. You may regard me as his mother in the office of the president of South Lee Academy within the capital of South Lee City. A mature and composed middle-aged man sat at the table, his fingers interlaced, his expression solemn. He was Xia Jia, the president of South Lee Academy. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, her demeanor equally grave as she reported the urgent situation unfolding in South Lee City. President, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yen, has personally arrived in South Lee City, accompanied by 2 holy envoys and hundreds of disciples. Each of them is an elite member of the sect. Reports indicate that Song Yen has departed from the Jiang family, and the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect have begun to take action. It seems the Jiang family intends to leverage the Holy Lotus sect against the Qi family and that woman named Luo Ruiying. Upon hearing this, Xia Jia furrowed his brow, his expression troubled. What was inevitable had finally come to pass. Upon learning that the Qi family had triumphed over the Jiang family in the commercial competition, he felt both elated and anxious. The joy stemmed from the Jiang family's loss of control over the majority of the commercial enterprises in South Lee City, which would prevent them from monopolizing resources as they had previously. However, his concern arose from the Jiang family's backing by the Holy Lotus sect. Once they informed the sect, both the Qi family and the woman representing them would be in grave danger. He had anticipated that the Jiang family would notify the Holy Lotus sect to take action soon, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly, coinciding with the New Year festival, a situation he dreaded. Tonight would likely bring a storm of bloodshed. The Holy Lotus sect would not spare the Qi family and that household. As the president of South Lee Academy, which bore the responsibility of maintaining peace and order within the city, how could he stand by and watch the Qi family and that household face annihilation? Yet, he knew he would not be a match for Song Yen. Any intervention on his part would plunge South Lee Academy in a crisis. As much as he wished to turn a blind eye, he knew he could not. South Lee Academy was established not only to cultivate exceptional cultivators, but also to protect South Lee City. Allowing the Holy Lotus sect to act with impunity within South Lee City would render the existence of South Lee Academy meaningless. Linya immediately summoned the faculty. Ensure they rush to protect the Qi family and that household. I will personally confront Song Yen, Xia Jia instructed after a moment of contemplation. If Han Guangji from the Treasure Merchant Association were still in the city, he could collaborate with him to counter Song Yen. However, the Jiang family had evidently seized the opportunity to strike after Han Guangji left South Lee City. Alone, Xia Jia found it difficult to contend with Song Yen and could only seek to negotiate with her. Otherwise, a confrontation between him and Song Yin in Southly City would inevitably affect the innocent residents. Understood. I will gather everyone right away. President, please be cautious. I have heard that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Ling nodded, urging Xiajia to be careful before swiftly organizing the personnel. Time was of the essence. The chief family and that household were in peril. In the night sky over Southly City, Song Yin led a portion of the Holy Lotus sect disciples swiftly toward the location of Luo Ruiying, as reported. Meanwhile, a stunningly ethereal figure stood silently in the night sky, awaiting their arrival. The cold and profound gaze of Yu Qingyu scrutinized Song Yin and her followers. Song Yin halted abruptly, her brow furrowing as she regarded Yu Qingyu. This woman was inscrutable. Is she from Southly Academy? Prior to the operation, Song Yin had anticipated that the greatest obstacle would be Southly Academy, as its president, Xiajia, possessed formidable celestial realm prowess. Yet, she had never heard of this woman emerging from the academy. Who are you? Song Yin coldly inquired. Are you the mastermind behind this? Are those people in the city all your followers? Yu Qingyu disregarded Song Yin's query and coldly posed a question of her own. Song Yin smirked disdainfully, openly declaring, Indeed, I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, and all those people in the city are my disciples. Is that so? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yu Qingyu's icy gaze as she raised her slender finger and calmly uttered, swell and burst. Huh. Song Yin's expression turned perplexed, unsure of Yu Qingyu's intentions. However, the next moment, she heard strange sounds coming from behind her disciples. Turning around in confusion, her expression shifted to one of shock. She saw her disciples suddenly inflating, their bodies swelling grotesquely like balloons. Each disciple wore a face twisted in agony, desperately reaching out to Song Yin, pleading, Leader, save us. Before her words could fully escape, dozens of her disciples exploded like balloons, showering the night sky with blood and flesh, akin to a macabre fireworks display. Ah! Song Yin stood frozen in disbelief, her face pale with horror as she gazed at Yu Qingyu. This time, her demeanor was stripped of arrogance, replaced solely by terror. What have you done to my disciples? Song Yin shrieked, pointing frantically at Yu Qingyu. She had not witnessed any magical gestures from Yu Qingyu, nor had she perceived any aura of spiritual power emanating from her. With merely a spoken command, she had caused her elite disciples to perish in a gruesome explosion. At that moment, Meng Niu and his companions had just arrived behind Yu Qingyu, witnessing the horrifying spectacle of blood and body parts being flung through the air. Their faces turned ashen. Even having fought in the demon domain forest, they had never encountered such a gruesome scene. Yu Qingyu gracefully advanced through the void towards Song Yin, though her movements were poised and elegant, devoid of any spiritual energy. An unprecedented pressure weighed heavily upon Song Yin's heart. Do not underestimate me. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Song Yin transformed her fear into fury, her hands forming intricate seals. Yet, Yu Qingyu merely replied indifferently, twist. In an instant, Song Yin's arms began to contort in grotesque, irregular motions, the sound of cracking bones echoing sharply. Her hand bones even protruded, exposed to the air. Meng Niu and his companions stood by, grimacing at the sight, feeling as though they were suffering alongside her. The excruciating pain twisted Song Yin's face into a mask of terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she desperately cried out to Yu Qingyu. Who are you? I am merely a servant of the Supreme One. Of course, you may also regard me as his mother. Chapter 81. Such a beautiful task. Why not embrace it? Attendant, mother. Song Yin was utterly perplexed by what Yu Qingyu was saying, assuming she was merely jesting with her. What kind of attendant would dare to claim to be the mother of their own master? Then, you shall pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I shall make you aware of the consequences of disturbing the demon lord and his lady. You will learn the cost of disrupting my pleasure. Yu Qingyu's expression was icy, her deep, dark eyes transforming into an enchanting shade of emerald green. Overwhelmed with dread, Song Yin made a decisive escape. Yet, How could she possibly evade Yu Qingyo's grasp? In a state of sheer panic, Song Yin fled, glancing back over her shoulder. As she turned once more, Yu Qingyu had silently appeared before her. It seems I should first cripple your legs. Wait a moment. Upon hearing Yu Qingyo's words, Song Yan's face turned ashen, and she begged for mercy repeatedly. However, as soon as Yu Qingyo's voice fell, her legs twisted uncontrollably, breaking with a sickening crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed painfully. The amalgamation of terror and excruciating pain caused tears to stream down Song Yan's face, and she let out a heart-wrenching wail. How loud? Silence yourself. Yu Qingyu spoke with disdain, her voice cool and detached. Song Yan's mouth snapped shut against her will, unable to open, only able to emit muffled pleas, her face a mask of desperation. She could not comprehend the nature of the person before her. Who was this woman, and where did she come from? With her peak cultivation at the celestial realm, and with the martial god hall having been destroyed, there should be no one in the southern province capable of challenging her. Tonight's plan should have been foolproof. Why then had it come to this? Yu Qingyo's emerald gaze bore into Song Yin, causing her to feel momentarily disoriented. In the next instant, an invisible force began to peel away at her hands, scalp, and every inch of her skin. First came the skin, then the flesh, followed by the bones, as her entire being was gradually stripped away. The intense agony made Song Yin wish for death, her body trembling uncontrollably. Strangely, her mind remained remarkably lucid, acutely aware of every excruciating sensation as her skin was peeled away. Muffled cries of despair escaped her lips as she was unable to resist, her body convulsing. Her eyes glazed over, just as she was on the brink of collapse. Believing she had perished, she found that apart from her broken limbs, she bore no other injuries. What had just transpired felt like a haunting nightmare. Yet, the despair and agony of witnessing herself being systematically stripped away were indelibly etched in her mind. The sensation was all too real. She could not have misinterpreted it. With cold sweat beading on her forehead, Song Yin gazed up at Yu Qingyu in confusion. Do you sense it? Yu Qingyu smiled gently, explaining, your body will be subjected to a layer-by-layer illusion of dismemberment, the pain indistinguishable from reality. But rest assured, your true self will suffer no tangible harm. This process will continue to repeat until I choose to release it. At these words, Song Yan's pupils contracted in terror, her face paling further as she desperately bowed her head, pleading for mercy, even if it meant her immediate execution. She could no longer endure this torment. Moreover, to experience the sensation of being stripped away repeatedly, without any real injury, was simply horrifying. Such a punishment was beyond human endurance. Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's desperate pleas, her expression cold and amused as she looked down upon her. Soon, the next round of dismemberment commenced. To any external observer, apart from her broken limbs, it appeared as though nothing was amiss with Song Yin, with not a single wound in sight. Yet she writhed in pain, tears streaming down her face as she convulsed in midair, resembling someone driven to madness. At this moment, she was enduring a form of torment that most individuals would only face once in a lifetime. Furthermore, while the average person would succumb to pain or excessive blood loss, she would not. Meng Niu and his companion stood by, frozen in shock, watching Song Yin convulse and wail, unable to even produce a sound, their bodies trembling with fear. In comparison, this woman was far more terrifying than the master. Even in death, the master would typically grant a swift end, with pain lasting but an instant, whereas this woman was relentless. What are you still doing? Take her and follow me to the Jiang family, Yu Qingyu commanded, her brows slightly furrowed as she addressed Meng Niu and his companions. Though these three creatures possessed the remnants of ancient bloodlines, their strength was disappointingly weak, almost laughably so. She could not fathom why the demon lord had chosen to keep them near, had it not been for the little princess's apparent fondness for them. In the demon lord's orders, she would have been reluctant to tolerate their presence. Why, yes. Upon hearing Yu Qingyu's command, Meng Niu and his companions trembled as they approached, hoisting the still convulsing Song Yin behind Yu Qingyu. The trio recounted the events involving Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, and Qi Yuan as they entered the city in detail to Yu Qingyu, mentioning how Jiang Li had provoked Ning Yechen and spoken disrespectfully to Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingyu's expression grew increasingly frigid. Oof. The Jiang family dares to speak ill of the demon lord and his lady. Very well. Within the Jiang family estate, hundreds of cultivators and guards gathered, the estate bustling with activity. Each guard donned armor, selecting various weapons to assemble. These individuals were the formidable forces that the Jiang family had tirelessly cultivated and recruited over the years. The moment had finally arrived for them to prove their worth. Though he felt assured with the leader of the Holy Lotus sect and 2 emissaries personally intervening, Jiang Zhen could not afford to miss the night of the Qi family's downfall. Thus, he and Jiang Ming resolved to summon all their forces to join the Holy Lotus sect in a decisive assault on the Qi family. Not a single one shall remain. Ladies and gentlemen, I am profoundly grateful for your presence at my behest. After we eradicate the Qi family tonight, I assure you, the Jiang family will not neglect your contributions. Jiang Zhen proclaimed in the courtyard, bowing in gratitude to the assembled crowd. Every individual present was invigorated, raising their weapons in fervor, shouting in unison, "Rest assured, Master Jiang. Tonight, we shall ensure the Qi family vanishes from this world." All awaited Jiang Zhen's command to charge into the Qi family estate. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation, as they were well aware that the Holy Lotus sect had already taken action on behalf of the Jiang family, and they were merely there to lend support. Perhaps, once the task was completed, they would earn a favor from the Jiang family, reaping generous rewards in the process. Such a beautiful task. Why not embrace it? Chapter 82. This woman is truly a devil. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming gazed at the exuberant crowd, their long-suppressed emotions finally released at this moment, and smiles long absent graced their faces. What significance did winning the commerce competition hold for the Jiang family? What impact could the elixir of refining immortals have against the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid? After tonight, Nali City would remain the domain of the Jiang family. The Qi family was destined to be outmatched by them. It seemed that my arrival was perfectly timed. Just as the Jiang residents buzzed with jubilation, a serene yet chilling voice suddenly resonated from the sky above. The crowd looked up in confusion, and beneath the hazy night sky stood an exquisite and striking figure. Behind her followed 1 woman and 2 men, one of whom appeared to be carrying another person on his shoulder. "May I inquire who you are?" Jiang Zhen furrowed his brow and stepped forward to ask. Yu Qingyu, uninterested in the likes of such insignificant beings, merely gestured for Meng Niu to drop Song Yin from his shoulder. Meng Niu, not daring to delay, swiftly tossed Song Yin into the center of the Jiang courtyard. Song Yin plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily into the courtyard. The crowd, filled with bewilderment, quickly surrounded her to investigate. Upon seeing her condition, the onlookers were immediately struck dumb with shock. There lay Song Yin, barely clinging to life, convulsing in terror and despair, her face a canvas of regret, with clear tracks of dried tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Even more horrifying was the sight of her limbs grotesquely twisted, her bones and flesh exposed. A truly ghastly spectacle. Some of the more timid individuals, upon witnessing this scene, were so frightened that their legs buckled, causing them to retreat in haste. Saint Lotus Sect leader Song Yin. "Leader, what has happened to you? Please say something." The crowd gasped in horror, rushing to examine Song Yan's injuries. It was almost unbelievable that someone could inflict such severe harm upon the leader of the Saint Lotus Sect. Since the disappearance of the martial god temple, the Saint Lotus Sect had become the most formidable force in southern state. Jiang Zhen, upon seeing Song Yan's state, was rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? At that moment, the gazes of the crowd turned towards Yu Qingyu and her companions, filled with both confusion and dread. Yu Qingyu coldly surveyed the people of the Jiang residence, then commanded Meng Niu and the others go, eliminate all the insignificant insects except for the Jiang father and son. Yes, Meng Niu and the others responded, immediately leaping into the Jiang residence. The Jiang family members hastily drew their swords, warily eyeing Meng Niu and the others. Meng Niu flashed a grin, revealing a charming yet bright smile, and brandished a crimson battle axe. The axe swung with a swiftness akin to a flash of blood, and those standing in the front row were instantly cleaved in half. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The blood that stained the crimson axe was absorbed, emanating a dim, scarlet glow. Had it not been for the need to avoid causing too much commotion, Meng Niu would have wished to level the entire Jiang family to the ground with a single blow. Kaise guildi da serpent sword. Her figure weaving through the crowd like a swift snake. Wherever she passed, the bodies of her foes were severed. The Jiang family members could not even catch a glimpse of her silhouette. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, adorned with resplendent gauntlets, unleashed a fist that struck through the air. The fierce gale of his punch resembling a tornado that swept through the Jiang family members. Unavoidably, all were shattered in its wake. In the blink of an eye, countless Jiang family members met their demise. Faced with Meng Niu and his companions, the Jiang family had no room for resistance and could only flee in terror. A sense of pride crept onto the faces of Meng Niu and his companions. Finally, after a long absence, they were once again reminded of their former might as demon kings. Since following Ning Yechen, they had nearly forgotten that they were once the strongest demon kings in the forest of demons. However, even as Meng Niu and his companions slaughtered the Jiang family members with ruthless efficiency, Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. Is this truly how you serve the demon lord? With a delicate touch, Yu Qingyu descended from the heavens, addressing the trio amidst their massacre with displeasure. Meng Niu and the others were taken aback, halting their slaughter, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear as they looked towards Yu Qingyu, uncertain of what they had done wrong, yet too afraid to question her. Since you three have been taken in by the demon lord, you are considered part of the demon realm. As members of the demon realm, you must show no mercy to your enemies. Yu Qingyu reprimanded coldly. The three stood there, bewildered. Had their recent methods not been brutal enough? They felt they had been exceedingly ruthless. I instructed you to eliminate them, but not to kill them outright. Yu Qingyu continued. Your method of dispatching them with a single blow grants them no pain. It is merely a mercy. Anyone who offends the demon realm should endure endless suffering and torment, struggling in regret and despair until their final breath. Yu Qingyu's demeanor was frigid, her eyes glinting with cold light, and a terrifying smile graced her elegant features. Despite her exquisite beauty, her words and expression sent chills down the spine. Meng Niu and his companions stood rooted in place, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Very well, let me demonstrate for you, Yu Qingyu said, her gaze settling on Jiang Ming, who was cowering behind the crowd in fear. Now, take your own life and witness your demise in pain and regret. As her words fell, Jiang Ming's body moved against his will. My hands, no, they want to obey. What have you done to me? Someone help me. Jiang Ming screamed in terror, his hands uncontrollably grasping a short sword from the ground. Under the terrified gaze of the crowd, Jiang Ming gradually drove the blade into various parts of his own body. First, he sliced his arm clean off, then his thigh, and finally, he plunged the blade into his abdomen. His anguished wails echoed throughout the Jiang residence, his face a portrait of fear and pain, until he succumbed to death, his abdomen fully severed. Even the most seasoned practitioners were left with nothing but overwhelming terror. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyu observed with an appreciative smile. At that moment, a singular thought resonated in the hearts of all present. This woman is truly a devil. Chapter 83. Indeed, it is you. Meng Niu and his companions were frozen in shock. They prided themselves on their countless kills and considered themselves exceedingly ruthless. Yet in comparison to Yu Qingyu, they were truly soft-hearted. The remaining members of the Jiang family had long lost their courage, too terrified to face Yu Qingyu, and hastily scattered in all directions. Naively, they believed that fleeing in different directions would grant them a chance of escape. However, as they leaped into the air, shadowy figures silently emerged from the void, mercilessly slaying those who soared above. No one knew where these figures had come from, or when they had concealed themselves. In their despair, the crowd huddled together, realizing they had nowhere left to flee. Who was the leader of the Jiang family? Yu Qingyu gracefully approached, her every movement exuding elegance as she inquired softly. Without hesitation, the crowd pushed out Jiang Zhen, who had been hiding at the back. "Senior, you are looking for the Jiang family. He is the head of the Jiang family," they exclaimed in unison. Yes, yes, we have nothing to do with this. We beseech you, Senior, show us mercy and spare us. Senior, I am truly unacquainted with the Jiang family. I merely came for a meal. The Jiang family is guilty of heinous crimes. If you spare us, we will eliminate the entire Jiang family for you. Is that acceptable? They wailed and pleaded, hoping that Yu would grant them clemency. Some even proposed the idea of annihilating the entire Jiang family in exchange for a sliver of hope. Others nodded in agreement, lamenting that had the Jiang family not provoked such a formidable foe, they would not have found themselves in this dire predicament. It was hardly worth sacrificing themselves for the Jiang family. Just moments ago, they had boisterously vowed to serve the Jiang family, yet now they clamored for its destruction. These same individuals had once fawned over the Jiang family during its glory days, and the rewards they received were plentiful. I only require Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li, Yu stated calmly. Understanding her intent, the crowd promptly dragged out Jiang Li, who had been sprawled over several women, and unceremoniously tossed him beside Jiang Zhen. Even as the Jiang family was on the brink of extinction, and despite his lower body being paralyzed, Jiang Li remained blissfully oblivious, reveling in his pleasures. The agonizing cries from within the estate went unheard, and he remained blissfully unaware of the calamity befalling the Jiang family. Dressed in disarray, Jiang Li was forcefully thrown to the ground, and as he cried out in pain due to his already disabled legs, he roared furiously at those who had dragged him. You have rebelled. How dare you treat me this way? I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. Do you wish to die? I will have your heads." Clearly, Jiang Li had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The crowd watched him with a mix of sympathy and indignation. Soon, he too realized something was amiss and scanned his surroundings. It was then that he saw the courtyard littered with corpses and blood, countless severed limbs strewn about in pools of gore. His greatest support, his father, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhen, was on his knees, trembling. "What is wrong with you, old man? What has happened? How beautiful!" Jiang Li's first reaction was to admire Yu Qingyo's beauty, and an inappropriate glimmer appeared in his eyes, his lips curling into a lewd smile. Truly deserving of being the lowest of the low. Yu Qingyu gazed at Jiang Li's foolish expression with deep disdain, though her face bore a knowing smile. "Senior, we have brought you the Jiang father and son you requested. Please see." The remaining members of the crowd trembled as they pleaded with Yu Qingyu. "Thank you for your efforts. You may leave now," Yu Qingyu replied with a light laugh. "Thank you, Senior." The crowd's faces lit up with joy. However, they soon heard Yu Qingyo's next words. "As a reward for your obedience, I will allow you to depart without suffering too much. You may turn upon one another." "Senior, wait, you said you would." One individual, his face filled with terror, stepped forward to plead, only to have a long blade suddenly pierce through his chest from behind. "You!" The man turned in confusion to see who had struck him, only to find his assailant shaking his head in desperation, explaining, "No, it wasn't me. My hand has a will of its own." Before his words could settle, the man who had attacked him was also pierced by others wielding blades. In an instant, the crowd, previously huddled together, began to viciously fight among themselves, each proclaiming it was not their intent to strike, urging others to cease. Though they all wished to stop, they found themselves unable to do so. The sounds of agony and despair filled the air, blood gushed forth. Not long after, only a single figure remained standing amidst the sea of corpses, his body riddled with numerous blades, soaked in crimson. Yet, his hands remained uncontrollably gripping the long knife, slicing across his own throat. Thus, the last individual fell into a pool of blood. Jiang Li was utterly petrified by the scene before him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he finally comprehended how terrifying this woman truly was. "No, please don't kill me. Whatever you desire, the Jiang family will grant you." Jiang Li began to plead desperately with Yu Qingyu. "Rest assured, the esteemed demon lord wishes to meet you. I shall not slay you yet," Yu Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for the demon lord's express wish to see him, she would have relished the opportunity to end Jiang Li's life. Given his previous disrespect toward the demon lord and his spouse, coupled with the audacity to gaze at her in such a manner, he deserved 1,000 deaths. Demon Lord. Jiang Zhen and his son repeated the title, momentarily unable to grasp who it referred to. When had the Jiang family ever provoked such a formidable individual? As the Jiang father and son pondered in confusion, Ning Yechen slowly descended from the heavens. Hundreds of shadowy attendants emerged from the darkness, bowing deeply and reverently addressing Ning Yechen. Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu elegantly stepped aside, placing her hand over her chest in a slight bow, softly calling out, Demon Lord. As for Meng Niu and his companions, they had already meekly prostrated themselves on the ground. Pets must possess the self-awareness befitting their status. Ning Yechen gracefully walked past the throng of attendants, approaching Jiang Li and Jiang Zhen. Upon raising their eyes, the two were struck with astonishment, their expressions a picture of disbelief. It is you. Chapter 84. Defeated, yet not completely lost, Jiang Zhen was taken aback, raising his head as he tremulously pointed a finger at Ning Yechen. You are that woman's husband. He could scarcely fathom that the one who easily vanquished the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, and brought ruin upon the Jiang family overnight, was indeed the husband of that woman. This man, apart from his handsome and elegant appearance, possessed no other remarkable traits. Upon first encountering Ning Yechen, he had barely given him a second glance. Jiang Li also lifted his gaze toward Ning Yechen, his expression one of disbelief. The once ridiculed pretty boy had transformed into the revered demon lord in the mouths of these people. Yu Qingyu noticed that the father and son of the Jiang family dared to rise and meet Ning Yechen's gaze, and immediately her brows furrowed slightly as she coldly reprimanded. The demon lord is not someone lowly insects like you can gaze upon. Kneel. As Yu Qingyu's words fell, Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li instantly prostrated themselves, their bodies rendered immobile, unable even to lift their heads. The demon lord has not permitted you to speak. You insignificant creatures have no right to utter a word. Yu Qingyu was profoundly displeased with the disrespectful demeanor of the Jiang family. Had it not been for the presence of the demon lord, she would have made them experience the meaning of a fate worse than death. It seems you are quite astonished by my arrival, Ning Yechen remarked with a cold smile, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li. He had specifically come to ensure they understood who it was they had offended. Additionally, he intended to accomplish something he had been unable to do while beside Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. It is time to account for your disrespect toward my wife, as well as the offense committed against me. Ning Yechen extended his hand toward Jiang Li, who immediately felt his limbs contorting and compressing, gradually transforming his body into a ball. Em Sora. I was wrong. Please spare me. Father, save me. It hurts so much. Jiang Li continuously cried out in agony, desperately pleading for help from the prostrate Jiang Zhen beside him. Jiang Zhen trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror, completely disregarding Jiang Li. Rather, he found himself filled with loathing for his ineffectual son. If it weren't for him, the Jiang family might not have fallen to such depths today. The decades of their family's legacy had been utterly destroyed due to this worthless scion. After compressing Jiang Li nearly into a spherical shape, Ning Yechen released his grip, choosing not to kill him outright. He wanted Jiang Li to endure the torment of his twisted and fractured body. From the moment Jiang Li had mocked him in front of Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen had longed to obliterate him. Allowing him to live a few more days was merely to watch the Jiang family descend from decline to destruction. Now, he had changed his mind, opting not to rush the kill. He would first let him wail in regret. Ning Yechen's gaze then shifted to the prostrate Jiang Zhen, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I have heard that you specifically informed the Holy Lotus sect of your intention to kill my wife. You even declared that you would not spare anyone. Upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Jiang Zhen's pupils constricted sharply, engulfed in despair. He was acutely aware of all the plots and preparations he had been orchestrating at home these past few days. Jiang Zhen recognized that he was destined to die tonight, and the manner of his death would likely be excruciatingly tragic. The Jiang family of Nanli City would vanish from existence, and he felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. Confronting such a terrifying individual, the Jiang family had long been doomed. "My lord, may I ask you a few questions?" Jiang Zhen pleaded from his kneeling position. "How dare a mere insect question the demon lord?" Yu Qingyu retorted coldly, her brows furrowing. The overwhelming pressure caused Jiang Zhen to cough up blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been crushed. Ning Yechen raised his arm, signaling Yu Qingyu to withdraw her pressure, and addressed Jiang Zhen with indifference. "Speak, so that you may die with clarity." "Thank you, my lord. I simply wish to know if the healing essence and the immortal refining pills from the Qi family were both bestowed upon them by you." Jiang Zhen weakly inquired from his position on the ground, his face pale. Yet, he mustered the strength to ask this question. Before his demise, he needed to uncover the truth behind the sudden emergence of these two formulas in the Qi family. Otherwise, he would not find peace. He believed his acumen in business rivaled that of the Qi family, as he was more adept at generating profit. Under his management, the trade association on that street had seen profits multiply several times over, yet he had not received recognition from the Qi family. Instead, he faced reprimand and blame. His keen insight had enabled him to identify a rare herb that would soon become scarce, prompting him to monopolize its acquisition and inflate its price exponentially. Yet for this, he had received numerous complaints and had been chastised by the Qi family. The Qi family's philosophy was to benefit the people, seeking not exorbitant profits, which was in stark contrast to his own principles. Subsequently, when the Holy Lotus sect approached the Qi family, hoping to take control of Nanli City, they were outright rejected. Thus, he took the initiative to contact the Holy Lotus sect, leveraging their assistance to elevate the Jiang family to its current status. He firmly believed that he should never have lost to the Qi family. His ideology was not flawed. Wasn't commerce meant for profit? Ning Yechen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Zhen would specifically inquire about this. The obsession for the truth was evident on his face. Indeed, the healing essence and the immortal refining pills from the Qi family were both granted by me. Is that so? Ha ha! Then I have not truly lost to the Qi family. A look of bittersweet relief crossed Jiang Zhen's face. Finally, he pleaded with Ning Yechen once more. "My lord, I know that even if I beg for mercy, you will not spare me. I only hope that you can grant my son and me a swift end, having witnessed the various gruesome fates of those within the estate." Jiang Zhen could not deny the fear that gripped him. He was merely an ordinary man, at most having undergone physical refinement. How could he not be afraid? Especially now, seeing Yu Qingyu's figure made him tremble uncontrollably, feeling utterly suffocated. Beside him, the agonized Jiang Li, upon hearing his father's words, disregarded his own suffering and screamed in terror, "You old fool! If you're to die, let be just you. I don't want to die. Please spare me. If you die, I will be the head of the Jiang family. I will give you anything you want. Just let me go." Seeing Jiang Li still in such a state, Jiang Zhen's expression was a mix of despair and sudden acceptance. With such a wretched creature around, it was clear that, whether tonight or another day, the Jiang family would inevitably meet its demise. In some sense, the Qi family had indeed triumphed over him. Chapter 85. His kindness is remarkable. I could grant you a swift death, but him no. Out of respect for Jiang Zhen's fleeting semblance of dignity, Ning Yechen displayed an unexpected mercy, allowing him the privilege of a quick demise, casting a dagger at his feet. However, for Jiang Li, he would not be so easily pardoned. The moment he harbored ill intentions toward Luo Ruiying, his fate was sealed. A painless death was beyond his reach. Jiang Zhen cast a final glance at the writhing and lamenting Jiang Li, gradually picking up the dagger from the ground, and without further hesitation, plunged it into his own chest. All of this was a consequence of Jiang Li's own misdeeds, and now he could only reap what he had sown. As a father, he had undoubtedly failed, but he had done all that he could for his son. With a single thrust to his heart, Jiang Zhen collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Li's terror intensified, and he wailed desperately for mercy. "Please spare me. I will give you the entire Jiang family. I desire nothing but my life." Ning Yechen regarded Jiang Li with disdainful indifference. Did he truly still comprehend the unfolding events? His annihilation of the Jiang family was not motivated by their meager possessions. Such trifles, even tossed into his demon god palace, would merely clutter his space. What he sought was the price for having wronged him. Ning Yechen slowly raised his hand, preparing to compress Jiang Li into a mere disk. As he commenced, Jiang Li emitted a series of agonizing shrieks, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. To Ning Yechen's astonishment, Yu Qingyu suddenly interjected, "My lord, could you spare his life?" "Why?" he inquired, bewildered. In his recollection, Yu Qingyu was not one to harbor compassion for mere ants. In her eyes, the majority of beings across the 6 realms were akin to insects. Within the entire demon realm, he considered himself one of the most merciful and direct in his methods compared to his subordinates with varied proclivities. With her icy, beautiful gaze fixed on Jiang Li, Yu Qingyu's lips curled into a sinister smile as she calmly explained, "My lord, this man has not only offended you, but has also shown disrespect towards your lady. To kill him so easily would be too lenient. Might I suggest you permit me to deliver him to the demon realm's execution palace?" The execution palace, as its name suggests, is filled with individuals solely responsible for executions and interrogations. Even the denizens of the celestial realm tremble at the mere mention of the execution palace. Many would rather face death than be captured and brought there for questioning, knowing the myriad of ways they could be made to wish for death while still being kept alive. The wails and cries for mercy from within the execution palace have never ceased. Those who are taken inside never emerge again. Even the most resolute souls, once confined, find themselves begging for release by the following day. It is a place that even Ning Yechen found repugnant upon merely observing. Established in ancient times, the execution palace has persisted through successive demon lords. Although Ning Yechen had proposed its abolition several times, he faced vehement opposition from numerous demon gods and subordinates. They unanimously believed that the existence of the execution palace served as a powerful deterrent against those with nefarious intentions within the demon realm, ensuring that those who had wronged the demon lord faced appropriate retribution. Given the inherent chaos of the demon realm, compounded by his recent ascension to supremacy, it was indeed necessary to instill fear in those defiant demon kings. Thus, the execution palace remained intact until he chose to depart from the demon realm. He had not given it another thought. Yu Qingyu's mention of it jolted his memory, which he had nearly completely forgotten. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yechen nodded in approval of Yu Qingyu's suggestion. "Very well, I entrust him to you." "Yes, I shall ensure you are not disappointed, my lord. Would you like me to report the results of the executions to you periodically?" Yu Qingyu responded with evident delight. In her mind, anyone who had offended the demon lord and his lady deserved to be sent to the execution palace. Many of her methods were learned from those within its confines. Upon hearing Yu Qingyu's intention to report on the execution process and results, Ning Yechen hastily waved his hand in refusal. "That will not be necessary. I fear I may lose my appetite just by witnessing it." "Understood, my lord. Yu Vingyu aprorochit vangli, instructin her shadoi attendants." Take him to the execution palace and inform the palace master, Tian Xing, that this insect has offended the demon lord and his lady. He should know what to do. Remember to tell him I want him to remain alive. If he happens to die, the next one to be executed will be him. Yes. 2 shadowy attendants immediately dragged Jiang Li into the twisted void that had been effortlessly torn open. "Where are you taking me?" "Let go." Jiang Li, paralyzed by fear, attempted to struggle, but in the presence of the shadowy attendants, he was as powerless as a fledgling chick, swiftly whisked away into the void, disappearing from sight. Before departing, Ning Yechen caught sight of Song Yin convulsing on the ground, her pupils dilated, her expression one of numbness and despair. At that moment, Song Yin had just undergone another agonizing process of complete disintegration, locking eyes with Ning Yechen, her gaze pleading for a swift end to her suffering. "Who is she?" "My lord, this individual is Song Yin, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, who attempted to attack your lady tonight, and also the Jiang family's hidden ally. I have already dealt with all the insects within the city and its outskirts." Ning Yechen hesitated briefly before raising his hand. instantly reducing Song Yin to nothingness. He granted her a swift conclusion. In the past, he might not have allowed her such an easy escape, for he did not wish for his beloved daughter and wife to perceive him as excessively cruel. Alas, he truly was too kind. Yu Qingyu did not anticipate Ning Yechen's immediate termination of Song Yin, yet she respected every decision of the demon lord, praising him, "Truly, my lord, your compassion is unparalleled throughout the entire demon realm. Enough, enough. You are responsible for ensuring everything is cleaned up. I do not wish for any disturbances tomorrow." Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, eager to vanish. Yu Qingyu remained behind, directing others to erase all traces. At that moment, another message arrived. "Lord Left Guardian, more people are approaching." Chapter 86 this evening. The snow seems to be far colder than in previous years. Are there more ants again? Yu Qingyu furrowed her delicate brows, revealing her displeasure. The presence of these ants tonight has begun to test her patience. Who could they be? They appear to be individuals from the South Li Academy in the capital of Nanli City. An undercover attendant inquired affirmatively, "Master Left Guardian, shall we eliminate them all?" "No need," she ordered all present after a brief contemplation. "Do not act just yet. I will handle them." Before arriving in Nanli City, she had already gathered ample intelligence about everything here. As an institution nurturing cultivators and maintaining order within the city, South Li Academy had likely detected the various unusual activities occurring tonight. Although it would be simpler to eradicate both the academy and the city in one fell swoop. Since the demon lord expressed a desire to avoid unnecessary commotion, she would refrain from such actions. If South Li Academy were to vanish overnight, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, potentially leading to unwarranted troubles for the demon lord. Thus, it was better for her to intervene personally. After delegating the situation at the Jiang residence to her subordinates, Yu Qingyu donned a mask and vanished in an instant. Under the veil of night, Xia Jia led several individuals swiftly towards the Jiang residence, yet a look of confusion crossed his face. According to the intelligence he had received, the Holy Lotus sect had mobilized its entire force, but along the way, he had not encountered a single trace of them. The city remained eerily calm, devoid of any chaos. Strangely, it seemed as if the entire Holy Lotus sect had silently vanished. His spies stationed throughout the city had detected no sign of the sect. It was indeed perplexing, to the extent that he was at a loss regarding the current intentions of the Holy Lotus sect. Just as Xiajia, filled with uncertainty, was nearing the Jiang estate, a masked figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Who are you?" Xiajia scrutinized the figure, failing to detect any aura emanating from her, and instinctively asked with caution, "You are Xiajia, the president of South Li Academy, correct?" Yu Qingyu spoke calmly. "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire as to who you are and why you obstruct my way?" Xiajia questioned with a slight frown, unconsciously regarding her as someone sent by the Holy Lotus sect to hinder him. "Oof. Obstruct you? Donotist. I could end your life in an instant. The only reason you are still alive is that the Supreme Being has taken pity on you and granted you mercy." Yu Qingyu scoffed coldly at Xiajia's assumption that she had come to impede him. There were but a handful of individuals throughout the 6 realms who could warrant her intervention. Xiajia was taken aback. While he would not claim to be exceptionally powerful, his divine realm cultivation placed him among the top-tier cultivators in the entire Nan province. Apart from Wu Kuang of the Martial God Hall and Song Yin of the Holy Lotus sect, he felt he could rival anyone. Yet this enigmatic woman spoke with such arrogance, asserting that ending his life would be but a moment's work. Who, then, was the supreme being she referred to? Surely, she could not be one of the Holy Lotus sect? Before Xiajia could pose his questions, Yu Qingyu continued, "I am here merely to inform you. The Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect have been eradicated from existence." What? The Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect have been destroyed. Xiajia and those behind him were instantly struck with disbelief. They were all too aware of the strength of the Holy Lotus sect. Otherwise, they would not hold them in such high regard. Since the Martial God Hall had vanished from Nan province, the Holy Lotus sect had risen to dominance, nearly unrivaled. Yet she claimed to have obliterated them. It had been less than half an hour since he received news of the sect's mobilization, and now it was entirely annihilated. This was so swift that he could hardly believe the veracity of the information. Given the evident absence of the Holy Lotus sect in the city, a chill gripped Xia Jia's heart, compelling him to accept the words of this mysterious woman as truth. Tomorrow, you will learn of the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect's disappearance from the world. This serves as a small punishment for their offense against the Supreme Being, Yu Qingyu stated coldly. At this moment, Xia Jia felt a wave of dread wash over him. A sensation of helplessness he had never experienced even in the presence of Song Yan. He could hardly fathom who the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect had provoked to bring about their downfall. Understand this and leave, while I have yet to change my mind and take action against you. Yu Qingyu delivered her final warning to Xia Jia with an icy demeanor. Though fear gripped his heart, Xia Jia mustered the courage to ask, "May I inquire, who is this Supreme Being?" A mere ant dares to seek knowledge of the Supreme Being's name? The Supreme Being despises disturbances. You would do well to refrain from investigating matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, Southly Academy may be next. With that, Yu Qingyu's form became ethereal, vanishing without a trace. When had such a terrifying force arrived in Nanli City, and he had been utterly oblivious to it? Soon, Xia Jia received news that the Qi family and other locations in the city were safe and confirmed that the Holy Lotus sect had indeed been completely eradicated. It happened so quickly that he could barely process it. Just then, the night sky began to shower down snowflakes, soft as goose down, blanketing the city. Xia Jia shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill throughout his body. This evening's snow seems to be much colder than in years past. He resolved not to conduct any further investigations, choosing instead to act as if he knew nothing of the events that transpired tonight. Without any intention of concealing her presence, she strode gracefully into the Holy Lotus sect. The last remaining Golden Lotus saint, stationed there, immediately flew in front of her. "Who dares to intrude upon the Holy Lotus sect?" he shouted. "Shatter." Yu Qingyu barely cast a glance at him, calmly uttering the command. In the next instant, the Golden Lotus saint was torn apart, meeting a gruesome end. The remaining disciples of the Holy Lotus sect were left in shock, their faces pale with terror and astonishment. Their Golden Lotus saint, second only to the sect leader, had perished with a mere utterance. Yu Qingyu had no desire to waste further time on these ants. She softly chanted, "Annihilate." With a thunderous roar, the vast Holy Lotus sect erupted from its center, violent waves and residual power engulfing everyone in an instant, with the shockwave radiating for miles. What remained beneath Yu Qingyo's feet was now a bottomless abyss. After this night, the Holy Lotus sect would vanish from the world. Chapter 87. My dear, please guide me through the rest of my life. As night deepened, snow began to fall gently. Luo Ruiying stood at the street corner, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms, gazing toward the distant end of the street. She yearned to seize the opportunity of a New Year festival tonight to present the carefully prepared gift to him. Luo Hongye, having trailed behind for quite some time, had fallen asleep in her embrace. "My dear." Upon seeing Ning Yechen appear, Luo Ruiying felt an inexplicable sense of relief. A nagging worry had settled in her heart, sensing that something unusual was afoot in the city tonight. She regretted allowing Ning Yechen to venture out alone. As a mere mortal amidst so many cultivators, he could easily fall into peril. As she awaited his return, her desire to present the gift was intertwined with concern for his safety. After all, he had mentioned going out to buy something, and she was curious about what it could be. In response to her inquisitive gaze, Ning Yechen explained, "I happened to arrive just as the shop was closing." "Closing? On such a bustling day?" Luo Ruiying questioned, her confusion apparent, though she dismissed it quickly. "Perhaps the owner took their family out for a stroll," Ning Yechen added, and she found his reasoning plausible. He took her arm, leading her toward home, but then she hesitated, feeling a sudden shyness. "Wait, I have something for you." Ning Yechen halted, his face brightening with anticipation as he looked at her. He had sensed that she had something to say before he left, and now it seemed she had prepared a gift for him. Feeling increasingly bashful under his expectant gaze, Luo Ruiying took a moment before retrieving a stunning, silvery, fluffy scarf from her bosom and handed it to him. Initially, she had intended to knit him a sweater like the one for Luo Hongye, but but upon realizing it didn't look quite right, she decided against it. Unlike Luo Hongye, who was a child and could wear anything, a plain-colored sweater seemed far too unappealing. Thus, she ultimately opted to make a scarf instead. Cradling the scarf in his hands, Ning Yechen's face lit up with surprise. The scarf was delightfully warm. He had thought that Luo Ruiying was preoccupied with knitting a winter garment for Luo Hongye, and was taken aback to discover she had crafted a scarf for him as well. "My dear, you're truly wonderful. Thank you, my beloved." He stepped forward and embraced Luo Ruiying, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, but thankfully she still held Luo Hongye in her arms, preventing their bodies from pressing too closely together. Blushing, she remarked, "Seeing that you seem to like my gift makes me very happy." This was her first time giving a gift to someone outside her family. "My dear, I have a request. I wonder if you would grant it?" Ning Yechen did not release her, but instead gazed intently into her eyes. With children around during the festival and the fireworks disrupted by the Holy Lotus sect, this rare moment alone was not to be squandered. What is it?" Luo Ruiying inquired curiously, as it was uncommon for him to make such earnest requests of her. Ning Yechen smiled gently and leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear. Luo Ruiying's face instantly turned crimson, her expression wavering as she glanced around before shyly asking, "And now?" "Here?" "Yes." Ning Yechen replied with a smile, nodding earnestly. After confirming that the surroundings were quiet and devoid of onlookers, she called out softly, her cheek still tinged with pink, "Husband." Indeed, Ning Yechen had requested her to call him husband in person, although she had said it a few times in the presence of others. This was the first time she would utter it face to face, and it was undeniably difficult for her. For reasons unknown to her, Ning Yechen expressed a desire to hear her say it once more. With no one else around, she decided to give it a try. As Luo Ruiying shyly whispered his title, Ning Yechen felt an overwhelming joy blossom within him. Gazing at her exquisitely beautiful, bashful face, he could not resist reaching out to cradle her cheek, leaning in slightly. A flutter of emotions surged within Luo Ruiying, making her increasingly anxious. She sensed the significance of this moment, slowly closing her eyes and tilting her lips forward. Though she had once contemplated vengeance after losing her maidenhood, she had never truly blamed Ning Yechen. After all, it had been her own coercion. He had treated her and the child well, taking responsibility, and they had formed a happy family of 3. Gradually, she no longer regretted that night of surrender. She cherished these days. Having already given herself to him and borne his child, she recognized him as her one and only husband in this lifetime. "My dear, please guide me through the rest of my life." Ning Yechen's fingers traced the delicate softness of Luo Ruiying's cheek as he uttered a heartfelt declaration, then leaned down to kiss her enticing lips. A soft, enchanting murmur escaped her lips as their mouths met gently, tongues intertwining in a tender embrace. This marked their first kiss, both fully aware and conscious of their feelings. Luo Ruiying's cheeks were now adorned with a captivating blush of intoxication. Chapter 88. Absolutely no peculiarities. As Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying basked in a romantic atmosphere, a row of heads stealthily emerged from the alleyway on the opposite side, peering intently at the scene. "Look, they're kissing. The demon lord and his lady are sharing a kiss. Such a significant moment must be captured. Quickly, inform the left protector. Her plan has succeeded. Where are the fireworks? Hurry, summon the fireworks team." The members of the Night Heavenly God were more exhilarated than Ning Yechen, their faces radiant with joy as they directed commands. Such a splendid ambience certainly required the accompaniment of fireworks. Unbeknownst to Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen caught sight of the onlookers, causing him to jump in surprise. How could they be following him so stealthily? He glared fiercely at the prying eyes of the Night Heavenly God. In no time, half a head peeked out again. What's wrong? Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's anxious expression, his previous fierce gaze now replaced with a hint of worry. But he must not let his wife discover those onlookers. Under Luo Ruiying's puzzled gaze, Ning Yechen wasted no time and once again leaned down to kiss her rosy, jade-like lips. Just then, a burst of firelight shot into the night sky, blossoming into a kaleidoscope of colors against the dark canvas of the night. The residents of Nanli City curiously peered from their windows at the unexpected fireworks. How strange. Why are there fireworks at this hour? Could it be there are two displays tonight? Who cares? It is delightful to enjoy the spectacle from home once more. As the brilliant fireworks erupted in succession, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying embraced tightly, sharing a deeply affectionate kiss. Time slipped by unnoticed until they reluctantly parted. The soft glow in Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes revealed an uncharacteristic tenderness and shy allure that made her even more endearing. Ning Yechen found himself momentarily entranced, until they caught sight of Luo Hongye, who had been peacefully slumbering in Luo Ruiying's arms, now wide awake, her bright eyes filled with curiosity as she observed them. Why is the child awake? When did she wake up? Was it the sound of the fireworks that stirred her? Luo Ruiying's face flushed a deep crimson, as she lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. To be caught in such an intimate moment by their child was undeniably awkward. "Yeah, you're awake." Ning Yechen smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongye. "Papa, Mama, what are you doing?" Luo Hongye asked innocently, her curiosity evident. This question only intensified Luo Ruiying's embarrassment. Papa was just playing a game with Mama." Ning Yechen explained earnestly. They had to gloss over it. The child was still young and shouldn't he know too much. "Play games? I want to play too. I want to play with Papa and Mama," Luo Hongye exclaimed, raising her tiny hand with excitement. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged awkward glances before each planted a gentle kiss on Luo Hongye's adorable cheeks. "Now it's your turn." Luo Hongye beamed, reciprocating by kissing both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on their cheeks. The hidden spectators, the night heavenly god and his companions, wore expressions of delight, their hearts swelling with emotion as tears brimmed in their eyes. Oh, how wonderful! The demon lord and his lady share such a strong bond. Perhaps it won't be long before we see the birth of their second little prince or princess. In the stillness of the night, within their bedroom. After soothing Luo Hongye back to sleep, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen lay side by side. This time, Luo Hongye was not nestled between them, but comfortably cradled in Luo Ruiying's arms. With no child between them, Ning Yechen could directly wrap his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, pressing against her back. "The child is still asleep. You mustn't do anything peculiar." Luo Ruiying, her back turned to Ning Yechen, felt her cheeks flush, yet she did not resist. "Fear not, my dear. It is merely the chill of the night that prompts me to hold you close for warmth. I would never engage in any peculiarities," Ning Yechen whispered reassuringly in her ear. Seizing the enchanting atmosphere of the night, it was the perfect opportunity to deepen their bond. Being able to embrace and sleep together like this was indeed a rare blessing. Luo Ruiying's back was not only warm, but also exuded a delightful fragrance that was utterly captivating. He relished it. Seeing that Ning Yechen seemed genuinely intent on simply holding her asleep, Luo Ruiying slowly relaxed. Upon hearing his mention of the cold, she subtly shifted back, pressing her delicate form against his chest. With her warmth, it should be quite cozy, yet nestled like a little bird in a man's embrace. Luo Ruiying felt a unique sensation blossom within her heart. She never anticipated that one day she would lie in a man's arms, feeling safe and sheltered. And that man was immortal. "My husband, if there comes a day when I'm no longer here, you must promise to raise Hongye well. Let her grow up as a normal child." Luo Ruiying tenderly caressed the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms, tilting her head back against Ning Yechen's chest. The celestial realm was likely still searching for the traces of the mother and daughter, and she worried about implicating Ning Yechen. Moreover, she was merely prolonging her life with a false heart, uncertain of how long it might last. She even contemplated leaving alone, entrusting her child to Ning Yechen, perhaps to divert the celestial realm's attention. Yet, she found it exceedingly difficult to part from her child and the life she cherished. Ning Yechen sensed Luo Ruiying's spirit wavering and tightened his embrace around her waist, speaking softly, "My dear, do not entertain such distressing thoughts. I am here for you. As long as I exist, you and our child shall remain safe. No one can harm you." Hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying felt a gentle tremor of reassurance in her heart, and she subtly revealed a charming, peaceful smile. Though merely immortal, he dared to assert his protection over her and their child. It was truly remarkable. Yet, rather than feeling resentment, her heart brimmed with joy. His willingness to say such things was more than enough. Luo Ruiying nestled comfortably against Ning Yechen, gradually succumbing to sleep. However, it wasn't long before she suddenly opened her eyes wide, displaying a playful pout as she cast a fierce glance at the slumbering Ning Yechen behind her. Why is this guy asleep so restless? His hands and feet are never still. Chapter 89. The strength of the opponent is uncommon. The following morning, an astonishing piece of news swept through the city of Nanli. Within a single night, the entire Jiang family estate had vanished without a trace. The once bustling residence stood eerily empty, devoid of any sign of life. Speculation arose that the Jiang family, sensing their precarious position in Nanli, had surreptitiously relocated under the cover of darkness. However, this theory was swiftly dismissed by others, as nearly all of the family's possessions remained untouched, suggesting no signs of a hasty departure. Considering that the Jiang family, along with their guards and attendants, numbered in the hundreds, it seemed implausible that they could exit the city unnoticed in a single night. Others posited that the Qi family must have some formidable backing, suggesting that a hidden force had orchestrated the sudden obliteration of the Jiang family. This conjecture, however, was met with skepticism and derision. If the Qi family had such support, how could they have endured decades of oppression from the Jiang family? Moreover, it was well known that the Jiang family was backed by the Holy Lotus sect, the most powerful force in Nan province following the mysterious disappearance of the martial god temple. Who could dare to challenge the might of the Holy Lotus sect? The mystery surrounding the disappearance of the Jiang family became the talk of the town, a perplexing enigma that captivated the citizens of Nanli. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Ning Yechen resided, he and the Luo family were enjoying a delightful breakfast together. Unlike her usual habit of being fed by either Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen, Luo Hongya sat independently beside Ning Yechen. On her other side was Yuqingyu, who carefully fed her spoonfuls of kanji. Upon witnessing the little princess eat the food she offered, Yuqingyu's cool demeanor softened into a gentle smile of satisfaction. The small princess had consumed the food from her hand. This moment filled her with profound joy, marking a brilliant addition to her endeavors in the demon realm. She was determined to embrace her role as a nurturing figure, cherishing the little princess as if she were her own granddaughter. Luo Ruiying observed Yuqingyu with curiosity. Since her arrival, she found herself drawn to the woman, who exuded an impeccable grace and poise, managing the household with diligence and care. She treated Yuqingyu with utmost respect and lavished affection upon Luo Hongya, revealing a particular fondness for children. It was evident that she thrived on opportunities to care for youngsters, almost as if she regarded them as her own. Yuji, I want more. Luo Hongya eagerly leaned toward Yuqingyu, opening her mouth wide. Yuqingyu, delighted, fed her another spoonful of kanji and gently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. The little princess was still growing. She needed to eat well. Surely, she would one day become someone of great stature, rivaling even the demon lord himself. Perhaps she ought to prepare some exquisite medicinal dishes or procure some mythical beast meat for the princess's nourishment. Just as Yuqingyu contemplated the dietary plans for Luo Hongya, a knock echoed through the courtyard. Without a doubt, it could only be Qi Yuan. Hello, Loye. Ningo little Yi. Qi Yuan exclaimed cheerfully as she entered, greeting Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying before rushing to Luo Hongya and affectionately pinching her cherubic cheeks. No matter how often she beheld the little princess, her cuteness never failed to captivate her. However, Qi Yuan soon sensed a chilling gaze directed at her from behind, causing her to shudder. Turning, she found Yuqingyu's icy eyes fixed upon her. Her spoon crumbled to pieces in her grip. This beautiful elder sister is truly terrifying. Did she just crush the spoon with her bare hands? Is that something an ordinary maid could accomplish? This surely must be a threat. Qi Yuan's face turned pale with fright. To this day, she remained baffled by Yuqingyu's apparent hostility towards her. Suppressing her murderous intent, Yuqingyu telepathically inquired of Ning Yechen, Demon Lord, may I eliminate her? You've already posed this question before. Ning Yechen replied, exasperated. If every individual who admired his daughter and playfully pinched her cheeks were to be dealt with, chaos would ensue. Meng Niu and his companions observed the exchange with a mix of envy and admiration towards Qi Yuan. This woman was remarkably fortunate. She could boldly caress the little princess's face without fearing for her life, especially given that Yu Qingyu had already harbored malicious thoughts towards her. "Qi girl, come sit with us," Luo Ruiying beckoned, patting the empty seat beside her with a smile. Qi Yuan swiftly joined Luo Ruiying, avoiding eye contact with Yu Qingyu. She couldn't shake the feeling that this stunning elder sister was intent on her demise. Once settled, Qi Yuan steadied herself and, with a serious expression, addressed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. "Luo Jie, Ning Ge, you may not yet be aware, but something significant has transpired in the city. Last night, the Jiang family seemingly vanished from existence, disappearing from Nanli. Even the people at Nanli Academy claim they cannot investigate the matter." While she felt a sense of relief at the Jiang family's disappearance, the event was undeniably bizarre. The vast Jiang family, comprising hundreds, had vanished overnight without a single sound. From her understanding of the Jiang family, they did not seem like the type to depart so willingly. "The Jiang family has disappeared." Luo Ruiying's expression turned to one of astonishment. "And that is not all, Luo Jie. It is said that the Holy Lotus sect has also been completely obliterated overnight. That was the foremost sect in Nan province after the martial god temple." Qi Yuan continued, her voice tinged with trepidation. Strange occurrences in Nan province were becoming increasingly frequent. First the martial god temple, now the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect, and still, no one knew who was behind these actions. Luo Ruiying fell into a contemplative silence. She held no particular interest in the Jiang family. Had it not been for Jiangli provoking her, she would have remained indifferent to their affairs. Her actions to assist the Qi family in the business competition stemmed from her disdain for the Jiang family's conduct. She had even resolved that should the Jiang family dare to provoke her again, she would ensure their complete eradication from existence. Yet, it appeared that someone had acted before her. The ability to make an entire family vanish without her awareness revealed an extraordinary level of power. Chapter 90. How did she know? Luo Ruiying felt an unsettling presence lurking within the city, a mysterious force that she had yet to perceive. She could only hope that it would not entangle her in its affairs. For now, she simply desired a tranquil life with her family. Noticing the furrowed brow and worried expression on Luo Ruiying's face, Ning Yechen gently took her hand and offered her a charming smile. Qi Yuan had been quietly observing the interaction between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, and when she saw their hands clasped beneath the table, a motherly smile crept on her face. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it seemed that the bond between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen had grown a touch deeper. To preserve the lovely atmosphere, Qi Yuan refrained from discussing distressing matters and instead inquired, "By the way, Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen, did you attend the fireworks festival last night?" "Yes, we did. It was truly beautiful," Luo Ruiying replied with a nod, feeling grateful to Qi Yuan for recommending the event. "Did you make it to the hillside?" Qi Yuan asked curiously. Yes. Was I not supposed to go there?" Luo Ruiying responded, puzzled as to why Qi Yuan would ask such a question. After all, the hillside was the designated viewing spot for the fireworks. Yet, it seemed no one else had come to witness the spectacle last night. Seeing the confusion on Luo Ruiying's face, Qi Yuan clenched her delicate fists, expressing her indignation. "You went to the right place, but for some unknown reason. The fireworks festival started early last night. The person responsible for igniting the fireworks was discovered sleeping in a thicket early in the morning, with no recollection of what had transpired. To make matters worse, someone had set up a fog barrier at the entrance to the hillside, preventing anyone from reaching it. Some people wandered in the fog all night, only to be found exhausted at the foot of the hill by dawn. Many cultivators in the city are currently searching for the prankster responsible for this debacle. Because of the fog, no one was able to ascend the hillside to enjoy the fireworks." Hearing that Luo Ruiying had managed to go up, Qi Yuan was astonished. Upon reflection, perhaps it was because Luo Ruiying's strength allowed her to navigate through the fog. Luo Ruiying, intrigued by the identity of the prankster, unconsciously glanced at Yu Qingyu, who had informed her about the early start of the fireworks festival last night. How did she know? Yu Qingyu sat calmly, delicately sipping her tea, appearing utterly unconcerned. Only Ning Yechen understood that she was undoubtedly behind it all. Daddy, Luo Hongye, having eaten her fill, climbed into Ning Yechen's embrace from the adjacent chair, settling comfortably within his arms. Ning Yechen affectionately held her close, gently stroking her small, adorable head. The round, smooth surface of a child's head was a delight to touch. And Luo Hongye squinted her eyes in bliss, only displaying such joy when nestled in the arms of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. She was exceedingly shy around strangers and averse to forming bonds with others, let alone playing with peers. It had taken considerable effort, mostly through the allure of food and prolonged companionship, for Luo Hongye to grow closer to them. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen felt that Luo Hongye might be overly dependent on them. Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen, after the new year. It will soon be time for the annual recruitment at Nanli Academy. Besides specialized cultivation classes, the academy also offers preschool classes suitable for children like Luo Hongye. Should we enroll her? Qi Yuan proposed thoughtfully. Nanli Academy was renowned in the southern province and had a dedicated preschool that would be ideal for a child like Luo Hongye. Upon hearing the suggestion of sending Luo Hongye to preschool, both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen paused, their expressions filled with hesitation. They were well aware of Luo Hongye's deep attachment to them, which stemmed from her traumatic past of isolation and confinement. Consequently, she had little sense of security and was quite resistant to strangers. This was precisely why Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were so indulgent toward her. Although they cherished having Luo Hongye close, they also hoped for her to interact more with others and gain a broader understanding of the world. After all, which parent does not wish for their child to become more outgoing and lively? Regarding Qi Yuan's suggestion, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were genuinely considering it. However, the thought of sending Luo Hongye away to school, away from their side, was difficult for them, especially for Luo Ruiying. She felt anxious whenever Luo Hongye was out of her sight, and the idea of parting with her for most of the day was unbearable. Thus, they needed to deliberate carefully on Qi Yuan's proposal. Noticing the concern and reluctance on their faces, Qi Yuan patted her chest confidently, saying, Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen, you need not worry. I will also enroll in Nanli Academy, and I promise to take good care of little Hongye while we are there. However, this statement elicited a dismissive glance from Yu Qingyu, who scoffed at the notion that such an insignificant individual could protect their most precious little princess of the demon realm. Qi Yuan felt a sudden pang of discouragement under Yu Qingyu's scornful gaze, as if she were being scrutinized like an insect. Qi Yuan, are you planning to join Nanli Academy? What about taking over the family business? Luo Ruiying inquired with curiosity upon hearing Qi Yuan's intention to enroll. Qi Yuan straightened her posture, determination gleaming in her eyes. Thanks to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, the Qi family is thriving. Even if I'm not needed, it will not be a problem. Moreover, thanks to Ning Yechen, I am now able to resume my cultivation. I wish to pursue my childhood dream of becoming a formidable cultivator, just like Luo Ruiying. Having suffered from damaged meridians in the past, her cultivation had been arduous. But now that her channels had completely healed, she was resolute in her decision to join Nanli Academy and continue her path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation may not be easy, but Qi Yuan was determined to persevere. Luo Ruiying, recognizing Qi Yuan's genuine passion and resolve, smiled encouragingly. Qi Yuan, your talent is commendable. If you remain steadfast, you may achieve great success in the future. Chapter 91. Was it all just a misunderstanding? Above the city of Nanli, a graceful and stunningly beautiful woman streaked across the sky like a divine rainbow, casting her gaze upon the bustling crowds below. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ruiying, with fair skin and an extraordinary allure. However, her long hair, cascading down to her waist, was a mesmerizing blend of black and white. Could it be here? Luo Ruixin held a fragment of a broken sword in her hand. Her brow furrowed as she peered down at the vast expanse of Nanli. Is it possible my sister resides here? After Ning Yechen's visit to the Luo God Temple, Luo Tianya had sensed that something might have befallen his daughter, Luo Ruiying. Thus, he dispatched her younger sister, Luo Ruixin, to search for her. The shard in her possession was a small piece from the once-whole Luo god Immortal Sword. This fragment had the ability to sense the location of the sword's essence. The closer it drew to the original blade, the more it would emit a faint glow, guiding her steps. With the broken sword fragment in hand, Luo Ruxin ventured into the forest of demons, arriving at a small cabin nestled among the trees. The signs indicated a hasty departure, as if danger had lurked nearby. Fearing for Luo Ruing's safety, she continued to search the vicinity, ultimately reaching the skies above Nanli. At this moment, the shard in her grasp flickered with increased intensity, confirming her sister's presence within the city. Seizing the fragment tightly, Luo Ruxin descended into the city, resolutely continuing her search. Unbeknownst to her, as she landed, dark shadows began to emerge from the void around her. Celestial King cultivation level. These are beings from the Celestial Realm. To kill, the Demon Lord has issued orders to monitor Celestial Realm individuals closely and report promptly. For now, do not engage. With that, several shadows twisted and vanished into the void. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan had spent some time at Ning Yechen's residence, playing with Luo Hongye before rising to take her leave. The primary reason for her departure was the unsettling gaze of Yu Qingyu, which made her feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. It seemed that remaining any longer could endanger her life. After Qi Yuan's exit, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing contemplated whether to send Luo Hongye to school to foster interaction with her peers. Just then, a voice from the Dark Sentinels echoed in their minds. Demon Lord, Left Guardian, individuals from the Celestial Realm have appeared. It seems one is heading in your direction. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu exchanged a sharp glance, their eyes glinting with a cold, penetrating light. Have those reclusive families from the Celestial Realm finally sent someone? Ning Yechen pondered. If so, it would be an excellent opportunity to inquire about the forces behind them. He had been searching for someone to question. Demon Lord, I shall handle this, Yu Qingyu volunteered. If these individuals are the ones pursuing the lady and the young princess, she would show them no mercy. Their actions against the Demon Lord's household would equate to declaring war on the entire Demon Realm. Go, but remember to bring them back alive, Ning Yechen cautioned, his gaze sharp as he transmitted his thoughts. He was concerned that Yu Qingyu might exert too much force and end up killing them outright. Yu Qingyu smiled slightly, bowed to Luo Ruing, and stated she was going out to procure some ingredients before departing. Luo Ruing furrowed her brow in confusion, watching Yu Qingyu's retreating figure. Hadn't they just stocked up on provisions a few days prior? Why was she going out again so soon? Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu had exchanged furtive glances, as if they were concealing something from her. My dear, is something the matter? Ning Yechen inquired, noting the contemplative furrow of her brow, his curiosity piqued by her expression. Could she have sensed something? No, it's nothing. She hesitated to voice her concerns, fearing it would imply distrust towards Ning Yechen. She firmly believed he was not the type to hide anything from her. Surely, it was merely a misunderstanding on her part. What could he possibly be concealing? As Luo Ruxin traversed the streets of Nanli, guided by the broken sword fragment, she felt the pull intensifying, a wave of joy washing over her. It seemed her sister was indeed in the vicinity. However, in the next instant, she halted abruptly, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance, her eyes scanning the surroundings with acute alertness. Unbeknownst to her, the lively sounds that had surrounded her faded into an eerie silence, the once crowded streets now devoid of life. The area felt unnaturally empty, as if dozens of eyes were fixated upon her. Distracted by the fragment in her hand, she had remained oblivious to the looming danger. In an instant, the sensation of dread washed over her as she sensed the presence of Moon Qingyu approaching from the street ahead. Luo Ruxin, feeling a chill run down her spine, tightened her grip on her waist-bound sword, her brow deeply furrowed. She could not discern the woman's cultivation level, nor did she detect any aura of spiritual energy emanating from her. Was this individual's power far beyond her own, or were they simply adept at concealing it? Moon Qingyu regarded Luo Ruxin with a cold gaze, preparing to speak when she suddenly noted the aura of tension radiating from Luo Ruxin, reminiscent of the energy that surrounded the lady. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this celestial realm woman bore a striking resemblance to the lady as well. Could she be from the lady's family? Quickly deducing Luo Ruxin's identity, Moon Xingyu felt relieved that she had refrained from making her intentions known. She immediately signaled for the surrounding lurking demons to withdraw, then offered Luo Ruxin a courteous smile akin to that of a humble maid. Luo Ruxin suddenly felt the oppressive atmosphere dissipate, the harrowing presence vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Moon Xingyu was gone, and the street was once again filled with the ebb and flow of passers-by. The sense of impending doom seemed as though it had never existed. Could it be that everything was merely a misunderstanding? Chapter 92. This is my child. As a proprietor of a barbecue stall, he naturally stocked a considerable amount of prepared ingredients at home. Indeed, my lady, these ingredients were pre-ordered. I merely need to collect them, Yu Qingyu explained casually, fabricating a reasonable excuse. I see. Luo Ruiying did not press further. However, Ning Yechen knew that Yu Qingyu was not merely going to procure groceries and inquired curiously through a mental transmission. Has it been resolved? Not yet, my lord. It seems that the individual is associated with the lady, Yu Qingyu clarified. Wary that the person might be someone Luo Ruiying recognized, she chose to refrain from taking action. Upon hearing that the person might indeed be of Luo Ruiying's kin, Ning Yechen couldn't suppress his curiosity. The people from the Luo Divine Palace have come. While Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu exchanged thoughts discreetly, Luo Ruiying was also scrutinizing the two of them from the shadows. It was indeed not her imagination. There was an almost imperceptible exchange of glances between Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu. What could they possibly be concealing from her? For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sudden heaviness settled in Luo Ruiying's heart, akin to a stone lodged within. She promptly shook her head to dispel the distracting thoughts. Why was she behaving like a sentimental woman, indulging in such idle musings? This was not at all characteristic of her. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the courtyard door. Kaisei approached and opened it, revealing Luo Ruxin, who stood at the threshold, holding a shard of a broken sword. May I inquire whom you seek? Kaisei asked courteously. Upon seeing that the person who answered the door was not Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruxin furrowed her delicate brows. Could it be a mistake? However, it made sense. How could her sister reside in such a humble abode? Just as Luo Ruxin prepared to voice her intention to leave, she caught sight of Luo Ruiying within the courtyard. Luo Ruiying's expression shifted in surprise as she exclaimed, Ruxin, sister, it's truly you. Even Ning Yechen, observing from the side, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. That spot should have belonged to him and their child. Yet, he was even more astounded to discover that his wife had a sister. Wasn't he that his little sister-in-law? After their heartfelt reunion, Luo Ruxin raised her head from Luo Ruiying's embrace, scrutinizing her sister, whom she had not seen for nearly 2 centuries. Noticing the transformation of Luo Ruiying's once silver hair into a mass of ordinary black locks, Luo Ruxin's brow furrowed deeply, her expression betraying her anger. Sister, what happened to your hair? How could this be? The most distinctive characteristic of the Luo divine lineage was the transformation of black hair into silver. The purer the bloodline, the denser the silver strands. Luo Ruiying was the one who had fully awakened the ancient Luo divine bloodline after millennia, possessing the enviable silver hair that was the pride of their family. Revered as the most gifted individual since the dawn of time, she had reached the realm of an immortal emperor in just over a century. Yet now, that resplendent silver hair had become mundane black, signifying that her Luo divine blood could no longer sustain her basic divine form. Gently stroking the black hair at the nape of her neck, Luo Ruiying spoke with a serene composure. Much has transpired. I can no longer maintain the form of the Luo goddess. She felt no significant confusion regarding her inability to uphold the Luo goddess persona. Rather, she found solace in having departed from that existence and embraced the rare and precious ordinary life she now led. You can no longer maintain the Luo goddess form. Sister, what on earth happened after you left the family? How could you end up hiding in the mortal realm? Luo Ruxin pressed angrily, incredulous that her once admired sister, who had been revered in the celestial realm, now dwelled in such dismal conditions. Just over a century ago, She had heard that her sister had been bestowed the title of Luo, Goddess Empress in the celestial realm. In disbelief, Luo Ruxin grasped Luo Ruiying's wrist, her complexion instantly paling. Your celestial bones are gone. Your heart too. Sister, what has happened to your body? Well, as you can see, I am merely a cultivator of the celestial realm now. You have surpassed me, Luo Ruiying replied, her indifference to her current plight evident. However, Luo Ruxin did not share her sentiments. With a face as frigid as ice and a fierce glint in her eyes, she demanded, Sister, tell me, who has done this to you? I shall kill them. Luo Ruiying had always been her idol since childhood, the driving force behind her relentless pursuit of cultivation, and her most beloved sister. How could she remain composed upon witnessing her cherished sister suffer such indignities? While she deeply desired to surpass her sister, it was certainly not in this manner. Calm down, calm down. Otherwise, you may very well demolish my home. Luo Ruiying chuckled, embracing Luo Ruxin to soothe her emotions. She whispered softly in her ear, You need not worry about my affairs. I am well, am I not? As for what has transpired, let's not dwell on it. Consider it as if you know nothing. Knowing may not bode well for either of us or for the Luo divine family. But sister, you... Luo Ruxin protested, reluctant to let the matter rest, yet was silenced by Luo Ruiying's slender finger pressed gently against her lips. Luo Ruiying wore a serious expression, unmistakable in her authority. Despite her current cultivation being only of the celestial realm, she remained her sister. I understand, sister. Luo Ruxin relented, nodding in resignation. Though Luo Ruxin had many questions she wished to ask Luo Ruiying, her attention was suddenly drawn to a delicate, doll-like little girl clinging to Luo Ruiying's leg. Peeking out shyly, what an adorable little girl. Upon closer inspection, she bore a slight resemblance to her sister as a child. Her timid demeanor was utterly charming. Sister, whose child is this? Luo Ruiying's face flushed slightly as she gathered the little girl, Luo Hongya, into her arms, sheepishly replying, This is my child. Chapter 93. He is your brother-in-law. Luo Ruixin gasped in astonishment, her expression frozen in disbelief. The news was utterly shocking. She had never anticipated that during this visit, she would not only see her sister, but also her sister's daughter. After more than 2 centuries of separation, her sister had a child. This was simply too sudden for her to accept. Her beloved sister had gotten married. But to whom? Who was this wretched man? Luo Ruixin's face flushed with indignation as she pressed for answers. In her eyes, no one in this world could possibly be worthy of her beautiful, powerful, and tender-hearted sister. Luo Ruiying blushed, intertwining her arm with Ning Yechen's and drawing him closer. Ruixin, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Ning Yechen. Hello. Ning Yechen greeted with a friendly smile, acknowledging Luo Ruixin despite her previous derogatory remark. Luo Ruixin's gaze shifted to Ning Yechen, her shock intensifying. Although she had noticed him standing beside her sister upon entering, she had failed to detect any trace of spiritual energy emanating from him and had instinctively dismissed him as a mere servant. To her astonishment, this man was her sister's husband, her brother-in-law. Luo Ruixin scrutinized Ning Yechen with a piercing gaze, her expression betraying disdain and even a hint of hostility. How could this despicable man tarnish her beloved sister? It was unforgivable, while he was not lacking in appearance, resembling the handsome men of the celestial realm. She could discern nothing remarkable about him beyond his looks. He appeared overly delicate, lacking any cultivation, clearly a mere ordinary mortal. How could such a person be worthy of her sister? Sister, you married such a man? Luo Ruixin exclaimed, her disdain unabashed as she pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen remained speechless, puzzled by her harsh judgment. Did he truly seem so inferior? Hearing him belittled, Yu Qingyu, standing nearby, furrowed her brow. The demon lord was exceptionally powerful and admirable. Countless women in the demon realm would vie for the opportunity to bear his children. How dare this ignorant woman slander him? Were it not for her being the demon lord's sister-in-law, she would not have let her off so easily. Ruixin, you are being exceedingly rude. He is your brother-in-law. Apologize at once. Luo Ruiying reprimanded, her displeasure evident. Under her sister's authoritative presence, Lo Ruxin instinctively shrank back, unable to retort. Reluctantly, she turned to Ning Yechen and muttered, "Sorry." Afterward, she crossed her arms defiantly, casting a fierce glare at him. It was all this guy's fault for getting her scolded by her sister. "My dear, my sister did not mean anything by it. Please do not take offense," Lo Ruing said, concerned that Ning Yechen might dwell on Lo Ruxin's words. "Not at all," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. He could clearly see that Lo Ruxin's disdain was intentional, as she treated him like a foe. Lo Ruxin huffed, refusing to meet his gaze, her attention wandering around the courtyard and the interior, the dilapidated walls, shabby furniture, and overall disarray. To her, everything appeared to be in ruins, a stark contrast to her life in the celestial palace. How could her sister live in such squalor? Indeed, this man was utterly unworthy of her sister. If she were to be her sister's husband, she would ensure her sister resided in a place far more opulent and beautiful than the celestial palace. Lo Ruxin quickly shifted her focus to the three individuals standing behind Lo Ruing. Upon her first glance, she sensed something peculiar. She vaguely perceived an indistinct aura of spiritual energy emanating from them, which did not seem entirely human. Yet, upon closer inspection, nothing seemed amiss. Had she misjudged? With a scrutinizing gaze, she approached the trio, examining them closely and even sniffing the air. Strange. She found no further anomalies. They are servants brought by Qingyu, so do not be disrespectful, Lo Ruing advised, helplessly observing her sister's odd behavior. This was not typical of her. Why was she acting so strangely today? "Hello, miss." The three servants stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they forced smiles. Lo Ruxin, with her genuine celestial king-level cultivation, was far above them. They had to tread carefully to avoid exposure. Lo Ruxin, unable to detect anything unusual about them, decided she must have been mistaken earlier. Judging by their appearance, they could indeed pass as her sister's attendants. Turning her gaze back to Yu Qingyu, Lo Ruxin instinctively tensed, her hand instinctively gripping the hilt of her celestial sword. It was her, the woman she had encountered outside. So, she was also a maid in her sister's household. Yu Qingyu, with a cold demeanor, still managed to greet Lo Ruxin politely. "I have heard of you, Miss Lo." Seeing that Yu Qingyu exuded no trace of spiritual energy, Lo Ruxin gradually relaxed her grip. With her celestial king cultivation, how could she be intimidated by a mere maid? How foolish of her to be so cautious. Yet, this woman's beauty and grace were truly captivating. How could such a woman be his servant? After surveying the courtyard and interior, Lo Ruxin's gaze returned to the child in Lo Ruing's arms. Despite her grievances toward Ning Yechen, she felt a genuine affection for the child, especially since Lo Hongye bore a striking resemblance to Lo Ruing in her youth. "Such a sweet little darling. What is your name?" Lo Ruxin inquired, her expression softening with warmth as she leaned closer to Lo Hongye. In an instant, Lo Ruxin froze, her smile faltering. Had she just been rejected? Chapter 94. This man is utterly sinful. Do not be afraid. She is your aunt, Luo Ruing gently reassured as she noticed Luo Hong's evident reluctance towards Luo Ruxin. The child appeared to resist being embraced by Luo Ruxin. In that instant, Luo Ruxin felt as though she had plummeted into despair. Was she truly so detestable? Why? Was she really that terrifying? Luo Ruing was equally curious. Although Luo Hongye was somewhat shy, she had never exhibited such reluctance in the presence of kind and amiable individuals. In fact, she had been quite affectionate towards Qi Yuan and had even allowed Yu Qingyu to hold her during their first encounter. What was it about her sister that elicited this response? Is something troubling you, Hongye? Are you afraid of your aunt? Luo Ruing softly inquired, holding the child close. Auntie dislikes Daddy, and I do not like those who speak ill of Daddy. I do not like Auntie. The child's words pierced Luo Ruxin's heart like a dagger. It hurt deeply. She was truly despised by her adorable niece. Ning Yechen, unaware that Luo Hongye's aversion stemmed from Luo Ruxin's impoliteness, felt a surge of joy, smiling at the realization. His precious daughter was indeed perceptive. Come here, Hongye. Let Daddy hold you. Ning Yechen reached out to embrace Luo Hongye, who obediently nestled into his arms. This scene was particularly jarring for Luo Ruxin, who perceived it as a display of Ning Yechen's superiority. The child favored him over her. How infuriating. This mere mortal dared to provoke her. It was his fault that she had fallen out of favor with Hongya. Luo Ruxin silently added this grievance to her list of discontent towards Ning Yechen. Since you're here, you might as well stay for dinner. Let us dine together, Luo Ruing suggested, sensing Luo Ruxin's lingering hostility towards Ning Yechen. With a resigned sigh, she led Luo Ruxin to the dining hall. Please take a seat. I will prepare the meal. Cook, sister, how can you engage in such mundane tasks? Luo Ruxin exclaimed, astonished and expressing her strong disapproval. As beings of the celestial realm, they consumed divine nectar and exquisite fruits. How could she sully herself with the drudgery of cooking like an ordinary woman? I am merely a woman now. What is inappropriate about that? Luo Ruing replied before heading to the kitchen. Yu Qingyu observed Luo Ruxin for a moment, then silently followed her sister to assist. What is the matter with this maid? She seems to be glaring at me. For the first time, Luo Ruxin felt an odd sensation for being glared at by a servant. How dare she? Her sister had truly changed. She had become like an ordinary woman. Was this the life Luo Ruing yearned for? Despite her strong objection to her sister behaving like a housewife, Luo Ruxin secretly longed to savor her sister's culinary skills. She had never tasted the dishes prepared by her sister's own hands. Kaisei, bring a pot of good tea, along with some pastries and fruits, Ning Yechen instructed. Cradling Luo Hongya on his lap, Kaisei and the others nodded and retreated to prepare. Luo Ruxin, with an air of superiority, declared, there is no need. I am quite particular about my tastes. Your ordinary tea and pastries would hardly satisfy me. Best save them for yourselves. Such mundane fare could never grace her palate. What could her sister and little Hongya possibly enjoy with this man? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Resolutely, she retrieved various celestial fruits and delicacies from her spatial ring, displaying them before Ning Yechen. Try these instead. You may never have the opportunity to taste them again in your lifetime. If you get to sample these pastries, it is truly a blessing for my sister and the child, she proclaimed confidently. Ning Yechen glanced at the pastries and fruits with a smile, amused. These were merely the most commonplace delicacies from the celestial realm. In the demon realm, they wouldn't even qualify for his attention. Noticing Ning Yechen's suppressed laughter, Luo Ruxin frowned. What was this man's intention? Did he dare mock her? He was truly an ignorant mortal. Little did he know how many people in the mortal realm would yearn for just a taste of such delights. Little Hongya, why not try your aunt's pastries? Are they delicious? Luo Ruxin eagerly turned to Luo Hongya, hoping to win her affection through the treats. Luo Hongya's bright eyes glanced at the pastries, then up at Ning Yechen, as if seeking permission to indulge. Ning Yechen smiled, ruffling her hair and gently encouraging, since it is your aunt's offering, you should give it a try. With a gleam of excitement, Luo Hongya took a piece and bit into it. How is it, little Hongya? Luo Ruxin asked, filled with anticipation and anxiety. Delicious, Luo Hongya exclaimed joyfully. Splendid. A satisfied smile graced Luo Ruxin's face, her heart swelling with pride. Winning over the child's affection required first winning her appetite. She firmly believed that after tasting the celestial pastries, little Hongya would never crave anything else. Then, she could reclaim her knees from that man's embrace. Is this not the best treat you've ever had? If you tell your aunt you like it, I shall prepare more for you in the future, Luo Ruxin beamed. Luo Hongya paused, shaking her head decisively. I prefer grilled sausages. Grilled sausages. Luo Ruxin's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly comprehend that the pastries and fruits she had brought from the celestial realm paled in comparison to a mere sausage from the mortal world. How could this be possible? To be bested by a simple sausage was a crushing blow for Luo Ruxin. The celestial delicacies she had brought could never be inferior to such mundane fare. It must be that this man had been feeding the child unhealthy food, leading to her distorted taste. It had to be his fault. This man was utterly sinful. Chapter 95. Not delicious at all. Luo Ruxin glared fiercely at Ning Yechen, leaving him perplexed and speechless, unaware of what he had done to provoke his sister-in-law. At that moment, Kaisei and the others brought tea and pastries to Luo Ruxin's table. "Miss, please enjoy," they said. Luo Ruxin had already made up her mind to take a few bites and then ruthlessly criticize the offerings he had prepared. She aimed to humiliate him. As she turned her head and reached for the delicacies on the table, her hand froze mid-air, shock evident on her face. Before her lay an array of exotic fruits, crystal grapes, ruby fruits, jade melons, and many celestial fruits she had never encountered before. How could he possess so many celestial fruits? It was impossible. The growth and storage conditions for celestial fruits were exceedingly demanding. There were scarcely any places in the mortal realm capable of producing them. Surely, they must merely resemble celestial fruits. She could not be deceived. Luo Ruxin picked up a sparkling crystal grape, its lustrous sheen and the flowing essence within clearly visible. Instinctively, she swallowed, and then tossed the crystal grape into her mouth. As her teeth gently sank into it, the sweet nectar burst forth, flooding her mouth with rich flavors. It was undeniably a genuine crystal grape. Furthermore, it was the most succulent one she had ever tasted. How close she had come to forgetting her mission. She was supposed to scrutinize his faults, to attack him, not to indulge. Luo Ruxin quickly popped another crystal grape in her mouth and then reached for a pastry. Given the level of pastries in the mortal realm, they could never compare to those of the celestial realm. However, upon taking a bite, her eyes lit up and an involuntary expression of astonishment crossed her face. This, too, was delicious. The flavor was so unique, as if it blended various herbs with some unidentifiable meat. The taste was exquisite. After swallowing, warmth spread throughout her body, leaving a lingering fragrance in her mouth. How infuriating! How could his pastries be more delectable than those from the celestial realm? While glaring at Ning Yechen in frustration, she continued to shove pastries into her mouth. Ning Yechen found it amusing. These pastries had been meticulously prepared by Yu Qingyu for Luo Hongya, combining rare celestial herbs that not only tasted divine, but also aided in physical growth. Even Luo Ruiying had praised them. Luo Ruxin, despite devouring them ravenously, wore a face of unwillingness. Suddenly, she realized that this sister-in-law of hers had a charming side. Of course, it paled in comparison to the adorableness of his wife and child. "If you like them, take your time. There are plenty more at home," Ning Yechen kindly reminded her. Concerned she might choke, Luo Ruxin, having just swallowed another bite, fiercely retorted, "Who said I like them? They're not delicious at all." Ning Yechen, no sooner had she spoken than she choked, hastily grabbing the tea on the table to gulp it down. After finishing the tea, Luo Ruxin exhaled deeply, shooting a fierce glare at Ning Yechen. This guy had deliberately engaged her in conversation, nearly causing her to choke. Clearly, he sought to harm her. As the aromatic tea lingered on her palate, Luo Ruxin paused, pouring herself another cup to savor. This tea was delightful, far better than what she had at home. How could everything he prepared, from pastries to fruit to tea, be so delectable? It left her unable to find fault and thoroughly criticize him. These must have all been prepared by her sister. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal present such exquisite items? Luo Ruxin was convinced these delicacies had nothing to do with Ning Yechen, allowing her to indulge with even more conviction. Luo Hongya, nestled in Ning Yechen's embrace, couldn't help but glance curiously at Luo Ruxin. Auntie eats a lot, even more than Yechen. Before long, Luo Ruiying personally entered the kitchen and prepared a feast. After a long time apart, she was joyful to reunite with family. Yu Qingyu, assisting her, arranged the dishes on the table and set out the chopsticks. "Ruxin, you should try the food from the mortal realm," Luo Ruiying urged as she invited her to sit and taste. Although Luo Ruxin had already consumed a substantial amount of pastries and tea, the thought of her sister's home-cooked dishes compelled her to dig in eagerly. "Delicious, just as expected from my sister. Such culinary skills wasted on a certain man," she exclaimed, devouring the food, while simultaneously disparaging Ning Yechen. "Ruxin," Luo Ruiying's brow furrowed, displaying her displeasure. She could easily discern that Luo Ruxin was mocking Ning Yechen. He was her husband, and even family should not belittle him thus. "I know, sister." Realizing Luo Ruiying might genuinely be upset, Luo Ruxin quickly softened her tone, though she felt wronged. Her sister had scolded her for this man. Ning Yechen, however, remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he occasionally fed Luo Hongya and helped Luo Ruing with her food. Sitting beside Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu was not pleased. Her demeanor poised as she remarked, "Miss Luo, my young master is also quite skilled in the kitchen, and Madam enjoys his cooking very much. How can you say it is wasted? Moreover, the dishes you just sampled were all made by me. I am delighted they suit your taste." Luo Ruxin. She was rendered speechless, her embarrassment palpable. Luo Ruing couldn't help but chuckle, personally serving Luo Ruxin some of her own dishes. As Luo Ruxin reveled in the joy of her sisters serving her, she then noticed Luo Ying doing the same for Ning Yechen. "Darling, you should try this too." Ning Yechen opened his mouth to receive his wife's offering, then casually picked up some food to feed Luo Ruing. "My dear, you should eat more." Feeling somewhat shy with Luo Ruxin present, Luo Ruing hesitated but could not let Ning Yechen hold the food indefinitely. Thus, she tucked her hair behind her ear and gently opened her lips to take a bite. Their intimate gestures did not escape Luo Ruxin's notice, leaving her momentarily stunned at the table. Her most admired sister now appeared like a bashful maiden, sharing tender moments with a man. They seemed as affectionate as a long-married couple. Sitting beside Luo Ruing, she suddenly felt superfluous. Meng Niu and Yu Qingyu, along with the others at the table, had long since grown accustomed to such displays. "Sister, I want some too." Luo Ruxin seized the opportunity, leaning over the table to snatch the food from Luo Ruing's chopsticks. Chapter 96. She cannot accept it. As night fell after dinner, everyone gathered in the hall. Luo Ruxin, resembling a little girl, clung to Luo Ruing's waist, seeking affection as an excuse for not having seen her sister in a long time. Moreover, she occasionally cast provocative glances at Ning Yechen, displaying a triumphant expression, as if to declare to him, "Look, my sister belongs to me." Ning Yechen, holding Luo Hongya beside him, could only smile in exasperation. He never imagined that one day his sister-in-law would compete for affection with him, her brother-in-law. What a situation! Luo Ruing looked at her sister with a mixture of helplessness and indulgence. "Ruxin, you're not a child anymore. Why do you still act like one?" Despite being several hundred years old, her sister Luo Ruxin still behaved with the same childish charm. She would forever remain her sister's beloved younger sibling. Luo Ruxin continued to cling to Luo Ruing's waist, her voice sweet as she insisted on not letting go. It had indeed been a while since they last met, and Luo Ruing permitted her sister's moment of whimsy. At that moment, Yu Qingyu entered the hall, slightly bowing as she announced, "Young master, madam, the water in the bathing pool has been heated." A bathing pool. Luo Ruxin's eyes lit up at the revelation. She lifted her head from Luo Ruing's embrace. Luo Ruing smiled gently and nodded. "Your husband has prepared a bathing pool at home. Ruxin, you should try it." The thought that Ning Yechen had created this bathing pool for her and their child made Luo Ruing's face blush slightly. Oblivious to her sister's embarrassment, Luo Ruxin exclaimed eagerly, "That's wonderful. I haven't bathed with you in ages. Let us go together, okay, little Yi?" She turned her expectant gaze toward the obediently seated Luo Hongya in Ning Yechen's arms. Luo Hongya's little face frowned slightly as she murmured, "I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy." "Ah, that won't do, little Yi. You know boys and girls can't bathe together, right?" Luo Ruxin was taken aback by Luo Hongya's words, her expression startled as she hurried to explain. However, what followed from Luo Hong left Luo Ruxin utterly stunned. "But I always bathe with Daddy and Mommy." Sister, is that true?" Luo Ruxin turned to Luo Ruing, her face a portrait of disbelief. Luo Ruing, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze. Though she said nothing, her actions spoke volumes, confirming everything. Her beloved sister had indeed bathed with a man. She could not accept it. "Little Yi, how about you bathe with your aunt instead?" Luo Ruxin stretched out her hands to Luo Hongya, hopeful. The innocent child blinked her large eyes and curiously asked, "Does Aunt also want to bathe with me and Daddy and Mommy?" No. Luo Ruxin hastily shook her head, her face flushed as she corrected. "It's just you, your aunt, and your mommy." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongya clung tightly to Ning Yechen and resolutely declared, "No." I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy. Luo Ruxin. Once again rejected by Luo Hongye. Luo Ruxin felt a heavy blow to her heart and lowered her head in disappointment. How could she possibly compete with that man? Little Yi, tonight Mommy will take you to bathe with your aunt, all right? Seeing the situation, Luo Ruiying decided to personally persuade Luo Hongye. While she certainly needed to bathe the child, if Luo Ruxin wished to join, Ning Yechen could not be included. Even if Luo Ruxin was willing, she herself would not be. Luo Hongye pouted, clearly unhappy. Ning Yechen gently patted her little head and softly said, "Be good, little Yi. Tonight, just bathe with Mommy and Aunt. Next time, Daddy will take you." Though he was saddened to miss the opportunity to bathe with his wife and child, he acknowledged that the child needed her mother for the bath. Since Luo Ruxin and Luo Ruiying had not seen each other for a long time, he reluctantly conceded this chance for them to share a bath. All right, although still reluctant, Luo Hongye obediently nodded and allowed Luo Ruiying to carry her into the bathing room. Yu Qingyu disapproved of Luo Ruxin's intrusion on the Demon Lord and his wife's bathing time. However, given that she was the madam's younger sister, she chose to remain silent. Soon, the sounds of laughter and playful banter filled the bathing room. "Sister, your figure is amazing. After giving birth to little Yi, you seem even more beautiful than before. I envy you. If I were your husband, I would be the happiest man alive." "What nonsense are you talking about? Hands to yourself. It's no big deal, sister. You can touch mine too. You better behave yourself." Ning Yechen. Sitting in the hall, Ning Yechen could hear every sound from the bathing room clearly. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his excellent hearing. He could even envision his wife's flustered and angry expression. Couldn't they, one a celestial being and the other a celestial king, arrange a soundproof barrier? This was utterly careless. Yu Qingyu, standing beside Ning Yechen, glanced at him, a barely noticeable smile gracing her lips as she handed him a towel and remarked casually, "Lord Demon, you have a nosebleed." Ning Yechen. "Is that so? I must be a bit overheated lately." He awkwardly accepted the towel and dabbed at his nose, forcing an explanation. Yu Qingyu understood perfectly, but as a servant, she could not expose the Demon Lord's predicament. Instead, she followed his lead, saying, "I shall prepare some herbal soup for you tomorrow to cool your body. Thank you for your trouble." Luo Ruiying, her long, wet black hair cascading behind her, blushed with a delicate beauty, resembling a radiant lotus emerging from water. No matter how many times he beheld his wife after a bath, she always looked exquisite. Ning Yechen silently admired Luo Ruiying's beauty, but Luo Ruxin, noticing his gaze, stepped in front of him. Clinging to Luo Ruiying's arm, she whined, "Sister, can I sleep with you tonight?" This. Luo Ruiying's face displayed a hint of difficulty as she looked toward Ning Yechen. Since their meeting, she had always shared her bed with him and the child. Chapter 97. What Immortals? Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen became quite displeased. It was a rare opportunity for him to bathe with his wife. Yet now Luo Ruxin was intent on seizing the precious chance for him and his wife to share a night of intimacy. "Sister, it has been so long since I last saw you. There's so much I wish to discuss," Luo Ruxin said, clinging to Luo Ruiying's arm. Her eyes filled with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruiying cast an apologetic glance at Ning Yechen and proposed, "Husband, could you please sleep in another room tonight? It is rare for me to meet with family, and I wish to catch up with Ruxin." Although she felt a pang of guilt for Ning Yechen, she had no choice but to temporarily accommodate him. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities for the couple to share a bed in the future. "My dear." Ning Yechen's face fell with reluctance and grievance as he gazed longingly at Luo Ruiying. The nighttime was his most anticipated moment, and now he was being asked to relinquish it to another. It seemed his sister-in-law was determined to cause him trouble. Luo Ruxin hid behind Luo Ruiying, wearing a smug expression as she watched Ning Yechen's anguish. He felt a surge of irritation. If not for her being his sister-in-law, he would have certainly given her a piece of his mind. Seeing the almost pitiable look in Ning Yechen's eyes, Luo Ruiying felt both amused and exasperated. Aware that this seemed rather unfair to him, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Later, I will make it up to you." "Make it up." Ning Yechen's eyes lit up at the mention of compensation, and he immediately replied without hesitation, Rest assured, my dear, I'm not so petty. You and Ruxin may sleep together tonight. Luo Ruiying. Watching Ning Yechen's swift change in demeanor, Luo Ruiying regretted speaking too soon. He had just been so unwilling. But the words were out, and she could not retract them. In the room, Luo Ruxin eagerly flopped onto the bed, greedily inhaling the scent of the bedding, her face alight with bliss. The fragrance of my sister. After such a long time, she could finally share a bed with her sister again and breathe in her scent. Oh dear, do not engage in such peculiar behavior. How can you still be so childish? Though Luo Ruiying was somewhat amused to see her sister unchanged since childhood, she felt a warmth in her heart. Tonight, to prevent Ning Yechen from being alone, and because she had matters to discuss with Luo Ruxin, she had taken the child with her to keep him company. At that moment, laughter could be heard from the adjacent room, where Ning Yechen was entertaining the child. We're flying. Daddy is amazing. Upon hearing the joyous sounds, a radiant smile graced Luo Ruiying's beautiful face. He truly is something. Even at bedtime, he's still playing with the child. Luo Ruxin, noticing her sister's blissful expression, pouted in discontent as she lay on the bed. She had intended to sleep with her sister and the child tonight, leaving that man to keep his own company. Yet, her sister insisted on having Luo Yi sleep with him. Little Yi had also expressed reluctance to leave his father alone. The child's adorable understanding forced her to concede. Sister, may I ask you a question? Luo Ruxin inquired, gazing at Luo Ruiying's graceful silhouette. Yes. What is it? Why did you choose that man? Luo Ruxin asked, her tone tinged with discontent. Given her sister's status, even within the celestial realm, what sort of man could she not have? From a young age, her sister had been renowned for her striking silver hair and exquisite beauty throughout the celestial domains. Countless suitors had sought her hand, yet she could not fathom why her sister would fall for a man who seemed lacking in every regard aside from his appearance. Strictly speaking, it was not so much a choice as it was a lack of options at that time. But such a reason was difficult to articulate. If Luo Ruxin were to discover that her sister had been compelled to associate with Ning Yechen, her fiery disposition would undoubtedly lead her to seek vengeance against him. He is quite good. Quite good. In what way is he good? Luo Ruxin probed, increasingly suspicious of her sister's blushing demeanor. Sister, why is your face turning red? Is it? Perhaps I was just soaking for too long. Luo Ruiying replied, covering her flushed cheeks. It was all this girl's fault for making her recall such peculiar matters. Sister, you still haven't explained what is so good about him. Luo Ruxin pressed on, unconvinced that a mere mortal could possess qualities worthy of her sister's affection. That is your brother-in-law. You must not refer to him as that man. It is exceedingly disrespectful. Luo Ruiying scolded, lightly tapping Luo Ruxin on the head. Though he is but a mortal, he possesses a strong sense of responsibility and great kindness. He cares for both me and the child very well. Do not underestimate your brother-in-law. It appears his family has a long lineage in medicine, and he possesses remarkable skills. Moreover, he is attentive and knows how to amuse children. But sister, he is merely a mortal. Witnessing Luo Ruiying enumerate Ning Yechen's virtues, Luo Ruxin hastily interrupted her. While many of those qualities sounded commendable, they seemed too ordinary. The most pressing concern was how a mortal could possibly protect her sister. The disparity between mortals and cultivators was profound, spanning status, cultivation level, and lifespan. Mortals had fleeting lives, rarely exceeding a century, which could hardly be deemed long. After 100 years, that man would inevitably pass away, and knowing her sister, she would likely never welcome another into her heart. Was that not a sentence of lifelong solitude for her sister? Thus, her vehement opposition to Ning Yechen becoming her brother-in-law stemmed not only from the fear of losing her beloved sister, but also from the sheer inappropriateness of their union. Luo Ruiying recognized Luo Ruxin's concerns and smiled with serene composure. Well, mortals, as long as he is a person worthy of lifelong devotion, that is all that matters. One day, when you find someone you cherish, you will understand. Chapter 98. The Little Secret Between Yi Yi and Father Lo Xin. Do you have someone you like? Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's profound inquiry, Luo Xin couldn't help but furrow her brow in retort. Luo Ruiying, was taken aback by her response, and her expression brightened with joy. Really? You already have someone you like? Yes, I do. I like my sister, Xin playfully said while hugging Luo Ruiying's waist and sticking out her tongue. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying shot a speechless and disappointed glance at Luo Xin. She had thought that someone finally had eyes for this girl, only to be left feeling foolishly hopeful. After tidying her hair, Luo Ruiying lay on the bed, gazing silently at the ceiling, her demeanor turning serious as she spoke. Xin, you haven't told anyone about finding me, have you? Not yet, sister. That's good. You must not tell anyone about my presence here. Even if someone from the celestial realm suddenly seeks you out, you must pretend you know nothing, Luo Ruiying warned solemnly, turning her head to face Luo Xin. To be honest, while she was thrilled that Xin had found her, a twinge of worry inevitably arose. If those people discovered their connection, it would not only endanger her and the child, but could also bring calamity to the Luo Divine Hall. Seeing Luo Ruiying's serious expression, Luo Xin ceased her playful antics, asking with sincerity, "No one can know, not even father?" "No, do not tell father. Act as though you never found me. Hand over that piece of the divine sword you have." Luo Ruiying extended her hand, requesting the fragment of the Luo divine sword that Luo Xin held. If that fragment fell into the wrong hands, they would certainly seek her out, leading to her discovery. It was safest for her to personally safeguard the fragment. Without hesitation, Luo Xin handed the piece to Luo Ruiying, her face clouded with sadness as she asked, "Sister, can you really not tell me what happened? Perhaps I could help." However, seeing her sister bearing all this alone, living in the human realm, filled her with profound reluctance. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, shook her head slowly, and embraced Luo Xin. Xin, do not inquire further about this matter. Remember my words, do not tell anyone. I understand, sister, Luo Xin replied, hugging Luo Ruiying. At present, her cultivation at the Celestial King level was still insignificant in the Celestial Realm, rendering her incapable of protecting her sister. In the adjacent room, Ning Yechen casually lifted Luo Hongye into the air, allowing her to float freely. Only when Luo Ruiying was absent did he dare to perform simple, playful tricks to amuse the child. Initially, when she floated, Luo Hongye felt a tad frightened, but with Ning Yechen's supportive presence, she gradually relaxed. Eventually, when he released his hold, she was no longer afraid, her adorable face curiously observing her surroundings. "Father, Yi can fly too." "Yes, our little Yi is amazing. Father will take Yi to play something fun. Yi, hold on tight." Ning Yechen floated in front of Luo Hongye, facing away from her, allowing her to cling to his neck as she sat on his shoulders, spinning around in the air. Father is so awesome." Luo Hongye giggled, her joy evident. "Oomph. Father has even more impressive tricks. Do you want to see?" Ning Yechen pretended to be mysterious. "I want to see." This piqued Luo Hongye's interest, and she eagerly responded. Ning Yechen halted and, in front of Luo Hongye, clenched his fists before her. Under her curious gaze, he conjured a fluffy toy ball seemingly from thin air. Luo Hongye's big eyes widened in amazement as she leaned forward, eager to discover where the ball originated. When Ning Yechen closed his hand and opened it again, the ball had vanished. "Father, where's the ball?" Luo Hongye asked in confusion. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and opened his other hand. "Tajda, the ball is here." "Oh." Luo Hongye tilted her head, gazing in wonder at the ball in Ning Yechen's other hand. She was puzzled as to how the ball had appeared there. Ning Yechen presented the ball to Luo Hongye and clenched his hands once more, saying, "Yi, what do you want to see now? Father will grant your wish." Yi wants to see a little bird." Luo Hongye contemplated before expressing her anticipation. "No problem. The little bird is now in Father's hands. Can you guess which hand it's hiding in?" Ning Yechen extended his clenched fists toward Luo Hongye. She furrowed her brow, pondering for a long while, but unable to determine the answer, feeling a bit disheartened yet adorable as she said, "Father, I can't figure it out." "It's all right, Yi, just choose one. Father believes you can guess correctly." Ning Yechen encouraged with a smile. After a moment of indecision, Luo Hongye pointed to the right hand. "Then, I choose this one." "Tada, congratulations, you guessed right." Ning Yechen chuckled softly, and, as he opened his hand, countless luminous, ethereal birds, formed from condensed spiritual energy, flew out, surrounding Luo Hongye and illuminating the entire room. The room had been sealed off from spiritual energy by Ning Yechen in advance, ensuring that Luo Xinxin would not sense anything from next door. Luo Hongye stared in awe at the ethereal birds, her mouth slightly agape with delight. "Do you like it, Yi?" "I do." Luo Hongye beamed with a crescent-shaped smile in response. Seeing the child's innocent and charming expression, Ning Yechen felt a swell of satisfaction as he embraced her. "Yi, do not tell your mother about tonight, all right?" Yi knows. This is our little secret." Luo Hongye nodded, smiling in agreement, without Ning Yechen needing to emphasize it. After the previous experience, Luo Hongye understood what he meant. "My precious daughter is so clever. It saves me from having to find more reasons." Ning Yechen tousled Luo Hongye's little head and faintly heard whispers from the adjacent room. So he took her to the wall, pressing his ear against it. Luo Hongye, curious, mimicked him and pressed her ear against the wall as well. The father and daughter leaned against the wall, their big eyes staring at each other. Chapter 99. Unrestrained and Ruthless. The following morning, after a night without seeing Luo Hongye, Luo Ruing eagerly embraced her in her arms. Throughout the night, she had heard the sounds of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye playing, and she could not help but ask, "What were you and Daddy playing last night?" "Daddy was taking me flying," Luo Hongye replied, still brimming with joy. Although they had played until they were exhausted, she felt immensely happy. "Flying? Daddy took you to fly in the air?" Luo Ruing's expression turned to one of confusion. Ning Yechen quickly made a shushing gesture beside Luo Hongye. "This is a little secret between you and Daddy. You promised not to tell. Not even a mother?" Luo Ruing inquired curiously. Daddy said not to tell Mommy." Luo Hongye nodded adorably. "Is that so?" Luo Ruing gazed meaningfully at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen, momentarily taken aback by the child's innocence and sincerity, was relieved that it did not arouse Luo Ruing's suspicion. She pondered for a moment, speculating that perhaps Ning Yechen had lifted the child into the air, allowing her to feel as though she were flying. However, she could not understand why Ning Yechen had asked Luo Hongye to keep a secret, even from her. "Sister, I'm ready. Let's go." At that moment, Luo Ruxin emerged from her room, immediately linking her arm with Luo Ruing's. With the New Year's festival still ongoing, Luo Ruing planned to take Luo Ruxin to explore the city in the coming days, allowing them to experience the vibrant atmosphere of humanity and festivity. "Husband, will you join us?" Luo Ruing asked, as she turned to Ning Yechen. "Since my dear wife has asked, I shall certainly accompany you both," he replied with a playful smile that made Luo Ruxin furrow her brow slightly. This man was definitely trying to prevent her from having some quality time with her sister. Leaving Meng Niu and the others at home to guard the house, Ning Yechen and Yuqinyu accompanied Luo Ruing and Luo Ruxin as they ventured outside. As they strolled down the street, with Luo Ruing cradling Luo Hongye and Luo Ruxin and Ning Yechen walking closely beside them, Yuqinyu quietly followed behind. Before long, they caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing aroma of barbecue. Both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing were familiar with this delightful scent, but it was the first time for Luo Ruxin, who curiously sniffed the air. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant. There's a barbecue stall nearby that smells quite good. Let me take you there," Luo Ruing said as she led Luo Ruxin toward the stall where the God of Night was located. At present, the God of Night's barbecue stall was indeed the best culinary experience she had encountered in the mortal realm. Even now, the children still longed for it. A barbecue stall? What could a mere mortal's food have to offer? Luo Ruxin scoffed dismissively. "But we're here now, so we should give it a try. You might end up liking it," Luo Ruing said with a smile as she pulled Luo Ruxin along. Before long, they arrived at the original stall of the God of Night. The sight before them left everyone momentarily stunned. The stall was surrounded by a throng of people, predominantly women, with a line that seemed endless. The God of Night's barbecue stall had gained immense renown throughout the entire Naley city. Everyone who had tasted it praised its flavor. Many dignitaries and wealthy youths were drawn to it. The reasons for its popularity, aside from his meticulous craftsmanship and secret recipe, included the god of nights, strikingly aloof yet elegant demeanor. A cool and courteous barbecue stall owner had attracted countless young women to behold him. It was said that in recent days, several women had offered exorbitant sums to keep him, but he had turned them all down. This led to a rumor circulating in the city. A dashing and cold gentleman would rather sell barbecue every day than be maintained by a wealthy woman. Such noble and unyielding character was highly praised by all. Luo Ruxin was taken aback by this impressive display. She had not expected a simple barbecue stall to attract such attention. Now, her curiosity was piqued. But how long would they have to wait in this long line? Sister, there seem to be quite a few people. Indeed, Luo Ruing lamented. With this long queue, it may be dark by the time we get to the front. My dear wife, leave it to me, Ning Yechen said with a slight smile, confidently striding to the front of the line. Could you kindly let me take this spot? Huh? You can't be serious about skipping the line. The man in line looked displeased, preparing to refuse Ning Yechen, when suddenly he noticed a bag of precious gems in Ning Yechen's hand. The man instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes widening. Just that small bag was likely enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort. What were you about to say? Ning Yechen grinned, playfully shaking the bag of gems and casually taking one out before tossing it back in. He held it out toward the man. The man carefully extended his hands to receive it, his face breaking into a beaming smile, more radiant than a blooming flower. Please, this position is reserved just for you. Young master, since you've arrived, I shall take my leave. The man bowed deeply and swiftly vacated the spot, disappearing in an instant. The other individuals waiting in line stared at Ning Yechen in astonishment. For just one position, he had been so extravagant. It was simply unrestrained. Ning Yechen turned back with a smile and waved to Luo Ruing and the others. My dear, it's taken care of. Luo Ruing. She cast a reproachful glance at Ning Yechen. It was just for one spot. That's such a waste of money. It's merely a small sum. Nothing to worry about, Ning Yechen said, gently pushing Luo Ruing's shoulder with a chuckle. To him, that amount of gems was insignificant. As long as it brought joy to his wife and children, he would spend without a second thought. However, Luo Ruing's next question caused Ning Yechen to halt in his tracks, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I recall you had given me all the money previously. Where did this money come from? Luo Ruing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Ning Yechen. In that moment, Ning Yechen felt as though he had been caught hiding his secret stash, a sense of pressure suddenly overwhelming him.